Hello and welcome everyone to the LPL promotion tournament coverage here, as we're going to go through and see which teams can try and make it back to the 2016 Spring LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me once again is Zach Rusty Pine. It's got something a little different to start things off today, as we're pretty much thrown into the promotion/playoff coverage for LPL.
Yeah, that's right. And the key difference between this is it's going to be a best-of-5 series throughout all of the promotion series. We've now got the 4 teams as of yesterday. LPL regular season split has ended, and we knew who was going to get relegated. So we'll go straight into our first team.
Yeah, RNG versus Young Glory is the matchup today. Royal Never Give Up, of course, the LPL team that's been relegated. We'll see if they can get back into the LPL, and it starts with Let Me in the top lane.
Yeah, Let Me in this top lane. Another standard guy with a hint of a Luca Nautilus in there, but has his own style and makes it work.
Yeah, MLXG's been probably the standout player for this team that did struggle in the regular LPL season, but he's looking good. Xiaohu as well, when he's on his game, he's such an asset to his team.
Definitely seems like the standout player in victories that RNG have, with MLXG coupling together and being that super early aggression style of play to snowball what is essentially a solo queue team, basically, through to the game.
Lots of good mechanics, but team play maybe not quite there, as Woosh or Wushin been a good looking player as well, along with his support player especially, Lei or Layam. That duo has been inseparable pretty much since they started playing together in LSPL and then eventually the LPL. A tough road here for RNG. They had a rough LPL season, but all those moments of brilliance, they just have to coalesce them now and kind of push themselves through a best-of-5.
Yeah, and they actually finished the LPL on a high note, basically. Their last 4 games were against Snake, Xiaogu, Invictus Gaming, and Vici. And they won one, if not 2-0'd, every single one of those. They 2-0'd Snake as well, which is a team on the rampage. So RNG coming into this promotion tournament, I mean, Young Glory are going to give it to them, but RNG are definitely a side that can hold their own. Very strong individual play that can then be backed up and put together and meshed into a very strong team.
And just to kind of break down quickly the tournament format for promotion, we had 4 LPL teams, the 9th through 12th finishing teams in the regular LPL season for summer. They've been put into this tournament, and then we've got 3rd through 6th in there as well from LSPL. So it's going to be some teams you know, some teams we don't know as well. Let's go to a team that we might not know as much about. Young Glory here, basically baby Invictus Gaming. The organization's been around for a while, but his save in the top lane was a sub for IG. Now he's a starter for Young Glory.
Yeah, Najin White Shield gone towards Invictus and now Young Glory. And as you said, you know, the little Invictus Gaming, these guys, he's a Korean player, so he's pretty important.
Yeah, save a very strong carry top laners. As we look at Illusion now, one of the veterans of Chinese League of Legends, a former IG jungler, now on the baby side there, Young Glory. So we move into the mid lane for Fly, their other Korean player, I believe. And looking through some of these picks, that's the nice thing about the LSPL. There are just some fun picks for some of these players.
There certainly is. And as you said, you know, the second Korean in the team, Fly from Jin Air Green Wings in 2014, has to step up for his team in this series and take out RNG.
Yeah, Kyushi, their 80 carry sort of breezed by there, but lots of different picks. As we see Kilyu, got a good name for a support player there. Probably expecting some aggression out of him.
Well, yeah, I've no doubt there will be some serious aggression out of a name like Kilyu. With his support, the Graves being picked very recently also, so a lot of aggression and mid-game focus out of the bottom lane in particular, and a lot of carry potential from everywhere else on the map.
And YG, yeah, just a kind of a curious team. You look at sort of the top half of the map especially. 2 Koreans, one of them Save, is a very popular player, and Illusion, who's a nice aggressive jungler, was a Nocturne back in Season 1 and 2. That's probably his best-known champion, but like we said, he's been playing in China, in top Chinese teams for a while, and this, for a lot of different ways, feels like his team.
Yeah, and Young Glory, they were a side that didn't actually get to qualify in the last, but they were in the promotion tournament again for spring, trying to make it into summer, but did not get through in the end. So a side that was Invictus Gaming, they split to become their own team, didn't make it in, now having a second shot at the title essentially again. They want to actually get in this time, and they've got a very strong team, completely capable of taking on the best.
Yeah, I mean, the differences between LSPL and LPL, there's a reason the leagues are separate, even though the LSPL is just a secondary pro league and not a challenger league or a junior league. There is a difference in the level of play, so these matches could be close. They could be a bit more one-sided, but no matter what happens, all of the players playing in this tournament are very capable here, and there's only 2 slots open, remember, for that LPL. 2 LSPL teams auto-promoted their way in, and we have 3rd through 6th fighting it out against the bottom 4 finishing LPL teams, and it is brutal. It's basically single elimination best-of-5 in one big top 8 bracket. That's it. Just a standard quarterfinals, semifinals, finals bracket.
It's insane to consider. Straight into it. And I mean, you do have to keep in mind that, as you said, you know, 1st and 2nd have auto-qualified into the LPL already, and that is arguably the best talent that the LSPL has to offer. So coming into this game, it's 3rd through 6th, and I mean the LPL teams, they are an echelon above in terms of their relative skill level. LSPL, the secondary pro league, not as strong on a per person basis, perhaps mechanically they are, but as a team, they're lacking. But against RNG, a side that we know in the LPL as being very solo queue oriented, and strong individual players, a lot of early pressure, and a bit of a lacking late game, I would say the LSPL teams could definitely bring it to them.
They could, and fireworks could be everywhere if we have just mechanics being thrown across the rift at each team here.
Yeah.
So should be a lot of fun no matter what happens. We have 3 best of 5s today, going to cover most of the quarterfinals, and then pretty much each day during LPL playoffs, we'll have a promotion match as well, which will be great fun. So we'll get through to the finals. Once we have our finals decided for promotion, those are your 2 qualified teams. We don't actually play out the finals. There's no point, of course, because top 2 qualify, and of course LPL playoffs all throughout the week as well. If you guys like Chinese League of Legends, you've come at the right time. There is going to be a lot of it, let me tell you.
Whole lot of Chinese League of Legends action inbound, and we're not too far away from getting into this one as we are now in Champions
Yeah,
League.
let's start off here with draft number 1. Remember, long series is here, best of 5s for these 2 teams. So unlike the LSPL and LPL, long series is here, especially the LPL players not as used to long sets unless they've played in some of the other tournaments like Demacia Cup. But we have Shen banned away, Evelyn's banned there as well. And another note for today, roster, we have moved patches, I believe, up 1 to 5.14. So expect changes there as well.
The ban should definitely be different in this particular pick and ban phase. The Ryze not as prominent as he otherwise would have been. The Kalista has some slight changes, mostly quality of life that she was already nerfed prior, so Kalista still very strong. But Elise, the biggest talking point on this patch, so very strong.
Yeah, insanely good here. We saw Spirit playing her in the nerfed 5.13 state and doing quite well for his team there towards the end of the LPL summer. So no surprises to see a ban there from Young Glory. Lulu going to join the list as well there for RNG, and they will ban Kalista away from Young Glory. So still keeping that one off the board. Don't want to first pick it seems, which leaves the Young Glory with the final ban. What's it going to be? It is Echo, the champion that's actually sort of been buffed on this patch.
Took 2 very small buffs. Not massive, their quality of life changes because they're looking to convert more to what seems to be anyway the AP style of Echo. But the Q costs less mana, the E has a lower cooldown. 2 very important small little tweaks towards Echo that just makes him so much better than he already was. And the Kalista being banned again on the blue side in this case, RNG first picking, they don't want to give it to Young Glory. They've got something else up their sleeve right now. Of course, Ryze, keep in mind, it has been very popular in terms of what they want to ban. But it's not worth picking anymore because we have now gone on to the new.
Yeah, patch moving over means Ryze has been sort of gutted, so I'm not going to be seeing too much of him today, we have to think. So that does open up, like you said, a bit more space here in the drafts. I like the Echo ban. MLXG showed a lot of proficiency on the champion, but RNG going to keep it nice and standard here. Take that away from Young Glory support, kill you. Oh, no, it's not Thresh, it is Braum. So still a first pick support. Just going to change it over slightly.
And Braum is just such a good champion right now. The priority has really leapt in his favor lately. He just does so much for the team. He's a frontliner, and he negates a lot of line-based spells. Even if you time it right, you can stop the Rumble Equalizer as an example of how powerful that Unbreakable is. So a very smart first pick here for Lei. Will be able to look after his partner in crime, Woosh, or so we hope.
Yeah, and does need some looking after there. Does old Woosh. Likes to get aggressive sometimes, or all the time. Big Vayne player there as well. We'll see what he wants to play today. But we do have Rek'Sai already locked in for Illusion. We've seen the champion be kind of popular for certain junglers, and Illusion feels like a strong Rek'Sai player based on history, as Young Glory going to take Janna as well.
Yeah, so one thing I just wanted to quickly touch on whilst it was hovered momentarily there by YG is that Ezreal is no longer a thing in this patch because they got rid of the Rune Glaive and the fact that it converts it to magic damage. So smartly, not being banned, not being picked just yet, it's no longer a priority, but the Braum is picked to negate any opportunities of that one existing. And now they pick the Rek'Sai, the early pressure jungler with Janna. Very good with most AD carries at the moment, just suits the meta really well.
Yeah, RNG going to respond though. Keep it fairly standard with their picks. Go for Gragas Nah as their second and third. So solid top laner there for Let Me and a fine jungler there for MLXG, especially with Echo banned away. Should see a lot of aggression here out from those two.
Certainly should. They've gone for that Nah early, so they're not looking to reveal their hand in the 2 big carry positions. But they will still have to counterpick, or get counterpicked rather, by one of them. At this stage, if YG lock that in, they're just disregarding that as a possibility. But RNG again, they've got a lot of front line, they've got a lot of engage, and they've got a lot of tankiness to boot. All they're missing now are the big carry options.
Yep, so we'll see what they want to do on blue side for their carries, but YG have to start completing some lanes for themselves here as well. Haven't got an AD yet, in fact kept it very open with jungle support as their first few picks, but you can see Fly sort of flicking through a couple of mid laners, who's considering playing. They do lock in Victor, that should be their mid laner, and there's Fizz probably for the top lane there.
Yeah, Fizz going to be picked for that top lane, and Victor, I actually was surprised it got that far through the drafting phase to then be picked in the second rotation by YG. RNG potentially could have taken that one for themselves, put on Zhao, who is a very strong, he's a strong Azir player as well, but he's a very strong Victor player that does need to be respected. Instead, it goes unnoticed for a little bit there. YG picking that one up, and they've got a very nice assassin style of top laner to go with the burst that can come out of their mid. All they're missing again may even suit the Graves to play a super burst.
Yeah, and it's so great to see Save back on big carry top laners like Fizz. We've seen, tank players here and there. We've even got Let Me On Nah, who's kind of that, I guess, semi-tank there in the top lane, but
yeah.
Save has always been a big carry player. His Riven is very famous, and Fizz is kind of the same style there, just very split push, very carry oriented.
Yeah, and he was a mid laner, now turned top laner as well. So when it comes to carry champions, and Fizz in particular, he would excel at playing them.
Yeah, Save's a good player there. We'll see how he does with the champion, but RNG going to finish things off. Kog'Maw there for Whoosh and Azir there for Zhao, who very standard, very strong 5v5 for Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah, that is an exceptionally strong scaling mid and AD carry that have been selected. So smart decisions here from RNG. Their team comp is well-rounded, and not only do they have strong team fighting, they do have very strong laning phases and strong early pressure from MLXG, who will want to be everywhere on this map.
And he's going to have to be as well. Like, if his team wants to get that scaling going and get to the mid and late game situations, he's going to need to shore up all that early game and, if possible, try and snowball one of these lanes as well. That's the MLXG way on this team. Get to a lane, hopefully get to more than one, then start getting the snowball going. And no matter what the comp at that point, you get far enough ahead, it's usually not too much of an issue.
Yeah, the general strategy that RNG would put in place, very similar to that. Would be surprised if they didn't lock in that Sivir, and they do.
Yep, Sivir's there. Considered Vayne, but decided a little risky perhaps into Kog'Maw, so we'll just pick up Sivir to enable everybody else here.
Yeah, so the laning phase in this bottom lane right now, the Janna and the Sivir, essentially a non-interactive lane in the 2 versus 2. They want nothing to do with fighting, but Whoosh and Lei want everything to do with fighting in this bottom lane. So we'll see if a lane swap potentially comes through from YG, looking to avoid that aggression that we put in place from RNG. Xiaohu up against Fly in the mid lane. Azir and Victor. Dangerous lane for both of them at any stage. There's always going to be the threat of an all-in or a counter-engage. But you look to the junglers for the most part and you say, well, they're the ones that have a big impact on this map. If MLXG can get it going, if Illusion can get it going, snowball any particular lane, they can pretty much all carry from their respective positions.
And in this particular matchup, team versus team, that's what we expect here. Big junglers here on Illusion and MLXG, so we'll see how it works out. Let Me On the Nah, though, going to be up against Save there with his Fizz. And of course, that jungle matchup coming up soon as well. MLXG over on Gragas with Illusion back in close to the LPL, not quite there yet, but he's on Rek'Sai.
Almost there, but he does have
2
that
best
early...
of 5s to win.
Yeah, that's it. He has the early pressure jungler there. It's matched and everything stand in terms of champions. But the play styles are always going to be the big wild card.
Yeah, curious to see how Young Glory play this out, but Xiaohu on Azir versus Fly's Victor. Pretty standard stuff there as well. Expected from Xiaohu. Play something like Azir, so we'll see how he does today. And Whoosh, I like this switch from Kog'Maw. It's not Vayne only anymore. Come best of 5 times. Going to be up against Kyushu's Sivir.
And Whoosh, a very aggressive AD carry, wants to make those plays, but Kog'Maw is very good for that extended range. And having Braum to be that big front line that you can stand behind and know that you're safe. Very strong bot lane here from RNG.
Yeah, the Janna there from Kill. You'll be interesting to see how that goes. Maybe not nearly as much killing as he'd like playing Janna.
Yeah, I'd say there's barely any killing in this bottom lane if Janna and Sivir have a say in the matter.
You know what the best part is? I think he has heal. They didn't.
Janna.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, let's get in the game and find out, but we can have some fun stuff going on today.
Well, we are in.
We are. It's not that far
We're
in.
definitely in.
Well, we do have a pause until you did change to exhaust. He had heal in the champ select.
Worried me
for a
there
long
a second.
time.
There
It was
would've been
really
3
funny.
heals.
They had 3 heals. I was like, what is this?
The heal
What is this
drop.
new technology? Instead, no, just
New
an
patch,
exhaust.
new summoners.
No
They haven't
changes.
changed it all though.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Again, it's there are lots of surprises here for the LSPL teams especially. We don't get to see them nearly as often as we'd like. As we go onto the Rift here now for RNG versus Young Glory's first game in their best of 5. All it's left to do for these teams is to win out. Like we said, make it to the finals and you're back into the LPL. So quarterfinals starting off here. Teams facing off, and it's best of 5 single elim. Once you're out, you're out.
Yeah, and YG have done the hard yards to get themselves to this place. So they are going to be super prepared for this best of 5 series. They know what is at stake. And RNG, they've just come off the back of playing a lot of successive games, but we don't know how much effort they put into researching just yet.
Yeah, that's one of the tough things about this tournament is that you sort of have to look ahead and be like, even for playoffs as well, I'm sure we'll touch on it there as well. You have to look forward and be like, who do we expect to play? How do we prepare strategies? You have to pre-plan a lot of that stuff. So infrastructure is important here. The Chinese have a pretty good coaching staff and analysts roaming around, but how much preparation RNG have done will reward them here as Xiaohu takes a laser there to start things off.
He does. He'll get back to the lane just in time, I believe, to not miss any last hits, but it'll be super close. Instead, he decides to just stay.
Yeah, maybe not
Wait it
enough
out.
time. But MLXG will start on the red buff. Bit of help there from his bottom lane. Xiaohu kind of sneaking behind his Raptor camp. He's going to take the little ones, you have to think here. Puts a couple of soldiers up. Pulls the camp around. He'll just take a couple early creeps for himself.
And lose all of his health.
Yeah, I feel like he's doing that not as efficiently as he could have.
I'm not sure if there's an efficient way to do those 3 when you're against the Victor. His kill pressure this early in the lane, not that massive. Xiaohu's just kind of getting himself a little bit of extra money, I guess. Accepting the fact that he's going to lose lane, because that's what he's trying to do to himself right now.
Yeah, actually put that soldier a little short as well. Important to note that Azir also got some changes on this patch, so he has been downgraded slightly. Not nearly as powerful as he used to be.
Call it a slight downgrade. Doesn't knock people up when he uses that E to get to them. So it's a little bit awkward now if you're used to that style of play, as you would assume most of the professional players are. But they're live servers, of course. They've had time to practice and get used to these patches with their scrims and respective gameplay. You would imagine that RNG prepared for this as much as YG are.
I think so here as YG in the bottom lane. Got a nice early edge there, pushing things in on Sivir, but that's to be expected, 2v2. And Xiaohu now level 2, going to have a much better time pushing Victor now into that turret.
Yeah, far better once you actually hit that level 2 mark and can move around your sand soldiers to ensure you actually get, at the very least, the last hits. But he's doing super well in his mid lane, all things considered, that he doesn't actually have any potions remaining, so you probably see the balance start to tip back towards Fly here. This middle lane for Youth Gaming. Oh, Young Glory. Youth Gaming. Nice.
That's, you know,
Yeah.
basically the same team. It's
Yeah, it's still
MLXG.
YG.
Going to move themselves up into the top lane here. Try and gank here onto Save, but Fizz, very slippery as a champion. Save seems to know that something's gone wrong. We'll put the ward down. Gragas has already left, but Save's continuing to keep control of this lane here. Nice and pushed up for him.
Yeah, well-timed ward from Save to ensure that, irrespective of how pushed he was going to have vision. And MLXG just left. He's going to be spotted right now, working his way into the jungle.
All this
Rek'Sai's
vision.
talking.
Yeah, all this vision for Young Glory, and doing a nice job keeping track of this Gragas who's trying to get aggressive. But foiled a couple times now in the top lane and in that jungle camp. He's still there going over the Baron wall now. Really committed to top lane.
Yeah. You might say overly committed, but if they find success from this, then it will work for them. As even the Azir just then, who made his way up a little bit. Save playing passive and respecting it.
Yeah, that might be why. Save, really smart play here. Just good instincts from this top laner who does have a lot of experience. Let me, though, getting a CS lead just because of how Safe is playing, but Save doing the right thing, making sure he doesn't get killed. Is back down in the bottom side. Pokemon getting his last hits where he can. Not expecting too many fireworks here in the bottom lane.
No, nothing crazy actually happening at all. The biggest difference right now is that MLXG is devoting, as per usual, a lot of time towards A lane, just sitting there waiting, trying to find an opportunity to get them all snowballing, get it going for his team, and has now found himself 7 jungle creeps behind, which does start to add up.
And like I said, Illusion, very vintage Nocturne player, so certainly knows how to farm things up when he needs to. We'll spot MLXG moving through. They're trying to set a trap maybe. Sees Gragas coming towards him, puts down the ward. Illusion will see it. Going to bop out the try and hit it, but he's getting run away there by MLXG. Body slams him.
Pushed out of the jungle. Nothing gained nor lost really from that engage. It was just a very small butting heads and trying to get vision control of the opposition. But as Illusion tried to get vision control, assuming he was at the Krugs, Gragas had jungled far quicker than he had expected and just ran at him.
Yeah, and Illusion actually around the Dragon Pit right now. I think he's trying to go over for this ward, maybe hoping that MLXG shows himself here. Spending a lot of time just on this side near the Raptors, getting information, and at least Save now will have a bit more info in the top lane, can start to be aggressive again, but he's actually been pushed back to his turret.
Yeah, he's not really in a position because he already conceded strength in that laning phase to actually do anything in the laning phase. That was a really good spell shield from Ushio.
Yeah, smart stuff here. Always good to see the Civil players got those reflexes ready here in the bottom lane. So he's going pretty as expected here. We do have the first back from Let Me actually. He'll get himself a Spectre's Cow to start things off. Nice pick up there in the matchup.
And of course, first game in the best of 5 series, as expected, everyone playing very standard, trying to get a feel for their opposition. You would imagine a lot of the preparation came down to the coaching staff and not actually playing against these teams. So there's not a whole lot of direct information that the players would know. So as per usual, they will go back to a very standard style, but not sure who this actually favors because RNG love laning phases.
They do, and they have the scaling here as well, which is sort of a difference, I guess,
Yeah.
with the way we're used to seeing them play. Rusty, if you kind of had to put a timer on where RNG scaling goes, how much time do they need to sort of get farmed up when they can really take it to IG?
Well, the Kog'Maw doesn't have any augmenting champions such as the Lulu to empower his strength. So realistically, you're looking at just a period in time, say level 11, 16, where he can outrange his opponents and utilize that range advantage. But he's also got the Braum and the Azir and the Gragas to a degree. So it's very standoffish in the way they're going to play. Outscaling, yes, but not by a crazy amount, based solely on the fact that Victor can blow people up, Save can blow people up, and Ushu can run at them super quick. It'll come down to execution on the fights, but you'd say around 35 minutes, RNG starts to become a bit stronger.
Well, 7.5 minutes have gone by, and it's been fairly calm here in game number 1. Phage completed there for Woosh, a BF sword for Sivir as the answer, and Save with a Sheen to match that Spectre's Cow. So the early build's starting to come out here, but based on that Doran's Blade, expecting a Trinity Force from Save.
Certainly should be. Save going for that Ignite build as well, which is why he would 100% be going for that Trinity Force sooner rather than later. But we'll see if he has an abundance of ability power as well to boot. Doran's is just a really good early laning phase item.
Options here for Save, certainly, as he dives in onto Let Me. Urchin strike for a bit of harass, but nothing major is, again, kind of going back and forth, with Let Me actually having a nice CS advantage there in the top lane. Again, that early pressure that MLXG almost faked to the top lane opened up a bit of room there for the Gnar.
Yeah, a lot of time was dedicated towards just keeping him down from presence alone and having to waste early warding just to see if he could spot MLXG in his lane.
Yeah,
the fish.
Now gonna get fished. Oh, he gets out of the hop. Save can keep chasing, but he doesn't have cooldown. Zhao actually gonna chase in. It's Fly that's getting aggressed on by MLXG. The barrel is down for the slow, cooks it for a little longer, and Fly, yeah, wrong side there. Forced to burn his heal. No teammates coming though, and first blood goes to Gragas.
He probably should not have used his heal there at all because he was, again, on the wrong side of the map and not in a position to actually contest any. There was no real way for him to live at all.
Yeah,
So,
no, teammates not coming there. A little awkward there for Fly, but he will get picked off. Now it's MLXG, as always, getting that first blood once again.
Well, yeah, MLXG actually making some pay there, paying off the early pressure that he has placed down. He's now found himself 3 CS ahead as well of his jungling opponent, considering he was 7 behind. He's closed the gap by upwards of 10 and now found the first kill. So this is a really good position for RNG to work around their jungler, who can then get a lot of ganks going with that side stone for vision.
And it feels like MLXG has been pressuring, but not overdoing it like maybe we saw him in the LPL. It's a nice, smart, very collected game to start things off for MLXG.
Sure, showing a lot of respect, or a lack of knowledge perhaps, to the YG side, is that he is still dedicating time, but not overly committing to anything, as you said, is that it's an interesting side of MLXG.
Yeah,
the pressure's still there.
I wonder if it'll continue, I guess, is my thing. Because, yeah, the pressure is still there. Definitely hasn't changed that much in the last few weeks, but
It's not like MLXG to just sit in a bush and not at least show presence in the lane. I guess it's assumed presence.
We're going in now onto Shu. Could be probably
Stun
even
there.
a good stun. Good ult there as well. Ulti there from Janna to reset. Kilyu trying to get out, but he's got no mana left. Woosh is still chasing. Not quite there for the stun. YG did well to get out of that. Ooh, teleport cancelled. Save wanted it, but MLXG was there.
MLXG timed that well to ensure the teleport didn't come out. And of course, a lot of pressure in the top lane, doing the exact same thing as Save. Starting to take some damage. The trade was fairly even, and that is a very defensive Gnar build at this stage in the game, but he is doing well in that.
Yeah, 20 CS ahead already. Illusion going to get knocked out of that tunnel. Xiaohu looking for the ulti, doesn't find it. Illusion will flash. But another good bit of pressure from the Gragas.
And the Azir not knocking them up with the E.
Yep.
Essentially saving him just there from what was a very, very dangerous position. Gragas using that explosive cask, denying the tunnel escape. And then he was in a position where the Rek'Sai had to flash or he was going to go down.
Yeah, and Illusion did escape, but had to burn that crucial summoner spell. We'll see if MLXG maybe picks up the pressure a little bit more now, because it does seem like his lanes are starting to gain some traction. Sheen now completed for Woosh. He's got that Trinity Force coming. We've got Sork Shoes there as well for Xiaohu, getting stronger with his Fiendish Codex also. And like we pointed out a few times, Lemmi's having a field day there in top lane right now.
He certainly is. Considering he's against a Fizz who will power spike with the Trinity Force, you can see a lot of magic resistance, the stacking option here from Lemmi. More so directed at surviving laning phase, looking to have some presence in team fights. So this particular lane, though it is 100% favoring Letme, who is now 24 odd CS ahead, he'll start to peter back a little bit once the strength is there from Save.
Nice job here in the bottom lane as well. Just watching Woosh and Lei CS together. Actually got, I think, almost all of them there.
Yeah, they did.
So nice stuff.
It's really good.
And Woosh having a fun time. 107 CS, matching the Sivir, getting levels there, and that'll just keep him stronger in the matchup. Sivir not able to do the uninteractive split pushing that we've seen from a lot of other Sivir lanes.
Yeah, they haven't kept the Kog'Maw pressure under the turret. He's about to hit Mega now, being real cute right now.
Lemmi wants it, not going to go too deep. Oh, might get ulted. Save has to be careful. Illusion's here though, that's why Save's going to dive back in. Lemmi's going to crunch his way out. Good wall up there, but the fish does land. But enough distance there to keep him safe. It's in the bottom side now. Ulti out. Actually hits onto both there for the knockup, but it's just a bit of poke.
Just a bit of damage from a Braum ultimate. That's how in control they are. They saw Illusion on the other side of the map, and immediately they said, well, we can fight down here. We can win this 2v2 with a Janna and a Sivir. And they're still going.
Going to keep going. Lei can't quite block the Nado onto Woosh. Stun not there. Shu going to come back in now as well. Sivir going off there. Heal forced out. There's the ult from Sivir as well. MLXG, surprise. He's down here also. But Kiryu's going to pop them on soon and keep them safe.
The Janna ultimate saving them from that engage that was about to come out of MLXG. But very well played here from Ush in particular. Ush actually out trading the Kog'Maw in the 1v1. Using that spell shield again, very well timed, stopping the Void Ooze. Oh, no. Fly's found him.
Yeah, Fly's rotating down as well. Gravity Field's right on top of the Dragon Pit, so yeah. MLXG has to walk the other way. We'll get out safely though, as Illusion just going to donate blue buff over. MLXG though, considering something, just going to collapse the tunnel. Oh, can he steal it? He wants it. I don't think he has vision.
We even zoomed in a slight amount just then.
Yeah, just to see the steal. But not coming here, just some vision instead.
And we're still zoomed in ever so slightly right now. A lot of fighting as individual laning phases where people are finding engages. Xiaohu and Fly are looking more so at being everywhere but middle. They're basically just wave clearing against each other. They're trying to translate that wave clearing into getting around across the map, whereas bot lane just wants to kill each other. And top lane definitely just wants to kill each other. So you look to mid, you look to jungle, again, see how they can impact the next 5 to 10 minutes of this map. It's starting to look like at least a stinger from Xiaohu.
Yeah, he's got a Codex, so I think
him.
Nash's fields out of those items. So it could be a thing.
It does.
As his attack speed did get changed in this patch, so maybe he just wants a little bit more early on. We'll have to find out. But Lemmi going to get one of the first clear advantages here in this game. And that's the tower in top lane going down. Save not able to make it back in time.
Yes, I believe I was talking to Spawn about this, and the inefficiency of actually going for the Nash's Tooth provides no real incentive to complete that item. It's a pretty item because it gives one slot. So in terms of late game slot efficiency, it's perfectly fine. But it's like 850 gold essentially wasted on an item that could be a blasting one.
Could just be Stinger instead. Lei, good block there, but Illusion's coming down to the bottom side. Exhaust there into Kog'Maw. Ult there from Lei's going to try and disengage him, but a nice Monsoon. Going to trap Woosh against the wall. He will go down as Save's going to dive his way in. Doesn't find anything as Lemmi joins as well, but the kill's already there.
Very, very quick kill taken from YG. A nice gank again, Illusion, and using that Janna ultimate in an aggressive manner this time. It's nice to see Kilyu diversifying his play with that Janna already showing defensive, offensive capabilities. Janna Sivir bot lane. They're working on this Dragon.
Dragon is down there, Illusion will claim that one. Save is caught late there. Nice fish there. Gonna get the kill over to Sivir. Letme's trying to run away. He's got his ultimate there for Nard. Gets the wall up onto Illusion. They don't really have damage, unfortunately, even if they could follow in, as they're not there in time.
Trying to contest that Dragon as YG take that one down fairly easily, and a little bit of a mistake there from RNG. They had no way to actually contest that one whatsoever, and being nearby was asking for death, and that's exactly what they just received for their troubles.
Xiaohu getting stronger, though, in the mid lane. You can see, going to go back now and buy something. Let's do a replay of the last little engage.
Yeah, Save actually using a fantastic fish here to zone play away. He tries to avoid it, but it still gets him in the end as this AD Fizz finds the strength whenever that fish connects, the damage being augmented. Not able to follow with the Gnar ultimate again, of course. Could have maybe turned the fight around. MLXG was nearby, but smartly backing off was this young Glory side.
And we return to the mid lane now after Save's little play, and it is Nashor's Tooth there in the mid lane for Azir.
Yeah.
As we do see Banshees for Let Me and a Hex Drinker now, so a bit more aggression in that build.
Yep. Look, it's okay. Like, it's still a good item. Again, he's looking to scale late game. They've got the Kog'Maw, so their late game item slot efficiency is significantly better than just the Stinger. But most Azirs tend to leave that Stinger until the end because the item itself, the Stinger as an item, is the most efficient Azir item in the game, and still gives you that attack speed, that cooldown reduction that you required. Allows you to go Sork Shoes if need be, and then just go Morellos and have all of your CDI.
Yeah, so curious to see where Xiaohu goes for his next item. Wouldn't be too surprised to see something like Morellos that you mentioned. MLXG though, clearing out vision. Illusion trying to get some traction around as well. They're just sort of playing chicken here around the Scuttle Crab.
I think that because he's gone for the Nashor's Tooth, he'll probably go for like Morellos or a Fiendish Codex and then into the Rylai's again. Just like that pseudo-tanky build, and you've got all of the effective immediate stats from that Nashor's Tooth. Needs to augment that somehow, and I think Rylai's is the best way to do so.
Yeah, that's something we have seen from Azir once all the AP item changes came through. It's something we almost forgot about until it happened in an LPR game. We were like, oh, yeah, this is really silly.
That's the thing, 40% slower.
Not bad. Not bad at all. As we've almost got that Trinity Force, not quite there yet, but Infinity Edge has been completed here for Sivir. So she's nice and strong now, especially with Janna being level 9.
And far stronger than the Kog'Maw is right now. He's found himself with a 10 CS advantage here. Zhu in a fantastic position in this lane. And Whoosh, we saw one Boomerang hit him earlier. And look at his health from basically just that.
Hard stuff here is Kilyu. We'll clear out a couple wards. Cannon Clip here going to be taken out. Oh, nice Q from Lei. Secures that one away. They've last hit well here. Whoosh has got good farm in the 2v2, but bottom lane tower starting to suffer. You can see the power of Sivir as Let Me doing the same thing on the top side, but he's already got the outer turret. Yeah. Wow, what? He's 80 CS up.
Yeah. No, he's always been far ahead, but he is far ahead. He is running away with this game individually right now. His Save is just... He couldn't be more on struggle street. Let Me's about to hit Mega Gnar, and Save has no help.
Yeah, he's having a terrible time here. Let Me might even threaten the dive here. Save gonna have to be very careful with that playful trickster.
Deny minions from being taken here. Is the strength of this Gnar. May even just want to use the ultimate to zone him off a little bit. Put down some free damage.
Trying to bait him, I think. Oh, he hit that wallop. I think he was going in.
Illusion.
Yeah, Let Me instead. Here's the Rek'Sai ultimate. We'll back away. And Let Me. That's crazy. It's funny as well because Save's the carry top laner. You'd expect him to be doing this, but Let Me is having a great showing here.
He is. He's really controlling this lane right now. It's the tanky strength, essentially. He doesn't even have boots. He's gone Hex Drinker into the Banshee Veil against a non-completed Trinity Force item. And what we were saying earlier is that once the Trinity Force is done, the Fizzer's strength increases for laning phase. But at the moment, he's been spending a lot of time roaming and has only just finished it now.
Yeah, been put so far behind by Gnar that finishing it late here at just under 20 minutes might mean that Save can't salvage the lane from this point. But Young Glory do get a tower in the bottom lane. That's good news for them at least, is Let Me getting ganked, unsurprisingly, but he'll back away, just drawing pressure from the YG jungler.
Yeah, not even really getting ganked, just making sure that the Rek'Sai is top lane because he's so far ahead, he probably won't die to a gank from both of them irrespective of that. But he just ran out of Mega now, so did need to back off. They pick up a tower.
And a crucial tower as well. Mid lane tower is always a good one to get, but especially against the Victor, it feels that much better.
Yeah, and they're both going a defensive build here in this middle lane. No surprises that a Victor will go for an Abyssal Scepter, but the Azir seemingly going for one of his own.
Yeah, very almost melee mode Azir here as Xiaohu going to get some damage out onto save. He's actually swapped away from the Gnar lane. Can't really blame him given what was going on. As Let Me returns and finds 2 people in his lane this time. One of them's the Sivir with Infinity Edge.
I just really don't agree with the Azir. He's attacking fast, but he doesn't do damage. Like, he's attacking really fast, but does a lack thereof damage with that fast attack speed. So.
Needs a bit more save. He's starting to struggle again. 3v1 right now as make it 4v1. Xiaohu joining in as well. Save going to get auto-attacked and Xiaohu cleans him up with a Q.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of this game right now is going to be on the back of if Save can do anything at all. The Victor's still farming. The Rek'Sai's been around the map, but having the pressure top. The Sivir, definitely relevant, has one massive item working towards that second one. But the pressure that is being applied everywhere the Fizz is really detrimental to this team right now.
Yeah, and you can see Sivir did do a nice job. 3 turrets there for Young Glory, but RNG, on top of their own rotation, able to take some out as well. And Woosh has a build toward a Cutlass, building towards Blade of the Ruined King. But a Trinity Force there as well, so he's not super weak either. We are contesting for a dragon here. YG are grouped up already. They do want to fight.
RNG should be able to fight for this one. They don't have the Gnar nearby, but the teleport is available. And they're in a point of power right now. RNG have been playing this early game superbly. They found themselves in a very commanding position. Though the gold lead isn't that massive, it is mostly on the top laner. And so if he can make his way to this fight, I would say he wants to be here from the start. Teleporting in with Mega Gnar is the only acceptable solution to this. YG could still find a way to win if they time it well.
Yeah, Let Me gonna go back top lane, probably build some more rage. RNG kind of contented to let YG waste time and push waves back out here and try and make more space. Young Glory a little too afraid to commit without proper vision around the dragon. And as a result, we'll get some free backs here.
Yeah, everything's just going to come back to standard. I think the dragon's going to be a big point of focus yet again. Blue buff ready to go here. Everyone looking prepared to fight. And it has actually been started.
Yeah, Young Glory are going to get onto the dragon. There's a ward there in the back for RNG. Let Me is going to use his teleport. MLXG coming around.
He's got the flank.
Yeah, went the long way, but he's got Mega Gnar. Trying to close the trap here. Dragon a little low, 2,000 health left. Illusion going to dive in onto Let Me, but Shiva just pops the ulti. Great spell shield though. We'll get walloped there by Let Me, and he's so tanky. Going to try and 1v1 this AD carry. Meanwhile, on the backside, Killy's going to pop the ulti. Fly's trying to look for the combo there on Victor, but he gets ulted up there by Braum. Woosh a little too low. Face of the Mountain's going to keep him alive. He will live as Xiaohu gets the kill onto Victor. Killy's going to die now as well to Woosh. And that's 2 kills for RNG.
RNG playing that really well. Gnar just zoning the Sivir, and Sivir was the one with big items as MLXG looking threatening. But again, Save did nothing in that fight because he really cannot. And he's going for another damage item. He's not accelerating his build at all. He's trying to be a big carry and assassinate people, but he's so far behind that it's very impossible to do.
Yeah, I assume it's Blade of the Ruined King coming up for save.
Yeah.
And that's like that big Fizz split push build, right? But like you said already, when you're behind trying to split push, it's bad times.
Yeah, you're going to spend most of the time at your turret defending, and if you're a non-tanky champion against a full tank Gnar and he is controlling you in lane, you do have a very worrying predicament to actually find yourself in right now. YG, they're doing well. They just need to play the team fights a little bit better and more efficiently. Work around the fact that Save is actually behind and protect the Sivir and the Victor, who, even though the Gragas missed that ultimate as well in that engage, didn't move Fly at all, he couldn't blow people up just yet.
No, not yet. That's Fly. Abyssal Scepter completed. Mid laner build's actually pretty close as far as gold value goes. Got 2 Mark II Hex Core there for Victor, plus a Fiendish Codex and the Abyssal with the Sork shoes, and the same shoes there for Xiaohu. Nashor's plus Abyssal with an Amp Tome there, which could be anything at this point.
Yeah, could be completely anything. We don't actually know where that one is going to go. Of course, the Morello's still a possibility. Unlikely, given that he's already finished 2 items. Only really good for mid-game efficiency, the Morello's, and a bit of mana regen. So seems content with just blue buff. Probably look for a scaling item, perhaps a third big AP boosting item. Maybe still a Rallo, not sure.
Well, Xiaohu going to go in here. Fly has to be careful. Does get trapped up, knocked around and lay. This cleans up a very simple kill.
Yeah, really easily done here. Baron is a very big point of focus for this RNG team. They're at a point of power. They've got control of the area.
Good Baron damage as well. Whoosh has finished that blade of the Rune King. They are going to start up. Pops the Bio-Arcane Barrage. They're just going to do it. Illusion's in the area. Teleport down, but Save's coming in. I don't know if he can do this. They have to try and steal it. Gragas does get it. Save will playful Trickster out, but he's almost going to die here to let me as he dives back on. Ulti there from MLXG will complete it.
The no-look snipe from the explosive cast as he walks out of the Baron pit, finding the kill onto Save, who teleported in really aggressively to look for a desperate attempt to steal, and this YG side, they find themselves even further behind. The Baron buff is just going to augment the strength of this RNG team, and you can see the fact that Xiaohu has now placed that turret down. They're looking for a Mega Dart.
Yeah, going in for Fly again. Let me try to find the ultimate. Good knockup from Illusion. Will keep his tank safe, and Fly does kill Lei, but the base will be broken. Let me getting low. Nazem away for a disengage here, but he's got caught by a tornado. Sivir will take him out there, but a huge double there from Azir as Xiaohu collects 2 counter kills.
He's just so far ahead right now. He's got all of the farm, and he's being completely uncontested. As Save's back.
Oh, bad news for Sivir. Whoosh gets the kill. Will get jumped on by Save as Fly actually gets the kill there on his Victor. Inhibitor will live, maybe. Ultimate again from MLXG. Just a message sent there. Oh, Xiaohu wants it. He wants it real bad. He's going to go in for it. He'll get it. Very sneaky.
Inhibitor does go down in the end, and RNG, they get the Baron, they make many picks, and though the trade actually came back almost into YG's favor there, they made some nice defense on that Inhibitor. They leave it for a second, and Xiaohu capitalizes on that, takes it down. Now 4-0 and 5 on this Azir. He has a whole lot of money. In fact, he just bought an entire zone use from an Amp Tome.
Yep, transform that book into an hourglass, and he's looking very happy here in this game, even as an elixir on top of that here. So the next fight from RNG is going to be a tough one for Young Glory, and they're already 7,000 gold down. So if it wasn't tricky before with Save being behind and Azir looking good along with that Kog'Maw, it's just got a whole lot harder.
And it's a tanky Azir as well. It's like a combat style. The Abyssal Scepter, the Zhonya's Hourglass, looking to be in the midst of the combat, engaging or just sitting in the backline waiting for his chance to use the Zhonya's as a trolley style of active. But 2 big items for this Kog'Maw as well. Going for the defensive item next. I was actually really hoping to see a Zeke's Herald out of somebody as well, by the way.
Might still be. The Save has to run away here. MLXG and Lei chasing him, but there's a good knock up there from MLXG. Tampa got a Brawn passive as well. Save going to get stunned up. Xiaohu sweeps in for the kill, and he'll say thank you very much as Let Me 1v3. Trying to transform, but he's still mini. Does speed up there from the hyper, but he has to keep running. He's so tanky. He might even turn it around. Almost got the Mega Gnar Illusion. Runs away. The boulder hits on the kill. You've been hit by a bit of tower. Gonna run it in. Oh, that was awkward. Doesn't quite get there, but he gets the slow.
Oh, what are you doing, Let Me?
They'll turn it around. Trying to get stunned up by Wallop. Let Me needs to flash. He does get over the wall.
He's keeping them busy.
He is, and Whoosh dives top lane. Fly will die. And Whoosh going to get this top tower with a bit of help. Really smart stuff from Let Me.
Yeah, it was good from Let Me, though the ultimate just kind of made it a little bit more embarrassing than it otherwise needed to be. This RNG side going from strength to strength. They found a comfortable time during laning phase. They weren't pressured out, and they just basically capitalized on that fact because they are a very good team when they play from ahead.
Yeah, didn't need the scaling, like you said. Just looked fine here with a kind of the mid-game power that they've gotten from a lot of accelerated builds, and with just kind of 2 items on their carries, 3, I guess, on Xiaohu. Already able to steamroll YG up to, well, basically a 10,000 gold lead. 2 inhibitors down, Dragon back in 20 seconds, although not particularly relevant here.
MLXG just got wrecked.
He did. Back got cancelled by Jana.
It is going to happen again.
MLXG.
It happened
no,
again.
He actually, I think, oh,
it happened again. Now Save is chasing
outplayed.
him.
Ooh. Maybe that's bad news. Let Me in the bottom
Camera
side.
bad.
Oh my god, Whoosh got the kill. Save goes down. Nice bait from MLXG. Had it all planned, Rusty.
He had nothing planned. He was recalling on top of a ward, but whoosh, the knight in shining armor arrives to deal some serious damage down. He now buys a BF sword for himself. Doesn't want to finish that Banshee's Veil yet.
No, just needs a bit of early magic resist. Going to move out now to more damage as RNG collect a very free-ish dragon here. YG can't realistically contest with the gold deficit, so they'll leave it. Dragon 2, not a huge issue at this point in the game, but problems starting to mount in other places here. Mainly the fact that RNG just have such an item lead.
Yeah, the aggression that every individual member of RNG is putting down right now on this map. You can see the aggression that Xiaohu just runs with them both. He doesn't care. Let Me is 1v3, getting out with his life very easily as a distraction tool. They've now got 2 inhibitors down, 10k gold lead. Going to become more and more with every successive turret to fall. This team, they're a late game snowball style of team, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yep, snowballed it right and nicely here. It's going to be a clinical closeout for RNG as they assault the bottom side of the map. MLXG gets aggressive. They're just going to throw some spells in. Janna doesn't have ulti. They can't reset for about 15 seconds, and this tower's looking dead.
He legitimately doesn't care. The ultimate is off cooldown, so he just uses it.
He misses AP Gragas, I think.
He really does.
Kill You does get tag killed by Xiaohu as the house goes in from Let Me, or building. And now going to stun up Illusion with the wallop. Goodnar back there as well. Stun him up with the Brawl passive. And Xiaohu's dove into the back lines. He's got the shield from his ears. Pop the zombies. He will die as Fizz forced to whoosh. Let Me going to clean up on the backside. And Fly, the only one left alive. He got the kill onto the Azir, but it cost him his life. 5 for 2 with the ace there for RNG, and they'll finish game number 1.
What a convincing first game as well for RNG. It's exactly what they would have been looking for in this promotion series for game 1 of the best of 5. You could not ask for a better beginning here. MLXG so confident. He was actually just throwing out his explosive cast because he can.
Yep, and he did. Just threw him out willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Got a kill with one of them. Had some fun, sent some messages. And Royal never give up, continuing the form that they sort of built for themselves the end of the summer split of the LPL. Xiaohu with a big smile on his face there, going back to his favorite man Azir, having another dominating game.
Having a field day. Irrespective of the criticism you give on the item build, he still makes it work. And it's a very, very strong champion and a strong player on that champion. Xiaohu has really stepped up recently. And as you said, you know, the form continuing from the end of the summer split into this promotion relegation tournament. Young Glory, a team that just seemingly were not prepared with what RNG had to offer. And it's the laning phase. It's the big question mark you have to raise right now is how can Young Glory actually adapt to keeping them down? The pressure style is where really RNG make those mistakes. But if you prolong the laning phase, that's where they shine.
Yeah, Illusion saw him there on your screen just at the end. Couldn't really get early pressure done as the Rek'Sai, and Save had a horrible time in lane. You saw his face there at the end of that game, looking almost just knocked out, to be honest. Let Me had such a good lane there, 1v1. And Save that carry top laner on the carry Fizz.
Yeah.
Couldn't get anything going, and like you said, Rusty, when Fizz gets behind, it's just bad times.
Yeah, and you build AD Fizz as well up against the tank, and whenever the tank is ahead, he stays ahead. So ridiculously well done here from this RNG side.
Yeah, and a great first game there coming out, but we'll see if they can continue. RNG, can they make it 2-0 up to force it for that last game, or are we going to have a 1-1 to start our best of 5? Don't go too far, we'll find out soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Promotion Series tournament here. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card, joined again by Zach Rusty Pie. We're going to look through Young Glory taking on Royal Never Give Up, the 9th versus 6th seeds for their respective leagues.
Yep.
And RNG made it show there in that game, really dominating game one.
Yeah, RNG are a side that had a lot of momentum coming in their favor before this game actually began, and they did not show any signs of slowing down whatsoever. They had a fantastic game, a very convincing closeout of their strengths based off individual performances, individual laning phase. Let Me, though, that guy was a monster.
That was a huge game from Let Me. It's been a while since we've seen Let Me really carry a game, but, you know, I think of his maybe early year Cassidy play in the top lane there when he was on a different team. And that into Save, that Fizz player there, I expected Save to be a big component of this team here for Young Glory, but not in that game at least.
Well,
not with Let Me there.
Exactly right. He's a big factor on what the team has to offer, but he didn't actually play to the level that we were expecting of him to be. If he's the most important part of the team, then he cannot be 100 CS down through laning phase alone. There was pressure, but there wasn't really direct ganks from either jungler from either team. MLXG spent time sitting in the bush, forced a little wards out of the Fizz, but still, Save didn't have the best performance, and coming into the second game, hopefully he can reset his strengths and not tilt too hard.
Yeah, and I mean, RNG did everything right there in that game. MLXG had good pressure, but very controlled, not overly aggressive there at times. All the lanes looked fine. I mean, bottom lane was a little shaky, but Woosh and Lei did a great job getting CS and making sure they stood afloat while they got to their first few item buys. And even Zhao, who was just having a farm off there with Victor in the mid lane with his Azir. All of a sudden, you get to mid-game team fight, and hey, Zhao looking good in Azir once more. Who would have thought?
Yeah, right. Zhao, who had a stellar performance on the Azir again. Every individual member of RNG played to a T how it should have been played for their team. It hit the point where MLXG was just trying to kill Steel with his explosive cask, and they sieged the bottom turret. He just body slammed over the wall, threw the explosive cask out, and just walked away.
Yep.
That's how fed they were.
He was having a fun time.
He was having a great time.
Snuck in as well there, stole the inhibitor to sort of get the snowball going, and it just seemed like Young Glory didn't have answers least in that game here. Illusion's pressure not there. A bit more of a farm jungler historically, but not too sure how Illusion's playing recently. So certainly we expected the jungle matchup to be big, and even though the early game was quite controlled between the two teams, MLXG just played better in game number one.
He didn't. He didn't even have that massive presence that you're expecting from him in that early game. Again, we saw something different out of him, and that he was spending time in the bushes near lanes looking to gank. He was being threatening, but he wasn't actually pulling the trigger. He was just sitting back and letting the lanes unfold, recognized the fact that he could win laning phase for his teams by just pressuring the opposition jungler, looking for control of him, get vision of him. And the one time Illusion looked to invade, he pushed him out.
Yeah, and that was just a strong game for all the lanes for RNG, which is what we expect from them. We call them the solo queue team, and in a lot of ways, that is how they play, especially now. They're getting better. They're learning to play more as a team, and you can see that from that game. Much more controlled. You can see even the LPL experience for them carrying over into this tournament. They had a very clinical closeout there of that game. But that's what we expect. Like Young Glory, if they can't get it going in some of these lanes, that's exactly what RNG want to be, which is what you said.
Yeah, and MLXG is essentially the glue that holds it all together in this particular team, and they've actually made a change here from Young Glory.
Save apparently not having the game that they wanted him to have. They'll sub in Prophet now for the top lane here. I mean, we talked about Save having a rough game. Not sure if it was that rough, but they're going to change things out here. Prophet, you can see a few more tanks then. Maybe not as carry-oriented. Maybe that's a style choice there for Young Glory in the matchup, but I wouldn't give Save maybe a game's rest after that last game, because Let Me just had run of that lane. Complete control there.
Yeah, and interesting they have opted to do that, of course. They're in game 2, and they've seemingly played a fair few games with Prophet because he does have a lot of LSPL history in his matches. Loves the tanks. Maybe it's just a key difference between the two, the Flame Acorn style of switch out one for carry, put in the other one for tanks, see what works better at the time. And, I mean, in a best-of-5 series, you can afford to use both, one in each respective game, see what works better, commit to it.
Yep. I mean, going down 0-2 is not great if Prophet doesn't work out as well, but you'll at least learn something, hopefully, and they can run back for 3 wins in a row. Certainly looking for a win here for RNG, or at least they are, to try and get themselves into the next part of the tournament and one best-of-5 away from being back into the LPL. And, of course, Young Glory had such a big battle in LSPL, snuck into the last spot there to claim a spot here in the tournament. But it's always going to be tough playing against the LPL teams. Promotion relegation, it is not easy.
It is definitely not easy, and it's completely just crunch time because single elimination, if you ever lose your best of 5 series, you are out. And all of this time that you've spent trying to get in is then for naught, essentially. So very important that in this second game in particular, Young Glory make adjustments. They've already made one in terms of players. Maybe they want to rethink their strategy in terms of drafting, in terms of play style, and how they actually enact that and put it into effect.
Yeah, I feel like Young Glory's last team comp was just a bit scattered. Like, there were good picks there, so like Victor Siva's fine and Rek'Sai's a fine champion, but Fizz for me was something that didn't maybe fit in, which would make sense for the substitution. And just Braum is so strong. I feel like you can't let him go without having a good plan, because you saw, again, Lay on a good engaged support that can make plays was just dominating bottom half of the map.
Yeah, in a Kog'Maw lane, which is generally just trying to farm and scale through, could do exactly that, and they were controlling the lane. They weren't pushed under their turret the entire time. There were points where they were, but that is a Sivir and a Janna. That is what they want to do. So the fact that they actually didn't get to consistently keep them stuck under the turret, control the Kog'Maw, a very difficult situation to be in if you were Young Glory.
I feel like the disengaged supports just struggle so much against Braum. We've seen it in the Nami matchup. It's not as bad for Janna, but we'll see what changes here, if anything, as the teams will swap sides. We'll get into our draft for game number 2. Young Glory on the blue side this time around. RNG over on the red. Let's see what these teams do want to ban. See if there are adjustments to be made. Yes, already there are. Azir going to be the first ban from YG.
And not a bad adjustment whatsoever. Of course, Xiaohu having a phenomenal game on that Azir. A big carry for his team. And though everyone did well individually, it was a big standout feature that just tipped them over the edge.
And it's just such a comfort pick for him. I do like taking it away here. So Evelynn banned as well. Out from under MLXG. Kalista getting banned again by RNG. Been a consistent red side ban. In fact, RNG banned it on blue side in the last game there.
I think they'll just ban the same 3, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that would be totally fine. You didn't really do too much wrong in that game, so no reason to really change, except they will ban Echo on the red side, so don't want to give that over to Illusion. It was banned by Young Glory on the red side in game 1 as well.
And Elise is one of the most important things worth considering here, is that first picking Elise, very safe to do, diverse champion in terms of playstyle and just super strong. Has that 1.7 second stun now at level 1 of the Cocoon. Also has magic damage, Spiderlings. Does a whole lot of damage now, so needs to be respected as a champion. We are on 514.
Yep, Nah banned away there, so target bans here from YG for the most part. RNG going to probably stick to the red side trend of banning away the strong champions. Last ban seems to have come through. Is it Elise? I imagine that's it. No, it's not. It's actually Victor that's going to be the final one here. So Elise open for Young Glory if they want to take it. It'll be a fine first pick.
Certainly would be. In fact, it'd be recommended since they have now hovered it even more.
There we go. Elise locked in.
Yeah, so they've locked in the new Elise, the arguably too strong Elise that has rocketed in terms of win rate and solo queue at a challenger level, and is very, very difficult to deal with in the jungle now. So a great first pick here from Young Glory. We'll see if they can put it to good use against this RNG team.
Yep, RNG, though, going to consider their next 2 picks. They know what they're playing up against as far as jungle goes. A lot more pressure and early game here with some decent scaling from the Runeglaive. All available for Illusion. He's got a nice, powerful tool to play with here in this game. And that's dangerous. Illusion, again, one of the best and most experienced players on this side. But it's going to be Lulu, which was banned in game 1, and Braum, the pickups there for RNG.
Yeah, so they do get the Lulu and the Braum, and that is a disgustingly good team. You may even expect Young Glory to pick the Kog'Maw here just to take it away from RNG, because given what they have already, and they played a Kog'Maw without the Lulu, pretty gross.
Yeah, and Wush's Cog was fine here. Seems to be a champion that he's quite comfortable with. But we'll see if they do make that change here. It is telegraphed, like you mentioned, so Young Glory, if they want to deny that, do have the option of taking it now. It's just a matter of, is it something that they're comfortable with?
And of course, it's risky to take it now because it is still an early period of time in the draft. RNG would be a lot safer in doing so because of their first picks. But if they do go for this Young Glory, they are denying it exclusively from RNG, but also revealing their hand.
Yeah, this draft again's a little awkward for Young Glory. They do pick the Kog'Maw. So Kog'Maw release here, have to deny that pick away from RNG. And Rumble seems to be the pick here. So Prophet, all those tanks in the match history, going to go for Rumble here instead.
Of course, a very good adaptation here to actually take that Kog'Maw away. Didn't go for the Janna because they don't need to pick that, as a Braum and a Lulu have already been taken here from RNG.
That was kind of funny. 280 carries all of a sudden on screen. But Woosh maybe looking at Jinx saying, all right, if I can't have Kog'Maw, have a different late game
that would be a
instead.
salt in the wound moment. Let me plays Fizz, beats Prophet.
Oh.
Imagine that. I think he'll go for the Shen, personally.
Yeah, Shen opens actually quite late through this draft. Woosh, by the way, is already locked in. So he's ready to go. Has his Janna. That's what he wanted here in this game. But trying to figure out what else they want. That's Lei they're talking to, I believe. I think trying to get some of the draft strategy going. Actually, could be Let Me. Actually, that would make more sense if it's Let Me. Be like, hey, what do you want to play? We've got a pick for you.
Look, I couldn't help you with this one. I could not help you at all.
Sorry. Hard to remember. There are a lot of players in this league.
There are.
As Nautilus is going to be the selection, which is curious because they already have a Braum and a Lulu.
Yeah, so you'd be
And they
looking
don't
at a
have
guess
a jungler.
at a top lane Nautilus
Yep.
because he does have it in his history. But that also means that they're last picking the jungle, and that jungle was already blind picked by YG.
Yeah, I wonder if RNG have a very specific pick in mind. That's the only reason I can think of needing to see the whole draft here before doing so, but who knows? We'll see soon there. I do like the Nautilus lockdown against the likes of Kog'Maw and even Rumble, but a little tricky to get in range,
by the way,
perhaps.
while I'm thinking about it,
Yep.
mid Lulu with Zeke's Harbinger is a thing in
Yep.
Korea right now.
Oh,
Just
as in
saying.
Lulu gets the Ziggs?
As in Lulu
Oh,
gets the Zeke's. That's a thing.
That's very special.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to put that in your mind.
All
It's
right.
just something to like just consider.
I've been incepted. Just planting a seed in my mind. Well, we'll see if that comes up at all in this game. It'd be great to see some of the new stuff come out, given that we have changed patches. China had a long time on 5.13, but nice to move off that for playoffs here. And promotion, even though the timing's a tad awkward potentially for players, but I'm sure they've had plenty of reps in here on the patches. Twisted Fate, and Nami are the last picks here.
The Fate Twister.
Yep.
He has been locked in. He's got a lot of now mid-game pressure. Will work really well with the Rumble and the Elites. Their kill threat is super high if they can find themselves in a situation where maybe all 5 of them appear in the bottom lane.
Elixir's laughing. He knows what he's done to the crowd. His Pantheon being hovered here by Lei. Gragas open as well. That would make a bit more sense. But I'm expecting something.
So I wouldn't be surprised
relatively
if it's
aggressive.
Lee Sin. He wants something, I guess, that provides a lot of early pressure. So yeah, Gragas and Lee Sin both provide that. He's a lot more comfortable taking the Gragas for the team comp as well. He's got that disengage option. Works really well with the Jinx again. The Kog'Maw was taken, so Jinx is the natural progression in terms of hyper-scaling, protect the carry style of play. And because they already committed to it early, they did have to go for that Jinx immediately. So there's the lock.
Yep, going to lock in Gragas, wait things out here, and take that once more for him. Like, she had a good game there in game 1 on the champion, but Illusion's on Elise. His Rek'Sai game a little underwhelming to start off the series, but Elise is a very high-impact champion. So for highlighting the jungle matchup here in general in the series, Illusion's certainly going to start the game with the upper hand here.
Well, this is the game that if you ever wanted to highlight a jungle, Illusion has to win this game. He's on Elise. He's on one of the strongest junglers right now. It was banned in that first game away from his opponent. MLXG taking that Gragas, matching the early pressure. But it's going to be so hard to deal with the Elise ganks if the Cocoons ever connect. Rumble doesn't necessarily have hard crowd control, so the kill threat in the top lane is lacking, but mid lane, dangerous.
Yeah, and if you ever eat CC, if you ever get cocooned, especially in a long lane, you're just dead. You're so dead.
Super dead.
As we're going to go through the matchups now. Prophet on the Rumble there with Let Me on the Nautilus. Very tanky there for Let Me. Should be okay. Had a great Gnar game. See what he can do here against the subbed-in top laner for Young Glory. But jungle matchup, this is the big one. Illusion on Elise versus MLXG with a repeat play on Gragas.
Yeah, he was very comfortable in that. Gragas has played a fair amount of it in the LPL split already, so nice to see him back on that champion as we move towards the mid lane and got a Twisted Fate up against a Lulu.
Yeah, a bit different here. Fly going to change things up. Xiaohu also going back to Lulu that was banned after game 1. And here's Kog'Maw this time in the hands of Kushu, the 80 carry, for YG. But Woosh trying to match that late game carry potential with the Jinx.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, the Kog'Maw being picked away from them as we move towards the bottom lane. The Braum going to be with that Jinx, one of the biggest threats in that last game.
And Nami into Braum again.
Yeah.
Can be a bit awkward. Great with Kog'Maw, don't get me wrong. Nami excellent there.
Nami Kog is one of the strongest lanes in League of Legends, but against the Braum, the Nami itself as an individual per champion basis, not all that great of a matchup.
We'll have to see how it develops. Let's get onto the Rift for game number 2. Oh, here we are.
That was real quick.
That
We
was
are
great.
so on the Rift.
We're really, yep, right in there. And Illusion, again, moving out on this Elise. He's going to be the big play here for this game. Have to watch how he does work here. But RNG are up a game here in the best of 5. Be a good time for Illusion to go off on a big champion. Equalize the series, make it just a best of 3. Because going down 0-2 in any best of 5 series is always a scary, scary proposition.
Not a position you ever want to find yourself in. But they've got the makings of a fantastic team comp to actually very easily take this game out. It will be execution heavy, though. They've got the Twisted Fate. Needs to hit those ultimates. Illusion needs to hit all of his spells. And the Rumble needs to make sure those equalizers are on point, because RNG's team comp, they can run away with this game the later it goes if the Jinx survives.
Yep, and it's going to be on Whoosh once more. Look for that scaling. Looks like a lane swap actually going to be enacted here. I do like this decision. Just give Whoosh some free time. Unlock the Braum for some roaming and just get the early farm onto your AD carry.
So there's good and bad things about that, is that between a Jinx and anyone taking turrets down, happens immediately. It's very easy to do. You can always have the pressure of MLXG in that lane and zone out a Rumble. So the biggest feature of this is that Prophet will have a very rough time in laning phase in particular. Won't be able to farm as much as he otherwise would like. But they're also unlocking the map more so for the Twisted Fate to hit some big ultimates if they make a single mistake.
And RNG take their time revealing themselves here, but Prophet now knows he's in a 1v2 situation. Illusion does take the red buff. Killy going to help out a little bit, but Lei, very nice zoning here. Going to keep Prophet off the first few waves.
Yeah,
He
Prophet,
leaves. He's like, I'm done.
He knows.
Going to the jungle.
Well then, looks like I'm off to the jungle. Of course, they have an advantage here, RNG, because Rumble is so far by himself. Braum's about to get vision of that blue buff, and they have to share the jungle now between Illusion and Prophet. That's not a great predicament to find yourself in when RNG were already preparing for this. And it seems like Young Glory were caught with their pants down on the lane swap.
Yeah, around their ankles. Prophet lucky not to trip over walking over to the Raptor camp. But he's going to be very delayed here. Lei getting some info. Yeah, very short steps. As they are going to do the Wolf camp together. But that's a big delay, and Lei's even roaming now. Fly's in trouble.
Wow.
Huge body slam there. Fly's just dead. MLXG, another first blood.
4 members are here, but it only takes 2. As Xiao, who running that Ignite mid lane Lulu, actually found control of the lane very early. Not a single summoner spell used, though.
And Illusion's getting 3 buffed. This is so brutal.
I still, like, he didn't flash. One of the hardest things to deal with is actually having to, like, flash away from a Gragas flash body slam. You never know if they're going to use it and when. But a lack of prediction, dying with both of his summoner spells available, a small mistake there from Fly.
Yeah, and now down in CS. Lulu going to continue bullying him there in the lane. As we do have Young Glory's duo lane pushing here in the bottom side, trying to get some gold for everyone else. Illusion and Prophet will get the Scuttle Crab here. They might look for an early dragon, but Illusion knows his jungle's been massacred by MLXG.
He has no choice but to go for the dragon. There's only the Gromp available in terms of jungle camps on that side of the map.
And he does know that should be able to take this safely. Might take a lot of damage doing it, but should at least get it here as Whoosh and Lei going to freeze this top lane here. No fast push for them. They want to try and deny the Rumble as long as possible.
They're looking to scale here on the top side of the map. The Jinx, of course, wants to get those items, start being the hyper carry, work around the fact that Lulu's doing quite well in this middle lane. They've already got MLXG with that first kill of the game as well. So laning phase, again, something that RNG love so very much, but Young Glory are letting it happen.
They are. They just sort of got outfoxed there at level 1, and it's cost them a lot here. Prophet struggling. He's actually level 2 only with 3 CS there. And Lemmy's not having a fun time, but getting a bit more experience there at least. You can see with blue buff, actually.
Lemmy's flanking around the ward. They pinged that earlier.
Smart stuff here. Fly does have his summoners here. Should be able to flash out from this. Does successfully do so. But Fly not going to be so lucky when they come back around.
Thankfully, Fly, of course, not using that flash earlier when he did die, does have it available still now, and is able to get away from that Nautilus hook. But the pressure that they're placing is so very evident that it is in that middle lane. Of course, there's a ward. Hasn't spotted them just yet.
Going again.
They're
Fly.
back.
Wrong side. Now the hook's going to come once more. No flash here. Hook onto the wall. There should be enough. Blocks him down. Body slam's good. Stuns there, but MLXG gets the second.
Super greedy Gragas needs all of the kills for himself right now. But again, they're pressuring Twisted Fate. It's a really telegraphed play here from RNG, but they're making it work.
Oh, nice bubble. They're hitting both. Whoosh and Lei take quite a bit of damage as it's 3v2 in the top lane. Illusion, Killu, and Prophet all trying to take towers quickly here.
This is really risky from RNG trying to sandal this turret. If a Cocoon connects, it'll be coupled with a bubble, and people will die. But Whoosh is level 5. He has a lot of levels, and Lei not necessarily level reliant as a champion. Everyone's going to be okay in that top lane, all things considered. And being behind, Prophet doesn't do damage.
No, and Lemmy's getting free creeps on the bottom half of the map. Kog'Maw just left his lane, actually wanted to buy an item.
Yeah, look, YG are not playing as efficiently as RNG are right now. Of course, spending an entire split dealing with lane swaps against them because their laning phase is their strength. They've then developed a very keen skill for these lane swaps. They're putting pressure down in the mid lane. It's a Twisted Fate that is now going to struggle to roam anywhere else on the map because Lulu is able to keep him down and keep him pressured. And then you look back to the top lane, the Rumble has 12 CS opposed to the 13. But he hasn't been involved in anything yet at all.
Yeah, it's experience that really cost them there in the top lane. As Let Me once again is going to go roaming. Fly has to know that he's going to get killed again. Or at least have an inkling. He's going to take the camp instead though. Fly will be safe for now.
Difficult to 1 versus 1 the Kog'Maw, of course, having that phage available. So Nautilus spending a lot of his time trying to make Twisted Fate's life visible. They're going to flash.
They
Nautilus
might.
has to flash.
Yeah. MLXG does
He's going
not.
to stand there.
They don't have vision just yet.
They want to dive.
They do. Illusion's here as well. They do go over. Stuns down as well. Fly going to get aggressive, but a good Cocoon. Let Me get stunned up, but the Wild Growth is there. Let Me looking to die. Xiaohu gets 1 kill, but Illusion, can he answer back? He hasn't got it. Oh my god, he
tower.
rarely lives. Xiaohu gets executed, and Let Me actually gets out.
Let Me gets out. Prophet.
Now in trouble. Woosh getting bubbled. Very nice stuff there. Jinx ulti is ready. Lei going to keep chasing. Killu's going to get stunned up here. Lei's going to throw the ulti, gets the zap out instead. Illusion's down now as well, but MLXG is going to body slam over the wall. Lei looking to chase in, gets a Spiderling for his troubles.
Spiderlings. The biggest troll, the real hero right there is going to be the Spiderling. So I can't believe Let Me lived to start all of that off.
Xiao who got executed.
And Xiao who got executed through the shield. They do take a turret in the bottom lane. That's a lot of pressure that has been placed in the middle lane. So the fact that Nautilus didn't die is really big because that could have snowballed in the opposite direction. The 2v2 in the top lane severely favoring RNG right now though. They're putting a lot of farm and effort into this Jinx. They haven't decided to take the turret just yet though. They're actually content with it being there because it'll bounce back again and again. And now that the bottom turret is gone, you can freeze it as Let Me right now on this Nautilus and maybe find an advantage in farm for yourself.
Yeah, again, experience still there. Level 6 for Let Me. Prophet got a bit more CS, but he's kind of getting denied levels, which is always tricky for the Rumble. Needs that ultimate to make the high impact plays. MLXG stealing the blue buff once again here. Will walk out with it. Actually doesn't leave a Lizard. Does take them all out there. And I think YG know what's happening, but I don't know if they can get over to Royal Never Give Up's blue buff to take it away from them.
I don't know if they can. They'll certainly look at it as an option. Nami already placing down some vision is going to be spotted by a pink ward. Let Me, as per usual, not laning, ganking.
He's busy. He's in secondary jungler. Looks for Killu.
Has the
Just
ult.
needs the ulti. Does pop it there. Xiaohu going to dodge that bubble. Ulti's flashed there. So Nami will be safe. Now Twisted Fate and Prophet going to come down here as well. Xiaohu's going to get stunned up. He's got his ultimate. He does pop it. Running away though is a little low on mana as Kog'Maw is now going to join in the fight as well. Xiaohu does not have a tower there. He's dodging the CC left, right, and center, but he gets hit by a stun there from TF, and Illusion gets the kill.
There's only so many spells that you can dodge before they connect in the end. The Twisted Fate is not a skill shot with his gold card, so they're able to combo on the back of that. And the blue buff that was already stolen away by the Gragas now responded to in the mid laner of Young Glory, actually securing that one for himself. So all in all, actually a very good trade here for YG.
Yeah, smart stuff there. They actually get a lot back here in this game. They're still behind about 1,300 gold as Woosh does try and pressure this top tower now as well. Can't leave Jinx alone for too long. BF sold there for Woosh means this tower going to take quite a hit here.
It is certainly going to lose a lot of its hit points as Rumble having to use that equalizer.
Yeah, trying to cut them off there. Prophet almost getting stunned up. Does overheat. Illusion getting kicked out of his own jungle once more there.
Lemmy's a jungler, by the way, with MLXG.
Yep.
He doesn't lane anywhere. And it's weird to think, though, considering they haven't sent Jinx anywhere other than top lane. The bottom is always pushed. So they're doing really well here, Young Glory, to actually get all of the farm onto this Kog'Maw that they possibly can. And he's keeping up with the Jinx that has had a free lane.
Yeah, the other lanes are suffering, though. So we'll see how much of a difference the Kog'Maw can make once the team fights roll around. But Prophet getting some CS. Twisted Fate starting to get some as well. Morellonomicon completed now for Xiaohu. And
So far ahead of TF, though.
yeah, Abyssal Scepter plus the home guarded Lucidity Boots. Going to be the first few buys here for Fly. So Negatron into Abyssal, sorry.
Yeah, Negatron, I'm not sure if he'll actually continue to put that into an item. He may just leave it as the Negatron, but having a really bad time in his laning phase indicates having that Negatron cloak. It's also really good against the Gragas and the Nautilus, but there's always going to be that wildcard threat of this Jinx that is basically free to do as she would like, because a lot of their focus has been elsewhere, and being the big carry of the team in late game team fights, worrying proposition here for YG.
Yeah, you can tell both teams have been putting early emphasis on their carries, so we'll see who can out-carry who here, as RNG, at least for now, going to get themselves towards that dragon. Should
Not
be able
going
to
to be
get
contested
it.
at all here from YG. They're going to let that one go down, and a free first dragon here for RMG, one apiece. Actually not too bad, all things considered, but again, RNG looking for that late game stage. They just want a lane phase for as long as possible, and YG doing their very best attempt at letting that happen themselves, as Twisted Fate only now finding some strength.
Yep, getting a bit more aggressive there onto Xiaohu. Prophet as well. Finally back into a real lane here. Let Me has stopped his adventures as a jungler, at least for now. And actually 1v1. Prophet got a nice little edge there in the matchup, at least for now. Although Spectre's Cal for Let Me might make it relatively even. Illusion going to tip the bounce back, sneak into the top lane here.
And he's actually going to be completely unnoticed, as Let Me, in his typical fashion, will probably try and find an opportunity to trade against this Rumble, who's actually gone for Sork Shoes as the first item. Didn't go for that Haunting Guy's option instead.
Yeah, has the Ruby Crystal, so going to build it second, but be aggressive there on the Rumble. Seen a lot more like Merc Treads and the like on Rumbles recently, so kind of a more classic Rumble build here for Prophet.
Yeah, the classic Magic penetration, looking for the mid-game spike with the rest of his team and try and have some really outstanding team fights and mechanics their way back into contention in this game. But at the moment, it's actually not that big of a difference in terms of gold, and MLXG just the big catalyst of the success of RNG thus far, and he is on a pink ward.
I just love the idea of mechanicsing someone.
Yeah.
Oh, stun there from MLXG. PF coming down as well. Bobble follows in. Exhaust is out. MLXG flashes away. Might just be the safety. Xiaohu's there. Good disengage ulti from the Braum. And MLXG will live.
The strength of a Twisted Fate. Suddenly he is bottom lane, and you need to attend that issue. The teleport not even needing to be used by Prophet, though it wasn't available. So Let Me using the one of his own. Very trigger happy with that spell. And now he's losing a lot of pressure in this top lane. Down in CS.
Remember, he spent his life as a jungler in the first 10 minutes of this game. So he's missing the forest. Wants to go down and gank somebody again with the ultimate, but he's going to lose quite a lot of health on that turret. Back down to 50% health or so now. And Xiaohu returns to his lane. Going to get CSing once more here, but Fly kind of got through the worst part of this lane here. Got some nice CS numbers now despite the 3 deaths.
Yeah, and of course, being a Twisted Fate, having a Twisted Fate passive, you're always going to be in a very fantastic position if you can keep up with farm. Lulu not actually having many of the kills at all, being involved in all of them, but only having one for himself, as MLXG is the one with all of the money.
Yeah, again, he's gets first blood a lot. He got it in game 1. He got second blood in this game as well after getting the first. So he has invested in a Sightstone. He's got a Cinderhawk now as well. So these are good stats for him early on, but you maybe think that some of the other carries would have preferred those kills, because this game is very even. Look up at the gold totals and see dragons are even, towers are even. And despite the slight kill lead here, just a Fate passive helping out, only 600 gold ahead for RNG.
That is the difference in kills, basically, between the two teams right now, is that once all is said and done, we are at a dead even point. Now you look at the two teams and you think they've got a big power spike with the Rumble, they've got that big potential for team fighting with the Trinity Force on the Kog'Maw once that is finished. But then the later the game starts to go, the scarier it becomes for YG. because they have to deal with a Jinx and a Lulu combo. And then they've got a front line of a Gragas, Nautilus, Braum, and good luck getting past that ever.
Yep, and Woosh, of course, the big coup de grace in that team comp. Scaling up there. She hasn't spent money in quite a while. That's good CS on the board here, 15.5 minutes in, almost at 150, sitting at level 10. So looking pretty good. Infinity Edge will be on the way soon, and second item shouldn't be too far off here. Looking for maybe a tower here in the bottom side. We'll start pushing things in. And remember, it's Jinx. She does take towers quite quickly.
I just find it funny that someone with the support role is called Kill You as well.
Yeah, especially because his first 2 games here have been exhaust Janna and exhaust Nami. So disengage supports only.
Not very aptly named.
No, might have to change to kill me.
No?
To don't kill you?
Yeah. I cannot kill you, I guess.
Cannot kill you. Well, maybe after the tournament's over. But for now, sticking with his ID. Illusion in the top lane, looking for Nautilus. Not going to find it though, as MLXG flexing his muscles, just showing a bit of presence in the top lane as well. And it's been very quiet between Dragon Spawns, to be honest. Much more of a farm-heavy game. We saw RNG get good leads in their lanes and then snowball them here. But it's been much closer this time with the top lane substitution. So these mid-game team fights, all of a sudden, going to be that much more important in this game.
Definitely so. A much more controlled early game phase here from YG. They haven't just outright lost their laning phase. They're still keeping up, still doing what is required of them. But the Jinx again, Dragon in 50 seconds. Really surprised she hasn't recalled to buy just yet and is overdue to get what should be Berserker Greaves, Infinity Edge, and maybe a Pink Ward.
It's a good buy there.
That's a whole lot of money.
It's getting denied. Prophet, nice flank. Teleported down here for this one. Woosh caught out of position. He will die. Good kill for Kog'Maw with the Trinity Force.
That was so well done, though. They pinged that for seconds in advance. They teleported, and they knew he was recalling. They knew exactly where he was recalling. They cancel it and get a kill with 18 seconds to the Dragons available.
You're pretty close on that buy as well for Woosh. Infinity Edge Zeal's really strong.
Yeah, it didn't go Berserkers into Zeal for that extra crit for the fight. And again, a Pink Ward, which is nice. I actually got that part.
Yeah. Would have been great, except the Dragon's just spawning now.
Woosh.
Woosh is about to be back alive. Young Glory, can they get to the Dragon in time and force? I've got about 34 seconds or so of power play here in the 5v4. Kog'Maw's nice and strong.
They can force immediately or they can't force at all. So they've got top wave pushing, mid is reset and bottom is pushing. They've got control of the side waves and they've got their numbers advantage solely on the fact that Let.Me doesn't actually have his teleport just yet.
Very close, but it's not there. My Young Glory will start the Dragon. RNG, maybe with Woosh dead, figured they were giving it up anyway. So they'll try and get a bit more farm. Do have a bit of a contest here. Lei and MLXG kind of looking at the steal, thinking maybe Dragon resets. Young Glory did not commit. In fact, it's not leashed enough here. MLXG, good ulti, smites away the Dragon. That was adorable.
The Dragon looked like it reset and they backed off and then it anti-reset itself.
Oh, flash! Killyu does flash. No, he did flash.
He flashed.
Gets himself out of the way. Should have as well. Was going to die otherwise.
Yeah, flash for flash right there is fly.
Xiaohu looking for the slow. Does get it. Barely. Lei going to try and tag him. Doesn't get that. Fly should be safe for now, but RNG
Numbers.
descending onto the turret. Exactly.
They've got all of the members in the world here to deal with this. It's very hard for Fly to wave with the Unbreakable.
Really aggressive hook though from Let.Me. Ulti's onto Illusion and the Kog'Maw. Let.Me will die though. Illusion picks up a really easy kill.
Let.Me didn't move for about a solid 5 seconds. He pressed his ultimate.
You can see the zoom there. Like Let.Me's looking a little sheepish after that.
Damn it. He's gone Banshee's Veil first item. He has a Lulu to support him. And he still goes down. Now the Elise is doing max health, missing execution damage onto him. So very strong play here. Twisted Fate got his Abyssal Scepter going. Look, it's getting real scary for RNG in terms of team fighting and what their team comp is designed to do. They want to get through it.
Yeah, but they're going to lose this turret.
Yeah.
No, not quite. 1,000 gold up for Young Glory now. A slim lead, but a lead nonetheless here. You can see that momentum starting to build. Rumble getting stronger. Prophet having a much better game here. Actually ahead of Let.Me in CS this time around. Kyushu looking fine as well.
And of course, the beauty of a best-of-5 series is you never know which team's going to turn up on game one, but they get it back together for the second game. So we're in a much more consistently even style of play. They've got their team comps. They're looking for mid-game here, YG, with a lot of late game scaling to boot, whereas RNG pretty much exclusively in that late game strength, working around Wushu, has his items, but is not able to output damage if Let Me is trying to kill himself under turrets.
Well, Gold will get equalized though, tower goes down, and RNG get ever so slightly ahead on the gold lead, but probably less than 100 gold between it, so not really irrelevant there. And we're just going to keep farming. He's getting strong, like you mentioned. RNG just need to kind of line up a nice team fight, probably waiting on second item for their carry. Xiaohu as well. Sorry, especially looking for that second item. I assume Rabadon's going to be coming up.
Yeah, you would assume, based off even the fact that he's gone for Sork Shoes to survive for as long as possible. We'll go Rabadons, which is the augmentation build to actually just give you as much health as possible here for whoever he chooses to use that ultimate on. And assumedly, of course, Woosh's everything they're doing is going towards ensuring Woosh lives and ensuring that he outputs damage, as that is a static shift now done for him. And that is a very great position to be in.
Yeah, really strong. Now for this Jinx, Cog working on his Blade of the Ruin King as well, so not too far behind. But again, quiet games between Dragon Spawns, it feels like.
He's so good in this team comp right now. He's going to be the heart and soul of their team fighting if he plays it right. Twisted Fate can't use his cards, Cosmo can't use the Voidus and auto attacks. Nami can't use
can't
a
do
single
anything.
thing.
Yeah.
Even the Equalizer can be blocked.
Yeah, and we've talked about Braum being such a strong pick. I feel like part of it is just the picks that you deny more than how strong you are.
Yeah, and like a team fight breaks out, you just press Unbreakable and nobody behind you dies. It's really good at diffusing picks, and that is the one thing that YG have right now in their comp. They're looking again at mid-game, but they've got that pick potential to actually engage around mid-game, where they've got an Elise Cocoon, Twisted Fate stun card, and a Nami bubble to boot.
Illusion actually going tanky, by the way, so no Runeglaive this time around, but just fine here on the Cinderhulk build as well. Do kind of need a front line with a Rumble in the lineup.
That's right, he doesn't have a tank. He does need to be the dedicated tank player, and you can see Cinderhulk Sightstone into immediate tanky items. Very smart decision here from Illusion, adapting and not needing to be that carry. It's not required of him.
Not this time. Plenty of late game here for YG. RNG trying to crack this mid lane turret. Been on about 200-300 health for a while now as Lei eats some CC. A bubble there as well. He's blocked everything, but he's forced to flash out. A good ulti's going to disengage, but a great equalizer down to zone them off, and Lei's going to die. Kill You finally lives up to his name. Claims the kill credit there as Fly's gone in, but he's going to get hooked up by Let Me. MLXG off to the left, caught off as well, but he'll flash out of the way. Woosh and Xiaohu taking damage, but they'll be all right.
Fly with a very, very weird ultimate to actually go to the complete side and actually be hooked by Let Me. Doesn't go down, but the exhaust was used onto Woosh. And after all of that, Braum, as we said, can block literally everything that YG have to offer. The equalizer came down. It was enough to force him into an awkward spot where he did go down. So they make another pick. It is what their comp is designed to do, but they're doing it well.
Might still lose this tower though, despite the kill. Would not be the best result here. Kog'Maw defending though. Xiaohu has to be careful. Does have his ultimate still. So does Woosh, and Let Me, who's also with them, was ready. YG will come in, defend this tower. Try and keep it alive for that much longer, as Fly has actually gone with 40% CDR. Merlinomicon completed second.
Yeah, he's gone for that max CDR build. Interesting that he's going to go for that. He's not looking to split push just yet. He is looking to be a part of picks, be involved in team fights, and that will help him get as many gold cards as possible. The potential for split pushing is there. He's not going to dedicate himself to it, as it's not really possible for him to deal with Let Me. He couldn't really 1v1 Woosh unless the stun can instantly kill him, or it'll get turned around completely on its head. And right now it's a QSS stun as well, so
Yep.
good luck.
Yeah, Twisted Fate, much more team fight oriented here for Fly.
Yeah.
And just poking with his cards.
Exactly. He's looking to poke, looking to stay around for as long as possible. He doesn't want to all in and just instantly burst somebody. He's got the team comp to work with it though.
Good pick if they can get it. MLXG is crucial here. He's going to get picked off. That's a lot of CC. Yeah. Fly will get credit for the kill. That means Young Glory are going to take this dragon.
Seriously, it's Elise team comp. They first picked the Elise, so it's telegraphed into how they generally play with it. They've gone for Twisted Fate mid-tier, Nami as the support, and they are just constantly keeping them locked down to the point where no one moves. Lei almost did not move the entire time.
Illusion getting locked up. That's not a bad pick. But Let Me just kind of follows in with the poke. Fly was bottom lane. He teleported down there. to push the wave, using his ultimate to get there. So he does create some pressure.
This mid tower, though.
They want it so bad. RNG.
Look at all the wards from different fights.
Good poke in. Needs some damage on the turret, but it's too much. Cogmore Rumble putting up too much damage.
Risky, though. They know Twisted Fate wasn't there. He is here now and has some wave clear. So getting in range for a Jinx onto this turret is near suicide. They need to actually respect him. As much as they want this turret, as much as they really desperately want to unlock this part of the map, they've now got the side waves pushing back in their directions that they can answer to.
And again, we've seen a lot of waiting, I guess, between dragon spawns here. We've got 2 apiece, 4 total actually in this game in 26 minutes. Quite a few. And the teams have just sort of been jockeying for position between the objective spawns here. But again, a very close game here. Young Glory do have a slim gold lead, but been very slim all game long here. And it feels like neither team are really getting any traction, just getting their scaling, looking for fights.
Xiaohu's item build's great.
Double blasting wands?
He has so many wands.
He's a very powerful wizard.
And rods and, yeah, I don't
And
know.
books.
He is the biggest wizard of all time with so many hands.
Well, I mean, he's probably going Revenant's Deathcap Void Star. But
he could have just went Amp Tome, or he could have got wards instead of getting it. He wanted the item immediately, and now he has no item slots available until he finishes the whole death cap, which is like, what is it, like 8 pounds, 2,200?
I think so.
They changed the skill path because
Red Buff contest does go to Illusion. Yeah, he did get it. Whoosh. Looking.
finally get mid.
Yeah, Baron's like maybe the objective here, but look at Xiaohu. He's like, I know what to do, team. Swoops into the mid lane.
Guys, they finally left mid.
And that's a good pick here for RNG. It's what they've wanted for the last 10 minutes or so. And they'll finally get it. 3 apiece now on turrets, just to make the game that much more even.
And we're actually trying to zone them
Nope,
away.
don't do it. Get stunned. Bubble there as well. Too much damage, and that's an easy kill for Cogmore.
Not
Ooh,
entirely
Fly.
sure.
Going in? Where'd he go?
He's
Fly?
there.
There he is. Going in there. Good ult from Wei. Fly a little low on mana. Woosh forced to QSS out, but they're chasing in Prophet. No ultimate, used it already. So that's going to stop the chase potential.
Yeah, I don't really know what MLXG was trying to do just there. He was really aggressive. He was looking to zone YG away from their own second turret, maybe push the Cogmore from last hits, but the trigger was pulled by YG. Fly using that flash, hitting that gold card. He goes down before he can react again. You don't do that against the pick comp.
No, and it's happened the last few times here. It's been YG sort of keeping control of this game despite not getting too many objectives out of it. But again, lots of scaling here. Cogmore's getting farmed. He does have his 2 items, working on that 3rd. But I feel like we're just going to get around the Baron Pit or a 4th or 5th Dragon.
Yeah.
And a big team fight's going to happen and the game will end because it's been really back and forth. But no team has got a clear, decisive lead just yet.
It is starting to mount up to a big moment where some team just says, you know what, let's win the fight. Or there's just, again, like RNG are still trying to ramp up their strength. They've got the death cap completed now for the Lulu, who can now work on her void stuff, has that item efficiency finally in place, and a spare slot.
For that pink ward.
Yeah, that's right.
Does have upgraded yellow trinket, but probably wants to make sure there's enough vision covered here in the game.
Speaking of vision covered in the game, RNG's vision around the red side and Baron of the map is actually really good for them right now. It's very defensive though. Most of their wards are neutral and or defensive.
Don't want to get Twisted Fated, I feel
Yeah,
like.
but Twisted Fate can ult from defensive on his side of the map.
True.
That's the thing, is that they haven't adjusted their wards to be deep to spot anyone. They're exclusively neutral.
And it does feel like they've been playing back quite a lot, just respecting the power of Twisted Fate, Elise,
Yeah.
Nami, everyone.
Well, yeah, they're in a point of power right now. This Elise is really, really tanky. The Twisted Fate, almost at his 3rd item already, and considering how his laning phase went, doing very well for himself. Top lane, though, that's a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, Zonya's completed for Prophet. He's got the Horning Guys Silk Shoes, had them for a while. Good CS there as well with 4 assists. Rumble looking good. But Lemmy's getting stronger. He's building Frozen Heart up next. And again, it's just a lot of scaling for both these sides. But RNG in particular seem to be playing for that late game. More than happy to cede some territory if it means they get to buy time. But Baron's going to start to be a big objective for these 2 teams. Twisted Fate's even off on a bit of split push duty now as well. RNG can't sit around forever hoping to scale to late game.
XG.
Oh, good catch. Ulti there as well. Xiaohu going to come in. Polymorphs him. The knock-up's there as well. Fly's going to come back in. MLXG soaking up a lot of damage. Woosh throws his ulti down as well. Brom's also come in, but it's not been set up quite correctly here for RNG. Good equalizer, splits them off there as a Cocoon hits Lei for the kill. Let me gonna dive all the way back in. Kilyu's gonna get low. Kog'Maw low there as well. MLXG trying to re-engage. Illusion comes back down from the rappel, but Prophet's damage is massive. Elise gets 2 as Kilyu gets the 3rd. And that went horribly wrong for Royal.
That went so badly for what RNG were trying to do. Another pick.
Illusion finds the flash Cocoon coming in onto Xiaohu. Low on mana, rappel does not complete, but YG will get the objectives.
And YG, again, they get a lot of kills from that engage. They turn it around. They just consistently make picks. The Kog'Maw being taken away from RNG was a masterstroke in terms of their drafting, and the Jinx just cannot have the impact that he otherwise would have liked. And you can see right now, a big MLXG takes a lot of damage. The Braum tries to disengage, but Prophet puts down that zoning equalizer, basically. Forces them into a position where they have to avoid it, and then they get cocooned and die. Let Me tries to go back in and make something happen, but it just doesn't really work in their favor. At least avoiding that one with the rappel. MLXG trying to have a presence, but Woosh is caught again, another cocoon. Like, it's just absurd to consider where he was positioned right there.
Yeah, Illusion doing a lot of work in that team fight, to say the least. And Woosh's damage was not there compared to the Kog'Maw here. Even with Lulu around, it's not quite 3 items yet for Jinx, and 3 items done now for the Kog. So YG finally find the first decisive little lead here in this game. They're up about 4k gold, but they do need to get a bit more. They got some towers, 4-3 now.
Is an interesting choice of itemization here as well from the Jinx. Seemingly Mercurials or a Bloodthirster is the way that he's going, but I was expecting more of a Last Whisper style. Actually put on your carry pants basically, and just be this overbearing carry for your team that you can have a Lulu to back up, but instead going for the raw damage option against people that are stacking a bit of magic resistance. Elise in particular has a lot of magic resistance, but is very slippery in terms of being able to auto-attack. You've got a Rumble with the Zhonya's, a Twisted Fate with the Zhonya's. I feel like Last Whisper just would have been a better investment.
Yeah, and that's always the case with Last Whisper. So to me, that just signals that Woosh is trying to buy more time. But that is a lot of scaling. We've said this game has been slow, but I don't know if Woosh necessarily has time for that.
I don't think he does. If it continues in the way that it is going now, there's going to be one more fight until they're in a position where it's near impossible for them to come back from. He has a lot of money. He's pretty much the only person matched with his lane opposition. So he's doing well, but that is their entire plan in a nutshell. And if he doesn't get going with his items sooner rather than later, then their plan is taking longer and longer to be put into effect. Baron becomes a threat, Dragon becomes a threat, and the way into this game is waning.
Yeah, it is. And YG is starting to pick the pace up just a little bit here in the game. I think they feel strong with their Cog. Having a big stack of items is Kilyu. Locket there's pretty nice. Got a Sightstone there as well. Not entirely sure what the Tear of the Goddess is doing there. Only just noticed it then. We'll see what happens. I'm excited at least.
He's doing some things. Giving him some mana.
Yeah.
Nami, one of the most mana-intensive supports, and Tear is one of the most cost-efficient mana-giving items. I would be very surprised if he upgraded it and didn't just leave it at the tier.
Curious to see when he got that. I only just noticed it then. Might have snuck it into the
had it
build.
for a little while.
Yeah. Would think so. Well, we'll see how it works out. I do like it.
Welcome to China.
Yeah, pretty much. Good times. Void stuff up for Rumble as well. Prophet's really strong also. 007. Very high amount of kill participation here in this game as they barely missed that ward.
That's twice,
RNG's
by
Death
the way.
Brush.
There was a Oracle's basically on top of the Gragas earlier who walked past that area and just missed it again. So that one ward,
Doing a lot of work
the
here.
hero.
Oh, MLXG going to try something. Good ult there onto Kog'Maw. They're going to descend upon him, but he does not take enough damage. Lei will block them up there with the ulti, but Woosh can't get in there for the damage. Lei's going to go down. He's been stunned forever by all the CC from Young Glory, and they'll just keep chasing. MLXG's the next target. They'll jump in on with Illusion. Kog'Maw's going to get the second kill. Letme's going to get stunned as well. Bubble there onto Woosh. He does cleanse the stun there, but he will go down to Prophet, who finally gets a kill for himself. And now Illusion chasing out Xiaohu. Letme running out as well. 3 clean kills once again for YG.
And Young Glory just playing these really well. Of course, RNG the ones trying to engage, and it's a very desperate decision from them because I don't really understand why they're trying to do it. There was that one ward that still spotted them, and at least even threw a cocoon at them prior to the engagement actually happening. And it feels like RNG are just trying their best to not win this game right now.
Yeah, just really smart engages from YG with some good warding. Gets himself the Baron buff now as well, and all of a sudden, a game that took a while to ramp up to this point, 35 minutes in, but finally a definitive lead now for Young Glory. 7,000 gold ahead. Dragon number 4 for them up in a minute 45. And Kog'Maw goes back, gets an extra BF sold, and Woosh is still struggling for offensive item number 3.
And it's like they're counter-engaging. They're not directly engaging themselves, because every single time they've won a fight, it's RNG trying to push that with the Gragas explosive cask. And granted, they've all been good. The engages have still been perfectly fine. They just immediately flash on. They're capitalizing on that fact. And it's just not the best decision making right now.
I feel like they just don't have follow-up, right?
Well,
Like,
they don't.
Xiaohu's
Yeah.
not playing like an assassin or anything. So when you catch someone, MLXG has been getting the ultis down. It's just like, well, I did all my things, but that's
Can't
it.
zero ult them.
Yeah. Or anything ult them. Lulu. I mean,
Victor would have been good.
Yep. I mean, Lulu's a fine pick. Xiaohu's a good Lulu player, but if RNG are going to play this comp, play to the strength of your comp.
And RNG banned Victor, but like Elise was still available. So in terms of pick and ban phase, they could have left Victor open.
And Illusion's done work this game.
Yeah.
A lot of work. As Young Glory with their Baron buff. Going to try and take some more turrets. Fly off to the side there as well. Great poker in the turret as well. So much threat here from the Young Glory side, especially with TF having his ultimate ready. Even going to wrap around, might look for a dive. Find Xiaohu instead. But he's going to start ripping through turrets. Doesn't even have a Lich Bane. But it'll do plenty of damage regardless.
Still going to be very scary, of course. Doesn't need it to do damage when he has the picker card and can golden card and not stun, but augment his damage increase onto those turrets. RNG looking to mount a defense bot lane, but Fly's been left by himself now.
He's actually looking very
He wants the
aggressive.
turret.
He does. Almost like he wants to kill them first, but gonna wait for the minion wave here. RNG will back away and give up the tier 2. Smart choice there, but Fly did the right thing. Buys enough time for his team to get a nice turret in the bottom lane.
Dragon number 4
Wait,
as
what?
well.
Ah, that's why they're leaving. Where'd they go? It's Dragon 4. Just a quick detour and straight back to sieging.
Yeah, well, they've still got some Baron buff remaining. Of course, the blue buff on the way. They're just taking every single objective that they can. And their way of winning this game, RNG, is starting to become very, very limited. Jinx, though the soul carry, has that Bloodthirster completed, a bit of survivability and an extra bit of damage output. I mean, you've got one carry right now from RNG. YG have many.
They do. It's really every time we see Rumble, it's the same story. Just too many threats.
But even just between the mid lane,
Yeah.
it feels like Fly has been doing more work.
I agree. 139 there for TF. Good amount of CS as well. And he's not a split pushing TF, but he's still creating pressure with his Baron buff. And he's been great in the team fights as well. Like you said, every time I see Lei hit Unbreakable, it's great that he's blocking damage, but he hits like 5 stuns in a row, it feels like.
Yeah, well, this is the team comp that Young Glory put into effect, as well as that they're layering their crowd control really well. And it's to the point where the people literally could not move, even with the Unbreakable available. They crowd controlled him until he ended, and then killed him afterwards.
And Lei, oh sorry, Kog'Maw's following up nicely for the damage.
Yeah.
So it's all going well here for Young Glory.
But he's not being touched, basically.
No, oh, they can't get through at all. There's way too much pressure. I mean, I don't think, you know what? I don't think I've seen a Nami ultimate this game.
I have.
That's how untouched the Kog'Maw has felt.
I've seen a single one,
Okay.
and it didn't really do much because it wasn't required to. I like that the Nami got the elixir too, by the way, for that Baron push. Extra damage to turrets, extra. I think
Yeah.
the minion augmenting one.
Yeah, the blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good times. Clever stuff there. But, sorry, Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, added on top of the Kog'Maw build, so he is huge at this stage of the game. 4-item Kog'Maw is a real threat. Like, Cog's fine at almost every item point. Like, 1's good, 2's good, 3's, like, yeah, pretty
Great.
good. But 4's awesome.
4 is ridiculous. He's beyond massive right now. It needs to be respected, and they are engaging on him. They're trying their best to engage on him, but the follow-up that they have is lacking because they're trying to protect the Jinx. So the front line, if it doesn't engage onto Kushi, then it's really rough. But if they're engaging, it's just as rough regardless.
Rough is a good way to describe this game for RNG. It's almost 10,000 goal behind here with Dragon 5 and likely a Baron in the next few minutes. All things they have to start worrying about. The one saving grace is that RNG are yet to have their base broken, but it's only a formality here as they're trying to make a catch.
There they go.
Look for kill you. Pops the ulti there for Nautilus. Tidal wave out there for Nami to disengage. And now Prophet going to come down. Good equalizer to cut them off, and Lei again. Just eating too much damage. Hops away there on top of Nautilus. But YG, too threatening.
No one died, but they engaged. YG still looking to go. I don't think they're going to get it. They'll get the turret from it in the middle lane. You would imagine everyone having to recall from RNG. They'll need to regroup. We'll see if they can actually mount a defense for this turret. Illusion tanking.
Gonna go for it. MLXG looking for something. Doesn't have his ultimate. Base is finally broken. Inhibitor exposed there. Kilyu's gonna be the target. But that's so much damage on the Gragas. Kog'Maw just evaporates him.
MLXG is an interesting man.
He is at two very different games.
He's polarizing.
Very polarizing. Prophet gets grabbed. That's not a bad pick, but he pops his on his good bubble. As Brom's going to go down there and Illusion repels away to safety. Second kill there as Kog'Maw's going absolutely bonkers in the back lines.
They're low right now though. Xiaohu's already got 2 of the kills, so they need to back off. They do get the inhibitor for their troubles. And Whoosh, he was outputting damage, and it was a very prolonged trade, but it was to the point where the damage he was outputting is just not comparable to that of this Kog'Maw. 6, 0, and 8. He is a complete freak of nature right now in terms of his damage. And Jinx has spent too much of his money towards defensive items.
Yeah, Bloodthirster and QSS instead of Last Whisper. Pickaxe only just now picked up for Whoosh. So he's half an item behind. Was a full item behind before in that last fight. And with Spectre's counter online for the Kog'Maw. Ooh, looking for a catch. Xiao takes a lot of damage here. Fly No Ghost can't really speed through this. Good Glitter Lance just to move the Twisted Fate away.
Twisted Fate, one of the better scaling mid laners in the game. Has a whole lot of damage, even without that Lich Bane. And something that needs to be addressed. And I do like that he's changed his build up according to the game. Didn't go for that split pushing Lich Bane option. Instead went for the Morellos, maxed that cooldown reduction, and just tried to be everywhere on the map.
And that's what he's done. Lots of low cooldown cards as well. You get those stuns rotating around, and I assume that's Death Cap on the way. Could be Luden's as well. But going to be good damage regardless here as Fly happy to threaten people here. Just zone them out. Baron is back alive, so I believe that's the objective Young Glory might look to next.
Yeah, Dragon number 5 here for Young Glory. You would probably prioritize this one, even if you were RNG, over that of the Baron. Get control of the area, and this is now the moment that the game is starting to mount towards. The desperation attempt will have to come out to defend this Dragon from going down. They may look to trade instead.
That is a really scary looking Elise.
In fact, they're already going there. They're already starting.
Oh god, RNG.
They do not care.
No, they've been spotted. Ult there, pop by Fly. They're going to look for a pick. Lei flashes forward, ult out as well. But Tia full flash to safety. And that's a lot of cooldowns bent for RNG. They have to run. They're going to get flanked here by Fly. Pops the ulti, good equalizer to cut them up. No kill just yet. MLXG going to go back in. Fly actually gets knocked back into the team. They're looking for it, but he pops his on. His Lei goes down to Kog'Maw, and he's so protected in the backlines. He eats the ult from Nautilus, but RNG have already taken too much damage. Whoosh has to find the hits, but he's not getting them out.
Whoosh got excited, so he's able to work around and get down some
they got
good auto attacks.
That is a good kill. But Young Glory, 4v5, ping the Dragon. That's where they're going to run to.
And Dragon number 5, still the option, even if they are 1 member down. Of course, they will be up sooner if the fight is overly prolonged. But they are going to take this Dragon down so quickly that I don't even know if RNG can react.
RNG went the cautious way around. Yeah, too much damage here. That's the thing about Dragon. The buff scales, but its health doesn't scale nearly as well.
No.
It dies really quickly in the late game, especially with a 4-item Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and YG have got control of mid because the inhibitor's down. Bottom, they've got that wave pushing themselves, and they're still waiting to get items here. Whoosh and the rest of RNG may look for that Desperation Baron, but that's really risky.
RNG are running out of good choices to make in this game. Fly is back in 8 seconds, and Young Glory is still happy to fight.
They lost the bot lane turret. They can just go for Baron.
Yeah, Young Glory going to go to it. They already pinged it. They know there's a threat there. RNG forced into a bad choice. No real choice here, actually. They'll just lose. They'll just start losing objectives.
Yeah, they're going to bleed everything there. Of course, they had no choice but to deal with bottom. That was really close.
Good attempt. Nice block there from the Nami. This Fly gets
2 turrets. The minions took 2 turrets in that bottom lane whilst all of this was happening. Things could not have gone worse for RNG.
And you can see the 5 dragons, the Baron.
But the last Whisper is done.
Whoosh starting to do damage. He's ready. I mean, look, RNG working for late game. Xiaohu's got a Lich Bane and Avoid stuff. He does some damage here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Can't really output the same
And
damage.
it's not about that they're putting out damage anymore. It's about that their front line is not able to front line anything. It's a 5th Dragon and Baron buff on a Kog'Maw that will shred everything ever. Prophet has got the Rylo's Crystal Scepter as well, so he's very sticky and does a whole lot of damage himself, especially because this Dragon does the damage over time. Look at that.
That is a lot of damage.
See a minion waves.
And I have good news for you, Rusty. Look down the bottom there. Kilyu's had some curious choices with the tier there.
He's done it.
But he's got the Harbinger.
And he's blinded to the Kog'Maw.
That sounds really gross.
Oh my god. I don't want to know how much damage they do when they become gold and shiny.
It's a lot.
Oh yeah, like it's a whole lot.
RNG probably have to give this inhibitor up. A little too dangerous to try and take it now. Illusion's going to try and do some of the damage here.
They're going to bleed this inhibitor sooner or later, depending on what RNG want to do. It is gone.
Yeah, Kog'Maw pops his W, makes it a lot easier. Second inhibitor respawns, they'll take that as well. And this game's looking very similar to the last one, except it's Young Glory.
They're gold.
They're going to
Zeke's Herald
change
go.
things out. Zeke has arrived. Golden Kog'Maw is here.
Look how gold
he is so shiny.
He is the shiniest Kog'Maw to ever exist.
Oh, gets grabbed. No, Banshee's Veil denies them. They're trying to look for the last fight. RNG get knocked up by the bubble, and Kog'Maw, he's just doing a little too much damage. Illusion in the backside, chasing off Xiaohu, and this looks to be a game. RNG have to defend their Nexus. And Kog'Maw's actually forced to flash, but they've got too much damage. Nexus falls down, and Young Glory going to even the game up.
Young Glory making it 1-1 right now in a fantastic start in the second game of the best of 5 series for these guys. A fantastic showing from them in the second game, making it back from what was a really, really dire situation to be in from game 1. And it's nice to see them bounce again.
And honestly, Rusty, it feels like starting to feel like a series that's about Kog'Maw more than anything else. That's 2 very impressive Kog'Maw games from either side, and not to mention that Elise was also left open.
Yeah, the Elise was a big issue that needs to be addressed into the next coming games, something that should not be allowed to be given to them whatsoever. They find themselves with the first pick of that Elise. Illusion going massive on that champion. A lot of questions here for RNG.
And not a lot of answers there, unfortunately for them. The game was close for about 25 minutes, but they just didn't have the power points. Like Wuxia's build might have been slightly misdirected. Certainly the picks that Young Glory had, they made work very well.
Yeah, no, they were running a pick comp, and they did exactly that. RNG trying to get turrets down, trying to push down mid lane. Didn't work for them very well at all because even the tanks would die before they could actually react. So really well played here from Young Glory.
Yeah, strong stuff there. We'll have to see which team can pick it up. It's a best of 3 now in this best of 5 as both teams take a game apiece. Don't go too far away. The LPL promotion tournament is going to be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL promotion tournament here at the end of the 2015 summer season. My name is Julian Patriot Time Car. Joining me is Zach Rusty Pies. We're up to game 3 now of Young Glory versus Royal Never Give Up. And after getting, honestly, schooled in game 1 there by RNG, YG had a really good game in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, they got dismantled in the first game. RNG ran them around. They won laning phase and took laning phase to the rest of the game and basically snowballed from there. But game 2 came around. Another story here. YG, this Young Glory side, turned it back on. They got a team comp that they looked really comfortable playing as and were able to do the exact opposite to what RNG did in game 1. They won laning phases through what was basically a very awkward start. They weren't ready for the lane swap. They reacted very slowly to the lane swap, but they turned that back around.
And RNG didn't have the same strong lanes, couldn't. The top laner sub actually Profit.
Yeah.
Stroke of genius for that substitution there. Moving the Rumble back, moving the Rumble player, at least for that game, into the lineup. Had a much better time than Save did there up against Let Me. Because Let Me had such a great game 1 that when he wasn't that strong on the Nautilus this time, Woosh couldn't get things snowballing there, and his Jinx lane actually fell behind quite significantly to Kog'Maw on items. And the mid lane on Xiaohu, good Lulu player. Lulu not really the highest impact champion. Kind of needs to just farm up, can be a bully. But MLXG did not have the same Gragas game. Elise over on the other side there for Illusion went absolutely crazy.
And MLXG just needs to stop taking the team's kills as well, because he's getting good ganks off, but he's just taking every single kill. And it's not a position you want to find yourself in as the tank player on this Gragas. So
no.
He started making a lot of aggressive decisions afterwards. He was engaging for the team, but he was also the one with the money. And, I mean, RMG, they had the idea there. They tried to get back into the game. The Elise, it can't be there again.
No, it really can't. I mean, the Braum was good again there from Lei, but just when you're blocking everything, if you eat all of the CC and damage, even if you're Braum, you are going to die through Unbreakable. And there were just no good engages, it felt like, there.
They were RNG. Yeah, they tried so hard to actually find an engage, but they really had nothing to capitalize on the explosive cast from the Gragas. They had a Lulu, a Braum, and a Nautilus. So their capabilities of following it were there. They were evident. Like, a Nautilus is very good for engaging, for following engages. But their team comp revolved a lot more around ensuring the Jinx was alive. And the Jinx wasn't doing damage compared to the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, frontline was dying there, getting CC'd up. Kog'Maw doing plenty of damage there over on the Young Glory side. And it might just be a series all about that AD carry. We're going to have to find out soon as we move into our Game 3 draft momentarily. But so far, it's been 2 different games. RNG dominating in Game 1, honestly, having an excellent start there, finishing, I think, under 30 minutes. Bit of a longer one there for Young Glory, but still able to come out nice and strong towards the end. And tricky stuff for both these sides. Again, you only get one shot here in the promotion tournament. It's best of 5 or bust. And 1-1 are going to shrink that down. Basically playing a best of 3 now.
Yeah, basically. But of course, the first 2 games, the dictator of where the pick and ban phases will take them. So whilst it is in a way a best of 3, it is an influence best of 3 now, 1 apiece.
Yep, have to consider all those picks. And we see adaptation once again. RNG going to ban away the Rumble. Profit had a great Rumble game there in game 1. We'll ban Shen there as well. So 2 top lane bans. Pretty targeted there. Braum actually going to be banned by RNG. So respect the power, but don't want to first pick it again. And 2 junglers banned for Young Glory, Evelynn and Elise.
They're getting rid of the Elise smartly because they're not the first pick in this particular game. And another targeted ban, this time not in the jungle though.
No, it's Azir banned away from Xiaohu once again. Again, his Lulu's good. It was banned in game 1.
Whoa.
But Echo's gotten through. 2 junglers banned, wasn't 3. And MLXG is going to take Echo.
Yeah, MLXG, a very good Echo player, started to become heavily into contention for him lately, so smartly taking that one for himself. The Elise being banned off the tables, you'll most likely see Illusion go back to standard, the Gragas or the Rek'Sai.
But Na's been taken there by Profit. That's away from Let Me, and Kalista has gotten through the draft for the first time in a very long while. Usually banned away with very good reason, but RNG answer Thresh and Victor are their next 2 picks.
And it's crazy, they've actually gone for the Echo over the Kalista because they either don't want Illusion to have it or they desperately want it for themselves, and both reasons perfectly viable, but they give up a Gnar and a Kalista. Let Me doesn't have the opportunity of actually playing what was a very strong Gnar for him in that first game, to the point where they actually subbed out their top laner.
Yep, that's how good his Gnar was.
Yeah.
And then Profit stepped into the lineup and had a very good game on Rumble. And now we're square here as far as game score goes in the BO5. But still time here for both teams. Illusion probably looking to take away the Gragas this time here. Against the Echo, be perfectly fine. Had Rek'Sai in game 1. Maybe not too happy with that champion.
Shaky game.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai in game 1. The Gragas may be a much more comfort area for him. Of course, not having the Elise available. We'll see how he does go if they lock this one.
Morgana picked there to pair him with the Kalista. Probably expecting some hard engage. Want to try and protect that AD carry. Kalista, a little fragile to hard CC, but very strong if she gets snowballing in a fight. And that is going to be Gragas for Illusion there as well. So pretty expected picks here. But RNG knew they were giving up Kalista. They picked Echo immediately. Wush has already locked in Draven.
He's locked that in.
He always locks in his own champion. Have you noticed that?
But he always locks in Draven against Kalista.
Yep.
That's his go-to as his counter pick, and he's a fantastic Draven player. He seems to, I won't say disrespect Kalista as a champion. He respects the better Kalista players 100%, but if he ever feels like the AD carry that he's against isn't great, he'll let them pick Kalista, and then he will honestly just Draven them. He did this against Xiaogu.
Yeah, and you can tell, like, RNG, locking in Hecarim there as well for Let Me. Going to be also good against the Kalista, although Morgana might make it a bit trickier. Twisted Fate might be coming in again also here for Young Glory, but yeah, I agree with that assessment on Wush. Very aggressive player. You could tell that RNG were giving away Kalista because they insta-locked Echo. They had that already considered, but Wush has the counter ready to go. If this matchup works out, he's going to look like a genius.
Well, it's worked out for
But he
them
might
once
look
before.
really silly.
Well, yeah, I mean, he will look really silly if it doesn't work out. But again, it has worked, and it worked against the team that is currently second in this split of the LPL, Xiaogu, and against a very good AD carry. He has the most kills in the LPL.
Yeah, we're not going to see Xiaogu for a long time.
No.
Sitting all the way, hanging out in the upper
Comfortable on their high perch.
upper bracket effectively over the playoffs. So they're hanging out. They'll have lots of time to relax, to train, get things going. For these teams, unfortunately for them, it is battle all the time. They've had not very much rest between the LPL finishing, especially for RNG. And it's full pelt now. Fly going to take Twisted Fate once more. Had a good showing on it here. Victor's the champion this time. They're very different for Xiaohu.
This is so much better for RNG in terms of their team composition. They've got a carry top laner right now on the Hecarim. Echo is still highly capable of carrying the game, but they're both pseudo-tanky champions, so it plays to their team very well, is that MLXG wants the kills. Well, he can have them now, and he can still carry on that tanky champion. Xiaohu, no longer playing Facilitator, is actually going to be a carry champion mid, and that feels like it suits Xiaohu far greater than playing something like the Lulu. Wush, need you say anything about the Draven?
Nope.
He is Draven. And we'll move on to Lei, who is actually on a very comfort champion.
Yeah, loves his Thresh. An excellent Thresh player. Could see a lot of really good stuff between the jungler and support from RNG. They do a lot of work when they play playmaking champions, and RNG are just much more comfortable. This draft, to me, isn't just better as far as composition goes. I think it's much better suited to how they like to play, and just kind of better put together in general. So we'll see how that works out. Let Me on the Hecarim versus Proper for no, that's not Rumble. For the first matchup here.
Yeah, they've got the Hecarim against the... You almost made me say Rumble again.
Yep.
The Nah.
Got him.
Dangerous top lane matchup. Nah actually doing quite well in that one.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes out. Prophet looked good in game 2 when he came into the lineup. MLXG, though, on Echo, a big champion for him, an Illusion. Going to see what he can do there on Gragas this time around. Xiaohu, though, back on the carries here. Going to have Victor in the mid lane up against Fly's Twisted Fate, who could struggle in any sort of all-in. Does not really like the 1v1.
Well, he got camped a fair bit last game, but still made it work for that
That's
Twisted
true.
Fate. So definitely looks more for the mid and late game stages. We move to our bottom lane
This will
in
be
this
fun.
particular matchup. Draven against Kalista.
And then the supports, of course, rounding out those duos. Lay on Thresh versus Kill You on Morgana. Again, 3 disengaged supports in a row. Starting to not believe the name as much now.
No, the name not that avid and not that correct, really, in terms of his playstyle. But he found some kills in that last game, going tier, Ziggs Herald, as you do on Nami, making it work.
He did make it work there. So we'll see if they can do it again. We're going to go to game 3 now for RNG versus Young Glory. And here we are, game number 3. We've split them one apiece now, RNG versus Young Glory. Be curious to see where we go now. Big important game as far as momentum goes here. Can't forget that.
Definitely. Momentum actually one of the bigger factors, especially in best of 5 series. is where they go. If you're ever 2-0 up, it's great, but having that extra buffer, whichever team wins this game, alleviates a lot of pressure off their back, whereas the other team feels that desperation, and that's where mistakes can occur.
Yep. Match point going to be for either team that wins this game as well, so extra pressure will mount like you've mentioned. But it seems pretty safe right now for both teams, just fanning out to that 5 point. Going to put their wards down, and RNG have already got plenty of good vision across the river as Kilyu spins around in circles.
Pretty much. He's just spinning around casually as Kalista's actually walking around him whilst he's doing that. But
the synergy.
Yeah, the synergy definitely evident between this YG side, which is good to see from an LSPL team up against RNG's bot lane, who are going to be helping with a red buff start here for MLXG.
Get a bit of gold here for Wish. Spin those axes. Collect some stacks, I guess. Got to cash in for the actual gold.
It's pretty long distance away from lane to be able to hold on to the axes. So I'll be impressed if he makes it.
Oh, Prophet. Actually going to get aggressed on here by Let Me. Was trying to take the little creeps away from the blue buff, and he might, not going to die, but he might have to flash here. Oh, what now?
He has to flash.
He's not getting recalled. That's not happening. Yep, there we go. Flashes away.
He's got teleport. He'll get back to lane okay, but Let Me completely pushing him out from that situation. Not a bad spot to be in for a Hecarim at all, and especially not a bad spot to be in when Echo starts red buff.
Yeah.
And he's going to go blue then top.
Be able to gank that lane here. Zwoosh down the bottom, catching some axes. You can see Kalista trying to get aggressive.
Here's Cameron. Jeez.
It's Kalista.
Headache-inducing cameras. Thank you, Kalista.
This lane Woosh. Line up. Gonna try and do some damage here. Let Me back in the top lane. Or it's safe. Oh no. Mid lane now. Xiaohu. Up against TF, like you mentioned. Gonna be pretty comfy there. But both of them kind of just want to farm up, it feels like to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of farming. It's a very farm-intensive lane. You've got a Twisted Fate up against the Victor, but there's always going to be the kill threat of the Victor, whereas Twisted Fate's kill threat is lacking at best. I like this, by the way, from Illusion. Making an early adjustment to knowing that Echo will be here soon. He actually gets there earlier.
And MLXG is actually clearing his jungle, so waiting a bit more time there. Let Me's had a good start to his lane here. You can see he's a level above here of Prophet. Burnt some early summoners there from the flash and the TP.
They're about to get
getting
vision
control.
of the Gragas, I would imagine, when he goes towards his red buff as well. So they're going to have complete control of the map, and their decision making in the next 30 seconds to a minute will dictate a lot of how they want to play this early game out. Illusion, very smartly not doing his red buff, but he may lose it.
Yeah. MLXG knows now. Does have some wards there. Good ward there in the red buff, like you said. Speeds his way up, but he's going to recall now as well.
Patient. He's waiting for Gragas to appear at that red buff, because really it should have been taken by now.
Well, Illusion does know. Might look to time the ward out here. Did have sort of Let Me ready with the Ignite as well. So kind of surprised he didn't push more aggressively for it, but he sees Gragas now. Going to go in towards that red buff.
And now, after all of the time wasted where he could have found himself with a potential CS advantage,
Illusion sees the ward though.
Illusion sees the ward die. Doesn't know that MLXG is here just yet, though. Does now.
Yeah, has to know. There's the parallel convergence. Illusion does have his smite, so he might have a 50-50. Both mid laners going to move quickly in towards it now. It's going to be close. Who's going to get the red buff? It is going to be Illusion. MLXG waste a lot of time there.
Yeah, that's a lot of time that has been dedicated to that otherwise should not have been. Illusion goes to his Raptors.
Yeah. Just checking
Just
mid.
kidding.
Just checking mid, making sure Xiaohu's not doing anything funny.
He is doing something funny.
Zoning off the Raptors. So he wants them. He gets one, I think. He's not going to get the big one. Just a bit of pressure there from the mid laner. But Young Glory again, navigating the early game quite well this time around.
But that's the key factor, is they're just putting pressure down. They know where Gragas is, and it unlocks the bot lane in particular because they're a Draven and a Thresh up against a Kalista Morgana. And if you're able to run at them, Draven can out-trade a Kalista 100% of the time, just from raw auto attacks alone.
And I like that Woosh just freezing that lane as well. Not getting greedy for axes. Just trying to deny Kalista's Illusion's up in the top lane. Let Me only has that Ignite. Hyper's going to proc for Prophet. Manganar's there as well. Let Me's going to struggle to get out of this one alive. Roxton going to go in. Wolf will get lined up, and the body slam's going to give Gragas another first blood in this series.
Hecarim was trying to dodge the Narwhal, and he just never used it.
Yeah.
To the point where he was running in circles and actually had to go down there. has Ignite and Teleport, so he'll be able to teleport back towards that top lane. Prophet will have his one up very soon, though, so all things considered. Slight advantage maybe to YG, and a very nice pick.
Dude, the stun the Scuttlecrab there with his W. Let Me does return. Ninja Tabi completed now, so should help him in the Gnar matchup, but Prophet's actually got the exact same build there for his early boots, so going to lessen a lot of that trade potential in the top lane.
Yeah, it's also very good to work around that mini Gnar, gives you a bit of tankiness against the Hecarim in that Mega Gnar form. When you are going to be in melee range, taking all of the damage that he will be dishing out to you.
In the meantime, though, Lucian laid down the bottom side, is getting their farm on. Did get pushed into the tower here, but do CS nicely there with the Draven. Still with a nice, healthy CS lead. As Illusion's back, that was awkward. Misses the body slam, but Let Me's going to get damaged up here. Will escape this time. Lucky to be alive, though.
Took a lot of damage, so it's still not a great position to be in for laning phase, but has so many pots available to him that if he gets pushed under the turret, can sustain his way out with that W. Everything should be fine. Twisted Fate ulting bottom.
Yeah, Fly's going bot. They're going to try and go in. It's 3v3 right now. Kilyu's going to be the target. Lei already goes down there to Kalista. Whoosh will die as well for the double. Kilyu's getting low, but he's not dead. MLXG not going to get it, and Kalista gets a triple kill.
That is really, really bad right now for this RNG team. Not only did they give over the Kalista, try to pick the counter lane, they gave a triple kill from a bot lane skirmish. The Draven losing half of his adoration stacked for the trouble. And that's going to be very close to probably a bloodthirst.
Great gank dash from Fly.
This early.
And it's Chow could do anything to stop that. I don't think he was even in the area to try and deny it.
No, it was not, definitely not. And I mean, the Twisted Fate. Now, 003 has his Lucidity boots. There was no way to stop him. He had the boots too upgraded compared to Victor, which is a telegraphed wave clear item. So there's no way to actually predict whether Twisted Fate is ever going to be. But even if it is a predictable gank, not necessarily always possible to stop him.
No, and they did well. Actually, down the bottom side, Woo's going to get the counter kill. Cashes in, gets the double. What is going on in this bottom lane?
Right.
It's an ATM.
It is definitely. Everyone's back cashing out right now, though. Draven in particular, he didn't have all of the stacks he otherwise would have liked.
It's true.
Does still get 2 kills, though, so 100 bonus gold besides the extra that he had there already. In a very good position here, all things considered, but Kalista hadn't recalled, so
yeah.
Capitalizing on that.
Didn't have BF there. Maybe a bit greedy there. Without Twisted Fate joining the lane this time. And it might be a race for the Bloodthirster here in this game. We're just going to go back, pick up his own Vampiric Scepter. This could be fun.
It's definitely going to be attacking the Bloodthirsters in this bottom lane right now. Dangerous to consider. Of course, Draven's still going to do well against the Kalista. Kalista not going for those boots early that you usually would see from them to give him a bit of extra mobility jumping around the map, in particularly in laning phase, to avoid Draven as much as possible. Is going to try and speed up that Bloodthirster buy, so you would imagine, because of that, is probably only a wave away from buying it.
MLXG walks towards the top lane. Oh, trying to fake it, but Prophet does have a ward there. So MLXG is just going to actually hit the recall button again. Prophet's going to cancel it, and now they know it's warded.
Information was provided, but the ward's about to die anyway, so at the end of the day, nothing gained, only thing lost was time. But that's a very important asset in this game, as MLXG has made nothing happen with his time.
No, he's on the Echo there as well. A big high-impact champion. Does sort of need to hit 6 if you want to get real work done, I guess, but can be aggressive early. But it's been Illusion that's had the upper hand, and Fly's Twisted Fate that's kind of made the early moves here for Young Glory. And look at this, Dragon might be started here for YG. They'll start off with a Scuttlecrab. Kalista, don't see her very often because she's always banned in China, but still good, especially around those objectives.
Yeah, definitely still good for the objectives. The Scuttlecrab very easy to take in your spare time. Don't really think there is a possibility for a Kalista to sit in this lane and ever feel comfortable. So understandably leaving as soon as possible to not be a part of the lane. Echo actually stalking in the back lines right now.
I mean, they often funnel a lot of attention onto Whoosh because he is a good carry. Makes sense from the Draven here, try and get it snowballing. Keep this Kalista down because it's one of the biggest threats.
That was a bit of a how you doing. I was in bot lane all along. Walked out.
Oh, Lei puts the box down, but here comes Fly once more. That's another kill for Kalista. Woosh going to get aggressed on now as well. The face call's been popped for the knock-up. Great ult there from Gragas to knock him back in MLXG. Now the next target is Let Me joins in. 3-man ulti there. And the Victor ulti's absolutely ridiculous. Fly eating so much damage. Xiaohu flashes forward with the Ignite. Gets the stun and claims the double. Huge play from Victor.
There is a lot of money onto 2 carries right now for RNG, and there is a lot of money onto 1 carry from YG. So you look at the perspective between the 2 teams and you worry a little bit for how YG are going to be able to carry this game out, because now that Victor has money, he's going to have items, and we saw how much damage he just did in that fight. Well, that's going to exponentially increase as we move forward in this game, because that was disgusting damage output. The Draven did go down though, again losing those adoration stacks, and the one time he cashed in was not worth a whole lot. So relative money, bot lane actually has a bloodthirster for the Kalista, whereas Draven's tried to accelerate his move speed with those boots.
Yeah, those 5 kills actually do mean that Woosh is still behind on the money front. So Victor looking good here. Xiaohu matching that room's really important, because Twisted Fate's pretty hard to catch in the rotation. But he did make the right move, does get the kills.
Yeah, so it's actually, like, it's interesting because the Victor is always going to be controlling the lane. And if Twisted Fate ever wants to use the ultimate to disappear somewhere, if a fight is prolonged, Victor will always get there based on the fact that he's already controlled his wave. So very smart play here from Xiaohu, but also reasonably telegraphed and expected in terms of his decision making. Just played fairly poorly actually by YG.
Yeah, and Hecarim came in with the teleport. Victor arrived late. Good clean up there as we return to the bottom lane. We're catching Axis still. Trying not to eat too many bindings. Have to be careful in the lane because very volatile here in the 2v2. Lots of damage output, especially with Kalista finishing that BT.
Yeah, people will die very easily. You can see the damage output just then onto Woosh. He knows, and he's definitely respecting that, as the wave is actually frozen away from them right now.
Yeah. It hurts when you don't have initiative in the lane because all the life steal as well. Illusion gets stunned though by Echo. Should be fine. He's pretty tanky at this point.
Yeah, look, he's super tanky. They're both identical in items basically at this stage in the game. Everything gonna be back to, let's call it normal.
Sure.
It's not normal, but we'll call it that.
It's only 1,000 gold up for YG, and again, it's been another sort of calm mid-game here. We've had some explosive early game action. Oh my god, Fly. Goodbye.
He is dead.
He's real dead.
Very dead right now. Victor is massive. Has got those boosts of lucidity himself. Upgrade that Hex core multiple times, and Echo's damage needs to be respected. But they're not going to deter him from the turret. Try as you might, Illusion. It's gone.
It is, and that's a good claim there from RNG. Actually, even the gold back right up now. That global turret gold. Letme's farming up, getting stronger and stronger, building his Trinity Force. Prophet. I think a Mallet might be coming into this lane here.
Yeah,
really trying to win the lane.
Doing really well here though up against this Hecarim, of course, looking to control him in lane with that split pushing itemization choice. Has already found himself with a sizable CS advantage from basically laning alone. It was a small amount of pressure that was put in place by Illusions, all it took. And now the ball is rolling.
Let me seen this story before. He actually did this to save in game 1. So I don't think he's too happy with what's happening here. But he'll try and keep things safe. Turret's getting low though. Let me running out of territory to defend here, at least close to his tower. And Blue Buff going to go to Fly as well.
Twisted Fate, of course, going for the exact same build basically as the last game. Not having a great time in mid lane. He does seem to be struggling a fair bit.
Wow.
He's about 40 CS down. Hasn't found a kill for himself, so he's looking to play facilitating role again. Not directly carrying his team. But he's got Prophet this time.
Prophet's looking good. Might dive actually. Good hyper proc. Or the throne. Flash ult, get in there. Nope.
He could have ulted just for damage, but wants to save it as a threat.
Yeah, I think realizes the dragon's up. No dragons just yet for either team, but just forces Let Me out of lane. He'll take the turret instead. Collect the global. Got a teleport up right now as well. Let Me still waiting on his. So Prophet winning his lane handily now. 30 CS up on this Gnar. Gets a tower for his team as well.
Yeah, that first tower. A bit of extra global gold and some pressure where the Hecarim does need to respond to deep pushes from Prophet. He's very capable with this build of taking down objectives super quickly. That means pushing him back.
And again, we've seen another game, Rusty, where it's been quite patient here for both these two teams. So I guess my question is, 15 minutes in, almost 16 actually, Dragon's still not taken. What are these teams waiting for? As far as, like, I want to fight.
So they don't even... YG don't necessarily even need to fight. They've got a winning Gnar at the moment who just finished his Frozen Mallet. He's trying to split push. Twisted Fate is losing very convincingly in mid lane. And so team fighting is actually super difficult for them because, like, one mistake and a Draven has snowballed the game. And Victor is able to make that Draven snowball the game very easily with his burst. So Fly needs to wave clear, needs to get items for himself. They may look at the Dragon, but if one team commits to the Dragon, the other team can capitalize on them too well. So everyone's just prolonging the laning phase for as long as possible. You look to the jungle to try and make something happen.
It has been Illusion that's been making most of the plays here. So some good teleports as well. Nice hook, but kill you with the Black Shield ready. Does stop that. MLXG looking for the dive. Double play comes in. Kalista flashes out. Fate's call to save Morgana. Teleport down now as well. Prophet's in Mega Form. He's going to come in, make a big impact, but he can't find the ulti.
The question's now going to be, do they go for the Dragon? Because it is up. They've got the number advantage, but Let Me has the teleport available. They have pulled the trigger.
Yep, they are going to start it. They know that they've got an advantage here. Let Me can join in, but he's just not that strong right now. MLXG going to try and buy some time. They need to get Victor into the right spot, but they're going to gank him instead. Smart pressure there from Young Glory. They might have to pull off the Dragon, but they've got Kalista as well. Illusion will rejoin in for the smite. Hook onto Prophet's. Good news there for RNG. They'll go back in. MLXG going to chase him down. Whoosh wants it. He gets the cash in, but now he's caught completely out of position. Going to get flashed on there. Still alive for now, but Fly's going to kill him. Kalista, though, getting chased down by Hecarim. Is going to die there to Let Me as he spins over with the Rampage. And RNG lining up a dive. Kill you. About to get killed under the turret. Does fall down to Victor. MLXG will just live. And a nice little trade there. 3 for 1.
RNG working around. Having Let Me available in this case does do wonders for them because Prophet not actually having that Mega Gnar available really detrimental to them in the Dragon of Gage. And overcommitting to the Dragon for the teleport not actually finding a kill. Slight error in communication between this team. RNG capitalize on it superbly though, and they get themselves with a fantastic fight where they pick up some kills. Xiaohu, fantastic when he's not playing that facilitator because he is carrying right now.
Yeah, and we've seen what happens when Xiaohu gets comfortable in games. Very polarizing player, often does very well or very not well, but doing very well in this game to start things off. 3-0-1 on the Victor, only getting stronger and stronger here. And Fly, even with that Abyssal Scepter, going to struggle here against the raw damage output of Victor.
I'd like to point out just quickly how manly Whoosh was as well.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
didn't care.
He really wanted to cash in.
To cash in and then just killed himself.
The old flash and cash.
He didn't even auto attack after he cashed in. He achieved his purpose and then he like basically allowed them to kill him.
Dropped the axes like I'm done.
Yeah.
Got the kill.
No, I think he caught them at least.
That's true.
Okay.
We're still spinning around, looking for Last Whisper. Usually almost up to that Rune and Hurricane there. So Kalista and Draven going to hit some spikes soon for 2 items here. Trinity Force hit there as well for Let Me. So closing that CS gap and has a nice relevant item here to start things off. Got a lot out of that last team fight. Really caught back up as Xiaohu's gone back. He's got himself a death cap.
Yeah.
If you were worried about Victor getting any stronger.
Oh, look, I wasn't worried, but I'm now really worried for YG.
Oh, MLXG misses that phase dive, gets knocked around by Gragas. Get a Chrono Break back out here, but Kilyu's ready with the ulti. Flashes there, stun's good as well, but the Lantern will save him.
Gragas using the explosive cask to actually knock him out of the Morgana binding. They didn't combo their crowd control together well enough to secure the Echo. And he could just use that ultimate, get back to the wall, and flash over to safety. Of course, the Lantern able to get him to a very safe position after all is said and done. But RNG, they defuse what was a very bad spot to be in.
And return back to their farming lanes here. Baron has spawn, but not a consideration just yet here. It's Illusion coming down to the bottom side here. It's really just been about fights around that dragon, it feels like. It was a long laning phase. And the junglers poking their heads in and out. Not getting too much work done yet. Means that we only have 2 towers taken in 20 minutes, Rusty. That's in this entire game. Things are a little slow here, but Xiaohu's making another roam. Prophet's going to get ulted by Let Me. Xiaohu's going to try and chase him down. Mega Gnar's almost there. Prophet, can he make the great escape? Laser's going to tag him, but Mega Gnar comes just in time. Let Me going to keep chasing though. Prophet probably can't get out of this. Pops the wallop down. Vision down as well, and Xiaohu 4th kill of the game.
They completely catch Profit out of position. RNG, when they're ahead, we've said this multiple times, they play around the map completely differently to what they do when they are behind right now. They are running around and catching YG out of position, irrespective of how the game had begun. A triple kill for the Kalista. They find a single strength and they capitalize on that to a T.
And you can tell that that's on MLXG as a player. He's the shot caller, the captain, the one that, you know, makes sure his team gets going, and he's the one that usually applies the early pressure. So it's understandable to think that in Game 2 he was making these engages, but his team wasn't there with him because they were behind. When they're ahead, very different story. Still proactive, but his team's there to follow him up because they know they're strong as well.
Yeah, that's right. And even catching MLXG out of position a couple times has worked out well for them in the end. So all things considered, RNG in a fantastic position. The gold lead does not reflect how far ahead the momentum has put them in this game, as that is the last whisper done for Whoosh. That's the Twisted Fatal.
MLXG can get out this
Deja
time.
vu.
Oh, good Chrono Break dodges the ulti, but it kind of gets him back to the same spot. Or it gets stunned, but he misses the binding, and he's so tanky. Rides off again into the sunset.
Oh, that's so disappointing for YG.
You've never really caught Echo when he has his ultimate up.
Oh no, they did not catch the Echo, but they've caught him
Oh
now.
wow, they've actually caught the Kalista. My goodness, that damage. Lei going to get the first kill. Kilyu's going to come down for the ulti. Whoosh going to dodge that binding. And a nice Lantern disengages from that teleport.
And Kalista did not exist for very long at all. Has completed her Hurricane, but Xiaohu's already got the flank on the team.
Closing the trap. Let Me walks down here as well. So has his TP if he needs to use it. Xiaohu doesn't find any kills. Scuttle Crab's going to go to Let Me instead. But Whoosh, you can see those 2-item Draven working on that Trinity Force as well. This is the old Crystal special we used to see out of the Snake 80 carry.
Yeah.
And finally, some towers are going to fall down. RNG win a little skirmish and get some objectives.
They do, and they've done this a couple times now. They just find small picks, but they've now translated those picks into an objective. They've got that bottom turret, and Whoosh has cashed in many times now. Those 3 kills he's had, 2 of them were not that big of a deal, but that third one, he cashed in a whole bunch of money, is now in such a good position. And welcome to Draven, where he can get 1 single kill and snowball for the rest of the game. 23 CS ahead of his lane opponent, who has 5 kills, so all things considered, they are not that far apart. But you look at the Draven passive difference, that's actually like 800 between them.
Which is an insane amount of gold.
They've got 2 turrets as well. A bit of extra bonus gold there for the Draven. Couldn't be happier, honestly, if you're Whoosh.
No, just wants a couple more kills, and we're going to get them here as he goes back.
I'm sure we are.
Draven. Oh, sorry. Dragon, not Draven. Dragon on the way up in 20 seconds. Don't do this to me. So we're just going to go back now, try and get his shop in before that happens. Does have a fade. Does MLXG also going to go back? Might be content to give up Dragon number 1 to YG, but to have everyone kind of coming back and getting themselves into position
It's
once
like
more.
Christmas lights on the bottom side of the map right now.
Yeah.
Vision control completely littered across the entire area, as they're actually going to get a free turret for nothing here. Recall timings were for the Dragon, but that could be 2 turrets.
Oh, wow, that's a big loss. Did not stagger those backs. Oh, might get a catch instead. Kill you. Hit by the ulti. Lei's going in. He wants the play, but he doesn't get it. Nice hop out from Kalista. As Chakram's done here as well. He pops the ulti on the fly. He's doing damage by himself now, but the Draven passive going to come in with the ulti. Procs it again for another kill. Does he have a flash? He would. Oh, he does.
Oh.
He knows Fate's calls there. Smart play from Whoosh.
Super close timing right there, though. Whoosh almost getting that auto attack off before Ushu pulls him back to safety. RNG, they make a pick. Let Me was just there at the right time with that teleport to defuse the entire situation from happening. Twisted Fate basically a non-factor so far in this game.
But Profits might get this tower as well. Hecarim is going to try and stop him.
They got the bottom turret.
Yeah,
as
they
well.
did. They got 2 turrets,
And
almost
mid,
make it
yeah.
3. So nice trades here. Kind of puts the gold back a little closer. But Draven keeps getting kills, and that's bad news for Young Glory.
XG probably just going to take the Lantern again.
He loves it.
As per usual, finds himself getting blinded or caught out of position. Takes the Lantern to safety. The Dark Passage of Dreams.
He's kept him safe a couple times now. MLXG building kind of 2 different items here. Might be Randy wants plus Frozen Heart. Really wants to shut down that Kalista, get in her face, and slow that attack speed. Frozen Heart on the way for Let Me as well by the looks of things. Although he has a Spectre's counter join his Glacial Shroud. So getting tanky as well. But Xiaohu's the real star right now. 276 CS,
Yeah.
50 ahead of Fly. Perfect hex score, Rabadon's death cap, some cooldown boots, and another need to see large rod.
Look, this is a pretty big Victor. That is certainly a very scary predicament to find yourself in here if you were young Glory. Now, he does have the makings of his next item, and even before that is completed, he's just ramped up in power, just exponentially higher than that of Fly. And I don't really think there's anyone on the map that can match him because he's also level 16 to boot. And everyone ever will die instantly.
Yep. This is the Victor that everyone fears. Really big. Looking for poke. Finds Illusion for a little bit. But Illusion's actually pretty tanky. There's a decent chunk of health to take out here. Is RNG might be looking to group up here. Feels strong enough in a 5v5. They might just try and take it to Young Glory.
Certainly feels that way. RNG are looking, searching for a chance to engage, but there's just so much vision on the map right now. I like the way that YG played around getting those 2 turrets though for basically free. Draven did cash in on his stack. They lost a blue buff and a dragon for it, but it's standing gold that YG found. So the lead has shrunk in that respect.
Yeah, they just know they're playing catch up, I think. Woosh is getting stronger. Victor is super massive. And RNG, I think they're lining up for Baron. Yeah, they're hanging out. Pulling everybody mid. I think need to clear a bit more vision away. Do get the ward there in the middle of the lane. But not controlling these side waves all that well.
No.
RNG feel a little bit scattered.
Well, that's like the big question mark is, shall he just get bound? I wouldn't walk near him either, to be honest with you. If he gets bound, you just kind of say, yeah, well, take that, and don't come near me.
Under siege, I guess. Good hook. Great W there as well.
Oh.
They're going to go for the dive. Damage is big. They're going in, but that's a great CC up there from Morgana. Chrono Break out, though, as Lay's gotten low. Lemmy's trying to tank up the damage, but he ults out to safety. Fly going to follow in. He does have his ulti, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both supports dead.
They make the 1-for-1, but again, Woosh is cashed in. It wouldn't go to anyone else because RNG are very good at ensuring Draven gets the kill. He picks it up with his ultimate. And Xiaohu's burst. Again, something that needs to be seriously respected by this YG team. They're just being run around right now. And even though they pushed mid lane, they didn't have side wave control. RNG didn't really feel like they were making the right decisions. They still get a 1-for-1 trade. And all things considered, they're still in the commanding position.
Yeah. Draven just got Trinity Force as well. So we're just going to get stronger and stronger here in this game. You have to think RNG must be in a position now where they can force a fight. Just a matter of where. Dragon's not up, Baron is. And the siege isn't awesome, so have to think they're going to force something around that objective.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to force something sooner or later, YG as well in particular. RNG are able to force things, but if they don't respond to it, eventually they will just get bled out because, of course, that 2-0 Dragon mark. Next one up very soon, now on the clock.
Yep,
So many options here, though, for RNG. And, I mean, YG, they've got the Twisted Fate. He's got his 3 items. He's pretty much never going to change his build, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, is YG in any RNG, sorry, in any sort of rush in this game? Do you think?
Not at all. Draven's big right now. Like, he's worth exploiting how big the Draven is. But even once he gets the Infinity Edge, he just becomes that much stronger. The only real threat is always going to be if the Twisted Fate can instantly kill someone. The Kallista's going to be big. Kallista's always going to be a threat in fights. But Let Me, on this Heck Room, is actually really good at dealing with Kallistas because you can fear them, make them walk in weird directions. It's not always easy for them to jump around, and kite a Heck Room as well. He's super sticky. A bit like a Fizz in that respect against a Kallista. So as long as they blow people up, RNG are happy. It doesn't matter what.
Oh, Illusion gets grabbed. Lay going to come in now as well. Fly pops his ulti for a bit of vision. Hecarim down the bottom, but he does have TP. Forcing that jungler low does give RNG traction.
They'll just Baron.
Around the Baron, yeah. I'd be careful, Callista.
RNG's poking his head around.
They've started Baron. They've got Prophet down here as well. He doesn't have his teleport up. Xiaohu's going to come in. The Sentinel will spot them. Sees Woosh, but it might be too late here. Nah can't join. The jungler's out of position. If they could steal this, it'd be nice. MLXG gets bound up, but he smites the Baron. And RNG.
Everything just done. All said and done. It was just a free Baron for their troubles, basically, right there. Xiaohu's got a fair bit of zoning behind him, and they basically exclusively only look for a steal. There was no way for them to contest. This Draven is massive, and though the Kalista has the kills, you can never compare a Fed Kalista to a Fed Draven, because one of them can kill you in one hit. And it's not the Callista.
No, kind of the opposite, actually.
Yeah.
Relies on stacking up those Rend spears and really just outputting lots of consistent damage here. Woosh all about the big, not even crits at this point. Does have a bit from Trinity Force. So you can see, just whack him. As Woosh is going to get the dragon again. He's real good at objectives there as well. 3 dragons and a Baron. RNG have started to grow this lead to slightly trickier heights for Young Glory. Almost 5k up now for Royal.
Starting to push out of their hands, definitely. And I mean, RNG at this point in the game, again, just to reiterate, if you're snowballing a game, you've got a Draven to boot, you're snowballing harder than you otherwise would have imagined. So YG stuck under their turrets, placing a lot of defensive vision control. This could be a fairly free objective.
Oh, MLXG's diving in deep. He's gone. He's got the shield. Illusion's going to get knocked out there, but Lay's in a little bit too much trouble. MLXG will get the first kill. Lay will flash out, and this dive beautifully executed here from RNG. 2 more kills. The Draven going nuts there as Woosh is destroying people. Prophet didn't make it in time, and they'll break the base.
They take the first turret at the same time as diving. 4 members dead here from YG. They should be able to end this game from this. A fantastic execution of that. They are just super far ahead. Even though Prophet did well in laning phase, he's not able to have an impact across the map. And I mean, RNG, they just walk away with it.
Yeah, MLXG going to find Prophet here. The Nexus will fall. Prophet getting tied up here. RNG just do too much damage. The Chrono Breaker style on the end. And RNG find themselves 1 game away from moving into that semi-final and having that shot at getting back into the LPL.
That's right, 2-1, so 1 game up in this best of 5 series. They pull it back again. This game's, they feel so back and forth.
They
you
do.
never know who's actually going to come out ahead. And YG this time, they had a good laning phase. They made some nice ganks on the bottom lane. The Callista getting a triple kill, getting a double kill in the next engage afterwards. But the Hecarim, let me keeping them down, not letting them do anything. The Draven started snowballing. Look, Draven's pretty scary when he's ahead.
He really is. Woosh kind of demonstrated that there. But a good play all around there. MLXG still looking focused. Knows he has another game to play here with his team, but just drafting, honestly, for me, has been the biggest difference. It's where they put their carry potential, what champion Xiaohu's playing.
Yeah.
And Young Glory left to think about their draft and think, it's been a bit wacky, to be honest.
No, completely. I mean, both teams got a really good draft in this game. And Fly seems to have that preference towards the Twisted Fate. But the fact that they actually put the Victor onto Xiaohu, they didn't put him on a Lulu, they didn't put him on a Facilitator, they put him on a carry. It's exactly what he did for them. He stepped up to the mark as per expected.
Yeah, even Let Me as well, just playing something that wasn't a pure tank. Hecarim's a bit more of a carry. Na's sort of in the middle, I guess, but
Yeah.
Nautilus was not all that good for him, and both his Na, especially, and the Hecarim games have looked a lot better. Even though behind in that game, he just made such a big impact with his teleports and his ultimates.
Yeah, we know Let Me, very teleport inclined, loves to walk around with his jungler and just try and be everywhere that he can, impact everywhere other than his lane. So whether he lost lane or not didn't matter because his ults were on point and he found the Callista.
Yeah, looking good there for RNG as they go only 1 game away from moving on to the semifinals in the promotion tournament. Can Young Glory stop them? Don't touch that browser. We'll be back with the answer very soon. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the LPL promotion tournament here. We're going through a couple of quarterfinal matches today as we go through the top 8, or it started off here in promotion to see which teams are going to make the last 2 spots of the LPL. Young Glory versus RNG, the current best of 5. We're 2-1 into it as RNG have found themselves on match point here, Rusty.
Yeah.
Been looking good in the games they've won, but that game in the middle that they lost so far, when they lose, it's a classic RNG. When they win, they look great. When they lose, they look all over the place.
Again, we've referred to them as solo queue styles in the way that they play the game, and if they are ahead, very easy for them to snowball the game because of their ability to translate laning phase leads into further objectives and just be so far ahead. Be Draven as an example. Just pretend the team is 5 different Dravens, where if they get their stacks to cash in, they just snowball the rest of the game.
It's actually a really good way to describe how they play. Xiaohu on the victor in the last one there as well.
Yeah.
Big factor in that game. And like you said, I feel like RNG just needs to pick strong laners. Not even winning lanes necessarily. Just pick strong lanes, pick comfortable champions, and just take over with your play skill. They've certainly outclassed Young Glory here in like 1v1 situations in standard lanes.
Yep.
It does seem to be the lane swaps and maybe the late game team fighting and sometimes the drafting that lets them down. So if they are going to take it here and get one step closer to be back into the LPL, they just want to take it away here. You don't want to be in that situation where you're playing one game for your LPL life.
Of course, you want to cement the 3-1 victory right now. RNG, they've got the momentum. They had a defeat. They turned it back around. They found a victory for themselves in a very convincing matter from what was a very shaky start, to say the least. The Kalista, so drafting weirdly. Both teams actually getting superb drafts. Exactly what they would have been looking for in Champions. But that doesn't translate into a victory. RNG end up playing a Draven to counter that Kalista. Irrespective of the kills Kalista found, Draven just came back to lane double killed. And again, RNG, they don't necessarily need to change their drafting in this game. I don't think it's something that needs to be addressed too heavily, but they need to respect it, because the one time they made a mistake in drafting, they lost the game.
Yeah, letting Elise through, and they didn't even ban it in the last game. It was actually YG that decided to ban it, which makes sense. Like, such a strong champion. Because we have moved to 5-14, so been seeing some new stuff here. Ryze has dropped off the ban sheet, dropped off the game entirely, it feels like.
He has. And Ezreal.
Oh, yeah, he's done. He's
They no longer exist.
No, Ezreal's gone, unfortunately. We'll be back at some point, I'm sure. Probably with more of the AD variety. We'll have to see. But yeah, like it's like a landscape change here. The players, I imagine, are used to it just based on like playing on the live servers and stuff like that. But tough stuff here for all these teams. Both playoffs and promotion are all going to be on 5-14. So we've got a lot going on. There's lots of League of Legends today and in the following week as well. So it's all fun here. And LPL promotion, always fun to see the LSPL teams. We don't get too much coverage of them here on the English broadcast side. So it's been nice to see Young Glory, but they were the last team to make it into this top 8 bracket for a fight for a spot. RNG with a 9th place finishing team, so they got the better seeding there, if you want to think about that. And so far, it's shown at least like 1v1, player for player. RNG do have an edge there, and they only need to carry it for one more game, and then they've got a semi-final to play a couple days later.
Yeah, that's right. It feels like RNG do have that individual edge, but LSPL teams are no slouches when it comes to their team decision-making. Some weird champions they like to play. You never know what they're actually going to pull out. And YG, they're a side of very strong players. Of course, their top laner from Najin White Shield, their mid laner from Jinair Green Wings as well. So 2 Korean players that are very strong. They're no slouches at laning phase, but they've also got that Korean finesse.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think Prophet, the other Korean player, I think is Korean. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just guessing based on the fact they subbed out of Korean. But Savers did not have a fun game in game number 1.
He had a really bad game.
Prophet's been looking good there as well as that sub-top laner joining the roster after game 1. So RNG have certainly shown strength. Young Glory, though, no slouches, like you mentioned. And again, we go back to junglers here. It's Illusion versus MLXG for me. Who's getting the high-impact junglers? Who's making the difference in the early game? Because both teams can get snowball going. RNG especially love to snowball by springboarding off their jungler. And there's MLXG right there. Got Echo in the last game. He's going to have to make an impact. Because when he doesn't, when MLXG plays from behind, it just feels like a different player.
Yeah, no, there's honestly those moments where we're playing from behind and MLXG just engages, and you wonder why he's engaging. But it's the play style that he seems to have is very set, very linear, is that he needs to be ahead. And he's the kind of jungler that will take the kill so that he is ahead. And that's exactly what we have seen from him so far. So it is super important between these junglers how they perform. If Illusion can actually step up, he's a veteran player. We need to see that from him in this game.
He's going to have to bring that experience here. Played with his team quite a bit here in the LSPL. So Illusion's going to have to bring a lot of experience playing in China and bring it back here for his team. They've got to win 2 in a row. Always tough in a best of 5 when you're down, especially when you're down 1-2 like Young Glory are now. But we'll see what they can get done here. Drafting has always been important. It's been a really key factor for me in these 2 games. So we'll see where they're going to go. Azir, though, the first ban once again. Xiaohu only got it once. And I'm not surprised at all that it was only once.
Nope. I would be very surprised if he got it again in this series. The way that he's been playing around that Azir was phenomenal, and Smartly is going to be taken away from him. Though the fact that they are target banning leaves open a lot of champions still. Of course, there's no more Ryze, there's no more Ezreal, but it shifted much more so to the Echo, to the Elise, and maybe Victor. Something needs to be addressed.
Yeah. Well, there's Echo for RNG. Evelyn there as well for Young Glory. So another target ban. And like you said, we've been seeing this trend in drafts. Blue side get the luxury of target bans, while the red side sort of left with the burden to take the standard bans away. Ryze not here anymore, so it's not Ryze, Kalista, whatever, every game, but relatively similar, as we are going to get Elise banned away. That is a smart and I think necessary adaptation for Royal here.
Thankfully, they do ban away the Elise this time. They have learnt their lesson because it was first pick from them in the last one, and another target ban here from YG, but this one is very interesting. Prophet mustn't be that comfortable.
Yeah, had a good Gnar game, but doesn't want to play it, or at least doesn't want to pick it early. Let Me showed a lot of strength on the champion in game 1 as well, so not too surprised to see Gnar getting taken off here, but does leave a lot open here. It's more about what the draft is, what's going to be available here for the teams, and maybe the ban here is RNG. One more left. It's not Victor, it's Twisted Fate. It does mean Fly if he can play it, or if he wants to take it, he can take Victor. But Young Glory have plenty of options to consider for their first pick.
Yeah, there's still a lot up for them to take, and of course, being that first pick, do they want to prioritize top lane as they banned Gnar away? There might be something playing on their minds, but I would be very surprised again because Kalista is up and Victor is up. And this is a nice adaptation, though, from RNG in that they're still going to get one of their champions, because last time when they were on red side, they gave away Elise. They had nothing to pick themselves.
And there's a rare instance where they get both. And
How about this one?
Yeah, I mean, Brom's a great pick. I think it's been one of the more popular first picks recently. It'd be fine here for Young Glory, but can you really give away potentially Kalista and Victor to RNG?
Whoosh, seemingly the kind of AD carry that will just play Draven regardless. And I don't know if they'll actually first rotation themselves RNG the Kalista.
What?
I would assume they will go for the Victor, because that's almost a pick of necessity. It's just super strong. There's no actual counter to that champion, really. Just does it all.
Excellent in this meta.
And then maybe consider going for the Gragas, I would say.
Yep. Gragas was maybe the other consideration for YG, but they do take Brom as pick number 1. Been probably at this point the best support, I feel like, on this patch. Just been so good, so popular, at least in China. But there's the Victor. RNG considering going straight for the power picks, and they do. Kalista locked in there as well.
Yeah, that is a very, very good first rotation. They do give away the Gragas then most likely in response, but for that first pick for RNG, of course, they're missing the Braum, but that's just a disgustingly good damage and scaling comp.
Yeah, I like the pick away of Gragas especially. There's 3 junglers banned, so it's going to be 4 junglers taken away now as they take Hecarim away from Let Me there as well, especially with Gnar banned. I quite like that pickup also. So RNG, they've got strong carries here, picking up Victor for Xiaohu and Kalista for Whoosh. But how they complete this team comp could be a bit tricky. Never mind, forgot Shen's open.
Yeah, that's right.
He's fine as well.
That guy that was banned in the first game as well was completely left to his own devices.
And there he is.
Gone.
Yep, Shen there for Let Me. Great pick here, good with your carries. Split pushes, good tank, decent initiator.
All around 8 out of 8
Makes you breakfast,
champions,
he's really good.
Not
yeah,
bad.
Not at all. As a considering Thresh maybe for Lei as well. Lots of supports open here. I actually quite like Thresh into Braum. Not been a big fan of the disengaged supports like Janna Nami into it, so I like that Lei's trying to match a bit of that. And as I say that, he highlights the old Janna. There we go, Janna instead.
Oh, wow.
I guess they don't want to give away Janna Gragas. Oh, Brom's there. Never mind. Not too sure.
They want to go Janna Kalista, which is the interesting decision. But in saying that, I don't really know why they decided to go for the Janna explicitly. They're looking for more of a disengage option to protect the Kalista from the Hecarim.
Yep.
The kill threat is really, really high. And now that they're actually hovering these two champions, don't mind that at all.
No. I like that YG are just like, well, if you're going to pick Janna, let's pick champions that can chase you. Going to need a couple more dashes to get in there. See a lot of Kassadin into Janna for that reason. Not too bad into Victor. It's a popular matchup, not necessarily a good one in the LPL. But Ahri is locked in there for Fly. I do like that pickup, like you mentioned. And Vayne's the consideration here to go 1v1 against Kalista. Not too many champions you can take against her. Vayne's not bad, I suppose. Oh, never mind. Might swap to Jinx instead to try and outrange her instead. And it is going to be the lock-in here.
It has been locked in now. So they've gone for that Jinx. It's going to have to be a very independent Jinx.
I feel like Leigh's trying to tell his jungler something. What do you think?
It's like a kid in a candy store right now. It's like, do you want this one or this one?
Look, you only get these two. I'm not picking something else.
What about Rek'Sai?
Oh, I saw Kennen there briefly. He's had another option open to him. Leigh's having fun.
It's like an SOS.
I thought he locked in Lee's in for a
It's
second.
like sending
there.
Morse code of Lee's in Italy.
Trying to subliminally message his jungler.
Pick one.
Ignore the coach, take these picks.
Do it.
I mean, I think a high-pressure jungler makes sense. So, remember, there are 4 junglers taken out of the pool here with 3 bans and a pick. So, MLXG does have to reach into his champion pool and bring something a little older out here. That'll be hilarious.
That's an Illusion
against
shout-out.
Illusion, yeah.
And then he actually goes to the standard pick that would not be a surprise at all. May revert to Lee Sin randomly, but I'm pretty sure it'll be this.
Somewhat surprised he didn't at least consider Rengar, but it is going to be Rek'Sai here for MLXG. Same story, can apply pressure. We saw his really smart pressure in the first game on his Gragas, and I think Rek'Sai enables a lot of that as well. So MLXG, we keep saying, and he's really the barometer that RNG are measured by, in particular when they play their early game. So if you can have a good game, and they need one more here, RNG can push themselves through to the semi-final. But YG have assembled another nice comp for themselves.
Yeah, YG's team comp definitely very good. They've got a lot of assassination, essentially, between the Ahri and the Hecarim. They can output a lot of damage and be that initial burst that can then be capitalized on by the Jinx. Get excited and just get the snowball rolling, really. You've got Braum, who can be a super tank if it's timed right. Does very well against the Victor's laser at the very least. Kalista doesn't really do any damage against the Braum ever. In any stage or any form. Just ever. It's a really good pick in that regard. Braum being prioritized is very important, though.
It is, and you can see the matchups now. Prophet and Hecarim taking it away from Let Me. You decides on Shen, the split-pushing tank, to take in there. Should be a farm-heavy top lane, so hopefully you don't see too much of that, but we'll find out. Illusion, though, on the Gragas. MLXG forced onto Rek'Sai as sort of the 5th jungle pick here, but a perfectly serviceable pick.
Yeah, and a completely standard early aggression style will suit MLXG perfectly. Has that Shaco-esque gank pump.
Yeah, this matchup's kind of the curious one. Fly on Ahri into Xiaohu's Victor. Haven't seen too many good answers to Victor. Like I said, Kassadin's been a consideration, but not thrilling. So we'll see how that goes. But Jinx into Kalista here. Woosh is going to take the matchup that Kyushu had before. Had trouble there against the Draven, so Woosh needs to show up in this game.
Draven a little bit cheesier in that respect. But we'll go to the supports that are actually with them. Kalista's going to have a very big shield-bearing friend. And I actually mean Janna.
Yes.
Whereas the other one is a very big shield-bearing friend that is a Braum.
It's a door.
It's a door.
It's kind of it's a shield.
A shield.
It is.
It's a door shield.
A door shield.
What is? It's the effect
It's a
of
fly
the
screen.
door. Well, no.
Can you imagine?
It's a fly
Well,
screen
we might
door.
be onto something here, Rusty.
Trampoline.
Might be a skin idea we've got going on for old Braum.
Not that big of a fan of a fly screen door. It's actually
Well,
a bit interesting.
well, I guess we'll find out soon. All Braum skin ideas aside, let's get here into game number 4. And welcome onto the Rift here. Young Glory taking on RNG one more time here in the best of 5. 2-1 up, sorry. 3-1 up would be great. 2-1 up, sorry. Great for RNG. 2-1 up there for RNG here against Young Glory.
That was really biased. For a second there,
That
that
was
was unintentional.
unintentional.
Yeah. Super
misread
bias.
the number.
Unintentional
Oi.
super bias. You're now...
This guy. All right, so we'll see what Young Glory can do. Can they force game number 5 here? Well, RNG going to close it out here 3-1. The drafts, again, have been solid for the teams who had a bit of wonkiness, I guess, in the first 2 games, but once again branching out, and it seems like we'll have standard lanes. And for me, this favors RNG from what we've seen in these games.
It does favor RNG, but at the moment they've actually got 3 of their members on the bottom side of the map. He's probably going to play the taunt guy and cheese them in the bush.
We saw this.
We saw
recently
this exact thing yesterday.
with the Twisted Fate. Says, let me have taunt. He has no skills yet. He is unskilled.
If he sees them, he'll get taunt. Otherwise, he'll teleport to the lane.
Waiting out here. Red
What a
buff
way
will
to
be started.
win lane, though, for a Kalista.
Ignite there as well for like, actually Ignite for Braum as well.
They don't know where the AD carry or the top laner is going, so it's like an assumed 3-man in the bush to say if there's a lane swap ball.
Good Q. They go for it. Flash taunts in there. Tornado up as well. Really good comboing in. They're going to flash for it. Whoosh wants it. He's got the rend. I think he uses it. And there's first blood.
Easy first blood. A fantastic flash after that taunt to secure the Jinx, who's a very low mobility champion. Could not react with her own summoner spells in time. Gets over the wall and is then followed by the rest of this RNG side. And that is now first blood again for Kalistas.
Yep, been doing well so far, but Whoosh hoping to have a different game here for you than Kyushu had in the last one. Jinx is very different to Draven, of course, but going to be just fine in the late game. But getting there could be the struggle part, because Whoosh starting off like that, very cute there from RNG, but they do secure first blood.
Yeah, look, Kyushu's in a very awkward spot now in this laning phase. I think once the items actually start to come out of that Kalista, until then, should be perfectly fine. The biggest concern is now levels. MLXG just going to be farming that river up. And at the moment, I just wanted to touch on the fact that I actually expected Hecarim to have a very good time in this laning phase. It is now going to be so much better than otherwise, because Let Me has 3 CS to 17 already.
Yep. Trying to catch up here, but did lose quite a bit. Ganking the lane at level 1 with Taunt, so not the best start. We'll see if he can play catch up though, as Illusion going to get the Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side of the map. And Fly pushing Invicta early on. Going to be just fine here with the Ahri. Xiaohui not too worried though.
Yeah, not worried. Has no flash here, Fly.
That's interesting.
Has somehow managed to use that summoner spell. You would imagine in a defensive manner. Xiaohui has both of his available, but Illusion is actually putting a lot of focus now on this middle lane because he hasn't got summoner spells available. And it's the assumption that due to not having that available, MLXG will be nearby, though he isn't. He's doing Scuttle Crabs and is now doing Blue Buff.
Yeah, just farming up your own Rek'Sai. Going to play pressure if you want, but a bit happier if you farm it up here. Let Me level 4 now though. Still a bit behind on CS, but should be okay as bottom lane's where they want to go.
Has no summoners on Kyushu.
Not a bad target. Going to land it up again. Might have to go for kill you. Oh, Tornado hits onto Jinx. There's the knockup once again. Unbreakable there. But the damage might be a little too much here. It's not quite there. It is. Whoosh is able to get the kill once more.
2 kills now for Whoosh. These haven't just been prolonged advantages where someone gets a chunk of gold. It's the laning phase that is being thrown out of the window right now for YG. This Kalista is definitely starting to snowball, but most importantly, this Jinx is doing everything but, and he is having an extremely rough time. Now, top lane still going to be very big for this Hecarim, can impact everywhere once those item spikes actually come out. The question mark is how well can he impact it, considering a Shen can just press R.
Yeah, and they've gone all in the bottom lane there to try and get that going, so it's a bit of a struggle there for YG to kick things off, but Bilgewater Cutlass actually already there for Whoosh, so things going from bad to worse in the bottom lane.
Yeah, not going to be a big fan of this bottom lane at the moment. Would suggest the lane will lose quite hard right now.
So your expert opinion?
And yeah, in my expert opinion, he has a lot of damage and Kyushu has nothing.
Well, accurate. As Lei going to move down, try and get some wards off maybe. Try and prevent Rek'Sai from coming into some trickier parts. Never mind, that's Lei. Got my sides confused. Warding the red buff. Good work.
Yeah, red buff is going to be covered now. It's actually just a deeper ward to reveal Raptors through to red, knowing that the red buff is not available. So a nice adaptation on ward placement there is Kyushu and Kiryu resigning themselves towards taking these Krugs.
That's warded as well, though.
And
RNG
it's
know what they
all
are.
warded.
Yeah, I mean, bottom lane focus has been here for RNG. Already up 1,000 gold, and pretty much all of that's just on Whoosh.
Illusion has been mid so much this game already, but hasn't actually done anything with that. He's literally babysitting Fly just by having presence in the side of the lane. And it's still not helping him win lane. Xiaohu's a monster right now.
Yeah, Xiaohu's Victor. We saw it in the last game, just sort of quietly got stronger and stronger, had one roam, and then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose, and Victor was on top of it. Whoosh is the real problem right now, but Xiaohu's going to start scaling. Even Let Me can be a problem there as well. So YG have a lot to worry about as this game moves on.
You don't sleep on Xiaohu, that's for sure.
Certainly not.
He is going to be a monster, of course, as you mentioned. The biggest issue immediately is going to be Whoosh. Has both of his summoners up very shortly and will become an ever-present threat. That is my favorite ward in the world. This is something that Frostgurn has mentioned endlessly. That is where you should place your ward. You know the red buff's not available, so he's going to smite the Raptor camp, and they can never find it. Ever.
No, and I think it gives you vision here as well. Might be cut off by that rock, I'm not too sure.
No, it's got enough
never mind. He has enough
knowledge, yeah.
There we go. He's going to go into it. Now going to gank up onto Illusion. Smites him down as well for a slow. Damage is massive here for the Rek'Sai. MLXG might have enough. Flash there from Gragas as he body slams out. But he's going to lose that red buff.
Even delaying it right there, stopping the Gragas from recalling. He hasn't pulled the trigger on doing the buff itself, waiting for Ahri to reveal himself. Now knows that it's safe to do because Gragas did have to recall and he could definitely win.
And that one ward gave him so much information. MLXG, very smart invade. His lanes are pushing up as well, so it's all smooth sailing for RNG. And like we've said, when they get ahead, they're a very good team. Already up 1,500 gold.
Yeah, they're snowballing in multiple areas. Not only is the AD super far ahead, the mid laner is doing very well, and the jungler able to push out his opposition in a one-on-one scenario. MLXG is just taking the red buff, he's taking the Krugs, and he's got a tunnel system set up in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it means bottom lane might have to watch out as well. Dragon might be the next consideration. They know blue buff, or suspect blue buff's being taken. There's no vision at all for Young Glory.
No, they can't contest this at all.
And that Dragon's going to go down. Kalista helping out there as well. I'm going to tank it up. What a nice guy. Oh, doesn't even use the Rend.
No, I was wondering.
Just
because you called him a nice guy, and I was expecting him to steal it with his Rend. I was going to say an efficiently nice guy.
Gives it over to MLXG instead. Bit of bonus gold, I suppose. Not too bad. As Rek'Sai, farm alarms on. Back to the red buff.
Nothing really to farm in that area. He's already
Just
cleaned it out. But he's going to probably look at the Raptors perhaps, or he's just going to go back bottom.
No, it is a gank alarm. Different warning. Hard to tell sometimes. The sirens sound very similar.
You might say they sound the exact same.
I might. Is Rek'Sai stalking down the bottom side? Fates calls up. Blaze got ulti too. Jinx is so far behind.
They're looking for a tornado to engage this, of all things, weirdly enough.
A little awkward with the old Unbreakable. MLXG dives in, doesn't get it.
Yeah, it's unreliable having Janna as the other engage option. Of course, Rek'Sai can still get there and unburrow, but really difficult to actually follow that up. They had the Kalista ultimate, but it's pulling a lot of triggers for a chance of a kill, not a direct kill.
Yeah, well, good tornado there. Good damage follow-up as well. Jinx going to put down the Chompers. It's just so much pressure. Jinx is trying to catch up, but it's been about 20 or 30 CS behind all lane long.
Yeah, this pressure's just coming out endlessly right now from this team. RNG having a very good laning phase at the moment. Mid lane in particular, there's not a whole lot of action actually occurring, but the control of mid has been 100% in Xiaohu's favor. Look at that one laser as well, just destroyed Fly.
Yeah, and that's the issue with the matchup. Like, it's very volatile. You got to dodge skill shots on either side, but
yeah. Both low health champions, of course, but if that one skill shot that connects just feels more volatile when it's the actual Victor spell. Ahri needs to hit the charm, then follow it up with multiple. Victor can poke you from afar.
or wave clear. Lots of options there for Victor.
Yeah, or just wave clear.
So you might say he's a pretty good champion.
Yeah, look, pretty good. Probably the best mid laner in the current meta.
I would agree. Xiaohu's played him excellently here his last few games. Good pressure here from Fly. I wonder why Xiaohu's worried out. It's illusion he can see.
If the charm ever connects, he will take a lot of damage. Xiaohu, if he can put down the damage when there's no charm available, or even when Fly has wasted that Q, even if he has a minion in front of him, right? That's when it's fine. But he's being pushed under tower consistently to the point where he has no minions to help him.
Prophet, backline going for the dive. Good ult there from Shen. Xiaohu needs to live that. Pops down his ult. He doesn't quite get it, but Shen's here now. Let me gonna taunt him up, but he doesn't have it, I don't think. Jinx ulti will miss, and Let Me cannot connect for a kill as they're chasing out onto Illusion. Lay's caught him off. He's going to flash. Goes in for it. Who's going to get the kill? It will be MLXG. And a weird 1-for-1.
Illusion standing still. He knew he was dead, but he also just gifted the kill on a platter towards MLXG. Picks that one up. But Let Me did get his ultimate off, weirdly enough. Only barely hits the taunt immediately onto the Hecarim.
Yep.
But he couldn't actually follow that kill back up as Prophet with his Mercury treads. Ready to go, walks away from that turret very, very swiftly.
Not enough damage there, but bit of counter jungling there from Rek'Sai will take away the Raptors. Blade of the Ruined Kings finished up as well as Whooshes, still 30 CS ahead. And the lane wasn't good before, it's now real bad as Kilyu gonna get knocked up here. Face checks the rush, Lay's gonna tornado him as well. Needs to flash away, does have a good ult there to disengage. He's getting a little too low. Illusion's coming in, he hops away to him. Nice little trade back and forth there. As Fly's now down, he misses the charm though, and MLXG gonna try and tunnel back in. He's gonna get the kill onto Kilyu, or at least try to. Jinx coming around as well. That's a good kill to get, but it does go to Fly.
So very aggressive. The fact that Lay could even casually walk out of that one was exceptional to consider, but they catch Kilyu out of position. 100% should not have been where he was. He was caught, and very smart ward play from RNG, but they overextend, they overstay their welcome. And that lead that MLXG has is starting to wheel down a little bit as they make a nice pick. Fly now 2-0.
Been a couple nice picks actually from Young Glory. Get them actually evening up that gold lead back to just under 2,000. So things aren't out of hand just yet here. Dragon back in a minute 40. Means that RNG can look to get their second and start that objective snowballing as well. Shen has the Sunfire Cape completed also. So Let Me kind of ready to start entering split push mode. Although Victor needs to defend this tower. Fly is going to get it. That's good gold for Young Glory.
The key difference at the moment feels like that Shen is going to be in split push mode. The Hecarim is winning lane, but Shen's always going to be relevant. He's always going to be able to split push, keep the Hecarim at least busy and preoccupied. As we can see, even trying to trade here and there to keep him down. He hasn't got many big items here, Prophet. In fact, he's in a bit of a trough.
I think he has gold to spend.
You would hope so, because he does. Yeah. He'll at the very least have his Phage.
Yeah, 1,000 gold up now. Yeah, I was going to say, if he didn't have any gold, I don't know what he's been spending money on.
But like most importantly is that whilst he's ahead in lane, Prophet is ahead in lane, right? The Jinx is behind in lane. And whilst the Shen who's losing lane is going to be relevant, a Jinx that's losing lane is going to be so irrelevant that it doesn't matter right now. Like Kyushu is a non-factor and Fly is the only actual threat.
So far behind. He's 50 CS behind now.
And
he's just he's left the lane. He's a jungler now.
Yeah. Even the Raptors are out trading him almost.
Sorry, Illusion. I need this money. And he does. Avarice Blade there as well, trying to catch up. Knows he has to play the waiting game. Might as well play it with an Avarice Blade in pocket.
He's now mid. The fact that he has gone to another lane, he's looking to concede his own turret sooner rather than later. And if he's there to last it under the turret, then usually they'll push it, they'll try and deny minions from him, and then they'll let it reset back and try and freeze again. They'll bounce it back. But if he's gone from the lane, well then RNG will say, well, we need to rotate with him. We may as well just take the standing gold, take the money.
Fly actually going to the bottom lane here. I actually like this swap a lot. Gonna give him that farm there and move Jinx around. Maybe just try and start some fights here and get her some assist or kill gold. So the dive's coming on to Let Me now. Does get tagged by Braum. Prophet's gonna dive in. Kill's gonna be there by the looks of things. Let Me not that tanky ult goes out in Illusion. He will get it, but Jinx does get assist gold. Oh, Fly's here as well. Dragon does go down, but Fly's gonna get knocked up by the Fate's Gold. A little too much there. Wooch gets the kill. MLXG not needed.
They get the Dragon, they pick a kill onto Fly, but they're going to lose a turret in the top lane for their troubles. A nice rotation from YG, but if RNG can capitalize on this, actually, you know what? YG aren't going to stop right now. They need to respond.
I think they should keep pushing. Standing gold's great for this Jinx.
This
who
is
needs
working
to play
really well
catch
for
up.
YG. Everyone's trying to make a trade. Rek'Sai's going for the bottom turret. RNG are committing to 2 turrets for 2. Shen was back up, so the saving grace of that situation. Really, it was an even trade. They lost a Dragon and a kill, so even in kills, and the Dragon, the only difference.
Yep. Second turret there does go to Xiaohu, but YG still ahead in turrets, 3-2. Mid lane turret down for both sides now. Does open up some space, and Let Me's fine. He'll just farm up the wave as it pushes back towards him.
Yeah, not an issue that he doesn't have turrets as a Shen in particular. He's going to be split pushing and pushed out of position anyway. In a fine position is Let Me. He just lost those 2 turrets, and it's nice standing gold given to this Jinx, who's working on items. Getting there. Not quite there just yet.
It's a struggle, to say the least, there for Jinx. And Whoosh is on the way to Runan's Hurricane. Dagger and Eureka have both plus Berserker Greaves. I mean that Callisto is now topside. Nice and scary. Going to look to take out another turret, even that back up, and get even more gold. RNG playing nicely around this map. And they still have the Dragons to look to as well. 2 already down. 3rd will be a good start for that snowball. Although it looks like Lei slowed there, but not dead.
Definitely not dead just yet. Fly is committing to this split push. Whoosh has decided he doesn't want to deal with that, especially not with the assassination of this Ahri. But then it's also interesting because they've put the Jinx there into the lanes where they're going to be team fighting, and they've taken away their big power point of a champion.
Xiaohu trying to bait in the bottom side. Sorry, walking down to the bottom side. I think Letme's trying to bait. Ahri seems to know what's wrong though. Fly does have ulti and flash available.
They're going.
They're probably not going to get the kill. Ulti down there as well. It's like a port maybe as well. Yeah, they are going to come down. Fly's taking a lot of damage. Will die there to Letme. Prophet going to try and play clean up here. But Xiaohu going to put down the gravity field. Gets stunned after the ulti there, and Letme just trying to buy some time and live. He's relatively tanky. Xiaohu gets the damage down as Letme with a nice flash might escape here. Prophet looking for something, but Xiaohu takes the kill.
Ooh, that was also close in the top lane. Lots of trades, but RNG actually coming out favorable in every single one of them. They still have pressure on this top lane. The turret very close to going down. Braum trying to stop it, but again, all of these trades have actually just favored
RNG. Tag is there. Oh, has to be careful now. Trumper's down. Might need to pop the Fate's Call. Does get the Monsoon out. Lei with a nice reset, and Whoosh is just hopping around the skill shots. Tower will fall, and Jinx is lucky to be alive.
And Xiaohu again, someone we said don't sleep on this guy. He is massive and killed the Ahri down in bottom lane, took out the Hecarim shortly after, and all of the control of the map that YG were trying to bring back into their favor. They were starting to control objectives and areas. Now out the window again.
And once more, RNG just doing a great thing with their lead here, starting to grow it further and further. About 3,500 gold up now. Runan's completed for Whoosh there as well.
And Magi's.
And yeah, Magi's Vagina stacking up. Lei's got captain boots already as well.
Well, he's the captain.
He is the captain. Captain Lei. Zamal XG. Looking for the Raptors again. Going to clear a couple wards out here. A little too far forward. Yep. Braum passive there. MLXG a little too far forward this time, and Lei leaves him to die. Oh, he gets out maybe. Tunnels out to safety. Nope. Goodbye.
I don't really know MLXG. Like,
he's just very aggressive.
Well, he just takes every fight. Like, he's so very baitable that it was a Braum in the Raptor camp clearing a ward with no vision on anyone else on the map.
Oh, very cute from Whoosh. Hops over, pops the Fate's Call. Prophet could be in trouble here. Gets tornadoed up as well. Really good play. Whoosh flashes for it, and he will get it.
Very well played from Whoosh to actually get onto the Hecarim, allow Lei to get in range. They proc the passive, and it chunks Hecarim out to the point where he could barely make it over the wall before going down. Whoosh is just a monster right now. And this is how Kalista should be played. What we saw in that last game was a little bit more lackluster in that respect.
It really was here in Whoosh. He's also an aggressive player. RNG in general are quite aggressive. But Whoosh's aggression, especially recently, he's sort of, I feel like he's harnessed or sharpened it as Xiaohu just destroys poor Fly.
The life of an Ahri against the Victor is they can instantly kill each other.
Oh, Whoosh. Tries to hop away. Doesn't have flash, remember. Does get hit by the zap. Everyone else is coming in. The Chompers are down. He's just going to try and get the trade. Jinx gets the ulti. Letme's going to look in for the trade. Does get it there onto Jinx. Now Killu going to get chased down here as MLXG's joined in as well. Braum's the target. They get the laser down. Unbreakable pops as Letme gets the double. Now Illusion knocked up there by Rek'Sai. Trying to get out, but he gets stunned up and he can't do anything as they take 3 for 1.
Gragas did not have the ultimate trying to save the Hecarim earlier. Hecarim again did not have the teleport to get in there to help. And Fly was already dead after being assassinated by Xiaohu. So they're picking really awkward fights here to try and defend objectives. They take down Whoosh, they get a shutdown, which is great. But all of the members of RNG are there ready to go. And in future, you have to keep in mind that the Shen is going to be there with the ultimate available. And that will deny the Kalista even dying.
Yeah, and Xiaohu going to find Fly again. Fly's like, please, not like this. Seen this movie already. Didn't really like it.
Really cute and unnecessary there from Xiaohu. Sending a message more so than looking at a kill threat.
Good pinks there for YG. Very far back, but gives them some vision around their jungle. MLXG, it's a charm. Fires back with a Prey Seeker.
It feels like MLXG just doesn't care. Like, he just does what he wants.
Tanky.
Like, I want to fight this guy, I'm just going to fight this guy, and I'm
Yeah.
going to die. But I don't really care because I wanted to fight him.
Yeah, and RNG are almost always there to back him up. We've seen a good grouping and fighting here from RNG, making sure they always get trades here. And that's how they play when they're ahead.
Look at him.
They just
He doesn't
constantly
care.
fight you. He really doesn't.
He ulted on top of them.
With the home guard boots. Oh, Xiaohu now in trouble. They might want to save him if they can, but he's going to get knocked against the wall by Hecarim. Jinx going to collect it. That's good gold there. Jinx actually starting to ramp up now.
Yeah, Jinx actually not doing too bad. Has 2 kills, but is still down by 70-odd CS. So starting to scale, just not at the exponential rate of the Kalista, as they have managed to make that pick onto Xiaohu, who overstayed his welcome. And they get the Dragon for their trouble. So nice play there from YG. They get something back in their own direction from what was starting to get out of control.
Yep, 5,000 gold up as well now for RNG. So gap closed a little here. RNG in a strong lead, but not an overwhelming one. As Red Buff going to go over to Kalista. And the key items are starting to come out. Fly with a Death Gap, Trinity Force for Profit. Now going to move in towards the tanky items. And 2 items close with the Aegis there as well for the Jinx and the Braum respectively. So it's working out. MLXG finds Fire. He just wants to fight again.
He just likes fighting.
He does.
Really, at this stage, he's just playing a fighter. He just wants to fight constantly.
Needs a warrior enchant then.
Yeah, he does. He hasn't really decided that option. He's going for Cinderhulk to be a tanky man so that when he does fight, he doesn't take damage, because that is what his team requires of him.
Yeah, he does fight a lot.
And Woosh does all of the damage for him, so he doesn't need the warrior enchantment. Xiaohu, of course, massive himself, working on that death cap. Once that is available, everybody will die.
Is he doing this on
Look,
purpose?
I don't know what he's doing.
It's like he's recalling on top of a ward, hoping someone face checks Xiaohu's Victor.
Is he going to ult back to that
He
exact
is.
spot? Yeah, so that's what he did. That's really cute. Really, really pointless. Super cute. He just ulted to the spot. Yeah, look. Good job, mate.
Finishing round and wins.
Getting it done.
So, not entirely wasted there. That was returned.
Well, I mean, what is your definition of entirely wasted? The ultimate wasn't wasted.
Huh? He bought an item. It's all worth. MLXG hanging out, got his cool shades on. Gets hit
Look
by
at him.
Braum Q. He's eating it. He wants the slows.
He's disrespecting them to the point where they want to engage on him.
I think he's got Ninja Tubby as well, so all these slows are full duration. Just face checking him. Buying time, maybe. Lemmy's pushing in top lane up against Fly.
I seriously just think he's just disrespecting them to taunt them into fighting him.
Well, they do want to fight. If we've learned anything from RNG, they do like to fight.
YG's ward control has been great. They've
It
always
has.
got wards in relevant areas. That's the one thing they are on top of in this game, and it's keeping RNG down to the point where they're spending most of... Honestly, MLXG. You just got back.
Back he goes. Needs to refresh the tight zone, I think, yep. Doesn't get the charges back. No ulti this time, but he'll always walk back at this rate. And RNG can consider Baron. 25 minutes is a fine time to do it, and they've got good champions to get it done here. Victor and Kalista.
The big question mark when you look at these coming fights is what can Fly do? He's going to be doing a lot of damage. He's able to assassinate pretty much anybody on that side if he connects to them. The only exception may be the Shen, who has some magic resistance ready to go. If Fly can make things happen, then Young Glory can definitely win team fights. But it's so hard to do so because there's a QSS on this Kalista.
I like this a lot from RNG. Send Shen to make sure Prophet can't leave, or if he does leave, Let Me will follow. Prophet actually already walking back. That's a nice response. As Kill You a little too far forward, trying to ward. MLXG going to take up the damage again. But Let Me's come down. He's actually found the flash. He's got Jinx, but they can't quite get the chain CC. Now Woosh is trying to run in as Prophet goes in for a huge ulti, taking out Shen. Fly on the backside is trying to get kills. Gets Charm there, but Woosh QSS out. He's gone so far deep, but he's gotten the first kill. And that might be all they need. Jinx is dead. Woosh is going absolutely crazy. He's not going to get more, but a good fight for RNG.
And Kyushu just does not do enough damage. He is just a sitting duck for death, and that is exactly what he finds. As Woosh is massive and still did work in that fight. This was the one fight of the game where Young Glory really should have won it. Prophet went massive in that fight. Really was what his team needed, is that Hecarim. And the end result is still going to favor RNG. They get that mid lane turret. They're going to go to Baron.
Yep.
Rek'Sai has ulted
They'll
for it.
start it up. Lei does not have ultimate, so he can't reset for some health, but Letme is teleporting in. This is a big commitment to this buff, but they are going to finish it. Bates calling it up either. Lei has to be so careful.
Yeah, Hecarim spent way too long farming. He was very, very, very unaware of the fact that this was a possibility.
TPing in. Baron goes in. Gragas actually gets it. It is Illusion. He's stolen it. And RNG are going to keep fighting. Illusion will die. It might have been a bait. Killu going to force the flash away as MLXG still chasing. Double knock up there as well from the Unburrowers. Letme finds the Jinx with the taunt. Whoosh gets charmed there. He's got to be careful. Fly trying to get the assassination, but Whoosh is so mobile. And that almost went horribly wrong, but they get 2 key kills. They're going to try and find a third. MLXG lucky not to die. I can't believe they lost Baron, though.
The saving grace of that situation, stealing the Baron away, prolonging the game for even longer, which is exactly what they're looking to do because Kyushu has no items. He's working on that last Whisper, but he just isn't there yet. In saying that, RNG still make a lot of fantastic picks onto priority targets. Fly getting let off his leash, essentially. He's starting to become a monster. He hasn't found a kill yet onto Whoosh. He didn't even have his QSS available.
Oh, Whoosh is going in again. That's a flash up from Fly. Whoosh once it misses the pierce. Won't get it onto Fly. But you can tell he's just got the killer look in his eyes. Whoosh wants everybody dead.
He's out for blood right now, Whoosh. He is a very scary Kalista that you have to deal with. And he's playing so in the face of these Young Glory members that he's challenging them to hit him with spells and he's just dodging them all.
Yeah, got good peel there as well. Lei's got 12 assists and a single death, so that Magias has good stacks on her. 8 right now, I think, as Dragon does come back. RNG did miss number 3, so this will be their 3rd now. It would be much better to be 4, and Young Glory might actually fight them for it.
They certainly look like they want to fight for this one. In fact, they're pushing their way into the Dragon. Fly's got the
MLXG's gone so deep into the back line, trying to dive in. Letme's gone in there as well. The Jinx going to get destroyed here in the backside as they've dove all the way in. But Whoosh, he's gotten low. Fly's managed to kill him. Lei will die there as well. And they need to get a few more kills. Fly's doing damage, but here comes Xiaohu. Ultimate's down. Fly will die. Xiaohu's dead as well, though. 3v2 right now. RNG running out of bodies. MLXG tries to get up, but Prophet's going to chase him. Dragon will get in. Hecarim gets the triple. Letme now trying to get out as well. He's pretty tanky, but Prophet's going to chase him down. Killu's going to look for the stun. Letme will survive.
Whoosh just died. Whoosh was in a very bad position for that fight. Fly had the flank, but the fact that that flank actually worked was entirely on the back of Prophet. This guy is putting the entire team onto his shoulders and he is carrying them to a victory. He's about to chase down Letme.
What's Letme doing?
I don't know.
Getting himself chased down by Hecarim. He's going to die. Ult just misses. Prophet takes him, though. And that's 5 dead for RNG. An effective ace and a dragon for Young Glory. They turn this game around. The gold lead's starting to shrink. RNG only 3,000 gold ahead now.
Yeah, so the lead is shrinking, but it is still there for this RNG side. The big question mark is always going to be this Hecarim and what he can do in these fights. There's no Last Whisper available for a Kalista. Doesn't want to go that option just yet. And the armor stacking that this Hecarim has is starting to become a bit of an overbearing feature of this Young Glory team.
Yeah, 3-item Hecarim. Jinx probably close to 3 items there as well. 3 items done for Ahri, working on, I think, a Void Staff next. For any item there, it's going to be just fine. Yeah, it could be Rise, which would also be good. No Locket either, looking down there for RNG. So Fly, like you said, was starting to do some work. And there's the Last Whisper up for Jinx. Things are getting tricky for RNG. Not out of hand, but tricky.
Just much harder than they otherwise should have been. In other words, they were so far ahead, they could have convincingly closed the game out, but a lot of mistakes and let's call it cockiness. A bit of overconfidence from this RNG side has pushed them into positions where they've now realized that they can't 1v1 everybody, and instead they should start grouping, working around the Shen split push. And it's now hit the point where Kyushu has his 3 items, and that he has no right having 3 items.
No, not at all. Not after how this game started. Whoosh does get his Bloodthirster, so he's gone the double lifesteal build here.
Honestly, still 90 CS down.
Yep.
Like, Whoosh is so far ahead, as you said, you know, the double lifesteal build. How... I don't know, RNG, they're efficient, they're not entirely... Wow.
They're just unfocused here. Good charm there as well. Gonna kite MLXG down. He's just trying too hard to force these fights. This is the difference when MLXG is like having a good game and not a good game. He always dictates the pace of the game for his team.
And he's super far ahead, but he has only got armor available to him. So they're looking to kill Fly first and foremost every single time that they engage in this game. He's looking to sustain through and be that super tank, but if Fly survives, and it's pretty hard to kill an Ahri, and you're not exactly in a great position.
Not at all. MXG has to go back. Does have his ulti, gets the back cancelled by Ahri. Keeps recalling in silly spots as well. Player will clear the ward out there, but that tower's dead. RNG are really losing ground here. That gold lead shrunk. It's almost irrelevant at this point. That's how small the lead is. And execution's what we look to next. And it's just not been there for Royal Never Give Up. They have not closed this game well, despite the lead that they have.
Oh, they really should have had this game in the bag so far, but they are losing ground slowly but surely. And it's honestly on the back of Young Glory stealing the Baron. Like, if Illusion didn't steal that Baron, the game was over. So a lot of credit to this Gragas where it's due. He played this game phenomenally. All things considered, he's been invaded. MLXG probably going to try and take on Fly again and regret it.
Loses Scuttle Crab there as well. MLXG wants it.
I don't know, he's playing fine, he's just being cocky. He's being over-aggressive and overconfident in the way that he is playing around the map. And he's sitting in vision. He knows that he's got his team by his side in this case. But Hecarim splitting in the top lane. He's already at the turret.
Yeah, Prophet. Young Glory just trying to buy time now. Prophet is huge on Hecarim.
Yeah.
RNG will rotate up, try and stop him, but they'll just force him back here. Gives another pressure point over to Young Glory.
Woosh still very big though, needs to be considered. Has the Janna shield and the Bloodthirster over shield, so very difficult to kill him on this Kalista right now. And though Hecarim is big, working towards, from the looks of it, that Thornmail to be a really big armor stacking threat, it's going to take an awful long time to kill that many shields on a Kalista.
Yeah, and Kalista doesn't have a Last Whisper yet. Not sure how much gold Woosh has, but doesn't have either component in his inventory right now. Probably has enough for a pickaxe if I had to guess, but maybe not. And Baron's up in 5 seconds, Dragon up in 1:45. RNG have not played well around objective, so we'll see what they do with this one, because this next Baron, you said that the last one might have decided this game. This next one definitely decides it.
Starting to mount towards a big team fight for both of these teams, and Prophet is just running away with this game. He's out split pushing Let Me right now and forcing multiple members to address him as a major issue. Shen still not responding to him. Baron's up though.
Yeah, Prophet just going to buy time. He's going to get a tower here. Teleport's going to be used, but I think he might still get it. Prophet going to do a lot of damage regardless. Let Me going to try and fight him. Prophet's happy to just take the damage and try and take the tower. He gets it. Let Me can't do anything. MLXG's going to come in as well. I don't know if they have the damage. Ult out there from Prophet. He looks to be fine, but they are going to keep chasing. Let Me needs the taunt. He doesn't have flash. Lay's gone in as well. They're trying to zone him away. They'll get the knockup. They'll take the kill, but that's everyone committed to the bottom lane.
Xiaohu's by himself in the middle lane right now, and he is not showing any respect to them because he's massive. They make a pick onto the Hecarim, which is great, given that Dragon is in 40 and Baron is now. If RNG can get to the pit, put down some pressure, maybe deny the vision that they have there already, then they will be in a good position to work around the second Baron of this game. But until such a time, you know what? They're just going to do it.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, they missed a pink wall, but they're starting Baron. Woosh will actually get ulted up by Let Me. He wants to be here right now. But Illusion stole it once before. Can he do it again? It's going to be tense. Lay's going to pop them out. They're going to try and finish it. Illusion goes in again. He steals it one more time. Let Me going to taunt things up. But Kilyu's coming in with the ulti. Jinx is untouched here in this fight. But Xiaohu goes forward. Zones out Fly. Almost gets the kill. But he doesn't have enough. Jinx is huge. Woosh is ripping them apart though. Trying to get somebody down. But Illusion, how did you do that? Oh, Hecarim off around the side. Woosh now in trouble. He gets ulted by Prophet. He's going to die. Jinx will get the kill, and that's the ace.
What are RNG doing? They didn't start in the Baron, fair enough. The Shen didn't need to use his ultimate that early to get there just to be there anyway. The Hecarim was dead, so he could have walked. They could have baited the Baron. Illusion seriously winning them this game right now, stealing 2 Barons in a row by basically just walking in and smiting it.
How do you steal a Baron off Kalista?
Look, end of the day, they've done it.
They have, twice.
twice.
And now they've broken the base. Middle inhibitor open. Illusion's going for the dragon as well.
MLXG.
They're going to chase it. Jinx is a big kill here if they can get it. He is low. He will drop. Lei getting chased up by Prophet. MLXG wants more. He's going to go in for the Hecarim. Not too deep, though. Illusion will secure Dragon, I think. Does have his smite. Should be okay. Prophet's going to come down to help. That'll make sure it goes down safely.
Dragon number 3 goes towards Young Glory. And the game is definitely not over now. Those 2 Baron steals have actually brought the goal back to dead even.
That's crazy.
And, I mean, Xiaohu's got Victor. He's massive. Complete Hex Core. He's got the perfect Hex Core. Void Staff. Death Cap available to him, and that Abyssal Scepter to boot for some added penetration, some added resistances. You throw to Woosh, he is a massive Kalista. He's got that last Whisper completed now, which is very important for him. He will actually be able to carry these fights out, but Prophet, honestly, has Thornmail done, has the Frozen Heart completed, and now another Chain Vest. How do you kill that guy? I mean, even look at Illusion on Gragas. Armor everywhere. They're stacking against Woosh, which means it's all going to be on Xiaohu now to step up massive.
Yeah, and RNG now have to contend with the Baroned up minions. They got good wave clear, but it's just going to buy Young Glory more time. The fact that the gold is even, it's actually slightly ahead for Young Glory. But this game, RNG, if they lose this, they'll know this game should not have gotten to the point. They'll be forced to play a game 5. Young Glory have done so well on the back of Illusion's Gragas to get to this point, and they're going to start to assault the middle inhib.
Woosh is doing his best attempt at being a frontliner. In the absence of them, they're flanking. What?
MLXG's are on the side to trying to go in, but he's forced to flash out. Young Glory's team fighting has looked so good, and RNG's, to be perfectly honest, has not.
Shen also used his ultimate there, so they don't have that available. This should be essentially a free inhibitor.
Fly gets a charm onto MLXG. That's the pick if they can get it. He's going to get knocked back around. He will dive. Xiaohu, huge ulti there as Let Me dives in with a big taunt. Woosh needs to get in there. Good that Monsoon Victor to reset, and the damage absolutely absurd. Illusion will die as well. Victor goes off.
Xiaohu just winning them the fight single-handedly. It's going to be difficult to get next to them, but they're trying.
They're teleporting as well. They really need these kills. Fly is an important one to get. Let Me's going to charge in onto Jinx. Does get the taunt down, but it's a little too dangerous. Never mind. Xiaohu gets the damage.
And Fly, the only one left standing. And after so many repeated mistakes from MLXG, Let Me not having the ultimate available to be used, they actually find a way to potentially break the base of Young Glory. Ari's going to try and mount a defense.
Fly's still here. Let Me's taking a lot of damage, but Woosh is very strong. Xiaohu's ult not quite back yet. RNG can't do anything more than that, but they hold on to their mid inhib with a massive play from Victor.
Yeah, that was all Xiaohu. He just dropped that Chaos Storm onto all of them and wrecked Prophet. They're all stacking armor. This is what we said earlier. And he has a Void Staff with the minimal magic resistance that they currently do possess. He just destroyed them and single-handedly brought them back into a game where, in all honesty, they don't even deserve it from 2 Baron steals. And that's a lot of cannon minions.
This is going to be nice and satisfying.
That's super satisfying. Do it again.
He is. 2 seconds left. Here we go. Beautiful.
So great.
It is great. Xiaohu deserves it. CSing Lava Storm. Almost got full build now as 6 items are going to come up.
Actually, how much is he going to buy from this? Because they just got an inhibitor. He just got so many kills. And all of those minions to boot. That Amp Tome.
Now it's Zonya's.
Hello, money.
Look at this Amp Tome. It's now it's Zonya's. It's pretty good.
It's full build. In all honesty, this Victor is going to be the solo carry of this game. And I mean, Woosh is massive. He's a very big Kalista, and he's kiting around the outskirts of the fights. But without having that Victor there to put down the burst prior to, then they're not going to win the game. And now that basically they actually saved their inhibitor from just pure skill of mechanics right now. They did out-mechanics them.
They did.
Completely out-mechanics them.
I mean, that's what we expect from RNG. They are the more experienced team, arguably the more talented as well. But Young Glory have put on such a show here to get this game, even to this point. The game is not over. It's not even close at this point.
Not close at all.
One big fight might determine it here. 2,000 gold up for RNG, but let's stop discussing the gold difference because it's now irrelevant. 70k each for the teams here. Pretty much everyone full build, and it's back to execution. And with everything apart from that last fight, that has been in the court of Young Glory.
Yeah, it's the objective control as well. 3-2 in Dragons, so not a whole lot of Dragons taken in this game, but the last 3, I believe, have been taken in favor of YG.
Yep.
They are doing very well, and the Baron in particular, RNG seemingly in control of the area. Speaking of, is your jet skis there to place down a ward?
Yep, they do need to keep those wards down. Looks like Sightstone's been sold by MLXG. Has just a regular ward slot now instead.
Okay.
I don't know.
He would have had enough money to buy a Banshees, I guess.
Yeah.
From having sold the Sightstone, so he bought green wards because, you know what, why not?
Yeah.
Still gives vision.
Yep, correct.
Totally.
Very similar to a Sightstone ward.
Yeah.
One would say almost identical.
The only difference is color.
That's true. It's MLXG. Slapping down some more wards. Vision is it's been a big point in this game. Youngglow's vision has been very impressive in this particular series, actually. God, Prophet is a GA. It's going to be a tense fight, whatever happens here. I like what he's doing, though. He's working on the split push. He's got his ultis. Teleport's not far off, but
They
YG,
started.
they're the ones to start Baron. The record for teams that start Baron has not been good this game.
No, but thankfully the record is also RNG starting every single one as they're running down mid. No, they're
They
coming
have
now.
to pull back. They see them really smart from YG. Lemmy's going to apply some more pressure. Illusion Smites have been on point. Prophet's trying to zone them out here, but he might take too much damage. They've pulled off. They're going to re-engage. Lemmy has zoned into the fight. He misses that first taunt. MLXG, he's going to eat a trumper now. Has to disengage the shield there from Lay, but Illusion bops him. Gets stunned by Braum. Huge ult there from Gragas. Separates them all, but the face call's been popped. They're going to try and fight. Huge reset there from the Monsoon. Xiaohu trying to fight Fly, but he goes down 1v1. Lay now the next target is Woosh can still carry this game. Gets the rend on the first one for the double. Needs to keep going in. Woosh, can he be the carry this time for the fight?
Wow. 2 for 2, and the fight ends. The control of the Baron area is still in favor of RNG. In fact, they're looking like they're going to do it.
This is risky.
This is super risky. Illusion does have to recall. Hecarim's going for the dragon himself, so this should be a free Baron to take. They did not look towards dealing with this. And Xiao, who put down damage before he died, that was important. But Woosh, again, it's his time to shine in that particular fight. Fly, he's doing so much work on this Ahri, but there's no direct winner from these. The Dragon for the Baron, of course, favors the Baron team, but they're also Dragon 4, so they're one closer.
Oh, Shin's found it. Can he get it? Gets the taunt! Oh, he can't get it. Illusion Smites it. Let me actually might be dead. Chasing Prophet instead. Does have his flash. Taunt soon. GA there. He's going to get it. Going to keep running. Woosh is down here as well.
Kalista's chasing them.
Yep, they are going to keep going. Prophet's forced to ulti out. This is good news here, and Woosh is back down. Tornado's there. It's not quite enough. Fate's Call used already. They've actually already tried for that chase, but here comes the rest of the team. Lemmy going to stun up, kill you. Woosh is going to try and get the bolts in. Ulti used by Braum. RNG getting a lot of cooldowns here.
Yeah, RNG forcing a lot of spells, a lot of summoners. The GA gone from Prophet as well in particular, which is massive for them in the coming fights. And honestly, I just wanted to quickly mention how well Lay played that last engagement in the Baron area, because he's the sole reason that they actually didn't lose the game. And he is doing so much work for the team right now. Individually, every single member of RNG is putting in overtime. It's just as a team, they've started to feel a little bit lacking. YG's starting to find their way in.
Yeah, and that's tough. RNG onto the base now. They're going to try and deliver the killing blow. But it's so tense here. Everyone is stacked in this game. One little mistake will cost you. Golden Jinx as well.
They're not
Harbinger
controlling
again for
all
Braum.
3 of the lanes.
No, Letme's in top side.
The bottom lane's still pushing. It's something that they should not be pushing for them if they want to pressure mid. They want both lanes pushing. Shen can pick one lane, the minions pick the other lane, and then you have the choice of rotating between all 3.
Yep, we're just going to push that out now. RNG going to rotate back in. I don't know if that wave's going to push in bot.
It should. They've got the stack of the next wave.
Makes sense. So RNG do have 3 waves pushing now. Correct that for themselves here. No big objectives either, so it's just about fighting for these structures and trying to find a good team fight. Baron's still up for a little while longer, but Woosh is going back.
Janna was already in base as well, so they don't get much from the Baron. It was taken almost out of necessity. They wanted to avoid the next fight around the Baron and actually get one for themselves so they know what it feels like.
Yeah, well, they got
have
one.
a purple circle.
Got one this time.
Left out.
Looks like an elixir refresh there for Woosh. Didn't sell anything. Going to keep those boots up as Letme's chilling. Waiting for a taunt cooldown. Goes over the wall. And we'll go back to pushing once more. Baron running out here. Not up for too much longer here on RNG. They have not found a team fight yet.
MLXG has been consistently standing still on wards since the start of this game.
Got a sweeper. Uses it now after getting hit by a charm. And Lei's got his elixir. They're going to move in, try and get some damage done here. But again, only one team fight could turn this game. We are late into this one, Rusty. 46.5 minutes in. Does not take you much to win or lose a game from this point.
No, it does not. And that is all we're waiting for. One mistake to be capitalized on, or one good decision from a team. The Dragon and Baron, both not available right now. RNG, if they take this game out too long, they risk giving up that 5th Dragon. As an Elixir of Iron, Ziggs Harbinger on Braum. He looks fabulous when he's gold.
He does.
Looks amazing.
Making that Jinx even stronger. MLXG again. Does have his ulti, but no real tunnels towards the mid lane. Trying to apply a bit of additional split push pressure, but the Baron dropped off, so a little bit trickier now.
Young Glory are playing well around the side wave control still. They're stopping RNG from threatening all 3 lanes. Doing a very good job of trying to hold on to this position. Once the Baron is down, they can make picks.
MLXG
trying his best to get picked, but does avoid it.
tunnels away to safety, which is going to clear the waves out again. And RNG know they just can't. They don't want to commit. They need to force a fight somewhere a little safer.
They're probably just going to wait for the Baron again. In all honesty, they'll wait for the fight. Maybe the Dragon fight, depending on what they pick and choose. The Dragon will be up first.
No, the Dragon's so risky.
It is. It's completely risky, but it's also pulling YG out of their base into more of a neutral footing where they can try and out-team fight them.
I mean, why do you even incentivize to leave their base for that Dragon, though?
Yeah, it's their 5th Dragon. They have every reason in the world to want to go for it.
Fair.
That'll win them the game.
They'll also lose if they lose the team fight.
But they're also incentivized to come out of their base to at least look at it.
It's true. It's interesting. It's like, games when they get to this point just feel like they sort of amount to a coin flip. Because it is execution-based.
Well, yeah, late game team fighting, very, very execution heavy, and it just feels like that's the one thing RNG were lacking in. Their individual team fighting is great. As a team, their team fighting just doesn't feel all that refined.
No, MLXG grabs a Kindle gem for
I have
himself.
no vision around the Dragon.
RNG's vision has been the other thing. It's been almost 2 different teams. Like, Young Glory's team fighting is 5, and vision has been good all game, and it's been RNG's early game that's gotten them to this position. But YG have stepped into the late game, so if our theory is correct from watching this series, YG would technically be favored from this spot, but it is tricky. It is very tricky.
It's super tricky. I'll be honest with you, they don't have any vision still around the Dragon area. Up in 45 seconds, up well before the Baron is. They need to start putting all of their focus and attention towards this area. They've got control of the scuttle at the Baron's buff, which is good for them. And ideally, place down wards, recall, come back to the Dragon so that you can reset ward control at Baron afterwards. But they're yet to actually make a direct decision.
And too late now. They have to commit to trying to stop this Dragon.
But YG are just going to push down mid.
Well, RNG have to
That
respond
is
then.
so far gone.
Time to fight then. Letme's in top lane as well. He actually is causing good pressure.
Yeah, he's doing very good right now for his team. He's going to be able to hit this turret with a big stack. He's taking it down.
Trinity Force, man. Trinity Force Shen.
Here's the elixir as well.
RNG only have to buy time here. Although they actually have to stop the Dragon. This is tight. Does break the base in top side. Letme's doing work here.
Does he want the inhibitor or to fight?
Dragon's so low. They're going to force it. Kill use his ulti already. MLXG's in the backside there with RNG. Who's going to get the Dragon? We'll go there to RNG. He smites it away. Bates call popped as well. They're going to peel Prophet away. Whoosh is still untouched on the backside. And the front line's doing work here. But Whoosh now taking damage. Does get shredded down. So much work here as RNG trying to salvage the fight. But Jinx flashes out at the very last second. Letme needs to get out of the pit, but he can't do it. Gonna get locked up. He's gonna get the Jinx. No, he's not. The GA popped. He will die after this. He's pretty tanky, though. He might buy some time.
He's so tanky.
Jinx left here. I don't know if they can actually do this. Braum will die. Prophet's like, hey, Jinx, help me. But Jinx wants to take the base.
They're still going. Prophet teleporting.
Oh, he's TPing. That's a smart move from
They're both
Letme.
TPing.
Prophet's coming as well. Letme needs to get back. Doesn't have home guards, by the way. has to just run back and get his health here. YG, 2 versus
They
1.
can probably end this game. They've got a minion stack, and Kyushu is beyond huge
They're
right
going
now.
to try, let me tell you.
Well, let me be the hero.
Well, he has to be here now. Prophet gets taunted up. The tower doing decent damage, but Jinx is still coming in. She's still not taking damage. Let me's trying, but Jinx has too much. The taunt's down there as well. Can Prophet finish the game? Jinx still has enough, and Young Glory will force game number 5.
They take it to the last game.
Oh,
One draining game where Whoosh, he tried so very hard, but one mistake in positioning gets destroyed. All of RNG, they put everything into that game. The end result, though, so very close for RNG, but so far as we take it to the very last game of this series.
you can see the Young Glory players, understandably, cracking smiles after that game.
Yeah.
They could tell that game was done from maybe 20, 30 minutes before it ended, but they pulled it back. They had the late game. The Baron steals from Illusion kept them in it, and a very dramatic team fight managed to push them over the edge. And the momentum now shifts back again.
Certainly does. You don't know which way it's going to go. We're in a bit of a bouncing castle here, in a washing machine more so. You never know who's going to be actually on top of this. It's all going to come down to this one.
It is. Let's take a quick break here. I'm sure you guys all need it. But when we return, our deciding game will be here. It's YG vs RNG for game number 5. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL promotion tournament here for the end of the 2015 Summer Split. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me is Zach Rusty Pie, as we are almost through an epic best-of-5 series here. RNG versus Young Glory is going to go all the way down to Game 5.
We're at the last game of this best-of-5 series. 2 apiece for both of these teams. And you look at that last game and you think RNG probably should have won that. But YG, they persevered, they stuck through, and they got that late-game team fight that won them the game.
And the games that RNG have lost, they've looked so shaky. It feels like they get a lead and they just don't know how to close the game out, which is weird because the games that they've won, especially Game 1, they had complete control and they knew exactly what to do. So I don't know what's happening for RNG, but best of 5s are tough.
But this has felt like RNG throughout the entire LPL.
Yep.
Like, there's a reason that they're in the bottom 4 teams right now, and that is because they've consistently performed well or poorly. Before coming into this best of 5 explicitly, 1-1 against IG, 1-1 against Xiaogu, same thing against Vici, and they 2-0'd Snake. They're a side that was looking really dominant. And then they come into this, and they recede back to prior form, where they just can't really find those victories they were otherwise looking for.
There's Lay as well. He looked shattered.
He looked broken.
After that game ended. And you can tell the Young Glory guys definitely had big smiles on their faces after that, but take a breath in, breathe out. Have to make sure you focus for this game because this is the most important one. Doesn't matter how well you played in the last 4 games. It's only 1 left now. And it's not even for a spot in the LPL. This is for the chance at playing a BF5 for a spot. But you got to win this one to get to the semifinals.
And it's also about not getting eliminated.
Yep.
You have to keep in mind that whilst we're doing this, whilst everything's said and done, Game 5, you're eliminated if you lose. You just played an entire split of the LPL, and you're out.
Yep. And it's tough. Like LSPL, they can play there. There's definitely that league going on as well, but it's hard. And I feel like RNG are a team that momentum, best of 5 series are difficult. Like, if you're not an experienced team, and RNG have played a lot together, but mostly only for the latter half of this year. Young Glory have shown a lot of resilience, a lot of tenacity here in this particular game. And with the way the games have been playing out, it feels like momentum-wise, Game 5 favors Young Glory, just like from a psychological or emotional perspective.
No, definitely. They're not a team that is used to playing those best of 5s here. They're a completely different side, RNG. They're only used to best of 2s. They've got a slight advantage in terms of who they regularly play against in tournaments, but Young Glory coming to the 5th game, and in particular having that win in the 4th game in what was a very long, emotionally draining, as you said, very taxing game. I mean, you do give them a slight edge. RNG is still a very strong side, though. If they get carried away with an early game at all, suddenly it's all in their hands.
And I feel like both teams might be looking for comfort here, but we are into the draft for our final game. Rumble Twisted Fate, the first bans for RNG. They are on blue side, by the way. That might give them a nice little edge there. Azir Elise, the first 2 bans for Young Glory. But it looks like MLXG is going to get a strong jungler here. Ari banned away there as well. Didn't want Fly on that one.
I would just like to take a second to point out that blue side has won every game.
Blue side's pretty good, as it turns out.
Certainly is.
A pretty popular side. Evelyn, the last ban there. Echo is open. RNG insta-locked it last time this happened. They're going to do it again.
I don't understand. I know Fly played really well on that Ari, but his Twisted Fate hasn't been that standout. But they're banning 2 target picks away from him. Of course, standard necessities in terms of bans from the side of YG. They did forego one of them, and that is exactly what they have picked up here for MLXG. But realistically, I don't think those bans are that necessary.
Yeah, and we'll see what Young Glory get here, but they're going to get 2 nice and strong picks here. Brom's been popular. Greg has certainly been a big pick here. Illusion, probably happy to play it again. Would love to see him pull out the Nocturne, but don't think it's going to happen in such an important game. But Echo over Brom is an interesting choice here. Brom is locked in, though, for Young Glory. They're going to have it here in game number 5, and there's Gragas as well.
Yeah, so they've picked up the Braum, which is very smart play here from this YG team, making sure RNG do not get it. But they've also foregone something that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, Kalista being left open again.
It's pretty much like the biggest deal.
I think.
Evidently not.
They might not take it here. I feel
They've
like
got the Draven fallback.
I feel like Young Glory are afraid to play. Yeah, exactly, because of the Draven. So, Gnar Victor here instead for RNG. I like the Gnar a lot from Let Me. That's been his best looking champion in the series. Really took it to save in game 1. Prophet's been great since he joined in. But Na's been a pretty contentious pick here, and Let Me shown a lot of prowess on it. Xiaohu back on Victor as well. Makes perfect sense as Fly's locked in Jace already.
Straight up locked it in. Wow. That is an aggressive decision here from Fly. It doesn't necessarily do good nor bad into the Victor. You have a slight strength early and you have a lot of power spikes. Like, irrespective of how the lane is actually going, you do have a lot of spikes. And these guys in the bot lane, honestly, they could go for anything with the Kalista again. They didn't need to early pick it. I'm a little bit baffled by the Jace pick in that, like, it's a mid-game strength champion. It does well all game once you get those big core items set out, the 2, 3, and then 4 items, and each respective one buff is your strength. But you got a tank top lane, tank jungle, and tank support. So whoever they pick as AD, I'd be expecting a Jinx or a Vayne again.
For Young Glory or RNG?
Yeah, Young Glory.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Maokai. That's sort of why Kalista's maybe not the pick here for RNG. Champion's really strong. Wouldn't mind seeing Wish on Kog'Maw again, but maybe just doesn't feel confident with the AD carry not locked in just yet. They'll take Kalista. What's Lei want to pick here? He likes to make plays. He's going to go to Alistar. Pretty good with the old Kalista combo.
Yeah, it's a very good combo. It's that extra hard engage option, and I'm not surprised if they lock this one in. They're committing more to the mid-game strength comp. They've got the big frontliner in the Maokai who can augment their strengths and help with their diving capabilities. Gragas very good at disengaging if need be, so is Braum. But they've also just, if they do this, committed everything towards that mid-game. And it's perfectly fine to do so if they can execute.
Yeah, I think they don't want to let Victor echo Kalista get out of control.
Yeah.
There's some pretty strong scaling
But I mean,
already.
they won last game in a late game scenario. They had the Jinx, they scaled it through. They played the assassin style. They've committed to a completely different type.
And that's the Jace pick, right?
Yeah.
Like, just not the same scaling here.
Yeah.
I don't know. RNG don't. I guess they have 2 tanks, kind of. It's nothing like Gragas or Maokai. Vayne's, I like this pick a little bit better.
That was something that we originally expected.
Yeah, and there's Vayne. Young Glory finished their lineup. Pretty interesting team comp that they've gotten here. Again, Fly's Jace. Probably the most interesting adaptation. Hasn't played it at all in this series. Going to pull it out here for game number 5. Might just be a comfort thing.
I would imagine so. They're in game 5. Everyone does revert back to comfort picks. And while we're speaking about comfort picks, you look at RNG's side and, you know, for champions that they're comfortable on, that's a pretty damn good comp.
Yeah, I mean, good comp as well, which is kind of a nice added bonus. But certainly MLXG's Echoes look great. Let Me certainly look good on now. And Xiaohu Wush have been playing well. I like Lei's Alistar as well. That feels like a comfort thing to me. He had Thresh as an option, but he wants to take the cow.
Yeah, between the Thresh and the cow, pretty damn comfortable on those guys. He's gone for the super tanky option as Echo and Na not always providing constant tankiness. Echo's a little bit parallel convergence reliant. Na's a little bit Mega Na reliant.
Yeah, needs setup. So Alistar Kalista is actually good for that as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens now. Last game of the night. Oh, sorry, last game of this series. Not even close to the last game of the night.
Not even close.
Let Me versus Prophet with Na versus Marco. There are still 2 more series after this as the promo tournament continues. But MLXG and Echo up against Illusion's Gragas for one more time.
Yeah, so the jungle matchup again. Blue side having a 100% win rate. MLXG winning both, or his first game on Echo, looking to do the same thing again as we move to the mid lane.
Xiaohu's Victors look good. Both games he's played it. Has it here again for the final one. And Fly on Jace really mixing things up there with the pick as we move to bottom lane now. Woosh back on Kalista, but going to be matched by the Vayne.
Yeah, Kyushu on that Vayne. Looking to be another scaling option that the team required. Didn't commit to the Cork. He didn't go for that all-in mid-game strength. Instead wanted an extra option.
Yep, and there's Braum Alistar to round out the lanes. Kill You versus Lei. It's been a fun series here. Young Glory versus RNG brought all the highs and lows of League of Legends to this one best of 5. And they have to win. There's nothing left for these 2 teams after this game.
That is right. The losing team is eliminated from the promotion series tournament. It's a vicious cycle, the LSPL and the LPL promotions, but it's going to be intense.
It is indeed very intense as we're going to get ourselves onto the Rift for game number 5. And here we are, Rusty is up.
Wrecked.
Fly starts it off well. Gets the Q harassed. Game's over. Pack it up. Already done. Fly's won the game. See why he picked Jace. Good Q there. Longsword start. As you do see the teams are fanned out. About a minute into this game is just some defensive vision. No one wants to take risks.
No.
And I do not blame them.
Not a hint of blame whatsoever. They do want to be neutral. They want to place down the vision. No, neither team really inclined towards a lane swap. There has been one, but it's not really a preference. It's Fly 2 from 2. Putting Xiaohu in the dumpster.
Yeah. In trouble
Look,
now.
not bad.
Cleansers here as well for both mid laners, so going to be important against all that CC. And Fly's actually going back.
I don't really know if I like the cleanse for Jace in particular. Laning phase, you know what? I don't know if I like it for both of them.
Well, that's
I
what
can
they've got.
understand why they've got the cleanses. There are stuns on each respective team. Maokai's got the twisted advance. Vayne's got a condemn, and Braum's got the passive, which is always very annoying and an unpredictable stun. But realistically, you could go for a barrier or something, prevent damage from more than just a stun.
Well, we'll see if it works out here as we do sidle up into once more standard lanes. Bottom lane's going to take out some jungle creeps as well. Gromp will be taken out by Young Glory. And looks like both Krugs there for RNG. Yep, they will commit to the final one as well. Ren going to help out there. Lei will tank that up. And going to have a good early starts here for both the duo lanes.
Yeah, getting level 2 onto that Vayne immediately as well. Going to help out a fair bit with the laning phase. Not the easiest of laning phases to be against an Alistar and a Kalista, especially once they hit that level 2 mark and start to ramp up in their relative strengths. But until then, Kyushu going to be very, very happy being a level ahead.
Yeah, and Vayne will scale nicely as well, so shouldn't feel pressured in that department. Didn't want to go for that Corki that he hovered. Keeps it nice and safe with the Vayne. Has been very popular in the last few weeks of play.
Been.
Looking around as well. Again, settling into standard lanes. Maokai actually was the first early lead. Teleport not used either for Prophet, so looks like he did a camp here, but whatever he did, he worked out nicely here. Started by pushing Lemmy into that top lane by the looks of things.
Basically, very standard starts here. Both the junglers doing the exact same style. And they could butt heads at a very similar area.
Oh, great trade here. Lemmy's Gnar, as I said, has been excellent. So if there's one time where, if one play to really look for here to carry a big game for RNG, it might be Let Me and his Gnar.
Put it this way, it's been banned from him after the first game. So done well to get the Gnar at all, and he's on that gentleman skin. It's adorable.
It is so adorable. But MLXG,
Those clocks.
they're going to look up. It's the pocket clutch. Look for his next gank. Lei's going to make it big. Good parallel convergence. They're not going to get the flash, but the stun's so good. Vayne can't go anywhere, and first blood goes to Echo.
And Echo actually taking the first blood this time. Kalista not able to get that one. Looking to snowball more than just the bottom lane. Complete control. And this is that go button from Alistar. Something the team comp was going to require, having an unpredictable and unreliable Echo and Gnar. Very well played here from RNG, from Lei in particular. He's having a great series.
Yeah, and Lei saw what he looked like after game 4. Was a broken man, but he's picking himself back up. He's got a bit more momentum now after setting up that kill. And Echo, MLXG, the jungler, I think he's had 3 of the 5 first bloods in this game.
Yeah, he's done really well. In fact, he's had like most of the second bloods as well if he gets the first blood. So very, very aggressively trying to carry this game out for his team. Hopefully doesn't make as many mistakes as he was inclined to do in that last one in regards to smites. But also very well done from Illusion in particular, who's been standing out in his team.
Late game MLXG has been definitely much different to early game MLXG. So if it's going to be an RNG game, it feels like it'll be a bit of a shorter one. But we'll have to see. Only 1 kill now. Young Glory still sitting pretty here. See how much they can shut down this Vayne. Kalista actually going back early. Gives himself a Vampiric Scepter to help out in the lane.
Vamp Scepter early, looking to most likely, you would say, go for the Bloodthirster style of build, deal with the poke that Jace can put. We'll see what he does want to go, whether it's the combat efficiency in terms of going for that Cutlass and trying to trade with the Vayne, who can then turn on that aggression. Does have a very early sustain though, so he's going to be in a very great position.
MLXG going for an aggressive ward. Illusion will spot him with a body slam, but they'll turn and fight it. MLXG going to get beaten here by the Jace. Good W setup. They know they can't follow. Young Glory. Good bit of poke there onto the enemy jungler.
It was some nice poke. They did spot him, and the ward still got placed down as Let Me. He's being dove.
Yeah, he's going to get dove here. I don't know if he can do anything about it. Twisted advances there. Damage is good. Hop not quite, and Illusion gets the kill.
almost got out, but very well played here from this YG side. They secure Let Me, and he goes down in that 1v2 gank. It was a telegraph gank as well. It's very blatantly obvious. They just saw the Gragas trade with MLXG. But they also traded him out of the map. He had to recall to base, so smart capitalization by YG.
Yeah, now Fly in the mid lane, going to go back on his Jace. Pick up his first little buy. And Xiaohu clearing out the wave will probably do the same after he death rates down all the minions. Tear of the Goddess completed now for Jace as Kilyu gets headbutted back again. Condemn there into the wall. Kilyu with a good unbreakable. Lei playing really well in this lane though.
He is playing well, and Woosh has got the sustain to get through these trades irrespective of how the results were. And of course, even having the Relic Shield stack of the Alistar to boot. He's going for boots immediately. It's Alistar looking to be a presence everywhere.
Yeah, Kilyu has boots as well, so I could see early Mobies. Maybe look for that roam, but you have a yellow upgrade for the Hex Core already completed for Xiaohu. Gonna likely upgrade that Death Ray and start the wave clear that Victor does love.
As per expected, of course. Jace ramping up that tier already, has a fairly early tier and has been doing a lot of work for it. Not too bad here, and pretty standard, honestly. Top lane, though, doing very well.
Yeah, Prophet's doing nicely in the matchup. Save had a lot of trouble on Fizz in this particular matchup, so Let Me's now with a nice gank there from Illusion. Been held down for now, but he'll be fine working on Hex Drinker by the looks of things as Kilyu pops the Unbreakable just to make sure things stay safe in the bottom side. I like the Sight Stones as well from the junglers. Nice and early on before that enchantment, because they both know early game is very important. Need to make sure that vision's up.
I was about to say, look at the warding on the minimap, but of course Echo having that Sightstone available, soon to be matched by that of the Gragas, placing down wards of his own, has many to place. Dragon, going to be a fair point of contention. I'm not sure when they'll consider going for the first one, as we do have standard laning in this particular game.
I like that he brought up wards as well. There are 3 pink wards already out for RNG.
And they're defensive pink wards, that's the thing. Like, the ones that are placed already, they don't look like dying anytime soon. And they're in apt areas where contention may come at a later date, such as just clearing Jace's vision first and foremost, securing Victor that blue buff for when he will be going for that one, which isn't too far away from now.
Love the bottom side ward as well, especially against Vayne.
Yeah. One of the cheeky awards that you don't actually know exists as a Vayne until you press ultimate and realize they're hitting.
Yeah, and then they shoot you, you're like, oh, sad times. Just Fly with blue buff now, going to clear out this on Jace. Double longsword working on that Brutalizer. Should see a pretty standard Jace build here. Maybe Manamune first, but all those early AD options as MLXG claims a victim with that pink ward.
Can't actually go the Manamune anymore without getting the pickaxe as their build path. So
Brutalizer first.
We would assume Brutalizer first.
Manamune last whisper, and then you're good.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to go.
And Lucidity Boots is the only other thing that you'd really want to add to that. Fantastic position to be in for a Jace once you get to that stage, and he's definitely on the way unimpeded in terms of his farming right now. Victor primarily looking for that wave clear by upgrading the Hex Core to get the laser upgrade. Things very slow and steady, and the early ganks, they were successful, but they didn't translate into anything further.
Let me.
Got to catch the boomerang.
Yeah, hops out to catch his boomerang in Mega Gnar. Cute stuff there. Still working on the Hex Drinker. Brought the CS back as well. Things doing just fine here in the top side. Illusion is back. Sneaking into the top lane. We'll get in successfully, unseen. Lane pushing though. Not sure if Let Me's going to fall for this one.
It's reset, so it's not entirely pushing, and he's in the middle bush, so we'll see Let Me actually recalling.
I like it. Has to spend money anyway. Gonna keep it safe. Wait, oh, never mind.
Oh no.
Maybe not.
Gragas cancelled.
Maybe he's been baited. We're going to keep pushing out. Yeah, there's Illusion. They're going to move for it. Ulti's good, but it's not quite enough. Let Me forced to flush out, but he does get to safety.
Yeah, he actually gets out perfectly fine. Maokai trading flashes for their troubles, and Let Me actually out trading Prophet in that respect. So things not too bad. And RNG now know that Illusion's top, and the fact that he didn't die, they traded flashes. This should be, if the Dragon is taken by RNG, a very good trade.
Yeah, teleport's still up as well. Let Me actually not back in base, but can join in if needed. With Kalista already there, Dragon is going to go to RNG, and they'll start the snowball. Or at least started. Yeah.
We say that, but we also Really do hope that Illusion doesn't come in as the one hero that YG definitely need.
He was great in the last game.
He was phenomenal.
RNG don't want that, certainly. Young Glory, though. They'd love it.
They want all of that.
Oh, good engage. Bush in trouble. Ulti pop there by the Vayne there. He's getting stunned. Good heal there. Lei doing everything he can to disengage. Echo's not here in time, though. Teleports down as well. And nice 2v2 all in from YG.
Yeah, very well played, of course. Being able to jump to the minion on that Braum, get an auto attack and the Q. Very easy to stun up that Kalista. And this is one of the strengths of the Vayne Braum combo, is that whilst it's not known for its ability to proc the Braum stun, once they get it going, Vayne's able to put down free hits. The Silver Bolts just destroy everybody.
Yeah, auto attack reset as well. So nicely played there from YG. There's MLXG a little late there on the gank. Had the right idea. Couldn't get there in time. So Woosh does die. Going to build a Blade of the Ruin King first once again. So we'll have matching blades at some point here in the bottom side, but Vayne can have a bit of a gold advantage with that kill.
Yeah, nothing crazy, but we'll have the completed items sooner than that of the Kalista, who right now are very similar in terms of their items. Their farm the exact same, just the kill. The one thing separating those two AD carries in that bottom lane. Let Me and Prophet. You can see he wanted to recall for that Hex Drinker, but they forced flashes out of each other not too long ago, so junglers could direct their attention back up to this top.
He's got the Hex Drinker now, though. But it seems like Prophet's going to be the one to go back and get his next item. Might be Ninja Tabi, might be Glacial Shroud. He's got a Catalyst already. It's Illusion. Sees Lei. Headbutt. Ulti. Trying to kill Woosh. That Condemn needs to be there. He's good. Q there as well. Woosh does not have very many options left. One more auto is needed. Does get it there. And now Lei. Fate's Call got popped, but it wasn't enough to save him.
Kyushu yet again getting that kill. So this bot lane right now is looking really disastrous for RNG. Kalista 0, 2, and 1, and again they're trying their best to keep up in farm.
Oh, Lei going in. Good parallel convergence. Not quite enough though. Headbutted out of the area. And Vayne going to try and get out of it here. Nara's down to the bottom lane as well. Tumble out there as well. Pops the final hour, does the Vayne. But he's going to use his ultimate though. Vayne nowhere good to go. Does die to Let Me, who gets a kill for his teleport.
The clock tower gongs on top of the Vayne, who goes down at the same time, which is just fantastic. But they lose the turret in the top lane, all for one kill. Kalista not even involved in the kill. And now that is the entire Blade of the Ruin King completed for this Vayne, compared to the components from Kalista.
Yep.
So right now, in the driver's seat is this Young Glory roster.
And MLXG looking for a gank there again, but doesn't find it in the bottom lane. And Young Glory are the ones off to a good start here. Last game was RNG ganking the crap out of the bottom lane for that Kalista.
Yeah.
But this time it's Young Glory that answer with the same strategy. And Vayne with the lead is really scary.
Just as scary as the Kalista would otherwise be. RNG right now, he's being spotted by wards, MLXG.
Oh, just misses
Needs
that
to be
Q.
careful.
Will get out safely. Echo players are very reckless when they have their ultimate. MLXG feels pretty close to invincible there, but does back away when overcommit to stealing that blue buff. And Woosh returns, but he knows he's in a bit of a pickle now. Vayne getting stronger and stronger. And we talk about Braum's combat effectiveness early. Level 7 now up as well for Killu. Can go for another all-in here. Also, Jace getting stronger. YG's mid-game is building quickly. Their 20-25 minute game going to be exceptionally strong.
It certainly will be, and once Fly gets going, he's not far away from it now. We're looking at a completed Manamune. Once it's upgraded to the Muramana and the last Whisper, he doesn't even need all of those items to be at that strength point, but he's well and truly on the way. I mean, Victor, again, try not to sleep on Xiaohu.
Yep.
He's going to be massive, and he can single-handedly turn around fights with his Victor if he plays it right, and that is entirely possible that he will do so. Let Me still has the capabilities of carrying. The biggest worrisome point is going to be the fact that, yes, YG are going to have a really good mid-game. It's going to be on the back of Kalista's inability to really do anything in comparison.
Bit of a struggle here. Xiaohu, oh, just misses the last creep.
Damn, that attack speed.
Lei looking for a roam now. But mid lane is already gone. Manamune is done now for Fly. So just that last Whisper to really complete the early build. Let Me looking for someone. Finds Illusion. Ulti has flash. Doesn't commit. Just a bit of harassing. Will clear out and protect his pink ward.
And that's the important part, is that he didn't really want to engage because it was a 1 versus 2. Prophet on that Maokai was just around the corner, and he would also be wasting big cooldowns to ensure he won a trade. Isn't necessarily worth it when Maokai has a lot of sustain.
And no, not at all. And instead, we have quite a bit more farming coming out. A couple of kills directed at the bottom lane, but the other two lanes, mid lane and top lane, very even. So Fly, Xiaohu, Let Me, and Prophet are going to be nice and strong as well. Like you said, Rusty, don't sleep on Xiaohu, and he's looking good so far. Let Me as well kind of brought the lane back. Hasn't bullied Prophet out yet. But Dragon up in 35. That top half going to be crucial to any sort of contest. And RNG did get Dragon number 1.
They didn't. Let Me, though he hasn't actually pushed Prophet out of lane yet, is entirely capable of doing so, especially at level 12 and 13, which are power points for a Gnar that otherwise would not be for any other champion, because he's increasing with every single level the points in the W and the percentage damage that he'll be dealing to someone that likes to stack health.
We've seen the Hex Drinker do work. Hyper, pretty good ability. See if Prophet can avoid getting unnod. As we see MLXG trying to get some vision down, does pop a ward over the back of the Dragon Pit. Gonna clear out a couple of minions there as well, helping out Levain. And the Echo, been all quiet, honestly, like we sort of expected. I guess it's been like a very safe early game, but now Illusion will start the Dragon up.
They're looking at doing so. They've got the strength in numbers right now, this YG side, solely on the fact that the Vayne and the Braum are just a stone's throw away. Echo looking.
MLXG might try for a steal here. Illusion going to get it though. Can't make it in time, and now MLXG is in trouble. Got stunned by Braum. Great ultimate to chain CC, who's going to Chrono Break out, get condemned, and he's dead. As Prophet actually come down as well. Where's Lei? He needs to be Fate's called out maybe. No, pops the ulti instead.
Fate's call was actually used to bring him in, and Kalista flashing away from that. So the numbers advantage again, playing on the mines, and MLXG over aggressive, looking for a chance to steal it with his Q. Ends up getting completely flanked and caught out of position because Kyushu and friends, they were pushing Whoosh and Lei to the turret. And those two could not respond in time. So a big mistake there, but very well done from YG.
Yeah, great CC chain there. His bottom tower goes down as well. Young Glory got 2-1 up in turrets now. Things are starting to get a bit out of hand on the bottom half of this map. It's getting tricky.
It is getting a little bit tricky, but of course, Chase actually picking up one of those kills, doing big things. Very important that he starts that snowball rolling because he doesn't need to bridge people in this game. They're all pretty fed. He can instead spend most of his time trying to kill people and just make things happen for his team. So we're getting very close to that power point. He's got his Lucidity boots already, accelerating that cooldown reduction.
Yep, look around that 20-minute mark. Oh, getting aggressed on here by RNG. They will be able to take it by the looks of things. MLXG off to the sidelines. Illusion there as well, but he didn't have his ulti. Doesn't join in, and they will get a tower for themselves. So a bit of answering gold back here. Pretty much back to even now as it's 2 apiece in the turret war. And once again, these two teams, almost 20 minutes in, it's been a very close first part of the game.
Cool, calm, and collected. Only a couple objectives and a couple ganks have actually happened whatsoever. So both of these teams just playing it slow. They're both looking for big spikes in power, of course. We mentioned the Jace power spikes. Vayne very similar in terms of timing. Malco working on a Frozen Heart before finishing a Righteous Glory as well, so accelerating his build to match the rest of his team by having increased armor, because armor is a better team fighting stat than health.
Yeah, Frozen Heart's excellent.
It's just a great item.
Against RNG. Yeah, in general, yes.
Efficiency-wise, it gives the most armor in the game. Does pretty big things against RNG, who are auto-attack reliant as well.
Yep, with the exception of Xiaohu. And even then, a little slower on the laser. Oh, good poke. Power transfer shield, though. Actually protecting Xiaohu from a lot of that damage. Working on a Zhonya's second tier as well. Very different build from what we saw last time.
Yeah, and he's max level in that Q as well. So the shield pretty big here for the Victor. Not doing too bad against this Jace. And that's, again, Victor, very strong champion. Has the Zhonya's now done as well. The big question mark's going to be when they want to fight next. I mean, Vayne's got 2 big items completed. Completely foregone those boots. Fly, the components of his Last Whisper are done. He's very close to hitting a big power point. As you can see, 970 gold.
Good dodge out of the way. Xiaohu wants to commit here. Everyone's coming in. Teleport's used. Lemmy has to cancel it. He was mega. But MLXG is starting to eat the Jace poke.
And Jace can actually afford his Last Whisper pretty much now. He's about 20, let's say 30 gold off. No, it's about 40 gold off. Either way, can't afford that after he got a single minion just there. Will they stay or will they actually want to go get that item though, depending on what RNG do?
Yep, he's going to walk down now.
He still hurts.
Proper talking there as well. A little too much wave clear, unfortunately, with the Victor. Hard to push when Victor's involved.
Yeah, it's really difficult to push a Victor. They've got the side waves starting to mount against them very heavily, in fact, in the top lane. Bot lane just a bit slightly. So Vayne's going to go and answer that one. And Maokai is required in the top lane, which means they've now got a window here, RNG, to try and do something if they would like. Try and make a pick, get a kill, place down vision, just do something small, get some control back in this game because it's slipping out of their hands.
Yeah, you can see the gold lead actually still very even, but YG's, they're starting to hit those windows of power, the power spikes, and that timing is all about to sort of descend upon them, and it's going to be a very strong next few minutes for YG. Look for the next 5 to 10. Pretty much as we approach the 30-minute mark, we'll check back and see how RNG are doing. Because YG are nice and strong.
They certainly are, and Jace has bought, Maokai has bought the only thing, and it's a very small thing. Vayne has not upgraded those brown leather boots to be anything else.
Yeah, but do have time before the dragon fight. Looking for this tower before that happens. Might find a pick, gets the raptor instead. Kind of the same thing.
Picks the raptor. That'll do.
Ganks the hell out of it. Just kill each other, pink board. Not too safe to clear. Oh my god.
That hurt.
Yeah, and
that's like he's standing on wards as well.
Yeah. And that's the Jace poke that we look at here.
Yeah.
At this point in the game. That's why he's so strong with these items.
And RNG's answer to this has to be engaged before he can poke, but it's so hard to actually engage on this side. They've got a Gragas and a Braum. Even a Maokai, if he's there to a degree, very good at dealing with engages, negating a lot of damage.
Yeah, and they've got the tools, but Woosh isn't quite there yet. Needs the Hurricane probably to fight. Charlie's probably ready, but
this tower should fall
yeah,
here.
YG just looking for this tower. Echo's going to try and stop them. Can't though. Tower's going to go down. Don't commit. You'll probably lose out. Lei trying to stop them. Does not die, but the tower will fall. And RNG have to give that up.
Yeah, that is just expected, though, to be perfectly fair. The tower going down, the power spike of this YG team. Even contesting the dragon will be very difficult to execute. It's entirely possible. They do have a lot of items onto their carries. But to do so perfectly is a lot easier, and there's a lot more room for error for this YG side.
And they can just be patient.
And they can work around the Jace strengths. He can hit one Shock Blast gate combo, and RNG suddenly can't fight anymore.
Good cutoff. And let's see, he's not going to get the kill.
Xiao, who actually took a Shock Blast just then as well.
Oh, that's bad. Look
As
at that
you
health.
can see by the lack there of green parts in his name.
Casually loses 40% of his health or so. Young Glory, again, content to wait here. They've got their tower. They can just keep poking. And they'll get the dragon eventually. No need to rush.
Nope. Slow and steady, calm and collected. They've got control of top wave. It is starting to become a really big stack of minions for them. You can see it's even just been pinged by RNG. And multiple times by YG. They're aware of it.
Bottom as well, I think. Not
yeah.
too sure.
So bottom's, at the very least, it's past the neutral point where it could be attended by RNG. So they take the smart decision. RNG do know they can't fight for this one because eventually the red dot temptation.
Yep.
Overwhelming for Let Me.
It is. And he goes back to the top lane. Hits Mega Nara. He's going to clear the wave nicely. But Young Glory have been very impressed with how they've played all series long. The macro level play from them, especially towards that late stages of the game, it's been very impressive. But they got a bit more mid-game in this comp. Not a massive amount, but a bit more. They'll have to play around more of that time.
They have a lot less scaling.
Yeah.
But they still have the Vayne to boot. So I guess the difference will be how the Jace can bridge the rest of the team, get that Vayne to the 3/4 item stage, where Jace will still be good, but the rest will excel.
Yeah, Jace is at his peak right now. He can get stronger, but right now is his best possible time.
The only time he gets stronger is when he augments the penetration that he already has on his item kit.
Black Cleaver Infinity Edge, let's go.
Yeah, or a Bloodthirster, whatever he feels like at the time, really. Everyone has their own personal preferences for Jace.
I'll go with your recommendation. Can't imagine why. As we do see the tower going to go down. RNG with a nice move here. YG sort of caught recalling. They'll lose that tower. Back to equal. It's been the trend of this series, and especially this game. No surprising that Game 5 is proceeding a little bit slowly. But the only real lead's just that second dragon there for Young Glory. And that's really nothing here, Rusty.
It really isn't. And considering they are in that point of power again, the fact that they are slowly getting objectives, they're not really pushing anything, they're not using their strengths, and RNG are still trying to find opportunities time and again to just engage. All it could take is one mistake from this Young Glory team, and RNG could find their way into being ahead.
It's another good setup here for YG. Vayne in top side, she'll push that out. Maokai bottom side in a split push. YG can set up for a siege now.
They can. They need to start controlling the sideways a little bit more before they fully commit to going for anything. And I mean, the threat of the Victor, the Alistar, the Echo, even the Gnar, a little bit overbearing. But running a 1-3-1, it does deny RNG the chance to actually engage or do anything. Jace possesses a lot of wave clear, and the other two are designated disengaged members.
Vayne left a couple of minions, so that will push in top lane.
There's no Gromp there, actually.
Nope, already gone.
That one's dead.
Woosh goes to top lane now, going to match that Vayne push and shove the wave back. Ruin's Hurricane has been completed, so Woosh fight ready now on Kalista, hitting that 2-item spike.
Yep. Kalista's going to be big right now. He's going to actually have a very important impact in this next fight. Woosh has shown his prowess on this Kalista, something that we haven't actually seen much of in the LPL, as it's been banned 89% of the time. Has now been played 3 times in this best of 5.
It has. It hasn't lost. It hasn't won every time. I think it's 1-1. Is it 0-2 actually? It is.
It's 0-2.
Kalista's 0-2 in this best of 5.
And Blue side is also winning every single game, so it's RNG's game to lose right now in terms of statistics.
It is indeed. Although Kalista's not helping them
No.
here in this game.
The counter stat.
Let me in the bottom side going to push that out as well. Again, very patient from these two teams. At this point, we're just waiting between spawns of those major buffs. Nobody wants to make any sort of big mistake. But I don't know if that favors YG here. It's a little risky, but both teams are feeling confident, it feels like, with the way with the pace of the game as it currently stands.
They're working so very heavily around that vision control. RNG, they've stepped up their vision this game, which is very good. It's something they haven't done a whole lot of in the last couple games. They've had enough vision, they've been adequate. But this particular game, because it is such a slow, calm and collected game where every team fight will be methodically chosen by both teams, you would imagine, the vision has definitely stepped up.
It has. And YG actually might get a good line into this mid lane turret. We'll shove Echo out of it. They've got good damage here. Jace and Vayne, when they get free damage onto turrets, they'll shred them. As MLXG looking for the engage. Almost finds it there.
Teleport.
Gets some damage onto Kilyu. TP down for Profit. MLXG getting low. Chrono breaks for a bit more health. And Lemmy's got a huge ulti in there. Finds 3 with it. But they're going to pull them out. Fate's called back in as well. Good 4-man knock-up. Lei trying to get some work done, but Woosh has been caught by Maokai. Damage out here as YG just going crazy. And that's 2 kills for 1. Going to keep going in though. Xiaohu looking forward. He pops the Zhonya's Time Wonder there as well. Stuns there onto the Vayne. Xiaohu might be able to keep it alive here. MLXG going to get low, but Xiaohu not done there. Gets another kill. That's 4 down, and Let Me will join in. They'll clean it out. 4 for 4 now. Xiaohu, can he get the ace? He needs one more. Roto gets it. And a crazy team fight.
4 for 5 trade. And that was a super tense fight. It came down to the wire. Woosh taken out of position, goes down very quickly. He made a slight mistake in positioning, but it was all started by Let Me with that teleport in behind them. Hit a fantastic Gnar, and he lived until the very end where he just decided he didn't want to live either. And all things considered, nothing really changing, just a massive team fight.
No, and Xiaohu has to be the one to really carry this game because Kalista's going to have a horrible time this game.
Yeah, Kalista's not going to have a very good game at all. In fact, I'm surprised he went for the Blade of the Ruined King build instead of like a Bloodthirster for an overshield, a bit of extra sustain to get him through the initial burst that a Jace can output. And Fly did a lot of work in those fights, and we're going to see this again. Fly, with the rest of his team, just completely decimate Woosh and MLXG, forcing the ult out of him. Let Me does come in very nicely and hits a great Gnar, knocking him into the wall. Woosh on that Alistar. They're fighting again.
MLXG's dove back in onto Kilyu. Xiaohu trying to zone them out there. Good positioning here from RNG.
Oh.
Lei will dive in deep into the backside, find Profit, but he maybe isn't the kill they want. Lei will die, but Kilyu is low. Chrono break there from MLXG as Woosh cleans out the Maokai. Vayne is far too low, and Echo is not done. Let Me scoops him back in. Kalista finds a triple kill.
Whoosh just turns it on. We said he was going to have a bad game in terms of living through these team fights, but he ends that one with full health. I take that back. Fly making sure that isn't a fact.
That's really smart. That Baron's denied now.
Yeah, that was really well played by the Jace. But the fight itself, the Dragon now available to be taken by RNG. Xiaohu just destroyed their health bars with the Flash and the Chaos Storm, ensuring the rest of the team, Let Me didn't even have Mega Knight at the start of that fight, and they played around it well.
And you can see Whoosh happy to swoop in and play cleanup with his last Whisper. The carries of RNG have good items already done. Whoosh 3 items through. Rabbit on Zhonya's cooldown boots, perfect hex core for Xiaohu. You can tell why he's doing such massive damage.
Oh yeah.
As Whoosh takes the red.
It is going to be the Infinity Edge, by the way. 4 Fly on this Jace from the looks of it.
Delicious.
Has decided to go for the attack-based item build, and he has been auto-attacking a lot as opposed to other Jaces who are more spell-oriented and just using primarily the Gate and Shock Blast.
Got a Ghost Blade there as well, because why not? Pretty cost-efficient item.
The only thing that builds out of a Brutalizer.
Also has crit.
And you need the Brutalizer.
Yeah, you do. You really do.
Added bonus of crit, of course, in the active, which is great.
I feel like the active's like the poor man's W. It's like, well, my W ran out, so I better hit this button.
Sure. I can see that. It gives a bit of move speed as well, which is nice. I think one of the bigger bonuses of actually having that.
Yeah. Short cooldown as well. Good item. Love me some Ghost Blade. MLXG. Initiation. Rob hops away. And we'll reset again. RNG.
Yeah.
Looking for the Baron. They know they can do it. They're so strong.
This is such a tense moment, though, in this game, is that everything 10 and 10 in kills. The gold lead very much negligible, but they've all started team fighting, and based off the last 2, it's gone both ways.
Yeah, and RNG know that if they set the fight up well, they're in the best position to win this game if they win the next encounter. And if YG ignore them and like don't stop them Baroning, they'll smash Baron at this point in the game.
I mean, Kyushu only ramping up to be stronger and stronger though right now. If
Yep.
he gets left alone at all again, if the engage, as you mentioned, isn't on point, if they don't get all of the priority targets, he just jumped over the wall.
Yeah, Let Me going in. Almost Mega Knight. Kiryu's going to be the target. Just taking some poke right now. Let Me's build up that rage.
This is good for RNG because the bot wave is stacking up in minions. The top wave is doing the same. The only big question mark is they're going to be pushing into a Jace who will make their life miserable.
Got a super short window here. Prophet doesn't have his teleport back up. Back up now.
And window closed.
Yeah, window closing. A little bit more time, but yeah, not very long there.
No, they couldn't really do anything. They pushed them away. I was just taking advantage of an out-of-position moment there from the Braum. Let Me putting down a fair bit of damage. Very confident on this Nastil. Knows he's a super tank. And that is because he has 3.5 completed items. The Hex Drinker, I guess, is a medium item of its own. You wouldn't define as a completed item.
No. I mean, you can get more if he wants to upgrade it to legendary status. MLXG also getting tankier. Random with Omen coming in second there after the Frozen Heart and the Jungle Enchant.
Maokai has the locket as well.
Yeah, I noticed that
Double
earlier.
locket.
Questa pointed out. Hey man, they know the Xiaohu power.
Yeah. But, okay. They've got the double active. I will admit that Aegis can be in 2 different places at once.
Yep. You can like
Just don't know if it's necessary.
makes Prophet really tanky as well.
It does, but he could have gone any other magic resistance item, really.
It's true. Spirit Visage might be better.
Banshee's Veil.
Who knows? Yeah. Look, it's what he wants. I'll accept. There's no big like AoE stopping item. Locket's the only one. So I guess they're just really afraid of Victor.
Yeah.
RNG gonna keep pushing, but again, real tense game here. It's been a close series. No surprise that watching this series play out that it's gone to game number 5. Let Me though, starting to be really annoying on the mini now. Prophet losing ground here. Actually can't really stand it. They've actually gone back in though. Blaze forced to pop his ulti. Teleports out, but here comes Vayne. Looking for the flank. MLXG wants the stun, won't get it. But the Convergence will zone them off. The Nas massive though. Xiaohu combos in as well. And they've already gotten the first kill. Jace is dead. Prophet will die as well. And Whoosh instantly flashes forward. He wants it. They can smell victory. There's the double for Xiaohu. 4-0 in that fight.
RNG just clean up shop right there. They get a very awkward engage, but they re-engage again. Let Me comes back in. uses that teleport, and Xiaohu once again flashes with that Chaos Storm, and they just destroy everybody in front of them. 20 seconds remaining. 4 members dead from YG.
Might be able to close the game out here. It's going to be close. Illusion doesn't have his ultimate. He's going to try and make it work. But in one fell swoop, Young Glory are going to lose the series, and RNG worked so hard to get here. Let me and Xiaohu go off, and RNG win 3 for 2.
YG worked so hard to get to that moment. They got to the 5th game in this series against RNG, the highest seeded team for the promotion relegation tournament. And it was just taken away from them in one team fight.
Yeah, if you want to get like technical, that was 1 versus 8th in this tournament.
Well, yeah.
So the rest of this tournament's going to be really fun.
Yeah.
Good way to start the promotion tournament here. Xiaohu still looking forward. Not looking, super. Looking, I guess it was a long series. Looking a bit exhausted perhaps here. Everyone's sort of breathing out after a very long best of 5. But Xiaohu and Let Me, man. The Na Victor combo. Didn't need the echo that time. Had more than enough from those two.
And I mean, the Na solo carried game 1. The Victor did so much work in that 4th game. He had the game robbed from him.
Yep.
And then the 5th game, they comboed together. And they took it away.
Well, they did. Beautiful stuff to watch here from Royal Never Give Up. And they'll move on to the semi-final. No idea who their opponent's going to be just yet. Illusion, they're moving off stage, looking a bit dejected. His team will have to wait another round.
You know what I'm most excited about?
What are you most excited about,
World
Rusty?
Elite Future against World Elite.
World Elite Present versus World Elite Future.
Hopefully not predicting anything.
That's like, if Echo's in that game, there's all sorts of shenanigans.
Time shifting, and Dillian perhaps when we're going.
Oh my, that would be great.
But they took the game out here, RNG, in this best of 5 series that came down to the wire.
It did, and it's a whole lot of fun. The promotion tournament starts off with a bang there. 3-2 for RNG, who'll move forward to the semifinals. But don't go too far away. We've got 2 more best of 5s this evening. We'll take a quick break and see you for the next matchup shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast. The Chinese LPL promotion tournament. Teams trying to get back into the LPL or trying to get in for the first time. Fortunately for RNG fans, they still have a shot making it back into the LPL
One
after
step
that.
closer,
After that
Atlas.
5-game series.
They recovered from the huge jinx, the hex you put on them
I know.
on
I
Friday
apologize.
night.
I do
Were
apologize.
able to battle through in 5 games. Was very close, though, with YG going down swinging.
Yeah, exactly. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're taking over for the next half of the show. Still a couple of best-of-5 series coming up. And King now to battle it back against 2144 Danmu Gaming. Not entirely sure how to say the name. Sounds a little bit more like an address. We'll see whether we can get there as we move forward.
Yeah, so Danmu Gaming coming in here, of course, the sister team.
Yeah.
Of another LSPL team as well, Danmu Gaming. So they've got 2 of them. And we're going to see exactly how well they can do because they battled their way through, able to scrape into the promotion tournament, looking pretty good with a couple of Koreans on their lineup. And they're going up against King, a lineup that we're used to seeing in Worlds, not battling to get their position back into the LPL, of course, formerly Starhorn Royal Club. They've got people like Insect Zero, Name, just to name a few.
Just to name a few, of course, and Korn there as well. Couple of players that you most definitely will recognize the names of, but they haven't exactly had the best time in the LPL, finishing squarely in last position. A little bit unfortunate there for King fans.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, they really wanted to make that push towards World. They said that Name, his quote was, "Give me a team and I will take them to Worlds." And that didn't exactly work out, but...
Well...
we find ourselves here, and they need to win this. You know, they purchased the King organization along with their points in hopes of being able to make that late surge. Insec has been playing some unique things in the top lane. I think that will cut out, and he'll go back to the Yasuos and the Vladimirs that he's seen a lot of success on. Also had a great Rumble game mixed in there. But to me, it is all about the man in the AD carry position along with Zero. Name needs to step up. He's made his killing in Chinese League of Legends.
He has.
Like, one of the greatest players to ever step onto a Chinese Summoner's Rift. And now's when you put up the big numbers that we're looking for Name to put up all year long.
Yeah, and of course, he's up against the AD carry of the opposing squad called Yin, Korean AD carry player over on the B team of this Danmu Gaming squad. But we are going to hop straight into the King lineup, ladies and gentlemen. 36% win rate in the LPL, and Insec, he's back there on the top lane. You can see a sneaky little poppy game there.
The
in the
Rengar
match
game was
history.
also cute.
That was not successful, definitely cute. Huey there, you can see, back to his roots on the Lee Sin, but of course has been finding some success on Rek'Sai somewhat earlier on, but not in that match history. You can see Korn trying to carry his team through. Still a fantastic Fizz player.
And King did go back to their assassin roots as we take a look at Name, Graves, and Lucian. I like Name on lane bully champions.
Yeah.
When he goes back to playing more of an enforcer role for the team, along with this man, Zero. And you feel that he's the catalyst. When Zero plays well, King looked like a fantastic side still. It's
Until
just
he
that
plays
it's
too well. At which point he does ridiculous things like builds first item QSS into Guardian Angel and
yeah.
stuff like that.
So he had a couple of games where he,
They have got a bit ahead of himself.
thought he was a different player maybe. But yeah, for me it's their bottom lane. If their bottom lane can perform, we will see the King lineup. They're good enough to get back in.
Yeah.
But if the bottom lane goes through any of the hiccups that we've seen lately, I really think that they will struggle against Danmu here.
Yeah, and of course, King sort of looked like they were out of sorts towards the end of the LPL split. They knew that their hopes were very, very slim heading into the end of the tournament. So maybe now, with this
Wow, Zero looks
desperation
asleep.
needed, yeah, Zero's just
Wake up.
barely even
There we go. Yep. Desperation.
Okay.
Sorry to cut you off. Yep.
Desperation. So much. You can see it reflected in the support play. Oh, damn it. Well, no. They still must be very desperate to get back into the LPL. Name going for Worlds a second time around. It won't be 2015, but 2016 still an option there. As you can see, that's 10 players on your screen. And the Danmu Gaming squad are going to start with Sky here in the top lane, and not to be mixed up with Sky, who was formerly on King.
Yeah, so Sky, really good Aurelia play. See whether he's able to pull that out really 1v1. You have AU there in the bottom lane. Lots of Gragas Rek'Sai, nothing new there. Of course, they have about 15 people on this squad, so it is going to be Dear Satan in the mid lane.
Yeah, so he's the one that's going to be picking up that mid role. Of course, Dear Satan is the only one registered as a mid player. So thank goodness We knew that one. And there's Yin. This is the Korean AD carry that we were telling you about, of course, able to play basically everything, as you can see.
Yeah, he certainly does. And once again, looks fairly good when he plays a enforcer role, because Mui here in the bottom lane is a really good Thresh player. Also plays some disengage in the form of Janna and Nami. But when they play bully lanes, they look very strong together.
Well, we'll see whether they can get any of these lanes and whether they can actually stand toe-to-toe against the likes of the bottom lane of King. Of course, Nami definitely wants to be trying to put his stamp onto these games. And of course, it's a best-of-5 series, and King probably looking to come out swinging in Game 1.
Yeah, certainly will be, and we'll have to see whether Danmu continue their style of playing towards the top half of the map, giving a self-sufficient bottom lane over and just trying to let everything roll through. Because when you play the likes of Aurelia, when you play the likes of Azir in the mid lane, you can get a lot of work done in the 3v3 skirmishes. These champions excel towards a one-item power spike. And they are going up against fairly proficient solo laners on the side of King.
Yeah, of course. This is a team that hasn't necessarily come together as far as teamwork is concerned, but there have been moments of glory for all of these solo laners, and especially the duo lane there of King.
Yeah, and it just really has been a story, as you see Insec on your screen there, about them not being able to piece it together. Insec came back onto the starting lineup because the team said that they wanted him as the top laner.
Yeah.
Had to relearn the position, you know. He went from jungle to top, back to jungle, now a top laner again. And really has had some huge ups and downs, as you would expect from a player that swapped back to a role mid-season.
Yeah, just hasn't quite found his way back
Flashes of brilliance,
yeah,
but some very mediocre performances woven in there.
Yeah, and some very interesting performances as well on some very interesting champions. But I'm really glad that, of course, his Yasuo managed to get a whole lot of respect. Of course, he played it the first couple of times, not necessarily to fantastic effect, but since then, really taken off on that champion. And some interesting ban phases come through when you're up against the King lineup.
And they flex it, you know.
Yeah.
They play it in the mid lane, they play it top lane. He also plays Vladimir, where you never know where it's really going to go on the Rift, of course, because Korn is a historic Vladimir player as well.
Yeah.
So they're able to flex a lot. As we take a look at Name, he looks pretty focused. Maybe a cheeky smirk on there. Name fancies himself in most League of Legends matchups.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, Name actually looking like he's fairly comfortable heading into this game. So not too many nerve issues, anything like that. Some grins from basically every player that we can see thus far. We'll see whether that's going to be good news for either Danmu Gaming or King as we hop into Champion Select, because it's all on the line now. If they lose this game, all hope's dead.
Yeah, and of course, EPA and HYG already made it back into their Hyper Youth Gaming. Storms through. I don't think many people guessed that one coming in there, as well as Energy Pacemaker all. But if they're the teams that have secured it, there's only 2 spots left. So we've got 4 LPL teams, a couple of LSPL teams, battling it off to try and make that late push to get through.
Yeah, and this is all dreams still trying to be made here, and King trying to get back into the LPL. They're going to be blue side first time around, and they're going to ban Aurelia, so Sky not going to see that one. More top lane bans coming in, or I guess potentially the mid lane as well, as King's Insec is going to have his Yasuo banned away, and you can see Mui not going to be playing the Janna this time.
Yeah, and Echo also joined Yasuo on the bench, so Huey cops a ban there. I like the Aurelia ban.
Well,
just
Korn
because,
as well.
Yeah, just because Insec had played a lot of solo carry champions, and Vlad Rumble are also 2 that you have to point out, and Aurelia just does well against his champion pool in general, so I like the fact that they're respecting Sky, getting it off, and that's a ban we're going to see a lot.
That is 5.14, ladies and gentlemen. Elise going to be spending a lot of time on the bench.
They're just way too strong right now. Name also takes a ban, so spread out across 3 roles right now, and Zero would not be surprised to see this at all. Locks in the Thresh.
Yeah, instantly. They waste no time at all. Grab Zero's #1 playmaking support champion, Sky, already with the Smite teleport ready if he wants to lock in this Hecarim.
And this is what we said. Trinity Force users, mid-game spikes, able to be self-sufficient and create pressure. That's what Sky's game is on the Rift. And if he grabs something like a Hecarim, it gives him the recipe to do that.
Yeah, and of course, AU is going to be locking in the Civ. AU actually a member of the A team of Danmu Gaming as well. So interesting to see what he can do for this squad as well, as Sivir is going to be locked in. And they play a lot of this, the sort of the Sivir Victor comps, trying to get all that movement speed and run over the top of these games. Huey hovering over his very standard Rek'Sai. We'll see what Corn decides to grab as well. And if it's a Gnar, Insec is definitely hanging up, you know, the Insec style, going for something normal in the top lane.
Potentially not. Locks in the Shen. That is a very normal pick, but he likes to level 1 gank.
That's true.
Kind of made it popular. See if he can get Name ahead in the laning phase. And Huey goes back to Rek'Sai, as we said. A lot of vision control now secured for King. They have the presence around the map with double globals, but wow! Danmu pretty much looks like there's no banning phase, because they're just locking in what they nearly grab every time around.
Yeah.
With the exception of maybe Aurelia.
Yeah, it looks like these teams not actually looking at what their opponent's picking. They're just saying, okay, this is the team comp we want to run. We're going to lock it in. Well, Name's hovering a Tristana here as Korn going to, of course, a melee assassin first up as his option. Lulu, of course, there as well. Plays a lot of utility at the same time. We'll see what he decides to lock in. But yeah, of course, AU now on the Gragas. We spoke about the fact that the Victor and Sivir is something that this Danmu side does like to go towards.
So 2 things right now. They're looking at either a Razor Name comp or a comp where Korn can outright counterpick the mid lane and then hopefully dive in with the Shen's shield on top of him and take someone out, either with a Fizz, with the likes of Kassadin. So they go with a Jinx, which Name is a very proficient player, but wow, it is going to be Fizz.
Yeah, Korn going back to comfort here as well in the mid lane, wanting to make sure that they can keep Dear Satan down. And now Mew trying to figure out what he wants to pick up here.
And last pick support is something that we very rarely see.
Yeah, I was just looking through. I was like, what role do they need? Not expecting it to be the support role as far as that last pick.
So right now, Korn has the luxury of being able to go offensive item first, something like a Lich Bane if he wants, because he's got the huge shield coming through from Insect. So
yeah,
you can dive into the backline with Insect and very much facilitate that, because it is practically impossible to keep Korn out. Like, Fizz is just so hard. He's got the Troll Pole. He's got the
so
Urgent Strike to go in there. It's just really good. So Insect going to be able to use that to great effect. And then it's really going to be up to Huey and Zero to keep Name safe. Try and get rid of Sky, who's gone back to the Smite, so a little bit more of a late game scaling comp coming here for Danmu Gaming. But they have a lot of forward motion, you feel, with the Donkey Whistle, with Gragas, as well as the Hecarim.
Donkey Whistle, of course, ladies and gentlemen, stands for On the Hunt.
Doesn't stand for it.
It does. It most certainly does in my world. Donkey Whistle. Love it. One of my personal favorites. But we are getting well and truly through the Champion Select, and we are going to be getting into game very, very shortly. And we'll see whether Danmu Gaming can come out swinging against King. Of course, they're probably pretty happy. King finishing dead last in the LPL. This is the team that has least challenge, but it's weird because King, so full of star-studded players. And we'll see whether, you know, the end of the LPL was just them thinking, okay, well, we're done here. Let's make sure that we save everything up. Coming into the promo tournament.
Oh, you reckon they tape it off?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just took it easy.
They just knew that they weren't going to be able to get through, and now we're going to see the real King. I have no idea, ladies and gentlemen. Just flat out don't. We are going to go through the lineups, though, as Huey versus AU here. A lot of early pressure here with the Rek'Sai and Gragas, but very standard stuff.
And I'm a little bit surprised they played AU in the jungle. Of course, as you mentioned, from the A team.
Yeah.
And that's broken up a little bit of synergy. Jungle is one of the roles that you're very hesitant to swap because of how much they do with the support with the mid and top. As we take a look at the mid lane, it's going to be Korn on his Fizz going up against Victor from Dear Satan.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that switch up is the fact that it was Songhee there on the top side, meaning that if they wanted to play Sky, they'd have too many Koreans if they were going to play SS7 in the jungle there, of course, being a Korean player himself. So interesting to see how this one's going to work as we hop onto the Rift. We saw the players matching up against one another, and we'll see how it goes as we hop on.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to this game one. See if King can come out swinging, or the Danmu going to be able to start off on the right foot. You know, we mentioned this is the last place LPL team. This is a team that you could maybe take advantage of, but they're pretty impressive on paper.
Yeah, well, we'll see who can create the momentum first as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift with King versus Danmu Gaming. I don't know whether we're going to be using the 2144 at the beginning every single time, but I decided to leave it out, that particular point. As we do have King actually grouping up as a unit. Name just hanging out back at base, saying you guys take care of it.
So a fairly standard start coming through. Some deep vision on the red side of the map. Actually quite shallow for King, but probably looking for standard lanes, you would have to think.
Yeah, especially with the Jinx versus Sivir matchup. Do we want to talk about that some more? Love
Range
talking
versus
about it.
shoving.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Jinx also shoves very well in her range form. Should win the matchup.
Theoretically. But of course, Sivir just so much extra utility. Might be able to help them through any sort of mid-game situation after that level 6 has been achieved. It's all about how Damu Gaming decide to play this particular one. And going into standard lanes here, Spawn, of course, Sky picking up the Smite teleport would have been a pretty decent jungle follow. And is that going to hurt them? Is it going to be fine in a solo lane?
Maybe they also pick up a lot of extra farm if they leave the Krugs for him every time. He can just run in, take Scuttle Crab, go back to clear his wave, take the Krugs. So he should be able to get a little bit more experience than Insec, who will struggle to shove out a lane at least early on. And Sky is doing what a lot of teams like to do now if they do get standard lanes, which is take 2 camps on Hecarim. Because he jungles very efficiently. You can do it with only flash. You can go back, grab yourself an item, teleport into lane, and it gives you an early advantage.
Yeah, not too bad. Name getting some auto attacks off here as there's the playful trickster in the mid lane.
Yeah, does Dear Satan have the defensive talent that gives you a shield? No, he's got a Q. It was a Q. I didn't see him cast it. I was just like, what the heck?
That would have been pretty amusing, I'm not going to lie to you. As, of course, the bottom lane first skill shot was landed by Mui. That is definitely going in Damu's favor.
Yeah, they also managed to shove in relatively early. No camps were taken from either team, but you see, Name Zero, happy to pick up some CS under turret. And Jinx is definitely one of the better hyper-scaling AD carries. So Get Excited is just such good movement, and because it's on the passive, gives you a lot of raw power in your standard kit.
We'll see whether Name can utilize that one, but of course, needing to scale just a little bit. Mr. Cannon, oh no! Yui though, considering a gank on the top side. Sky with no flash. Definitely painting a target on himself. We'll see whether it is going to come through as the Dark Binding does land onto 0 one more time. Magnetic Dark Binding by the looks of things.
Fresh as metal.
That's a very good point. Didn't know that a Dark Binding was also metal. With a different polarity. But you can see Insec with a bit of a shove here means that Sky are going to be relatively ungankable at this point. Actually has level 4 a little bit earlier as well, probably thanks to those extra camps that he was able to pick up.
Yeah, so you can see that he's a level up with an extra 5 creeps in the lane. So that's just the experience bonus he got from jungling a little bit further. And Gragas got a nice early shop in, so it didn't really affect his jungle route either, going for the Trailblazer Smite.
Yeah. And AU now looking to try and grab himself a Rift Scuttler before he decides to do anything else. And we'll see whether AU is going to be ganking some lanes, whether it could be something else that's on his mind.
I want to actually know whether AU maxes. He does max W, so this is something that we see a lot more
Gragas
out of LPL junglers, and that is the Skirmish Gragas, as you just said. Does a lot of damage in the early game if you're able to find someone out. And a nice deep pink ward means that he will have pretty good tabs on Huey earlier on in the game.
Assuming Huey doesn't find that one too early. Gragas poking his head out just a little bit. I don't believe King saw it. There is a ping, so King have seen.
Standing on
there's
top
also
of
a ward. Yeah, good point. Huey gonna ding level 4 here as Huey. Tremescent's gonna knock up AU. Pink ward in that brush as well, but you can see Skirmishing Gragas doing some work. Oh, forces the flash.
What a hook, and the rotation had already come out through from Korn, making sure that if a fight did break out, he was there. And Name not missing out on any CS, because that's a gigantic wave. But just booting the Gragas out of the jungle early, sending a firm message that they're on a pretty similar wavelength right now, King.
Oh yeah, Death Sentence is going to land on a Mui here. There are the Flame Chompers as well. Nice use of the Black Shield just to make sure that Name...
nailed.
Yeah, couldn't trap him with the Flame Chompers. Half health though onto Name.
Had to burn the heal as well. Got nailed by the Dark Binding on the way out of that. No creep wave to stand behind. Zero didn't take it up, and that meant that Summoner Spell actually burnt on the team that initiated the fight.
Yep, Name is going to be helped by that Relic Shield as far as getting himself back up to the right health level. Gragas waiting off to the side, Corn with a ward, but it doesn't spot the fat man walking in.
Trying to zone him off the cannon creep here. Not going to work out. Instead, pops the Raptor Sense and picks himself up a ward. Oh,
Corn misses it anyway. No!
King members. What are you doing? No, joking. All right.
They don't need cannon creeps or something. I don't know, there's surely a line here, but 500 gold is the lead for Danmu Gaming, and you have to think a lot of that.
Top lane.
Yeah, exactly, top lane. 12 CS in the lead. Monster camps as well for Sky.
Yeah, 7 of that was monster camps at the earlier stage of the game, so give him credit for those ones, but still able to grow it.
Death Sentence lands on Mew, but nice use of the Black Shield is going to mean that he's not going to get CC'd.
Going to try and hold it off the turret as well, which means freeze will be enforced here by Danmu Gaming.
Yeah, Mew sacrificing his health bar just a little bit,
so he
but
can
that's
just send
a lot of
himself back.
casters. Yeah.
More than 3 cast creep should still push up. Means that King have to stick around. Oh, this is smart. Waiting for them to back. Then they're going to shove the wave. They're going to lose it all. All the juicy CS is gone.
Yeah, it's going to go to the Morgana. See where that Mewy... Oh, he's trying to hold it again.
It back.
Oh.
The 3 of them. No,
Oh, he's not going to do it.
And even worse, because there were only caster creeps, they're going to struggle to get back to the middle of the lane and will create a slow push for King.
Oh, King, inadvertently, with a fantastic play as far as minion wave control is concerned. 600 gold still the lead for 2DG. Or 2144 Danmu Gaming Street.
The very far distant sequel to the popularized American movie.
Wow, that was deep. I liked it. I liked it a lot. It's a long way away from 21, though.
It is. It's going to take us a while to get there.
Yeah. Okay, Dear Satan going to be clearing up this minion wave. Does have that augmentation on his Hex Core, so...
Pointing out a ward here. Sky has his ultimate Insect pretty low, and they don't go for the gank.
Yep, not looking for it whatsoever. Of course, Shadow Dash was there, but Insect decides he's going to hold on to it. He's closing this gap of CS quite well. Con Seastone Trident able to clear out this minion wave quite nicely as AU clears out a pink ward. Still wards here for King.
Doing a good job of controlling Rek'Sai's tunnel network on the bottom side of the jungle. You can see only one down there. That pink ward survived for quite some time.
Oh yeah.
So you'll see whenever Huey wants to go for a gank on the bottom side of the rift.
Ooh, Death Sentence. Ooh.
Oh, baited out. Yep.
Beautiful.
The mind games coming through from Zero. The deliberate miss to deny the mana.
Yep. We've made a few excuses this game already. I like it. Name though just continuing to climb out this wave and shoving quite nicely. BF sword now complete for the Jinx.
Missed another cannon creep.
Yep. Didn't want to do it, but making me too sad. Dear Satan though, holding this wave at a point where he can keep it on his side of the map. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Spawn.
Is it mid so weird?
Certainly can now. Corn's just jumped on top of it. Gravity
I've
field.
gone for it.
There's the Chaos Storm. Corn decides to take absolutely no damage from that whatsoever. And in goes Zero. There's the... Oh my goodness, Boomerang makes its way back. You can see Name gets locked up by the Soul Shackles. Death Sentence lands on Amelia as well. Nice use of the exhaust. Heal comes down. There's the Stand United as Jin needs to get back under the tower. Insect decides not to go for it.
Doesn't commit there, Insect. That is a very reserved
Who is
Insect
this guy?
play. Yeah. Not used to seeing that, and he will run into AU, so not really a potential dive that will come out of this. Does have teleport if he wants to get back into top lane in a couple of seconds, but maybe a missed opportunity. They're still sticking around.
Yeah, Huey's down here as well. Korn was moving towards the bottom side of the map, but you can see Dear Satan, he's still in the mid. Clearing out minions, forcing Korn to head back just so that he can catch that wave. AU at the Gromp means that he'll be able to answer, and so far, not a whole lot to then happen.
Yeah, very interesting series of play coming through there from King. Looked like there was a little bit of a mix-up of whether they wanted to commit. And you can see that right now, Danmu Gaming have complete vision control around that mid area. and starting to try and get some control over the top side of the jungle.
Yeah, and 15 creeps now the lead here for Sky, as he managed to steal away a Gromp as well. Smite doing some work for him. He's got the Skirmisher's Saber as well, so that Smite is going to be able to be used in a combat fashion. Definitely useful when you make that sacrifice of the early game. King just trying to hold this minion wave off the turret. It's going to be rockets used by Name though, so wave's going to equalize.
And a pretty slow early game is where to break it down, Atlas. 15,000 gold, only 500 the lead right now for Damwoo Gaming. No kills as of yet. And just a lot of farming going on. And I have to say that probably suits the LSPL team, because from what we know of them, they're all about the communication, the mid-game team fights, and being able to get things done as a team. Not really known for this incredible mechanical play like we say about some other teams. They're very much on the same pace.
Yeah, sort of methodical, making sure that we can all stay together as a unit and play out the late game right.
Oh, Corn's in trouble.
Yeah, Gravity Field's down. There's the Chaos Storm. Uses the Urchin Strike. Does land the fish onto Dear Satan, but there's the Flash Body Slam. Oh my goodness,
wow,
he's out again. There it is. Takes a Lantern.
So that was a huge mistake out of AU. He had the cast to knock him back.
He used it.
But yeah, used it to knock him into the wall.
Yeah. Just a slight misstep there, as Insec is going to back away right underneath Sky. Sky going to know exactly what's going on. Grabs himself the Sunfire Cape, so Insec's going to be able to clear minion waves a little bit faster.
We'll miss out on a whole creep wave though as it crashes into the top lane turret.
If only you could stand united to turret spawn.
Would still not have it. Just had it then.
Ah, unfortunate. Well, Name rocketing the turret here on the bottom side. Takes the Dark Passage to safety. Now Huey gonna get warded. Sky tried to steal it. You can't outsmart a jungler, Sky. Not how that works, as Huey's gonna head back underwater. Go back to base. Sky returning to the top lane here as Insect was trying to farm up, but still 20 CS to lead. Dark Binding lands onto Zero. Death Sentence. Gonna be spell shielded, black shielded, and then the skill shot's gonna miss anyway.
And we see once again, really have to reinforce it, guys. A very methodical early game being played by both teams. Finally, King is starting to close out the gold slightly.
And it's the story of both teams feeling okay with scaling into this game. Of course, I'm looking at Jinx thinking hyper scaling and stuff like that, but are 2DG good enough in the late game as well?
Yeah, they have the double anti-carries. You know, you talk about Victor and his ability to delete a carry as the game goes on, and Hecarim fulfills that role against AD carries probably better than anyone in the game. If he's able to get rolling, it's just impossible for AD carries to deal with him. So I think that Damwoo Gaming would be happy.
Well, in goes Huey here. The box is down, but nothing to be found. Super Mega, not really much damage rocket onto Yin, and once again, no one's dead.
Yeah, that was a fantastic flash out there. Huey also had his to follow, but had already missed the knock-up. And now they might grab him in return.
Yeah, there's the body slam. Takes so much damage, forces the flash. Another fantastic Dark Passage as Korn finds his way in. AU's going to get caught by a lot of damage there, but just body slams over the wall.
And Shen there one more time. Insect not able to get anything going for his team. In fact, they might see some control over the Dragon area. Home Guard boots picked up now for Sky, who's waiting in base. And Damwoo Gaming want the Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to start it. Their barrels down from AU. He does only have about half health and not a whole lot of mana, but massive positional advantage for this the 2-1-44
Teleport
lineup.
coming through on that pink ward that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, looking to try and start things up. In comes Sky, rocketing through. Insect's going to find him there as Name's going to get Dark Bound. Dragon falls down, and that's the first one to Damwoo Gaming.
All right, that was a really anticlimactic teleport, so I apologize, guys.
You got very excited.
I did. I thought he was going to nail someone in the bottom lane, but no. The zoning
really
teleport.
Ah, classic. Well, oh, there it is. Cannon Creep's finally getting taken here by King. Very good start. He's not even going to try and zap that caster minion. And Korn, he's sitting underneath the turret, clearing things out. And we haven't seen too much from this Fizz just yet. Sort of Korn does like to get things going, but hasn't happened so far. Just looking to try and clean up this CS deficit. Name just going to hold on to this wave. Huey's here as well. But Damwoo not going to fall for it.
So once again, 15 minutes in, nearly 16. Danmu grabbed the first meaningful objective on the map. That's a dragon. They also hold a slight gold lead up around that 1,000 mark, but no kills, no turrets means a very methodical early game coming through.
Yeah, and they've got 1,000 gold lead off CS alone. And I guess the extra 25 gold from a dragon. So, not badly played here by the LSPL side. And we'll see when the aggression is going to erupt, when the action is going to enter the Rift. Because at the moment, it's just the laning phase, Spawn. It has been for quite some time.
Certainly has a very long laning phase. They get vision on the blue buff right now for King. So you can see trying to play a pace game here. Danmu as AU sticks his beak into the jungle to take a squiz, but nothing much going on there.
Gragas, definitely an interestingly beaked character.
Oh, he's got a huge nose. Come on, dude.
Just wouldn't quite call it made of bone.
Is that the scientific difference between a beak and a nose?
I have no idea. Why would I know the scientific
I
difference?
have
between
no
something?
idea. Well, then why did you say that it doesn't look like it's made of bone?
I was just pointing out the fact that a beak is fairly hard. I don't know why I have to say it in a silly voice. But go on, clearing out minions still. As you can see, Yin doing a far better job at that with the Ricochet and the Boomerang. Zero coming down here as well. The flash body slam, though, as Korn once again gets out. Chum the Waters comes back in. Stand United's here. There's the Shadow Dash. Death Sentence lands, and AU's going to go down as Korn picks up first blood.
Yeah, once again, Insec arrives to help his teammate out. Has a teleport to get back into top lane, and a little bit of over-aggression. AU nailed the flash body slam this time around, but not able to get anything occurring.
Yep, teleport here towards the top lane, and Sky is going to get taunted, but ignores the damage. And this is an interesting build out of Sky as well. He's managed to go for the Home Guard boots first. Has got himself that Skirmisher Saber, but no Cinderhulk first up. It is going to be Trinity Force that he's going for next item.
And we mentioned Sky that he's a little bit more of a mid-game top laner, likes to play the likes of Aurelia, loves Trinity Force carries, so doesn't... It's a little bit surprising, but it doesn't like blow my mind that he would want the mid-game power spike of the Triforce over the late-game scaling of the Cinderhulk and triple defensive items.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting build. I like it. Of course, the Rage passive, very useful. The double dipping as far as getting yourself some extra stats is concerned. Name poking his head around the corner. As the Boomerang is just going to go completely wide, and he takes a rocket for it.
Much easier to land rockets than it is Boomerang.
Yep. Generally, we would know. We live in Australia. Mui.
That was good for the Boomerang section, but do we have many rockets here?
Yeah. Well, we you know, that place Parks was a pretty... Was it Parks?
I have no idea, dude.
No, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not quite working. There is definitely something about us having a satellite that helped with the moon landing very
Oh no, we have
very
that,
long
yeah.
time ago. That's all I was going for. That was super convoluted, but thankfully we didn't miss any action.
Still a very slow game
Yeah.
here on Summoner's Rift. As Huey trying to counter jungle away the blue buff.
Oh, cute. Tried. Failed.
Failed.
Yeah, Prey Seeker. Not to find any prey this time around. Korn going to get some damage on this turret. There's Gravity Field. Death Ray. Weirdly named after looking at that one. As the Lucidity Boots are there for Korn. So 40% CDR for the Fizz.
As they going for a gank in the bottom lane.
Oh, no.
Yin
Just
backs away.
Huey proving that he can seek some prey with that Q. Sky just dirty farming here on the top side of the rift.
Yeah, he's 40 CS up actually, so Hecarim getting very large at this stage of the game. Probably not what Name wanted. Going to have to deal with a Trinity Force Hecarim who is proxy farming and stealing jungle camps at only 20 minutes in.
Yeah, so he's going to have that Trinity Force very, very soon. Only needs
So one
another
thing I do want to
1200.
talk about is something that I like to do in the top lane. If the top laner has Smite and I know they're going to try and take my Gromp, that is every single time it's available, kill it at the start of the game while you are a little bit stronger.
Okay.
So then it takes them forever to take Gromp whenever they walk into your jungle. Because of course, scale up there.
Yeah. I like it.
But obviously, Huey doesn't prescribe to that method because that Gromp fell in about 2 seconds flat.
Yeah, not exactly a highly leveled Gromp there as Korn. He's going to be able to clear out all these minions.
Oh, wow. That was a value. Like, Sky just took the Scuttle Crab, the Gromp, as well as Wolves, and got back into lane whilst it was hitting his turret.
Yep, and picked up the cannon as well. Definitely making things work out here as Huey. He's going to help clear out the mid wave. Corn knows that the other side of the rift, that mid lane turret, is very, very low. Can't quite get back there.
That's a 2-level advantage right now on 40 CS for the Hecarim player. He's going to go back, grab Trinity Force just in time for this next Dragon fight. And even though the gold is ridiculously close, I don't know whether King can currently fight.
Well, not with Trinity Force power spikes coming through. Yep, it is almost exactly the right amount of gold here for Sky as he grabs that Trinity Force. Home Guard's, of course, already there. Dark Binding not to find anyone.
Sky is a monster at this stage of the game. To have Boots 2, along with the Trinity Force and the Home Guard enchantment, not to mention the challenging smite to maybe make Name's life a little bit more difficult. That pink ward's still there.
Yep.
And he can just do the same thing, but maybe a little bit more impactful this time around.
Well, the Dragon has, of course, been started up down to about
They've got
3K
red
health.
wards everywhere behind. He has the pick of the litter wherever he wants to go.
Yeah, he's pinging down on it. Huey can steal it away, but doesn't find it there as Satan's actually going to grab it up. Huey actually has the Chum the Waters on him. Lots of AoE damage, but in comes Sky. Name blows the heal, flashes out of the way, so Sky hasn't assassinated him yet. As Damu are trying to turn this one around. Zap comes down. Zero maybe casualty. 2 of this fight as Korn had already fallen, and Insec has lost no health.
And Damu Gaming get the Dragon, pick up 2 kills, as well as a mid lane turret. And it might not be over there because there is 0 wave clear. One of the dangers of running a Fizz as well. Sky's still going.
Yep, that was the ultimate as Huey. He's burning down as well. Red buff's going to do it. Rampage to death.
And wow, Damu Gaming completely break open this mid game. Turn on the Jets, and we mentioned the fact that King looked like they'll happen to scale up, but mentioned the double, I guess, anti-carries coming through here. And you saw that Victor got the combo down on top of Korn. He was gone very early into the fight. Then Sky took care of everything else.
Yeah, Insec with a Vorpal Blade is going to be able to take away the Gromp. They is able to get out, and now King looking to try and regroup and recuperate, because this could be this Starhorn Royal Club roster out of the LPL, formerly runners-up of Worlds, and would most certainly be a huge thing for Damu Gaming to knock out this squad,
Especially because it's
take their
Damu
place.
B team. Cannot highlight that enough times.
Yeah.
A team got the group of death, the very tough side of the bracket, and they've fought their way through here and are playing terrifically so far in the early game, although now goal going to be equalized a little bit further by a couple of turrets kill coming through from King.
Yeah, so out at bottom, turret is going to be taken here by Name. Looking to make sure that he removes all of the creeps as well. And he does have an extra dagger. Of course, the Berserker's Grave still there, Infinity Edge, and the Avarice Blade. So
Yeah,
he's
you
gonna
can
be
pretty
making
much
some
call
money.
this the Name build
Yep.
so far. Has very good efficiency out of the boots to the dagger as well as that Infinity Edge, and he just sits on Avarice for as long as he can. Tries to investment bank his way up. As Insec sends a message with a taunt, doesn't hit it.
No. You know, launches
sometimes it's
himself
not
towards
about
the
that.
Hecarim. No, it's not. Never is. Korn, though, he's got the Zhonya's Hourglass. It's going to be very untargetable throughout the next few fights if they ever come towards it. 2,500 gold lead for Damu Gaming. Insec getting auto-attacked on the bottom side of the rift, and Damu Gaming looking to answer that outer turret take on the bottom side with one of their own.
So 3-2 now. And the danger is that Insec doesn't really pose a threat to 2 members. Whereas Sky flies at Name, he's nearly guaranteed to at least get him low and force him out of the lane. Don't really know whether there's much Insec can do to challenge Yin down here.
Oh, Cinderhawk's now completed for Sky as well. He's got a lot of extra health.
But Sky just backs away and they're going to give it up.
Yep, Korn able to use his playful tricks to avoid.
They can keep going here. Wow, this is a huge outplay from King. They've got the complete control of the top side of the map. Rotation finally coming through. But that won't be a freeze. And they're starting to eke out some forms of advantages.
Yeah, of course, still in the lead in farm is Name, of course, only by 4, so it's not too much. Static Shiv is going to be finished very, very soon for this Jinx. And this late game, you have to feel, is going to be all about Name, whether he can position well enough to get away from Sky, or whether the rest of King can peel for their star AD carry.
Certainly is going to be the case. Problem is Sky has just got so much resources funneled onto it. To think that you've got a gold lead when Huey's got a 22 CS advantage in the jungle.
Yeah.
When that's monsters as well, not minions.
He's already got his Locket of the Iron Solari as
Just
well.
means so much more. And extra cloth armor. He is flying at this point in the game, farming very efficiently. Without the AoE smite as well. As Name will finally find that ward.
The value pink ward, ladies and gentlemen, that's been around for about 20 minutes.
All right, just to point out something little that Name did there is scout the brush as well. Pink wards are quite a scary feat when you find them by yourself. 5 auto attacks, fairly long time. You don't want to leave that by himself as Huey gets tagged.
Yeah, Boomerang's going to do some work there as well. Huey.
Oh, they go in.
Yeah, there's the Chum the Waters. Black Shields on dear Satan.
Just the right timing as well. Was about to fall off. Doesn't end up having the knock-up effect, and everyone will back off.
Just got eaten. The zap comes down. There's the death sentence onto AU, but nothing more comes from that. And King now needing to try and clear out these minions. Name sort of the main source of wave clear for this squad.
Yeah, and it's even a further reason to build Static Shiv at this point in the game, just because they need the wave clear of it. Rocket's Static Shiv going to help out there. So AU wants his pink ward.
Zero. Going to stop that one from going down.
Good ward around the corner, out of vision, and Sky pushing in on the bottom turret.
Yep, Korn trying to bully him off this wave. Insect, though, pushing in the top side.
Probably doesn't take turrets at the same pace.
Well, AU here getting chased down by Huey. You've got Sivir heading towards the top side of the map, but King, nice vision there around the red side jungle of
Sivir
Damu.
by herself probably can't take Insect at this point in the game. So they're a little bit more comfortable with the Sivir in the 1v1 just because she can shove lanes quickly. But if Insect ever gets on top, we'll do an okay job, as it looks like Korn is stuck on split pushing against Sky. Probably the only person that doesn't get deleted from that devastating charge.
Yeah, can use that playful trickster to avoid the damage completely. AU's going to get hooked up one more time, forces the flash. Nice zap from Name's going to land as well. Flayed back. The Flame Chompers are there. AU trying to turn it around. Zero blocking the body slam. The last auto attack from Name is going to lock down the killer. The Stand United's on top of him. Yin does make it to safety. In comes Sky. Name with decent positioning for now as he's cantering towards the Mui. Wants to use the ultimate. There's the Soul Shackles onto 4 members already. Trying to get the kill first, but Mui is going to get the stun off. In comes Korn into the backline as Name's going to lock down the kill on the support player. Satan able to get the Chaos Storm down. Korn flashes out of it. No extra damage there as nice use of the gravity field stops King's further onslaught. Nice team fight there from King.
Name and Korn's positioning was on point, that team fight. Insect started it off really well by plucking the Hecarim out of his devastating charge, making sure he was hitting the tank, but then Korn nailed the back line, was able to get on top of Yin, took him out, able to zone Satan, only got a one-person Chaos Storm, and that just meant that Name, time and time again, free hitting.
Yep.
And that wasn't the team fight that Damu wanted. First Dragon finally picked up for King.
Yeah, so 1-2 now. And the really important thing is the fact that Damu Gaming can't get to that 5th Dragon at any quick clip. And now that it is 30 minutes into the game, that extra 6% statistics, pretty useful, especially considering Name. He's going to head back to base.
Pick himself up the patented Name Blade of the Ruined King 3rd item.
I really like it, actually. It means that you're, you know, of course you think about it and you're like, oh, the Jinx, such high range. When are you going to be able to use the active? Name likes using his minigun.
But also, Hecarim flying onto you, steal some of that movement speed, create a gap between them.
Remove some of his damage.
Yeah, but actually picks up Last Whisper first because he realizes that Frozen Heart has now been completed.
Yep, good idea. So, talking about Blade of the Ruined King for quite some time, it doesn't happen. We've got to avoid doing that.
It'll come through eventually. It's Name we're talking about.
That's a very good point. Oh, Zero's going to get caught by the Dark Binding, puts the box down, but look at that damage from Damu, and they successfully get their pick.
Stand United was available, opted to not use it there.
That wouldn't have been enough, I don't think.
But they could have maybe stayed alive for long enough to create the team fight that they obviously want now.
Oh, Sky.
Sky continuing to split push in the bottom lane.
Yep, just going to carry some minions with him here. Nice little taunt over the wall there. Challenging smite, sorry, does go down, and Sky's not taking any damage whatsoever. King trying to clear out this minion wave. There's the Chum the Waters onto Yin. He's trying to take the damage, but he just isn't there as the Chaos Storm goes down onto Name. He's out of the fight. Korn is going to take down Mew. He uses the Playful Trickster, not for any damage though, as in comes Sky. Finally able to get here. Nice zap to go down from Name. The
Name might kill himself.
Still doing some work.
Gromp buff was available there. You could see that he wanted to stop hitting Sky there.
Yep.
But a one team fight and Ping's going onto the Baron area. Damu want to start it up.
Yep, Zero looking to try and get some wards down. Of course, they do have vision to King.
Have the teleport available as well. Wow, no. Going into the top lane right now is Insect.
Yeah, and this
They're not going to be able to stop it.
Yeah, it's down to about 2,000 health. 500 now. That one's gone. Yin's going to pick up that, and powered recalls are here. Sky going to get discovered by Insect as the devastating charge knocks him back after the taunt. Nice use of the Randuin.
Insect kills him. This will be the most patient fight ever.
Yeah, well, Mui was there. And King unable to find it, so they are going to trade Baron for blue buff.
5,000 gold now the advantage. And 3-0 on 1. Sky doing a fantastic job. Is Huey now caught out by DSA?
Yep, Gravity Field. He's going to go down. Huey wants to pick up the blue buff, but can't get there in time.
Yeah, that was a 739 damage death ray.
A lot of damage. Well, Raptor's being taken here by Name. He does have those 3 items that a Jinx very much loves, but just has to deal with Sky. He's looking pretty unable to be killed.
CS.
Ridiculous.
Half right now. Quite a lead for the top laner. He's also 3-0 on 1. Having a terrific game. And King, you feel that there's still maybe a major item away. They need some lifesteal on their AD carry. They need that Lich Bane, as well as maybe even a Void Staff to be completed by Korn at this stage of the game. Unless he can get on top of Yin and get him off the map nice and early. And Insect's still not tanky enough to deal with what the Hecarim, what the Jinx and Victor are able to bring to the table.
Yin, of course, with his trinity of items as well.
Maybe another turret going down. King not responding in time.
Yep, Baroned up minions. Easily able to deal with that turret there as Korn. He's trying to clear out the mid lane.
They're going to go.
Yeah, he's looking for the dive here as Name's able to get some decent rockets over the top. He's very far back, but the turret's already down to half health. Yin, he's not moving. In goes Chum the Waters. AU's going to tank that one up there as the turret falls down. Dear Satan's going to get hooked up as Zero puts down the box, but he takes so much damage. Sky forces a flash out of Name, who's able to actually weave in a lot of damage in this fight. There's the Onslaught of Shadows as, my goodness, Name killing himself as the explosive cast comes down and finishes the job. Inhibitor, it's going to go as well as 4 members are dead. Insect the last man up, and Damu Gaming, what a fantastic debut onto the Rift in this promotion tournament. First game of this best of 5 series to the LSPL team.
And that is not good news for the King lineup. Not able to get it done. Quite a low kill game and just a controlled, methodical performance coming out of Danmu. And they got all the gold onto the members they needed to. We spoke about it. As long as the Hecarim and Victor are able to take care of the Jinx, who was really the primary carry, there was nothing else King could do.
Yeah, Name actually picking the Jinx into the Hecarim as well. Knew that he was going to be there. Knew that he'd probably be able to deal with the Jinx there on the back line, but just wasn't able to position correctly.
And it was because of the acceleration that came through. As soon as all that double kill at the Dragon fight, you just knew Hecarim was going to explode as the game went on. And quite a lazy performance coming out on the Fizz as well. Korn threw the ultimate twice into AU on Gragas, and he was just eating all the damage. He didn't try and get on the back line and really made King pay there to Danmu Gaming.
Yeah, and of course, Korn wasn't able to move around the map early on either, just because the Victor pushing the waves in over and over again was just very, very slow. We'll see whether things can speed up as we move into Game 2, but not after this very short break. So guys, don't go anywhere. Danmu Gaming taking on King, seeing whether they can get into the LPL right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL promotion tournament. I am Max Alice Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi and 2144 Danmu Gaming taking down King in Game 1 of this best of 5 series. And King looking like they weren't desperate for a victory. They, in fact, weren't desperate for much at all and just waited to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, that was probably a little bit much, but it looked similar to that.
It certainly did look similar because they were losing a lot of the map. You know, top lane, the rift was starting to grow. There's just no way Shen, that doesn't have a form of wave clear until he gets the Sunfire Cape, was going to be able to farm at the same rate of what a Smite Hecarim can. So you saw Hecarim time and time again go into the jungle, generate all that extra farm, and it got to about the 30-40 CS mark. And when a lot of those are monsters, Sky was just going to be a monster, and that's what we saw. The last turret dive, he just buckled up and went in, man.
Oh, yeah.
And the rest of the team followed, and Name couldn't do anything. He was killing himself on Grompa.
Exactly. And that was Sky with about 5 items at, what was it, 30 minutes into the game? Just a filthy, filthy farm fest for that horse who was just galloping all over the rift. We'll see whether that champion does make it through next time around, because Sky really looking like he can use these Trinity Force users to such great effect.
Well, there's a couple of tactics that you can use, right? You can either run a Soul Tank and just deal with the anti-carries by having more carries, because generally, Hecarim can get on top of one person, delete them, and then will die to the rest of the carries if they are alive. Same with Victor. He gets to do his one big explosion of a person, and they should be able to deal with it that way. So either get, Insect back on Vladimir or something like that to be a legitimate threat that the Hecarim has to deal with and be able to shove him around a little bit, scale into that late game, or just ban the anti-carries off the map, because, as we said, it's really linear the way that King play League of Legends. They like to build up Name, make sure that he's in a position to carry.
Yeah.
So things like Victor, things like Hecarim, you feel are just extra effective, especially when you give over Sivir to facilitate all of that dive.
Yeah, and look, Sivir was fantastic in that comp, of course. We weren't talking about it all that often, but the Ricochet going over everyone in all those team fights, and especially the dives of the On the Hunt.
Well, unfortunately for Yin, he was kind of the person that got caught out a couple of times, ate a few Chum the Waters and was deleted from the team fight. So you can understand why we weren't really talking about the bottom lane. It was at best a neutralizing factor. Name didn't build a huge lead during the laning phase, but they did stick in there and have a couple of good trades. And once again, we're back in Champion Select.
Well, there is the Hecarim ban, ladies and gentlemen. Echo and Yasuo once again banned away from Danmu Gaming. And Aurelia, Sky getting full focus. And it does make sense. That guy was the linchpin of their last comp.
Well, he just made everything happen. The fact that he was that big meant that they could dive, meant that Vector didn't have to worry about anyone getting on top of him. It was really the Sky show first time around. And nothing changing so far for Danmu Gaming. Although, wow, they also ban away the Shen.
Yeah, well,
didn't like what that allowed, I think, Name and Zero to do in the bottom lane. They felt like they could have picked up a couple more kills if it wasn't for that annoying Shen ultimate fiddling around.
And it might mean also that Hecarim is their answer to the Shen as well. So they know that they don't necessarily have as many tools to deal with that particular champion. King taking some time, their final ban is going to be Kalista.
Wow, so 2 red side Kalista bans. First one leveled at Name, second one leveled at Yin, now in the bottom lane.
We've seen more Kalistas get through here on the LPL stage today. Woosh picking it up a couple of times in the last series, but not this time.
It's so weird because you can tweak Kalista's numbers as much as you want.
Whoa.
But the answer, wow.
Okay, 5.14. We've still got Rise.
Yeah, 44% win rate. Take that.
Yeah.
Of course, that is in solo queue. Not a very good display of strength there. But Sky going to look to take that into the top lane. Dear Satan might also want to play it in the mid, so it could be a flex pick right now. But this is slightly nerfed Rise.
Yeah, very interesting. Name heading back towards the Sivir makes a lot of sense. And Elise made it through the pick ban phase. Huey hovering it at the moment. We'll see whether he locks it in.
Wouldn't be surprised. If you can play Elise in, you can generally play Elise. That's what my brain says anyway. And she is really strong on the current patch. Of course, Cinderhulk into double pen items does great work, and you get incredibly tanky as the game goes on. Or you can go Roomglaive if you're starting to snowball and just turn into an assassin on the rift.
Yeah, launch out of the sky and kill people. Well, it's now
She
time
kind
for
of
Damu.
drops out of the sky. She launches into the sky.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Launching out of the sky seems like it's a counterproductive maneuver. Gravity's already helping you out on that front. But Rek'Sai and Victor going to be locked in here. So no sort of Victor Sivir comp to come through for Damu this time. But Dear Satan still on that champion Khorne. Well, Name for Khorne, considering Twisted Fate at the moment. We'll see what King decide to do.
That makes me think that Khorne doesn't want to play it.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he can pick his own champion.
No, Name just showing that he's the one that calls the shots.
Yeah.
Spawn.
But really nice pick ban so far from Damu Gaming to secure the top side of the map once again. We're going to see a support and AD carry. This is strange. That means that they would rather secure power picks and risk getting counterpicked time and time again
Yeah.
than hide anything away, and that's a very confident move.
Yeah, Damu just relying on the fact that they're comfortable with their decisions. As Braum, a potential pickup here for Zero, alongside the Azir for Khorne. So 5.14, the Azir not going to be knocking people up as much. Definitely able to make things happen on the Rift.
And this is a strange comp coming through from King right now.
What are they trying to do?
They have the double shields and a lot of pick potential, so if Huey ever lands the stun there, it's going to be a lot of follow-up damage. They can shove an individual back into the team. But there's just so much damage in the ability to run forward right now. 3 hyper-scaling characters on the side of Damu Gaming with a Janna. Going to mean it's incredibly difficult to get on top of them. And they've got a Kog'Maw of Victor as well as the Rise.
Insect considering a Gnar. Of course, Gnar and Azir has been popular in the past. It is going to be locked in, so Insect on a bit more of a lane bully this time around. See whether they can make it work. Damu Gaming deciding not to want to swap anything at all, just picking their own champions the whole way down the list. Alluding to the fact that they're fairly comfortable heading into this next game.
Yeah, quite curious there, and have to see whether it is misplaced confidence. Of course, they took game 1 after a quite early game up until about the 20-minute mark. In the next 13, they just ran over the top of King. This time you feel the team fight comp out of King a little bit stronger. You got the Azir. You've got the Gnar for the huge combo that can come through. Zero can contribute with the Braum ultimate as well.
And he can be more sticky considering the fact that On the Hunt is there from Name as well. So it's not 5.15. Sivir is going to have, I believe, extra 60% movement speed from the first rank of the ultimate. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No idea.
But we are going to go through the roster here as Sky's going to take the not-so-strong Rise into Insect's Gnar on the top side of the map.
And this is the thing about Rise. He's got really high base AD, so he's still a little bit of a lane bully until anyone can show me otherwise. In competitive play, he still wins out on some matches if he can get the 1v1.
Well, we'll see whether he can do that as the Rek'Sai into the Elise now as Huey's going to mix it up. And Dear Satan back on the Victor, this time into Khorne's Azir, as opposed to that Fizz from last game.
Look how long Dear Satan's name is. Nearly doesn't fit on the plate. Khorne's very well centered.
Yeah, of course, 4 letters is going to help you on that front. There's 2144 D Yin. Interesting. Is that a PO box? Not sure. Into Name is.
I don't think they have PO boxes over there.
Don't know either.
Taking it on Zero. Janna versus Braum.
Engage versus disengage.
I think Braum's actually really good disengage.
I know, just like saying it. So either way around. Of course, yeah, does have a lot of teamfight control as well, but let's not say any more silly things. Let's hop onto the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Damu Gaming versus King Game 2. As King are going to destroy a ward. So first CS going down for our red team. And King looking to try and even out the series, create a best of 3, and get themselves back into the LPL, or at least one step closer.
Damu Gaming, though, showing in Game 1 that this is no easy task. Performing very well. And this time, the very deep vision will come through, mirrored on both sides of the Rift. We'll see whether they're able to get a lane swap and try and shut down
and
the Rise.
Yin, of course, already in lane. Yeah, I know it was confusing me saying that it's a best of 3, but as soon as it's tied up, we then move into a best of 3. Even confused our producer.
全军出击！
So we're just listening to the music of pings coming through right
It's
now.
wonderful, isn't it? Feels like Christmas. Like Jingle Bell? No. Okay, he's dropped
Alright.
the pen. He wants to leave.
投
Does
降可
spawn
能
at the
与
moment.
整个地图的高
Smear
压
is
系
actually
统有
going
关
to stop and taunt next to the ward that they saw go down.
And a red buff invade coming through here from King. Won't be spotted out by anything. Will be spotted out depending on what side of the forest they come through. But they won't miss any creeps either because they're going to try and stack up the wave, and Name's going to cut them off with 0. Oh, actually, no, they're going to wait. Wow, Name, get in the brush. This is the less sneaky attack ever.
They ping him back as well. Interesting stuff.
So they're going to bring Huey as well. And here they go.
Yeah, looking to see whether they can grab at least any summoner spells here as Yin. Gonna get exhausted straight up. There he is, flashes out. But you can see Winter's Bite was there. Concussive Blow stuns him up, but he gets underneath the turret. Huey loses half of his health bar. That is a successful gank already. Both summoner spells and an exhaust.
Yeah,
from
3
the
for
Janna.
1 coming through there, and they will get the hard shove because it had already been set up. All of a sudden, Yin going to miss what is about 6 creeps. And not much you can do about it as they're going for a dive.
Yeah, looking to try and zone the Janna away from everything.
This is why Elise is so damn annoying. She loses no health in the jungle. Spiderlings just tank everything, and it gives your team so much control. She can gank at any point when a normal jungler would be low. She is at her best. You can see not even the counter jungling response coming through as of yet from AU, now looking for the red buff.
Yeah, Yin actually copping that Winter's Bite to the face as well. AU is going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler, as we can see. Blue buff now going to be started up by Huey. Let's see whether AU can get himself. Cute stuff there. Blind. Prey Seeker. Going to lock that one down. And he got it. Nice work.
But we'll get 3 buffed here as Huey moves over onto the top side of the jungle eventually, you would assume.
Yeah.
Once
Insect
again,
dealing with Sky.
Sky. Trying to zone Insect off some CS. So as we said, because of the high base AD and movement speed that comes through from Ryze, he can still bully people out on lane. Does he scale the way he did before the nerfs? Definitely not. It can still be quite frustrating without jungle pressure.
Yep, Korn going to get Death Raid here in the mid lane. Haven't seen too much of this lane thus far with all the shenanigans on the bottom side of
doing
the
a
Rift.
good job.
He is.
30 to 21 CS. And so far, King, a lot more proactive play coming through means that they're ahead in the early game.
Yeah, able to make things happen here as AU is going to get spotted by the Wolf Spirit.
Should know that that deep ward was there. We'll be able to pick it up, Huey. Still hasn't gone to his red buff yet.
No. But neither has anyone else. As AU is around his red buff area. Double Howling Gale knock up there as the Unbreakable finally comes down for 0. Name's taking a bit of damage. AU is going to be spotted by a ward. King going to continue shoving, but not going to be quite as aggressive now. Again, is he going to get it? Yes, he is. Nice work on the cannon creep. Boomerang locks one down there for Name as well. Winter's Bite lands onto Yin. Exit stage right of the Rek'Sai. So no gank on the bottom side just yet.
And Name also has that CS advantage because of the fact that Yin was forced back so early in this lane. Huge advantage for Huey as well, experience-wise. He's a level ahead of AU right now and has a buff, and as well as the entire top side of his jungle available. Probably expects it to be down, which is why he hasn't checked it in a long time.
Yeah, no one has. In fact, that red buff,
Sometimes it's just worth a peek, Huey.
yeah, just a little.
As they look for a dive here, Insect might be able to time the Mega Gnar.
Yeah, Huey does get a deep ward in there.
Doesn't want it.
It's calm and collected League of Legends today.
Certainly is. Let's not make any rash decisions, they say.
Exactly. What about that? Huey picks himself up one of these caster minions. Not bad. Yin doing a decent job farming underneath this turret. Stinger, first item for Korn.
So this is something we've seen since the AP rework. The Nash's Tooth into potentially Rylai's Crystal Scepter out of a lot of Azir players. It's because much more AP coming out of Nash's Tooth now. Makes it really cost efficient, even though he doesn't use the on-hit passive, but more importantly, slot efficient right now. So it gives you the good bang for buck early on in the game. Allows you to ramp up a lot as the game goes on.
Yeah, attack speed's so useful for Azir as well. You see, farming in the bottom side. There's the Nara to the wall, though, as Insect's down to post 100 health. Huey gonna try and get the cocoon in, but doesn't find Sky.
And wow, Sky after the first shot goes back and blows Insect up. Now looking for the kill.
Yeah, able to land the Q onto Insect as well.
Huey's still hanging out in the brush. Wants to teleport back in from Insect, I think is what he's waiting for.
I think Sky's just going to clear out this minion wave and possibly even head back, yeah.
So Huey might look to freeze up the wave. I'll go for the king. No, nothing.
Going to be able to pick up a bunch of this farm though, as Insect, and things will be fine. Spectre's Cal now completed, so that'll help him. Nice Q auto combo. As look at the attack speed from this Azir. I haven't seen too many Stinger first Azirs, and he is keen on hitting these minions. He's going to be able to
still farming up a Storm here. 15 CS.
Yeah.
Now the lead.
Cheeky auto attack onto the pink ward there as well. You see Korn just able to shove, and it looks even faster at the moment than Dear Satan.
Also pinging the invade onto the blue buff right now. Maybe the fact that it's just going to be started up, so they'll take the dragon instead.
Yeah, moving over towards that area. Hyper going to help kill this Rift Scully here on the top side of the map as the pings of a missing Insect go heard throughout the Damn Gaming camp. Boomerang across. This dragon means the first one is going to be going down. 8 minutes and a half, and Huey locks it up there for King. And 0.
So whilst Huey started the game really well, put a lot of pressure down, has since fallen quite far behind in CS, and that's hurt his team in the gold department. 14 CS down right now, and needs to get a little bit of a move on if he wants to stay relevant on Elise as the game goes on. As you can see, picked up the sight zone, so adding some good vision onto the bottom half of the map as AU looks at Insect.
Yeah, and Sky once again playing this top lane very well. 70 to 58, 12 CS now the lead for the Korean top laner. Huey, we're talking about Elise not falling low in the jungle. Certainly is now. Blue buff is going to be delivered to Korn and might be able to get that cannon creep. Don't think so. Insect with boomerangs, trying to get out of the way of the range of that Rune Prison, and does so quite nicely. AU just counter jungling here on the top side of the Rift.
Once again, we have another 10-minute game without a first blood going down. Very patient play on Summoner's Rift today out of all teams. They realize exactly what's on stake. This is a shot into the LPL. The King, the shot back into the LPL. And wow, Yin.
That's a lot of extra damage. Just needs one more auto attack for the stun, but not going to find it there. The heal was used, as was the exhaust. So Summoner spell advantage now for King.
Yeah, great aggression coming through from Name there, actually, to start that one off. Waited out the shield very nicely before going aggressive, and Zero able to follow up. Gets both Summoner spells, but now need to be careful because AU's back on the bottom half of the map.
Yep, clears it out with a boomerang there as Eye of the Storm onto Yin. It's going to mean that they're going to clear out these minions and
look to shove the next wave.
Yeah. Nice scrying orb there from Yin. Wants to try and get Name to stop his back, and does so successfully.
Really now? 10 CS in the bottom lane, that's nothing to write home about. 20 in the mid lane is a little bit more successful this time around for Korn. But Victor always going to be relevant as the game goes on.
Yeah, and Huey, this is the story really. 41 to 25 CS. The Elise struggling a little bit, clearing out all of these minions. Didn't go for the Trailblazer as well, so Chilling Smite is going to be the option. Wanted to be more of a ganking jungler, but hasn't found any yet. Apart from that bottom lane where he managed to get some summoner spells, so that's all but forgotten at this stage. Just that Sky isn't as far ahead. 13 CS as Insect's actually pushing this wave into the Rise as well. So Sky just doing a great job farming.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I want to see what build he actually picks up here as the game progresses. Does he go heavy AP? Something like a Death Cap after his double items? Does he go for more of a Bruiser build? We've even seen the likes of Randuin's Omens. Banshee's Veil still picked up in the Rise and just used for his Chain CC ability.
Yeah, and of course he still does do a fair bit of damn damage with the Rod of Ages and Seraph's Embrace that he will just inherently be picking up. But King make it back towards the bottom lane. And no turrets just yet. Only 100 gold in this match. Dragon in favor of King. That's about all we can talk about at this stage.
We'll be back up in a couple of minutes as well. Got it fairly early on the second blue buff.
He's going to clear out a pink ward here. Huey not electing to try and fight him. As Insect might need to be careful on the top side.
Certainly needs to start backing away. Recognizes that. Insect going to get out of there.
Oh, there's the knock up to stop the bounce, and Insect is forced to use the flash.
So another summoner spell, burn on the top side of the map. Sky going to shove in that lane. In response, Huey wants to take a red buff. Will be spotted out if he starts it up.
Yeah, Mewy. Here.
Now the dive on Insect is wide open.
Well, tower falls on the bottom side of the rift, so Name able to now create some area of control for King. Minions marching towards this inner turret. Name grabs himself some extra mana with that spell shield. Cute stuff. And clears himself out a turret as well.
Everyone converging on the mid lane now. Looks to be the next objective. That King want to knock down. Dragon also in a minute, but top lane turret will fall, and that's a 30 CS advantage right now for Sky.
Again.
2 games in a row, Sky doing fantastic things on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, Insect. They're going to clear out this turret that was just constructed. You're getting frustrated about that, but you're right. Sky doing terrifying things. Hyper's going to proc here. AU does need to be careful. Can knock up Insect as Sky is running through with his ultimate. There was the Chaos Storm, but it's not going to be enough. And the Sun turret now going to be constructed. So first and second turrets for King have already been taken. Top lane outer did fall there.
And they
in
got a
favor
nice
of Sky.
timed buy here as well. They're able to go back if they want to pick up as much vision as they want to put in the bottom side of the jungle. You can see they've already started taking over that area. And Insect can just continue to farm up. Because right now, Sky is a strong member on his team, but still hasn't hit critical mass, doesn't have the transform tier. Only just picked up the Rod of Ages, I believe.
Yeah.
So, should still be able to do good things around this Dragon area. Because Name is just so far ahead of Yin. Not to mention how well Korn is doing against DS8 this time around. Really is Sky the shining light for Danmu Gaming.
Yeah, and Dragon number 2, no Trinity Force just yet for Yin. As Name has the turret-taking build, the BF Sword Pickaxe, and of course the Berserker's Greaves, also sitting on cute little Brawler's Glove. Name probably going towards an Avarice Blade if I know this player at all. Korn helping with this Dragon as well. So Dragon number 2 for King. 300 gold in it. So still just so incredibly slow. And I don't know whether this is something talking about the patch itself, Spawn, something like that. Has something changed with how League of Legends has gone from patch 5.13 to 5.14 that could have brought around this sort of passive style of game?
No, definitely not. And arguably getting rid of AP Ezreal should have sped up the game.
Yeah,
Because control mages have such a good one-item spike. You know, you're talking about Nash's Tooth, the likes of the Abyssal Scepters that can come out. Maybe just a stylistic choice for King right now, and Danmu Gaming doesn't really seem to be phased by it. Happy to take the games to the team fighting stage.
Yeah, well, Insect on the bottom side of the rift, just pushing this one out, trying to get himself back into CS contention. Yin going to hold this wave out. Sky actually discovers Zero, who uses his ultimate. This guy's going to say, okay, cool.
Definitely a successful disengage coming through there from Zero, though. That would have been very bad if he had been caught out. In fact, AU trying to continue the pressure, and they're focusing in now onto this middle lane turret.
Yep, it's Nash's Tooth though onto Korn. Able to clear out the minions. Does have the cloak as well. of the Negatron variety, helping him against all the magic damage.
Don't think there's any other cloaks in League of Legends, but thank you for the in-depth description.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? That
Raptor?
yeah, the Raptor cloak.
That doesn't exist to me.
Oh yeah.
The
But how
Sky-
else are you supposed to build your Zizzy Rock portals, man? Or was that your point?
As we see some action in the top lane.
Well, there's a Chilling Smite actually down onto Name, but gets a nice double hit of the Boomerang. Korn making his way towards the top side, gives up on the idea. Haven't seen one Emperor's Divide this game.
I don't think we've seen an ultimate. No, we saw an
Chaos Storm and a Glacial Fissure, I think. so
and a
far.
Gnar. I think we saw a disengaged Gnar come through when he was getting
Yeah.
destroyed.
And we may have seen an ult from Sky, but it's not exactly most notable ult. He's going to get caught up by the Boomerang as well. Nice reset there from Name as he takes a turret shot for it. But lots of damage down to this outer turret. Kings seem to know exactly what they want to do. They want to be pushing down the waves, picking up the
But
turrets
it's funneling
as they
farm
can.
right now onto the Trinity Force Cogmore, and they haven't really got much for it, with Ryze being able to clean up the farm. As Yin trying to bait Insec in, or just fight him outright. And now they'll put a lot of pressure bottom lane, and it doesn't really look like they can shove in on this Ryze.
Yeah, Colin looking to try and make his way down here to help Insec out. Seems King might be able to take down this turret, or at least try and get a kill. The Void Rush does come in. Means that AU is going to get here in time to protect the turret and his teammates.
So ultimate burnt there from Name, same from Sky, but his is nearly back available. AU also comes into the lane, and a bit of split focus. Huey nailed the support there. Muni could not do anything, but they wanted Sky. In the end, they will shove them off the turret. So successful mission for King, but it took a lot longer than I think they were expecting.
Oh, yeah. And you can see AU now coming back towards that top side, just making sure they don't push any further forward. Insec did manage to deter the members of Jamu Gaming away from that turret, of course. AU did use the Void Rush, left the lane, meant that Insec could regain control.
Will successfully shove out. He's narrowed the CS margin. It's back down to about 20 after this wave will be picked up from Sky. So Insec not feeling as bad anymore. And should be fairly team fight ready as the next dragon comes up in about 4 minutes. 3 minutes. Down up there.
Around that. Oh, Korn, he's going to be clearing out minions very, very quickly now. Has been sitting on just that Negatron cloak for quite some time. Now that he backs, we'll see. Oh, yeah, 2.2k. Probably going to have an Abyssal Scepter off that. See what else he decides to pick up. It's going to be an Amp Tome.
So
And,
relatively even stages of power for both our mid laners,
yeah,
even though there is a 20 CS gap between them right now.
global gold as well, going in the favor of King. But only showing up on the scoreboard by about 1,000, so not too much to write home about. The fact that there is 23 CS in the top lane and a needlessly large rod for Sky.
Yeah, so that goes towards his Archangels. on
That's a
current
very
pad.
good point.
Very good. Not much to see there. Dragon up in a minute. It looks like Damu Gaming going to have control over the area.
Keep forgetting about the old needlessly large rod changes. The fact that almost everything builds out of one now.
Just grab them.
Yeah.
Any point.
Buy as many of them as
Best change ever.
I thought it was fantastic. Well, Insect going to continue.
Even amp tones aren't as annoying now.
No?
No.
Why not?
Just like Athene builds out of just like one. Rylai's is really good. That just builds out of a soul one.
Yeah. Morellonomicon as well.
Yeah. That's patch item so last patch Atlas.
Okay, sorry. Thought Korn certainly didn't think so. He built one last game.
Lost.
He did. So.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, had a Morellonomicon, of course. Well, hey, you're going to clear out some wards here, as is Name. Pink ward, of course, still there. Nice use of the spell shield. Avoids the Prey Seeker. Deathray going to find Korn. He's just going to keep shooting minions with his Sand Soldiers.
Shooting them, huh?
Yeah. So mix it up to 0. He's here. Korn's able to take down the pink ward. Dear Satan going to replace it immediately. Korn can deal with it very, very quickly now. Sky does have to handle the fact that Insec has the Banshee's Veil.
Looks like he's moving into a Spirit Visage as well. Wants absolutely nothing. Unless it's a Black Cleaver coming through there. Of course, also builds out a Kingdom Gem.
Yep. He could even be going for a Aegis of the Legion, Lock of the Iron Solari situation. If he likes. Probably not going to, though, as Huey does appear to be building in that direction as well. Yin going to take down a pink ward. Third dragon is up for King. First available to Damu Gaming if they want to pick it up. As Name's going to clear out the bottom wave. Head forward. Huey actually
takes a lot of damage there.
Who from?
Kog'Maw, I believe.
Well, Volatile Spartling heading forward. Elise finds his way down. You can see Zero trying to block out for Name, who is all the way over here. Insec, he's got a decent rage bar.
Once again, teleport from Sky. He is in base. There's so many wards behind them. This is something that Damu Gaming is doing terrifically game 1 and 2, although teleports into the front this time around.
Yeah, he doesn't have the home guards, of course, only with the brown bags at the moment.
Dragon taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, this Dragon getting taken down very, very quickly. Huey, of course, is Elise. He's going to lock it down. In fact, that's going to be Name that grabs it. AU, he's going to be the first casualty of the fighters on the hunt, has now been popped. Sky create some distance between him and King and see whether they try and turn this one around. Nice use of the Sand Soldiers there from Korn. And Damu, they might be able to trade this Dragon for the outer turret in the mid lane, but King able to get in position quite quickly.
Yeah, so no trade going to come through. Successful team fight for King, although they continue the siege.
Yeah, Boomerangs are coming in. Nice double tap there on the Dear Satan from Name. You can see Damu, they want this turret. Boomerang from Insect, just deterrent.
That was first blood, I think.
It was. Went down for Name, onto AU.
22-minute first blood. Name goes back, grabs his Static Shiv.
And has a longsword there as well, so 2 items to just the Trinity Force at the moment for Yin.
Insect.
There's the Flash Rune Prison. Sky trying to take him down. Nice use of the bounce, and Zero with the Unbreakable saves his top laner's life, but sacrifices the turret.
Yeah, they spent a lot of resources grabbing that turret. The flash coming through there from Sky means that Insect will have to back away. They do pick it up. That only equalizes the turret objective. No, there's still one in the bottom lane, so they're still behind.
Yeah, decent gold though here.
Want the
Damu.
Baron.
Okay, in they go. Pick that one up. That's in full vision of Damu Gaming as well, as of course.
They have the Hyper as well as Huey. You're going to be able to grab this.
And Korn doing so much work here. Oh, the flash in, but it's not going to be enough as AU might fall down yet again. The Monsoon's there from Huey, but you can see Korn, Emperor's Divide just destroys Sky.
Wow.
Look at that Static Shiv crit as I'm Satan manages to at least take down Huey. Name flashes out of there after using the heal as well. Hyper from Insect as he's bouncing forward. Name out of the way of the death ray that would have been his life. Oh, Insect caught in mid animation of that auto attack, and he's just got so much magic resist. There's nothing that Dear Satan can do.
Yeah, especially without the ultimate. They're also onto Yin as well.
Yeah, Korn just auto attacks him to death. Oh, the heal! It's going to be enough for Kathy, and Surprise doesn't catch up to the Pigeon Man.
So in the end, it's a 4-for-1 and Baron going down for King. They finally get their first real lead of the series. And that was just a decisive play. This is what you expect to see out of LPL teams. The experience, meaning that they can pull the trigger on things like a quick Baron. Did not happen last game, and this time around, looks like they just wanted to accelerate the pace a little bit.
Well, AU is going to be able to get to the blue buff. No, maybe not in time, because Korn's going to make his way around. He's saying, yep, that's my one, buddy. You get out of here.
He's still chasing him away. Doesn't want him to tunnel back through and take it.
Yeah. Setting up Sand Soldiers. Look at him. Guardsman. He is going to be able to lock it down for himself. Nice zoning work from Korn. Spirit Visage and Banshee's Veil completed now for Insect. He's got cute little Ruby Crystal in his back pocket. We'll see what he turns that into. Randuin's Omen seems like an option here, as Yin is getting to the point where he's going to be doing a fair bit of physical damage. I do like the extra magic resist, though, for a mid-game Kog'Maw and the rest of the magic damage from these solo lanes.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be a changing point right now for Insect. Needs to get a little bit more armor and health, supplement all of that. And it looks like King with the Sand Soldier in the mid lane going to look to siege up for the first time.
Yeah, Winter's Bite from Zero is going to land onto Dear Satan. You can see the super minions, or at least the Baroned up minions, doing some work onto that inner turret.
They
so
prepared top and bottom lanes earlier as well before they went back to base. That means that
like
they're
a
going to be
cooking
able
show.
to push in with relative ease here. Pretty big creep wave.
Yeah, Living Artillery trying to clear out this minion wave. You can see King actually taking a fair bit of damage, but AU gets caught up. Huey as well as the Unbreakable comes in. Sky doing so much AoE damage. Insec, oh my goodness, look at the poke from this Azir. As Sky does eventually take down Huey, but they may still be able to get this turret. Insec is very big, does have the Gnar and the flash, but Damu Gaming with successful defense.
King didn't need to pull the trigger there. Look at top lane, it is so huge. All they really needed to do was stick around, pressure it. Someone would have had to go back eventually. Instead, they pull the trigger. Huey falls down for his second death, and King, with the Baron buff, are forced to retreat.
Yeah, Baron, in fact, just wearing off. Ian gonna get caught by the boomerang. Insec is throwing a cheeky blind one in there. AU tunnels his way forward.
All
but
of a
Insec's
sudden,
not
like
getting
a
baited.
Hoover, Dear Satan just runs across, says, thank you very much.
Whoa, big zap.
I will take the minions and equal out the farm advantage that had been in Korn's favor the whole game.
Yeah, well, now it's only about 13 CS. Korn heading over this wall. King once again looking to try and siege up this bottom inner turret. Prey Seeker not going to be able to steal it away, I don't think. Korn was able to lock that one down. King now trying to siege this one up. We'll see whether this one's going to work a little bit better than last time. Huey now back to the bottom side of the rift. Sky moving forward.
That's the ultimate down.
Yeah, Sand Soldiers attacking through. Sky not taking any damage from those as the boomerangs are coming through from both Insec and Name, just trying to poke out Damu Gaming. Living Artillery doing a great job on the other side of the rift as well. So, bit of a standoff for King and Damu Gaming.
But this time it's Damu Gaming with the waves in their advantage. If I can count dots, they're on top of each other. A little bit hard at the moment.
Yeah.
But it looks like both waves going to shove onto their side of the map. So only this wave doing anything for King. They recognize it. Back away to the Dragon. This will be number 4 if they can grab it. So Damu kind of have to fight.
Yeah, Damu hot in their heels here as Name's waiting to brush for a moment. Damu are going to follow up. AU getting hit by the boomerang. Insec with a nice
Great
rage
Gnar.
bar at the moment.
Management.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get through. That's a Dragon Steal, though, for AU, and the fight
Oh,
started.
wow.
The 4-man Gnar from Insec boulders everyone. Emperor's Divide there. No one dead just yet. AU right in amongst it. Sky's going to trade it for Insec as now Huey picked up 1 kill. It's 1 for 1 so far. Huey's very, very low. There's now Sky. Everyone on King wants him dead. Yin, not the focus as a Kog'Maw. That shows you how strong Sky is. But King, they deal with both. Korn with so much damage. A Cathian surprise answers the kill there onto 0.
So it's 2 for 3, and Damu get the Dragon, more importantly. We'll be able to go back and reset the map. And that wasn't what King wanted. They wanted to create that win condition, but just not able to do so. Dear Satan once again with a great ultimate. But it's really all about Sky.
This whole series has been all
One-man
about Sky.
wrecking crew at this point. Just creating fields that they cannot enter. And King don't look like they have an answer right now.
Oh, well, their answer did seem to be, let's just use everything on Sky and run it in.
Yeah, and that works until Kog'Maw has like 3 items.
Exactly. So, as we move forward, we'll see whether Damu can pick up the team fights that they're looking for. AU just needs to be that soul tank for the team. It's difficult as a Rek'Sai because you don't get as many resources. He's doing a great job so far. We'll see how long he can last in the next team fight and whether that will buy enough time for Sky and Yin to do all of that consistent DPS and give Satan that opportunity to delete
38
someone.
seconds. The entirety of the King lineup on the bottom half of the map. Seeing whether they can get a pick or continue to siege up the turret that they put so much work into.
Well, needlessly large rod now completed as well for Korn, who's got the Sorcerer's Shoes. Cheeky little Spectre's Cowl there for Name as well, so he wants to make sure that he's as healthy as he possibly can be in these team fights, not opting to go for any sort of Last Whisper just yet, which makes a little bit of sense considering the fact that there is a huge focus on magic resist.
And there is 0 armor.
Yes, there is that. Oh no, there's a Ninja Tabi. So you're right, no armor whatsoever. AU screams out and heads towards the Baron. King have created themselves some position around it. Lots of pink wards, lots of vision in general around that Baron. Insec with the teleport is on the bottom side of the rift.
And Insec had a 4-man Narc last team fight.
Yeah, and the 3-man Emperor's Divide as well from Korn.
Was able to get a lot done. And it still only barely came out in their favor.
Well, we'll see what they can do from now on. Insec, he's got the Phage, looking to build towards that Black Cleaver is his next option, making him a little bit more of a damage threat and create some extra ability for Name to kill people in these fights. The save, he's going back to base. See what he picks up. Void Staff now in the back pocket of the Rise. And in goes Huey, and they're going for a cute little Baron play.
But it is in vision.
It is. And Yui's just not tanky enough to do anything about it as well. Insec continues the split push. He's going to be able to take down this tower on the bottom side. Nice work split pushing for King. There's AU making funny noises in the river.
So King, they've got the 5,000 gold lead at this stage of the game. Just looking to consolidate maybe around the Baron area. Skye's still a reasonably large threat. Not much Insec can do to kill him before he picks up that Black Cleaver. They're going to continue to shove him around.
Well, Baron's been started here. I think that was Name that started that one up. Avoid that pink ward being cleared out. Baron doing relevant
Huey
damage.
probably
Huey
needs to go back to base.
He does. Still only with Boots 1. So not going to be able to home guard his way back towards any Barons. Prey Seeker still flying forward. You can see Rek'Sai being used to great effect at the moment. Just with that Tremor Sense, making sure he knows exactly what's going on. Pink ward's here for King, but it might get cleared out. Now a couple of wards in there for Damu, and Pink ward goes down. So now all of that vision control that King had is absolutely gone. Sand Soldier's doing some work on the
He's level 18 right now.
4-0 and 2 as well.
Having a pretty stellar game so far. But King, they continue to slow play after one aggressive play that really set up the game for them. Yeah, just don't want to force anything around the map.
There might be nerves here for King. The Death Ray doing a lot of damage onto Name. Outer turret in the bottom lane falls as Sky is able to pick that one up. So the gold slowly creeping back for Danmu. Huey looking to try and take down this Rift Scuttler. He's going to be able to. Heavy artillery going to be used just to clear out the mid wave. BS8, of course, having a little wave clear in his own right. Turns around, shoots the Death Ray in wrong direction. Love it. Well, not wrong direction, just the opposite direction. It's a bit strange. Black Cleaver's now being built up for Insec as well, so a lot of cooldown reduction now for this Gnar. 30% from items alone with that Spirit Visage there as well. And now it's King's turn to clear out the vision. It's a bit of a battle to see who can see the most at the
And
moment.
wow,
Spawn.
Korn goes for a Luden's Echo here, meaning he will either miss out on a Death Cap
Or a Void
or a
Staff.
Void Staff.
I'm pretty sure he needs a Void Staff this game, Spawn.
Yeah, definitely is a lot of magic resistance built up. Is maybe Name caught? No, don't commit.
Don't be rash, Spawn. They're not going to be starting a fight. It's Huey. Oop. Lots of stuff spinning around this Elise at the moment.
You say, being shot.
Yeah, so is Huey. My goodness. Yin now starting to do some work. Almost has the last Whisper completed now as well.
And once again, it's going to be around the Dragon that both teams choose to fight. Are you able to steal the last one? It was a very close fight. King once again committing to it.
Yeah, starting this one up. Winter's Bite coming through. You can see King very, very clumped up. Huey tanking the Dragon out. He's going to have to save the Q to make sure that he can pick up the Dragon. Huey, oh no! The second one's going to be picked up for Damu Gaming. Korn with the nice little Zhonya's Hourglass. Another brilliant Gnar there from Insec. Locks down Sky. Zeros over the wall. Double kill for Huey. In goes everyone on top of this Rise. And that's a 4-0 in favor of King. And I have a feeling they're going to go towards Baron.
So they baited AU in there. They completely stopped damage. He chunked it out by himself, but it just meant that they had to fight a 4v5 afterwards, in which Korn went super deep, but timed the Zhonya's incredibly well. They will be able to pick up the Baron here, And finally, King look like they'll have about a 10,000 gold lead. No, only 8 at this point, but might be able to roll through the rest of the game.
Yeah, looking to try and close this one out. At the moment, you're right. 8,000 gold is the lead. Name is going to pick himself up a blue buff. The rest of King heading back to base. Second Baron for this King lineup. Now to see whether they can actually break the base of Damu Gaming. But the thing that I'm worried about here for King Spawn is the fact that there's a Kog'Maw, Rise, and of course the Victor here, who all do fantastic things the later this game goes on. And the Azir's getting huge, but we're getting to that point where Kog'Maw is going to be just gigantic.
Yeah, but there's triple tanks for Kog to deal with. You know, you've got the Elise, nice and tanky. Insec is always going to be that way on Mega Knight, not to mention the Braum. So there's just so much that they need to deal with, and they're a brutally single-target team, with the exception of Victor. As Name going back at a strange time.
Yeah, just had enough money to build something. I think it might have been
Completed
that
off the
Banshee's
Veil.
Veil.
Yep.
Yeah, making sure that he's not going to
That's
get
half
hit
the
by a
Baron
Rune
buff
Prison.
by the time he gets back into position in the mid lane.
Well, Insect split pushing on the bottom side of the map. Korn clearing out the mid lane farm as the rest of King move top side. So now able to get all of these Baroned up minions pushing forward. And it's 2 dealing with just Insect here on the bottom side of the rift. So King, they do have an opening to get something done.
Yeah, now rotating on to the opposite side of the map of the teleport user.
Makes
Nicely
sense.
done by King.
Double. There's a sale on siege minions here for Yin.
We'll be able to chunk this out very quickly.
Whoa!
And it's going to be the death cap as the last item. So, Korn doesn't really value Void Staff right now.
Yeah, not too worried about it. Okay, well, that Death Ray did a whole lot of work. And Soldier's trying to take up position. You can see that.
Damage
Yeah, that
the
turret.
Arise does. Auto attack Arise out of a Natch as wow. Nami gets chunked.
Yeah, well, Yin takes half of his health as well. Boomerang comes down. You can see double siege minions being dealt with, but successful defense so far here for Damage.
Having a very good job of it. Only a couple of auto attacks left.
Oh, can go the Sand Soldiers one more time. AU gonna get caught up. Nice Q there from QE. Gets a bit of extra damage in. Sand Soldiers still trying to do some work as the siege minion charging up each auto attack. Finally loses his wheel and goes down. There's Insect. He's on the bottom side of the rift.
Slow and steady wins the race with Insect, and they will go in and tank it up.
Yep,
No one
Zero.
hits the turret. Zero takes off his health.
Yeah, just for no reason by the looks of things. Baroned up minions now heading back forward. Is this going to be the time where the turret falls? It is. 2 casual auto attacks from Name are going to do it. Boomerang not going to find anyone here as Dear Satan can get amongst it.
They will back away. Base has been broken. Once again, King decides to not pull a trigger.
No inhibitor to fall. Last Whisper has been completed for Yin. 3 item Kog'Maw now. Keep checking in. See when this guy is going to get huge. No Last Whisper for Name. Of course, no armor yet for anyone apart from AU, who's got the Warden's Mail sitting there. Sky clears out the bottom lane. Back there for Insect. Whoop. That's going to complete. Sky misses the Q, so Warden's Mail now for Insect. So he's going to be able to try and deal with this Kog'Maw.
And they have finally turned it into the 10,000 gold lead. Yeah, it's about back down to 9 with all the creeps that just got snapped up, but King definitely doing a better job of creating a lead this time around, but still looking hesitant in how they are closing the game out.
Yeah.
See that they're all near max items. Only 1 to go each. And wow, we have Zero's picked up the new item. So it gives you additional crit and AP depending on who you link to. I can't remember what it's called for the life of me.
Yeah, I was struggling with that also, my friend. But it's new and exciting. I'll leave it nameless for now.
Well, it just means that Name does ridiculous amounts of damage.
And that Infinity Edge. Going to be augmenting that critical strike even more, especially now that it'll be close to 100% when that is activated. See, next time King start a team fight, Name is going to be able to utilize it.
So the reason they're posturing, wow, Insect put out a little bit. The reason they're posturing bottom side of the map yet again is that they want to be able to rotate through that side of the jungle where there's no vision to be able to initiate another Dragon number 4. Of course, the last 2 have been stolen out by AU. probably don't want to fight this time around, because one more team fight will mean the game is decisive enough. It might even mean the game for Damu Gaming.
That is a very good point.
Have to see whether King finally pull the trigger on something. 12 seconds until it's available. Insect's back in base.
Yeah, still has teleport. Randuin's Omen now completed though for Insect, so it's 5 items on the Gnar, still 1 more slot to go. Has a pink ward there as well. 6 items on with the death cap now completed. So King, they've now started off the Dragon. Not going to be contested here by Damu Gaming, so that's going to be 4.
Sky waiting for Insect in the top lane. Might have found him.
Yeah, Insect taking a fair bit of damage there, of course, has a fair bit of magic resist at the same time. You can see Insect,
Goes
he's
over the
down
wall.
relatively low. He's out of there. That's okay. Building up some rage here as well. Throwing auto attacks there.
Baron up in a minute. Insect going to have to heal before that time. But Damu might have position around this objective. Of course, 42 minutes into the game. It's about 75,000 gold when the number becomes irrelevant because everyone's generally on 6 items. So King nearing that point. Damu still about 14,000 behind. But you think if the game goes for another 10, might get to that area.
Yeah, and Yin now with a BF sword in his back pocket as well as the 3 items he had earlier. This is a huge Cogmaw. Name's building in Trinity Force. His next item.
Or a Black Cleaver.
That's true. Get another one in there, may as well.
Wow.
Yeah, Zero taking a lot of hurt here from Yin, who's able to get some auto attacks across Korn as well.
Speaking of which,
Yeah, chunking him out. Thank goodness for the Locket of the Iron Solari here. Of course, Mui and AU both with 1 can cover a lot of area with that aura. And of course, it doubles up on both of those champions as well, which is handy. Insect looking for a flank play.
coming up the map, just probably wants to be here when Baron starts. No, they send him back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Yui in onto AU now. Loses half of his health as Insect's coming in as well. Hits him with the boomerang. Drops
This
his
will be
Banshee as
Baron
well.
started up, you feel.
Well, look at the amount of damage the King are going to have onto that as well. Korn with the Sand Soldiers definitely able to do some work there. King, so many wards around this area. But haven't started it yet. He over the wall there from Korn makes sure that he's going to be fine.
This is a very slow game out of King.
Oh yeah.
When you think that they had the Baron buff nearly, what, 20 minutes ago. We're on 3 dragons to 0 and still haven't been able to close it out. Even though it looks like they're going to win this game, I don't know whether it will really do much of their confidence leading into the rest of the set because it's been an uphill battle the entire way through. They've got a 6-0-3 mid laner.
Yeah. It was pretty huge for Korn. But you can see, Damu now with position around the Baron. They've cleared out the vision. Volatile Spiderling discovers the fact that Damu haven't actually started off the Baron. King able to get some vision across. You can see there's Name with the Scrying Orb, but Huey was about to get a ward in there. You can see there may not be all that much communication coming out of the King's squad.
The battle over Baron continues. Dragon 5 must be up in a couple of minutes.
It's going to be up in about 3. My memory serves.
Right now, this looks like really hard work for King. Damu have done their best to drag this game out for as long as possible. They have the wave clear of Victor, something you can't oversell, but the top lane has been open since the last Baron was available. King just never made the move on it. They're sending Name back now. Yeah. No one wants to pull the trigger. Bottom lane growing. Top lane advantage of Damu, so opposite ends of the map owned right now. You would think it's a little bit easier to clear up the top end. It was a Trinity Force, as you mentioned, coming through for Name.
Yeah. Living Artillery onto Insect does little to no damage. Of course, all of that magic resistance going to be helping there as it
Pull the
goes
trigger.
0. Yep, Sand Soldiers being built up. AU takes a bunch of damage. Boulder not going to find anything.
Zone them into the bottom side of the map. Maybe this is when they pull the trigger.
Well, King can kill Baron so fast, Spawn. They may
If
as
they
well
hit it.
just start it.
That's what they have to do. They have to hit it to kill it.
That is a really good point. Really astutely
They
said
hit.
too. Yeah, Cocoon lands onto AU. Boomerang's coming out here. AU going to get slowed by it on the backside.
This is 2 games in a row where AU has tanked up all of the CC out of King as Sky teleported behind them.
And he's just standing there now, waiting for the opportune moment.
Patiently waiting. He's going in.
Yeah, in through the back as
They got
Corn. He's
him.
going to get exploded. Oh, doesn't even use the Zhonya's there as Insect finds Sky, but he's taking no damage. Monsoon from Muria's. Oh my gosh, Name trying to do some work. Insect just making sure everyone leaves. Oh, the flash over the cocoon. Huey's going to die. Rune Prison comes down. AU locks him up. 3 dead on the side of King. They just waited way too long to get anything started. And Damu, they're going to take down their first Baron of the game. Maybe even some turrets afterwards, Spawn.
And what are King doing? They've just been sitting around the area for a good 4 minutes. Nothing happening. In the end, a fantastic teleport. They don't protect the back end of their team fight, sweep the top side for Vision. And Korn got destroyed. As you mentioned, didn't even use the Zhonya's. This Rise, 50 CS up, and once again, Sky having a field day against the King lineup.
Yep, not a whole lot they can do.
And we talk all the time, Atlas, about proactive League of Legends, how China's one of the regions when if you know you can fight, you'll just start it up. You saw so many bindings come through.
Yeah.
Chunk out the jungler. Sure, he's a little bit tanky, but you're at the point where you go to 6-item Azir. Just pull the trigger, get in there. Instead, they wait, they continue to wait, and they get made pay. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Huey only just spawning. This is going to be 3 dragons. But Damu, you have to think.
Yeah, it
And
would make
King
sense.
look like they don't know how to win a game of League of Legends right now.
No. Not looking like they have much of an idea at all, as 5,000 gold is now the lead here for King.
We said
Half of it's
75k is
done. Yeah.
when nothing matters anymore. Sky has a death cap. Only has the Banshee's Veil as a defensive item. Maybe King have caught them off on the wrong side of the map right now, but with Baron up recalls, that isn't even a given. As AU's behind them.
Yeah, well, King are going to be able to clear out this wave pretty quickly. Sun Turret's there for the mini ARAM potential here in the mid lane. Korn sold his Abyssal Scepter, picked himself up a Void Staff. So he's just cycling through items at this point. And it's another Negatron Cloak for Insect. He might be going for what looks like a Guardian Angel. Yet again, Korn heading towards the top side, looking to try and push that one through as well. They're creating no opportunities for Damu to get towards any
Damu
turrets.
can just pull the trigger whenever they like. See, Distortion Boots for Sky. His flash going to be back off cooldown relatively soon.
Yeah, teleport as
And
well.
you can see how scared they are of the Rise. As soon as he shows himself, they're gone.
Yeah, out of there. Do not want to deal with it. That's a lot of ability power on this Rise. Infinity Edge completed for Yin at the same time. Still needs to replace the Doran's Blade, but oftentimes you'll see that be a Banshee's Veil. I don't think we'll see Yin with any more damage at this point. He is so powerful. Name as well, running pretty quick. AU split pushing here on the mid. Of course, has that Void Rush. He's going to get behind King now as well.
Nail Yin.
Yeah, Huey's so far forward, able to use the Repel to get onto AU as he's going to get through there as there's the ultimate for Zero, but he's getting chunked out. Sky's focusing onto him. There's the Emperor's Divide, only gets AU. Sky getting exhausted now as well as
Insect's
Insect
dead.
right in the back line. Crushes his way through, but he is going to die in the end. It's a 1-for-0 in favor of Damu, but King completely on the run and in disarray.
And you mentioned it all game long, the fact that it's triple threat. They've got a Victor, a Kog'Maw, a Rise. Just so much more damage to come out. Sky.
Oh, yeah, Sky's going to face check and die.
Maybe this is the window that they were hoping for. Bottom turret, huge wave. They're going to get back in time to defend mid. Baron has run off.
Are they? Because Yin does so much damage to this turret.
Only
That's
the turret
dead.
going down. Everything else fine. And maybe they can look to make a little bit of a counterattack. Bottom lane turret goes down, so now both sides of the base broken. The Damu just hasn't looked like it phased them all game.
Nope. Well, 50 minutes into this one. We do have Dragon coming up in approximately 4 of those minutes. Or any other minutes, of course. Pick a set of 60 seconds. That's about how long it's going to take. Name, once again, able to clear out these minions very, very well. Gravity field is
So they
down.
have a period of about 15 seconds where Insect is available and Sky is not. So they want to see if they can get some inhibitors with that time.
Name very far forward. AU just going to head straight up towards
They
him.
got
Not
him.
going to get the knock up. There's the stun. Glacial Fissure goes down. Monsoon's here. May actually save the Rek'Sai's life. In goes Korn for the massive hero play. Mui's going to fall. So is Korn, though. That's a lot of their consistent damage down, and the first inhibitor may now fall.
And all of a sudden, Sky is back up. He's teleporting behind them. They need to be careful.
They are possibly going to be able
He's
to
heading
collapse
in.
on top. The Nara is still available for Insec. As
He's
Sky
gonna flash the
flashes
wall.
over the top. Look at all of that damage as Huey's trying to do
Where
some
is
work.
Insec?
There's the double. Insec just turned. Triple kill for Sky, who eventually falls down to an invisible boomerang from nowhere.
But that might be Game Atlas. There's 2 members still alive. An open mid inhibitor. 60 seconds on everyone.
And Yin eats creeps, eats turrets, and inhibitors. Dear Satan, he's already there. Death Ray's going to come through. This might be 2-0 in favor of the LSPL B team for Damu Gaming.
Yeah, I'm over the B team story right now. They are playing phenomenally. And the creeps will eventually get there. Korn is 20 seconds off. They don't want to take too much damage before the creeps come because it looked like Korn might be in a position to respawn. He's still 10 seconds away.
Yep, they have the creeps here.
They're gonna get it.
These turrets
Game
are
over.
falling so
Damu win.
quickly. Damu 2-0. And King are going to have to pull out a miracle to get back into the LPL spawn. And this was only the first test. There's going to be 2. So Damu Gaming may well be back into the LPL and looking very likely to kick out King.
And wow, look at how heartbroken the King members are. They understand that they'll head the entirety of that game.
10,000
And
gold
Sky
lead.
flashing the wall, picking up a triple kill. Insec turned on the other members to try and keep them out.
That
They
was
just needed
not
to
what he
take
needed
care
to
of
do.
the Rise.
You can see Insec, he's now having a think about what the heck happened. Surely now there's going to be some desperation in this King lineup because these guys really need to turn it on if they're going to turn around this series.
But what a fairy tale story coming through over the other side of the back
Oh,
bracket. Sky, you know, we said Trinity Force user. This time on the rise, a champion that everyone is saying is currently out of the meta, showing that he is still a late game monster. That man on your screen, Name, has to do some soul searching.
Oh, yeah. They really need to discover what they... And it's aggression. That's what they need. They need Insec on someone that really wants to do damage in these fights. They need to just go back to what was working for King when it was working. They need good memories for it. But they will be able to find that, surely. You can see Zero on your screen right now. Just at a loss by the looks of things here. We'll see whether King can dig deep and find it in the third game. Or whether Damu are going to clean sweep King to get themselves to the next test here in this LPL promotion.
And you have to say, for 40 minutes of that game, King were doing the right thing. They just weren't pulling the trigger. They need to go back to a team that can just make proactive plays. Get Name on something mid-game focus like Olution and just see if they can take over.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that as we are going to have Game 3 very, very soon. Before that, one short break. But when we get back, Damu Gaming going to try and find their way one step closer to the LPL. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the LPL Promotion Tournament. And Danmu Gaming Spawn are one game away from another best of 5 in order to get into the LPL.
And one thing I've learned about this team, Atlas, is that they're happy to play at a slow pace. You let them farm up until they have item thresholds, they'll beat you.
They will.
And King have done it twice. One game, they just did completely nothing, got steamrolled. Second game, I thought this was King back at their best. They called the proactive Baron. They were getting in there, 3 Dragons to 0, but Dragons continually stolen away. They should have 5th at about the 33-minute mark. Game got to 60, nowhere in sight. And that Rise late game was an absolute terror.
Yeah.
So play a tempo game of League of Legends, King. Speed it up, do something. But what they're doing right now will not work in another game.
Well, I think they need to switch something up to make sure that Sky doesn't get to that point. Maybe King need to do a lane swap. Maybe they need to cause Sky.
There is no way Rise should have got to 6 items. They had a Baron, they had the inside lane of starting up another Baron. Hell, in the last team fight, they even landed a Cocoon, which could have been a go button, and Rise would have been on the back end with absolutely nothing to do. Didn't have a Ghost, only had the Flash available. In the end, King didn't pull the trigger on anything. It was Danmu that did, and Sky just destroyed Korn. They destroyed the rest of the game. And they must be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Oh yeah, Danmu with so much momentum heading into this third game, and King, surely some desperation. You can see.
And where do they go
Insec
from here?
I don't know.
Because
he's jittering at least.
We've seen King a couple of times, you know, pull out some quirky compositions, but that hasn't been to win games. That's been to see out the rest of the season, build up what should be some form of good team morale. We've seen things like Rengar top lane, Poppy top lane, but I don't think we're going to go back to that. So I am very concerned about the fact that King might not have anything else left. They're playing stand of League of Legends, and it's just not good enough on the day.
It's not. And they had the Elise, of course, fantastic on the 5.14 patch. And Huey just wasn't able to get anything done.
They had everything in their favor. Korn was ahead.
Yeah.
Rise was nullified. Hadn't got anything early on in the laning phase. They got Name ahead with a level 2 gank. A little bit of a quirky play down in the bottom lane to really mix it up. As I said, they came out on the perfect King footing and then just lost their way somewhere in the mid game and couldn't get team fights that they were looking for.
Well, Name, you can see some concentration in his eyes.
Looks like some frustration.
Yeah.
That's what I do when I have a headache.
He's got a migraine. It's like, come on, guys. Let's turn around and do this, and we'll see whether they can as we move towards Champion Select. But Danmu Gaming really erupting onto the Rift. Not necessarily erupting onto the Rift, but Sky did. The rest of Danmu just stood there and waited for the prime opportunity and then won both of those games.
Sky didn't even erupt. They're like, they're the slowest. They are like inevitability at its finest. It's like when you expect to see a volcano, right?
Yeah.
And you expect these explosions and everything to go on. And that does happen at the start. But then the scary bit is just the inevitability of lava destroying your house. And that's what is happening right now.
Danmu Gaming, Pompeii the second. I don't know. I don't know whether King are going to get turned into some sort of like ashen people, something like that. We'll see whether that does happen as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen. But we are into Champion Select, and Varus is the first ban for King.
Yeah, Yin does play Varus, so it's not a horrible ban coming through there.
It's a different one.
It is. He hasn't played it so far, so I don't know really if Varus counters a specific comp that they want to run.
No, but Hecarim is going to be the next one, making a little bit more sense there as Kalista going to join the ban list. For Name.
Not mixing up anything here.
Apart from the cute little Vary ban.
No, I'm talking about on Danmu game.
That is very true. Aurelia still up. King in the first game banned away the Janna as well that Muyi definitely played fantastically in the last game. And it is going to be Aurelia banned away. So Sky, the focus this time around. And are King going to pick the Rise and force yet another choice out of Sky? That is the question.
So Korn was a Rise player.
He was.
Can take it mid lane. Haven't seen Insec play it yet, I do not believe.
I think we may have seen a game
out
of him.
Yeah.
When Rise was stupidly strong in the top lane.
but I would be very surprised if they wanted to first pick it here.
Well, it looks like Insect doesn't want to first pick anything at the moment.
That will stop Champion Select, but they are hovering the Rise.
Well, it does force Sky's hand. Forces him onto something else in the top lane repertoire. It's a lot of focus given to that player, but it sort of makes sense, you know? This Korean top laner, Danmu Gaming, has been playing incredibly well this series. 5 seconds to go. Insect still has the
Looks
hover.
resigned.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to play this.
Well, it means that Siva and Victor were options, but it is going to be the Gragas and the Victor now for Danmu Gaming. Huey looking to go back to some comfort here, hovering the Lee Sin. We'll see whether he decides to go with it, as Korn has an opportunity to grab something for the team as well. It looks like King just wanted to grab some comfort in the jungle and the mid lane by the looks.
Certainly appears to be the strategy right now with the hovers that they are looking at. I would be very surprised if they went with Lee Sin Fizz along with their Rise.
Well, leaves the
A little
Siva.
bit of pick comp coming through there. That's what they're going for. Everyone picking their own champion right now.
Yen considering Shen AD carry. Doesn't have a lot of range, nor damage. Let's see how he makes it work.
God, that was horrible.
Wasn't even a thing, really. I was just talking. Janna, gonna be the hover here for me. Understandably, as well. Had a great game. We did mention it before, but Morgana now being considered. See what Danmu Gaming decide to do. Of course, saving the Eddie carry till last this time around. Danmu do not like last picking their solo laners at all.
And wow, it looks like this is what they are electing to go for. They've sat on it for a very long time. Shen does well against Rise. As soon as you pick up Merc Treads, it's very hard for Rise to kill you and just has smooth itemization. Only has to go with Barmy Cinder to really get any form of lane pushing going. And then can just beat him around the map, do things that Rise doesn't do. And support Morgana going to mean that that chain CC that we generally come through from a Rise isn't going to be as effective. And wow, Name insta-lock solution. I am happy.
Yep, this is Name back on the champion that definitely got him his name at least last season. And of course pairs fantastically well with Braum at the same time. Zero didn't have a bad game on the champion. Of course, they managed to get to 10,000 gold in the lead, so King did something right.
That was just shot calling in the end. They just didn't pull the trigger on anything.
A lack of shot calling, in fact. There's Danmu now with the final pick of this champion select. Yin considering another hyper carry, this time in the Vayne. Could go back to the Kog'Maw, could grab the Sivir if they want as well.
It's in a bad lane, you know. Vayne able to tumble out of the piercing light damage, trades very well with 3 auto attacks in there.
Of course, the Winter's Bite, the concussive blows stun, able to be mitigated by the Black Shield as well from Morgana. But no surprise here as Yin is going to lock away the Sivir.
Yeah, so Sivir Victor combo that was played in game 1, once again going to be on the Rift. This time around it is with the Shen. So a lot of team fight potential coming through there for Danmu Gaming. Going to be able to set up a little bit of a split push as well with the Shen. And on the side of King, you have to say complete comfort. Everyone is on champions that they are either very comfortable with, or if you're Insect, you just have to pick away the enemy top laner's Rise because the team wasn't happy with him playing it.
And you're also on a champion that does damage as well. That's what you bring to a team fight. Insect very good at playing the champions that are going to be doing work, not necessarily just CCing people up and moving on. He wants to be killing folk. So that's, you know, does put Insect into at least a play style of comfort.
Yeah, potentially. On the Rift this time around, Insect going to be looking to be a little bit more of a threat. But he got to 6 item now. That guy does a heck of a lot of damage as well.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you do have that Black Cleaver. But we are going to go through the lineups here. Insect on the rise, in disguise, Shen. It's an okay matchup for Shen generally on paper. See whether he builds a Banner of Command. I'd be excited about that. As we now have Huey picking up his Lee Sin to AU's Gragas. So both of them with a lot of ability early on to get things going. See whether Huey can get stuff working out here for King. Get him back into this series. Corn on the Fears one more time. Same matchup as game 1 into the victor.
And King would have to win 3 maps in a row. I can't remember the last time they were able to pull it off. Name on Lucian, looking to get nice and aggressive in bottom lane. Yin down there on Siva, and it's going to be the Braum versus the Morgana as Zero takes on Muyi one more time. And King, they must be sweating bullets, but it's do or die time.
Oh,
We're going to figure out after this game whether they still have a shot of climbing their way back into the LPL.
And it must feel so awful, the fact that you've got so many games of this best of 5, but let's get on to the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for King versus Danmu Gaming. Game number 3. Danmu on the red side trying to win this series as Zero.
Got it.
Yeah, he's going to find it. Nice Dark Binding there to stop at least the Braum from moving forward. But King as a unit, moving in. Danmu Gaming now to get some vision towards
Wow,
the blue
Rise is
side.
really short compared to Braum.
Well, Braum's pretty big.
敌军还有30
Oh
秒
man,
到
that
达
Lucian
战场。
skin. Pretty damn cool.
I really dislike it.
Really?
Avid Lee Sin player, hate that skin.
Is it the fact that he's all punchy?
Just his animations look different. I can't deal with it.
But wait,
I feel like that's one of the skins that you either only play that skin,
Ah, okay, yep.
or you can play every other great skin that he has.
Doesn't Muay Thai also
I don't play that
change it up
either.
a lot? Yeah, okay.
You've just named the 2 Lee skins that I've never used.
Well, my personal favorite is Acolyte. Lee Sin always has been.
I agree. Very good skin.
He's dang cool hood, man. That's what it's all about. Well, Sky makes his way towards the top side. Hey, you're going to be starting off Little Krugs by the looks of things.
Wow.
This is an aggressive
Name and
start.
Zero. They were looking to stop the Gromp. Instead, going to seal away a Sentinel by the looks of it.
Yeah, trying to get themselves into a good position early on. Zero takes about 80 damage. And they are going to be able to get down for the first creep. So,
creep
nicely
worth of
played.
experience there. So going to be able to hit level 2 slightly earlier.
Dark Binding not going to be opted for by me just yet, as Name's playing so far up.
This is how he's always liked to play the Lucian lane. Zone heavy from level 1. Because you should be able to theoretically trade very nicely.
Oh, there it is. Auto attack into the Piercing Light. Nice use of the Light Slinger as well. As Name is just able to get extra damage through. They're stacking up this wave. Spawn. Getting hit by some death rays, but you trade with your health bar quite a lot as Fizz. I've learned by my friend Spawn.
Okay, so you just want to make sure that you're always going through that flask for the first time. Be able to get as much CS as possible. It's not about your health at all, just about grabbing creeps.
Well, level 1 on the Siva. Me having to deal with Name, who's just smacking on Yin any opportunity that he gets. It's King bottom lane. This is what we're expecting. We're expecting great things. So far in the early
Yui
game,
also
things are
goes
working.
for the early invade. Gets spotted out by the Wolf Spirit, but AU not going to be able to grab his buff. And that's the second time he's been 3 buff.
There's the stun. That's a little bit of extra damage there for Name as well. Concussive blows comes in, and even Huey down towards the bottom side of the map. Not going to be going for a gank just yet.
Once again, caught up by the Wolf Spirit. That's a little bit unfortunate. Now AU going to just be able to walk into the top side of the jungle. Probably grab that one back for himself.
Well, Gromp going to be started here by Huey. AU moving towards, like you said, the blue buff. Huey trading back towards his own jungle. So, I think Huey was just assuming that he would be able to...
He's going for another like gank / something in the top lane, bottom lane.
He's wandering around the area, most definitely, as Dark Binding does come in. Nice use of the spell shield there from Yin to stop the Winter's Bite.
So that's 20 CS. So there's 8 CS on Yin right now.
Yeah.
That lane not going fantastically as Insect now going to be ganked in the top lane.
Yeah, AU with the body
Well
slam
placed
there as
creep
well.
wave.
Yep, Barrel comes down, the slow's in there. Sky not going to be able to find the taunt, decides not to use the
Lee Sin
flash.
coming.
Yep,
Damage
damage
in a
down.
lot of trouble.
You can see that, about 600 health on Sky here as Huey.
Oh, he got creep blocked.
Yeah, he wants to be able to hit this one. Nice slow. Huey's just holding on to the Q. There's the Rune Prison. Able to get in there. There's the body
Huey
slam
dead.
back. Oh my goodness, Huey dies. First blood going down
Insec
to
has
Sky.
no mana. Are you going to get him as well? This is a nightmare. They go over aggressive.
Smacking him with his bottle here is
All he has
AU.
to do is one more body slam and Insec goes down.
Double kill on the top side of the map in favor of Damu Gaming. What a start.
And there's 24 CS right now in Name's favor. He's like, guys, just don't die. Korn's down here.
Yeah, they want to pick up another one here as well. In he goes, flashes forward there. Nice spell shield from Yin, but the teleport's in. Oh, not going to be able to find the taunt. So Sky unable to equalize that one.
So a good news story on the bottom half of the map right now.
And a horror story on the top.
And yeah, just not the game they wanted on the top side. Insec even walks back. That was a huge creep wave that's going to bust into the turret. So he saves teleport at least. Are you going to grab the experience at least?
Name has a 31 CS lead.
And a kill.
6 minutes and a kill, yeah. So he's managed to pick up a heck of a lot of consumables. The BF sword in opposition.
The problem though is he needs to completely destroy the lane now. Like 30 CS, it's a good start, but it needs to be 50 because otherwise the top side of the map just going to snowball away from them. Because when you're playing Rise, it's 6 minutes into the game, you don't have your tier, nothing going in your favor right now. Insec just going to fall behind. As once again, they have vision on Huey. They send AU into the top lane.
Yeah, Huey only level 4 here as well, so
Insec going to die again.
definitely does seem like it. Insec decides instead that he wants to pick up some farm. He's level 5 to
Goodbye,
both level
Insec.
5s here, and Insec so dead. I believe that's actually level 6 now for AU as well, so yeah, everywhere but the bottom lane going so well for Damu.
Good news on the bottom lane is that pushing back into them is going to deny even more CS away from Yin. As a teleport comes into the top lane, they're going again.
Yeah, there's the Shadow Dash. Explosive cast down as well,
AU
but
gonna
AU
be shut
tanking
down.
up. He's
Give it
so
to
dead.
Insec, yeah.
Yep, Insec picks up that kill as Huey. He's level 5, not a lot of health, and he's going for a Warrior enchant. This guy means business. Summoner's Rift right now.
Finally, some golden experience over to Insec.
He has the tier now as well, Spawn. That is good news. Oh, counter creep not going to be found there from Name.
It's alright, he's 40 CS up. We'll give him that one.
But it would have been 41, and one of them a siege mini. That's all I'm saying. Cute little auto attack. Name still pressuring this turret. Huey going to pick up his red buff here. AU going to do the same thing on the other side of the map. 61 to 54 CS in the mid lane as Korn has got a Sheen first item, so no Morellonomicons this time. Looking for aggression.
That was Ghost popped.
Yeah, Dis8 looking to try and pick up a red. But, okay. Cool. That was interesting.
Anticlimactic, I think is the word you're looking for.
I believe so. 40 CS the lead for Name, though. There's lots of stuff happening here on the bottom side. Summoner's Rift for King. Some yelling from Yui, though, as he heads back to base. Oh, there's a run. Let's pursue the exhaust down as well. Yin blows the flash. The culling comes out. Somehow Zero misses it. Turns around. Is it going to be enough? The last auto attack. Name picks up the kill. And we're not going to have a Shen in this fight. Explosive Cast is available for AU. He's not going to be able to go 1 versus 2, especially not against how strong this Lucian is. Dear Satan is here. Walks over a ward. Winter's Bite's going to find him. Hits him in the butt as he enters that brush.
And wow, a much more aggressive game coming out of Name. Haven't seen Name play this aggressively in lane.
He's putting
Since
on
he
his
swapped
carry
names.
pants.
Legitimately since he swapped names.
So it's basically Devil back on the Rift. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, going very old school.
Wow.
2 kills, and we said it had to be about 50 CS. Well, he's done it. He is 50 CS up right now in 9 minutes of League of Legends. This is what you expect out of the AD carry that took team after team to LPL titles.
Yeah, he was the domestic champion of the LPL in the AD carry
Like
role.
a year and a half.
Exactly. Oh, Insect nails it. Picks himself up a siege minion. That's the way to my heart, Insect. You understand it. 1,000 gold now the lead for King. He once again having a yell, heading back to base.
And with how far ahead AU is right now, you feel that a lot of that must be on Name, like more than 1,000.
Yeah. That lead.
1,500.
That's a
The
BF sword.
BF sword up.
So that's a bit silly. Well, you can see that represented because he's picked up a BF sword and a pickaxe as opposed to, hey, Vamp Scepter. So, stuff in the bottom lane, not going well for Damu. Whereas, you look on the top side of the map, 1-0-1 for this Shen. Chilling out with his Spectre's Cowl.
Yeah, but even that's only a 13 CS advantage right now. They've done a good job of neutralizing top lane snowball potential, especially because AU went for the turret dive as well. That was a good job of Huey for scouting that one out. And it's actually not going to be the Warrior enchant, Atlas.
Oh,
It's
he's going for Black Cleaver, second item, Lee Sin.
Potentially. Or a Sight Stone into a Hex Drinker.
We just wanted to have an extra sword. Corn's just going to 1v1 the Satan there in the
I
mid
don't
lane.
blame our spectator for that at all. Fizz does obnoxious burst damage.
Yep. Dark Binding almost down Corn. Right, King now going to be able to start off the Dragon, and this is looking like they have much more control. Said it last game, so I guess maybe you don't want to believe us here, but I feel like the desperation has finally sunk in for this King lineup. Able to put more on the line on Summoner's
They're
Rift.
pinging out Name. He's level 8 to 2 level 6s.
Yep, Dark Binding does land.
Oh,
So does the
Huey.
Sonic Wave from Huey. Nicely played. Nice bells. I like the T-Towels more, if I was to be honest.
Details?
Yeah, you know how you press safeguard in any other skin? He's got little T-Towels circling around him. No?
Is that what they are?
Looks like it. Not going to say that I'm exactly the perfect judge. But
This is a replay of the solo kill coming through there.
excellent.
Just hits every ability and the opposition dies.
Yeah, does his buttons.
Oh, really nice block there.
Fantastic. Oh, Darling coming down. There's the flash into the body slam and the cast with the Shen coming into this fight as well. Zero is in a lot of trouble. Huey trying to make his way in here. Nice work from Zero to get out of there
Nice
as Name
stun.
is turning it around. Insect coming through with the teleport, the flash over the top from Insect as well. So much damage here as Korn's in amongst it. Soul Shackles is going to get the stun through, but Korn out from underneath the turret. Insect locks himself down, another one, and King, I have a feeling they've woken up.
Yeah, able to get every bit of aggression we've been expecting out of the first 3 games and ram it down Danmu's throat in that play. The teleport in, 2 aggressive flashes. Name still going incredibly deep, has that 50 CS advantage still, and now
to
it's
60.
2-0-2.
This is a pretty big Lucian, guys.
Going to knock down the 3rd outer turret as well. 13 minutes into the game. And where the heck have they been for 2 games?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we saw them, you know, just chilling out at the desks before spawn. Maybe they just thought that need to do much. Maybe they wanted an epic series. I'm not sure, but it certainly is time for them to be making things happen. That being said, this is the type of League of Legends that Damu want to play. They want to be just taking it slow, methodical, taking the advantages that they can afford, and then moving on. So this may not yet be a lead that's big enough to take this game. As Zero is putting himself in front of the minion wave. Name getting hit by that boomerang, but not
He's
worried
got
at all.
IE. So
Yeah.
Vamp Scepter Dagger.
Yeah. Yin is not having a good time. Well, Insect just running around the bottom side. He's going to be able to clear up this minion wave. Putting himself in so he can queue that siege minion, locks it down again. It's been impressive with his siege minion taking this game as Insect. 80 CS to 99, almost has the Rod of Ages completed as well. And if he grabs it by 15 minutes, it's not too bad timing, especially considering the start that he had. Oh, that Shadow Dash was unbelievable for Sky. Korn takes the majority of his health bar. In comes Zero. He's going to have to stand behind me to help him out. There he goes. Winter's Bike going to get spell shielded nicely by Yin. Deke there towards the top side. Huey waiting to come through as well as AU. Hanging out towards the side. That was a culling used onto Dear Satan, but Name aiming it oddly. Not going to be able to find too much damage.
So all outer turrets will successfully be defended by the King lineup. Only 15 minutes in, they're looking for some more objectives. Can't really overextend at this part of the game to get them, so they're going to have to be content with the next dragon, which should be coming up quite shortly.
Yeah, Insect getting some farm funneled onto him as well. 92 now to the 108 that Sky has picked up. A little bit more kill participation though. More kills to participate in for King squad, I have to admit. As he's going to head top as well. So he's cleared out bottom wave, headed mid, grabbed that one, heading top now as well. So lots moving over towards this rise. And he has got the Rod of Ages now stacking up. Grabbed that at about 14.5 minutes. Zhonya's Hourglass completed for Khorne. So he's giving up with sort of the 40% cooldown reduction first up build that Fizzes like to go, especially Khorne's Fizz. Decided instead to grab an early Sheen straight into the Zhonya's teamfight utility and burst damage.
Just kill someone.
Yeah.
That's all he needs to do.
And he did it. Good. That's what King need to be doing here. Getting that aggression in. Only 7 CS behind the Victor as well. And in a melee
Pushing
range
in mid
matchup.
lane as well. Dear Satan's needs to be careful right now.
And Name's just
Name
so
zero. Maybe just kill him.
And 65 CS is the lead. Look at how much damage
Burns
just
the
went down.
ultimate.
Just to clear out the minion wave. So that's Dear Satan with no mana. Name going to be able to clear out this minion wave. The next one to come in might mean they take down this turret. Huey. More bells going off all around the rift. Or at least just around where this Lee Sin is.
Teleport.
Oh, Yin. Black Shield not going to be enough as Khorne able to flash out of the way. Playful
Dances
Trickster's
away.
there as well. Trying to dodge the Shadow Dash. Doesn't even need to as the turret falls down. And
And
King.
they can just rotate into the top lane if they would like to. Insects prep the wave. Name can head up there. They still need to deal with Khorne. And all of a sudden, King look like a transform lineup. This time, 17 minutes in. They're up
6,000 gold.
6,000 gold. And it's going to be 2 dragons as well in about 24 seconds.
Yeah, well, Huey's going to head back to base. Looks like he's going to pick up a Hex Drinker after that. That's what that sword was doing. Interesting stuff. Just wanted some extra damage, cheeky extra damage early on in the game.
Still hasn't got it.
Okay.
Still teasing you.
Oh my goodness.
He's just going to sit on the sword the whole time.
Yeah, sword and Null Magic Mantle. Needs to have both of them. So managed to build the Mercury's Dreads and then just got another one. Haha, casters. Well, see where the Hex Drinker is going to be the next option as he has some faster shoes. And King heading towards the dragon now as well. So Name's Lucian.
top for Danmu Gaming. Going to need to give up this objective. You can see still, it's actually grown the CS lead in the bottom lane. 70 CS right now.
It's that as well as the fact that he almost has the Phantom Dancer, or maybe even he's going for the Berserker's Greaves and the Static Shiv just for the extra burst that Name does love so incredibly much. Winter's Bite finds Sky, takes away the shield that he got underneath that turret. Ardent Blaze going to find him as well.
This is what I feel, in my opinion, what Name did better than any AD carry. We might have a fight, so I'll hold my thoughts.
Nah, don't hold him. In this series, if in doubt, we probably won't have a fight.
They go in.
Yeah, Chum the Waters is here. I spoke too soon as
They
he
say
uses
you
the Urchin
take
Strike
that
to get
back.
out as well. That was fantastic. It's going to be the turret falling down. Huey right in amongst the Chaos Storm. He's going to be soaked by the Lee Sin. Dear Satan pays for it with his life. Soul Shackles is going to come in. Actually manages to get, no, it doesn't. No stun as the Sea Stone Trident locks up the Morgana kill as well. And King, 5 members alive, take down 3.
And
9,000 gold, man.
I'm even more confused now. This game makes no sense to me because King are just pulling the trigger on everything. Once again, all the flashes available. 2 of them used defensively. They're going to be able to pick up a turret for their troubles.
Shadow Dash casually avoided there by Insect. Yin looking to try and get some damage through. Misses the Q as well, but movement speed from the ultimate going to get Lee Sin to, Insect to safety. It's understandable that I'd mistake Insect for Lee Sin. Huey once again
Teleport into the mid lane. This guy wants a turret.
Yeah, looking for some global gold on Summoner's Rift. Damu Gaming feeling under pressure. They're not at the late game stage where they feel comfortable. You mentioned this already, Spawn, even at the very beginning of this game, that they like to play as a team. It's all about the communication. The laning phase was where they really struggled, especially on the bottom side of the Rift and in the mid lane. Top lane did fine. The rest of it, not so much fun. Spawn, Playful Trickster, 5-0 and 4 for this Fizz. Massive kill participation. He not going to be able to find much. AU in through. Look at the explosive cask. Damu Gaming try to get it done. Huey, though, is going to find the kill. As Korn just playing around in this mid game. My goodness, double kill for Huey. Winter's Bite almost finds it as Korn. He's just able to do whatever he wants. Stand United, that ain't going to do much at all. And
wow.
Look at Korn's damage. There's nothing that Yin could do, and that's the surrender.
Nothing. 4v5 and King, 20 minutes in. Take over a game.
This makes sense, all right? They can't win in the late game, so let's win in 20 minutes. Because that seems to be the window that King have. And decisive play is exactly what's going to get them there. That was so different to both of the first games, and I think we may finally have a matchup on our hands, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly bring it back a little bit. Still very low margin for error right now for King. Damu, they can just shrug that one off.
Yeah, another match point. She'll be fine.
Exactly right.
They
They've
got
got
two
another
more.
2 to go.
Easy. It's basically training wheels at this point. Just some extra practice. But no, King able to get the fire back into their eyes as well. 20-minute game. And we're talking about momentum that you can gather in the middle of a series like this. A decisive win like that. You were speaking at about 45 minutes in game 2 that King, even if they won, they wouldn't feel great. After that victory, heck yeah, you'd be feeling good.
Yeah, exactly right. Especially after the laning phase that Name had. He would be feeling pumped up right now. And you have to think if they don't take the Lucian Braum away, that is what they're going for. Once again.
Yeah, 100%. The devil is back on Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to have a short break. When we get back, we see whether King can take us to a Game 5 in this second best-of-5 series in the LPL promotion tournament. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL Promotion Tournament. Of course, teams battling to get their way into the LPL for 2016. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberian. Game 4 coming up between King and Danmu Gaming. And King, that was a 20-minute and 30-second victory.
33-second victory.
Sorry. That
But
changes
it
things.
ended in a 4v5 with Name, the guy that was 70 CS up and had majority of the gold. Wasn't even there.
Just chilling, man.
Just chilling in the bottom lane, taking some krugs. The rest of his team finally put in some work. And this is a Name Zero bottom lane that people expected when they first got together. You know, Zero, fantastic support player, raised Uzi through so much of last year.
Yeah.
Teaming up with a very good AD carry in Name, and it just hasn't worked out. Put him back on Lucian, which, by the way, is overdue. I'm just going to leave it there. And he did. Oh, that was
How many
beautiful.
How many games? If we're talking about this King lineup as it is, split 2. I think that's 46 games. And now they've figured it out.
But ball still in Danmu court. They have another couple of games here. Hopefully only one on their side to close it out. They're 2-1 up in this best of 5.
Oh, there's a
You
smirk
see a
on
smirk
Insect's
out of Insect.
face.
He's like, oh, this is what it feels like to be carried. I love this feeling. Keep going. But yeah, honestly, Danmu, they, you know, if you lose a game in 20 minutes, you can be like, we got snowballed on, shrug it off. You can make all kinds of great excuses.
Well, you can barely remember it.
Yeah.
It wasn't very long.
It wasn't very long. We won the 60-minute one.
Exactly.
They must feel 3 times as bad as us.
Yeah, it's like Damu said, oh, we accidentally had a bit of a nap. Let's go and win one again.
Yeah, so we'll see whether they're able to, in this game 4, turn it back around. But you have to think, there's so many bans flying into the top lane right now.
Oh,
Sky,
yeah.
he's going to take all 3 right now. Like, you know it will be Hecarim, Aurelia, Rise banned because they can't first pick it on King's lineup.
Not going to happen this time.
And Sky, he's going to have to prove that he can carry this Danmu side on something else.
Yeah, and of course, Damu are going to have the first pick, but it might mean that the side of King will be able to pick up a couple of power picks as well. I mean, if you throw 3 bans into the top lane, there are a lot of extra things. And look, they've banned Yasuo every single game. So, we'll see what happens. Kalista may actually find her way through this draft.
Kalista could find her way through. Yasuo might be left open as, wow, Zero's still taking a yawn. We'll have to see if that is how the pick ban phase goes. I expect 3 bans to fly at Sky. King will make someone else beat them,
Yeah.
not their top laner. Especially because,
Or make
Insect.
Sky beat them on something else.
yeah, Insect has finally had a fairly decent end to that game. Got camped a little bit in the early game.
Yeah, things
Things
didn't work
weren't
out
going
great.
his way.
But we are into Champions League, ladies and gentlemen. Yasuo is going to be the first ban, and King, once again, going to be taking away the horsey. Echo to follow here as well. Huey not going to hop back on that champ. And Aurelia, so you're exactly right. So far, the Spawn prediction working out quite nicely. We'll see what Danmu Gaming decide to ban as their third one. Fears taken away from Korn. And I like that change up from Danmu.
So do I, and I like the change-up that came out of Korn, speaking of players last game.
There it is, Spawn. How did you do that?
Well, he's been really good. Yeah, so I like the change that came out of Korn last game, going a more aggressive build. Building Machine first up, making sure that he always had kill pressure. Not going for the annoying dodging build, but going for legitimate kill threat.
Precisely. Well, Sky now with the ability to grab the Shen first pick if they want to focus the top side, but Kalista is, of course, available. We saw it get through a couple of times in the last Best of 5 series, of course, the one prior to this. Congratulations to RNG finding their way towards the next phase of this tournament. And whoever wins this game goes on to face them in the next. My memory serves me right, but Victor, dear Satan, definitely a high priority on that champion. And Huey, hovering at least the Kalista here for Name.
Yeah, it looks like that is what they want to go for. Has Braum. Wow, they're gone.
Yep, so that's the bottom lane. That's a pretty decisive pick order there for King.
So the thing about Kalista is that she's also a lane bully. So, you know, I like the Lucian pickup. Also don't mind the Kalista pickup. Able to get in there, really put down the hurt, especially level 1 with that Pierce. And we'll see whether Name is able to continue the good things that he bought last game.
On
whether Yin and Muyi can hit back.
We are hovering the Janna one more time. Of course, played fantastically well. But the
Wow.
Vayne, this is something that I was actually expecting a little bit from this Damu side because they need something that can fight back against this Kalista. And Yin plays fantastically on hyper carries. The Vayne has been picked into Kalista before. Now Name considering something for Huey. Korn yet to hover anything yet. You can see, look at that concentration coming out of the mid laner of King. And Kassadin, the LPL standard pick into Victor, being considered.
Yeah, just wins out on trades early game.
It's a melee assassin as well. That's a Korn champion.
Certainly is, and gives them another threat. That's what they're going for. So King with a very similar lineup, a little bit more late game flavor to it, but also have Huey for a bridge in the mid game. And once again, Sky not going to be on a threatening top lane.
Yeah, and it's looking like a team comp built around Yin. If the Nunu's going to be locked in, this is really scary.
So no kill threat on Insec. He can play something like the Vladimir. Or just a tank if he wants to be able to get things going. You can see he's taking a long time. Rumble, still a pick here. Definitely shown he can play it. I just want him to play Vlad.
Yep. Doesn't give them a lot of CC. Of course, like hard AoE CC, apart from the knock-up coming through from Zero.
AoE slow from Korn.
AoE
Knock up
slow
out of
from
Huey.
Name. Okay, yeah, so they got a fair bit.
It's not hard CC, but they do have some CC. And as long as Insect can get the flank right, get around to the backline shouldn't matter too much because he'll just be able to destroy them. We've seen how effective he is on Vladimir, and that is what they go for. So much threat right now on the King lineup. This is what I thought they were just going to run the whole time.
Yeah.
Because they have class down the list of their players. When you run a threat, doesn't matter if it's Name that gets going all game. Korn now is on a carry champion. Insec is. Huey can get the one kick that wins you game.
Exactly.
On Lee Sin. And 2 games in a row seems like better drafts, but also Yin has the tools this time around.
Oh, yeah.
To be able to carry. I do not see him falling behind in CS. I actually expect a lane swap to come out of Danmu this time. Not only to shut down Insec, but to also get Yin into a free lane.
Yeah, and this is something you've spoken about a lot as well, is the fact that Vayne does fantastically well with levels. So putting her into that solo lane, getting her a lot of that solo experience.
Vayne and Janna both just excel with levels. You know you can get them through specific lane matchups where they trade incredibly well. But
Yep.
into something like a Kalista, just not worth it. Get her to level 9, then she can start doing her thing.
Exactly. Well, we'll see whether Damu can gather themselves into that particular lane swap situation. But we are going to go through the lineups. You saw Insec versus Sky in the top side. AU now picking up the Nunu into Huey's Lee Sin. See whether Huey can get around the map early this time around as well as Dear Satan. No surprises on the Victor as Korn is on the Kassadin for the first time this series. We'll see whether he can make it work. Decent matchup for him as Yin on the Vayne versus Name's Kalista. And Braum one more time for Zero. And again, the Janna for me.
So a much more 5v5 feel coming through for King this time around. We're going to have to see if Danmu can stall out the game. We know that they like to take it late. They're a very methodical team that recognizes win conditions, but King, they just have that aggression.
Well, we'll see whether they're going to use that aggression again as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for Game 4. Danmu Gaming versus King. And we'll see whether Danmu can close out the series. Oh, Dear Satan spotting out a couple of King members here, moving towards the bottom side as King are going to be able to destroy the first ward. Oh, are they going to be able to get it? Oh, 2 wards. King with a massive advantage in the early game.
Value Town right now.
Ridiculous.
And they're trying to get the deep vision to ensure the 2v2. It's what you feel like King want.
还有30秒到达战场。
Another time, it's Yin on the bottom side of the Rift. Not spotted out by the wards. We'll see whether he decides to go back. And who's going to be seen around the rift.
It's actually a really cool ward. Right there that Zero just walked over. It's spotted out every member.
全军
And we'll
出
tell
击，
them that Kalista is still on the bottom side, so red buff's just going to be traded.
Yeah, they may actually see that ward die. Not sure whether that's in field of vision just yet. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, they may have seen it. Not going to be pinged. No, they did. So King now aware of the fact that they were seen, but it looks like the duo lane being opted in for by Yin and Mui. So maybe looking to prove themselves.
And Yin grabs a wave. Wow, he knows everyone's behind him. He's just going to have to back right out.
He is going to. Name is going to be able to pick up the first CS here. Using that passive to dance his way even closer to this vein.
So the reason that was strange is because that kills the creep quicker. And he knew he was going to be zoned off the first CS. So that just means that level 2 probably going to be hit even earlier by Name and Zero. That was a strange choice.
Odd maneuvers in this rift. As Yin, oh, the tumble with the shield. Korn doing weird stuff here in the mid lane. Dear Satan. Being aggressive. Huey is going to wander over a ward. Level 2 gang towards the bottom side of the rift. Nice tumble out of the way, the Winter's Bite. It's a different start. Zinsek able to farm up quite nicely underneath this turret. As I say, it misses 2.
CS behind though.
Yeah.
So Sky doing a good job.
It's hard farming early on Vladimir. Fundy's got an awkward auto attack animation.
Yeah, it's something only glad. Wow. Yin. That is a huge creep wave. Huey's bottom side of the map, and you have no health.
Yeah, it's 200 approximately. Oh, but level 1, both of these bottom laners of Denver Gaming. Sentinel being thrown out, funsies.
All 3 levels now achieved for the Kalista. Nunu is bottom side though.
The heal already down here. There's the exhaust. Yin actually trying to dance around, but look at the damage. Has Zero tanking up the turret this whole time.
Ooh.
Yep, Sky looking to get over here. You can see the saplings down. Zero able to get on top of AU. You can see it's a cluster over here. Brilliant knock-up as Name down to about 100 health. Oh, the death ray not going to find it. How is Name not dead? That is going to be 1 kill back here for Danmu Gaming. The Mui down to 200 health. Is he going to go in? Just do it, buddy.
Does not go, but everyone's so low.
And everyone's in the bottom lane.
Huey got 2 of the kills. Insect got to equalize the wave. That probably went as well as it could for the King lineup, because now Lee Sin going to have the early advantage and should be able to snowball the map.
Well, we'll see whether he can. Lots of consumables now for Insect as he's heading towards his lane one more time. Ward, few potions there in his book so he can have a read if he's getting bored up there towards the top side of the map. Name, he's got the Vamp Scepter in comparison to just another Doran's Blade here for Yin. So one more time, Danmu Gaming deficit on the bottom side of the map.
And wow, as Bane, a nightmare start. Do not want to have to pick up double Doran.
No, most definitely not as well. King somehow have a massive minion wave, forcing Yin to go so far up the lane.
Yeah, just reversed off the turret. Name doing his best to grab all of that CS. Of course, the reset of the Ren really helps you out in that regard.
Able to get the Pierce over the top. We'll see whether this minion advantage, as he's actually found AU. There's a Sonic Wave resonating strike there as well. Nice use of the shield from Janna in order to help keep AU alive. Does have the flash available on the Nunu here, but in comes Name and Zero. Dear Satan's found his way over first. Zero decides to start the Dragon. Not sure, just wanted to get some free damage onto Name, I think, for fun.
So what he was doing was making sure that Nunu had to burn the flash over the back of the pit. By aggroing the Dragon would have taken a lot of damage if he
Makes
stayed
a lot of
there.
sense.
In the end, He did pull the trigger on that, and wow, the damage out of Name.
Yeah, sort of the 3-shot into the Rend there with the Pierce as well as the double autos. Nice Winter's Bite.
Burning through the Janna shield.
Oh, Winsec.
Still struggling.
Sky. It's going to get easier. Of course, Vladimir likes to scale towards the later stages.
Maokai
of
is
the
actually
game.
a ridiculous early game champion. He has such high bases on all of his spells and his auto attack. And Name takes some damage.
Has to be careful here. Now just trying to use that Vamsep to get himself back up to health.
Maybe back in the bottom lane.
And that ward is going to spot him out here. Sentinel not going to get triggered. Name 9CS lead. Name having a bit of a giggle here as well as Mii is going to be trying to tank up this wave.
But this just means that there's so much focus being placed bottom lane.
成为我们的野心。
And Huey's got a Cinderhulk already. So as far as combat effectiveness, a little bit more to offer than AU, who does have a Sight Stone. So a little bit more vision control able for this Nunu.
Huey also has 3 abilities that you can like use in a combat manner, as opposed to Nunu.
Yeah.
It's kind of stuck with Consume.
Blood Boil doesn't do a lot of damage to your opponents either. Spawn.
Oh, Blood Boil, very underrated with red buff though.
Hey, that's a good point.
Love slapping people.
Well, Insec, you can see, able to at least stay up in farm, even if the lane is a little bit difficult. Yeah, able to get some Rend damage there as Name. Well, Pierce hasn't been quite on point for this Kalista. Despite not going to find too much either. Zero looking to try and work out where that tumble was going. And Eye of the Storm, he's going to get broken. Condemn back, Name not going to get stunned. Takes a fair bit of damage.
They did not want to stay in range for that Rend to come through. As
wow.
you're going to look to run through the turret, it looks like. He's going.
Interesting. Yep. There he goes. The ping's back. He's going to get a decent
There's a
flank
huge creep
here.
wave
Look
just
at that
biting
wave.
it.
Yeah. Heals both down now as well. The stun goes on to Yin. There's the Rend, and Name picks up the kill.
Maokai here.
In comes Sky. Zero's down there, but Name's dead. Sapling over the wall.
members.
The rest of King coming in. Sky possibly going to get stunned up, but AU, no flash, not going to be going anywhere. They're trying to get the stun. The kick from Huey's going to lock it down as Zero's trying to get back. Korn going to get Twisted Advanced on as Zero's coming back over the
Still
wall.
does not have teleport.
Yep, Korn is so dead here as Sky's going to pick that one up. The gravity field goes
Zero
down. Huey
also
can't
gonna
get back in. Stand behind me. Is it going to be there? No! Smacked in the back of the head, and the Maokai picks himself up another one.
Yeah, double kill going across from Maokai. But important news here is that Name still coming out ahead of the trade. Gets the kill. Fought in the creep wave. Fantastic call to just pull the trigger on the team fight. Insect going to grab himself some CS. He's also got a revolver. So going to look to pressure top lane as much as possible. And Maokai and Nunu are the ones with the kill. So once again, top side of the map strong versus potentially bottom side of the map. And you just feel that this is how King wanted to play the game.
Not necessarily the lead that they had last game, though, of course. It's not Name sitting on a 40 CS advantage with the massive bully of Lucian. It's a little bit different, but you're right. Still, very similar vibe. And Sky now on the Maokai, more of a facilitator, more of someone who wants to be soaking damage, not dealing it. And Insec is level 7, getting towards that level 9 mark where Vladimir really just becomes immovable.
Exactly right. He's going to look to split push. That's the thing about Insect this game. He doesn't even need to get kills or participations. Just wants to clear out top lane over and over again.
Well, Huey's going to get the kick. Almost hits Yin as well, but the Winter's Bite comes down. There's the Glacial Fissure as Yin blows the final hour, looking for a condemn against a wall. Not going to get there. Name just commanding Zero out of there. Doesn't be able to do so.
Zones him off a whole creep wave.
Look at
Once
Sky.
again, Sky dirty farming, but this time, I have to say, funneling farm onto Vladimir, not bad. Although 3 members coming top lane, not good for Insect.
Not bad, and yet not good. Sky is able to get the
Looking to get the
Twisted
call
Advance.
out.
May have started
Did
it.
not get it.
Yeah. Sapling comes through. Satan speeding himself up. Gravity field's there. The flash forward into the snowball from AU. That's going to be the Chaos Storm. Satan is going to be able to get in there and get the damage.
Dragon went down for King. Can they get anything else off this? Because the turret will fall in the top lane. Insect once again being quite heavily camped.
Yeah, Korn
Looks like
looking to
they
come
will
down for the
get
dive.
it.
Yep, so King able to get their outer turret on the bottom side of the map. We're going to try and zone away from all of these creeps as well. Make sure that they can
They
get
want
this.
another creep wave, it looks like. No, they finally pulled the trigger.
They just want to balance the wave by the looks of things. So there we do. Have King able to take down the turret and make sure that that wave stays well and truly on their side of the map as well. Bilgewater Cutlass and a dagger now picked up for Yin, but he's not towards that Blade of the Ruined King yet. And Name must be close to it by now. DS8 and Deathray going to lock himself down both Little Sentinels and the big blue one there at the same time. 11 CS, the lead for Sky in the top lane, consistently winning this top lane. Here's this player for Damu Gaming. Huey going to notice himself a ward. Clears that one out.
And you feel like Huey actually has to go on his bike a little bit this game. Has 3 kills. We mentioned that should suit Lee Sin. If there's any champion that you like to get kills on early game in the jungle, it is Lee.
Name just continues to hold this wave. Lots of members of Damu down here. Zero still waiting around. Pink ward in this brush, 4 members towards the Dragon Pit. Huey's waiting around, hasn't been spotted, pretty tanky for Sightstone and the Cinderhulk.
So they make the call against the melee mid laner to just shove it in as hard as possible with DS8 and Yin there. All of a sudden, collapse coming through, although no purchase for the Kalista. Braum looking really far behind.
Yeah, teleport is available from Insec. Hasn't used it as Name's going to come across. Able to dance through. Now the teleport's going to get used. The Hemo Plague's down. Yuyi taking a fair bit of damage now, but able to get the Monsoon off. Look at the kickback onto the Janna as there are members of this Damu team going very, very low. Nice use of the ult. The Vengeful Maelstrom from Sky to keep the damage off, but Dear Satan's dead.
Yeah, Dear Satan falls down. Very low health bars on Muyi, who got a very good ultimate actually to break up a lot of that team fight. That just means, once again, some respite coming through. Huey needs to be careful.
Yep. Notices that there was a ward there, but is able to get the Raptor.
And they're still going to stick around for mid lane, trying to deny Name his back, because he's on Blade of the Ruined King, and then some, you have to think.
Yeah.
They just want to get this down. Insec went back top. They're going to lose the turret.
Well, Insec is getting back towards this mid lane, but you can see Damu Gaming really wanted to put pressure on. Nice use of the Unbreakable from Zero gets him in there, and the Vladimir now able to get his way around. Cassidy moving up from the bottom side.
And Insec going back top again. Insec, just stay mid. They're going to shove the wave into you.
Wants to find farm wherever he can. This is his opportunity to equalize. Big Raptor does fall down. Nice, cute little ward. Means that they know exactly what's going on. Damu Gaming. And he's going to be able to pick up that Rift Scuttler. And they give up on the mid. So King, successful defense.
And Name gets the all-important chop in. The Bork Dagger comes back. Bane still not yet there. So for this window, Name incredibly strong if another fight breaks out.
33 CS now the lead as well for this Kalista. Working out the AD carry.
Wasn't as emphatic as the last game. It's gone once again on the split push.
DSA easily able to clear out this wave. Means that they're not going to get towards that turret. Insect level 10 has himself some magic resist as well. Sky's not going to be doing anything to this Vladimir now. It's already reflected in the fact that this CS is back to a gap of about 3.
And Sky hasn't gone a scaling route, even with a couple of kills. Sometimes you see still that if they're able to grab any kills, Maokai will go into roller on this patch, but goes for a Spirit Visage, wants to be the big tank. That means that as the game goes on, Insect is going to be able to shove waves into the Maokai, who will lose some of that base wave clear that he inherently has through his kit.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Again, trying to take as long as he can killing these minions. the safety of his side of the map.
Okay, so let's take stock. Minute until Dragon. Some big items being finished up right now. Woda done, but also the start of a Frozen Heart by both Nunu and Maokai. So early on in this game, Name needs a Last Whisper, you feel. For this next team fight, Vayne still hasn't got the Blade of the Ruined King. Probably won't have it by the time it is up. And that means that King should be stronger.
Yep, Huey teleports towards the river.
Mexican standoff mid lane.
Interesting stuff going on here. Of course, 16 seconds until that dragon is available. King with the position around it, but still some vision for Damu Gaming. As they get down here, there's pings onto the mid outer turret.
You can see teleport is available right now for Sky. Not available for Insect, so they might give up positioning on the top lane to just burst this down. They are going for it.
And they're relying on Insect's ability to clear a wave as well with that Will of the Ancients.
So he has to get out of mid lane, run top as quickly as possible, get some extra farm for himself, I guess.
Good point. Definitely a good idea. Teleport almost back up here for this Vladimir, but Sky, he has his right now. No way for Insect to get him out of it.
So Dragon for half the damage on top turret. AU caught a little bit.
Yeah, Korn has the Riftwalk, so of course not going to be in too much trouble, but King lose their pink ward.
And they're going to lose the mid lane right now. Oh, Zero's been great with the Unbreakable.
Certainly has. This bike is down, there's the safeguard.
They managed to defend it one more time. That's twice that I could have sworn that turret was going to go down. And Zero has just been very stalwart in his defense.
Yeah. Are you eating some minions there, making sure he keeps his health up?
And this is what I was going to talk about last game. So Name, very good at buying efficient purchases. So we'll go back, get things like daggers. We'll buy Avarice Blades instead of the Crit Cloak to just make sure that he's always on the clock with his purchases. They might fight.
Yep, King really sending Korn in, but just the tower falling down.
And the easiest way you see whether someone really cares about gold efficiency is they go back and they buy things like Boots Dagger, which Boots 2 are generally across the board the most gold efficient purchases in the game. That's why you always get them, even though they're not necessarily slot efficient, not to mention that movement speed's just so hard to pick up. And Name will very frequently go back and just finish off his boots to make sure that next team fight that happens, you know, he's Berserker Greaves and a dagger ahead of a Vayne right now, but it's going to mean that he just outputs that little bit more damage, has the extra mobility to be able to hop around and run around this rift as quickly as possible. And that's why he just wins these narrow skirmishes time and time again.
Yeah, able to take control of these early game situations. Sky now looking to try and defend against Zero and Name. Name almost with that Hurricane available if that is going to be his next item. Might be going for more of a single target build, but I'd still expect it.
Doesn't want to dive onto this bottom lane. They're going to lose another turret.
Yes. Going to be the Rift Walk, but
here it
going
comes
down
again.
very, very low. In goes Yen. The Ignite's down. Monsoon going to be used.
He has Flash. Hasn't got Boots though.
Yeah, Insect does have Flash as well. Final hours down. Yi able to use a fantastic Howling Gale. But in goes the Glacial
3v3.
Fissure. Sky not going to be able to get out of this one as Zero's come in. There's the absolute Zero, for instance, as AU comes through. In comes Insect with the teleport on the backside. But oh my goodness, Name just able to get so many spears across. You can see this tree in a bunch of trouble. Huey grabs another one, and in comes DS8 able to get a few bits of damage down.
Be careful here, DS8.
Yeah.
1v3. Wave will be coming. Oh, oof.
Slowed
Janna
down by
also
the
hit.
Rend. Tides of Blood from Insect trying to do some work.
They're going to grab two turrets simultaneously, mid as well as top lane. And gold lead grows ever so slightly for King. They're looking to push it to game 5. Danmu definitely putting up a much better fight than game 3. And wow, DS8 got tagged.
Yeah, he did. In goes Huey. Locks down the kill. Kindle
Drops
Gems
the
there.
ward to get the distance on that resignating strike. But his 5 of the kills, you definitely would prefer them now to be going onto Name, which is why I had a little bit of gasp when he took the shutdown.
Yeah.
That definitely was not appropriate, and I'm sure Name had stern words with him because there was no way Maokai was going anywhere.
No, wasn't a happy time to be the Callista here, but does now have That recurve bow could have been Renan's Hurricane though, if he had got that kill, I think. Slightly unfortunate.
But you can see how much ahead he is of the Vayne, who's going to go back and just pick up boots too, you feel. That all started because of Korn's aggression in the bottom lane, the ability to dive in, create a 2v1 situation, and wow!
That's scared. Scaredness coming through from Yen. Does not want to get CC'd up, does not want to get hemo-plagued and destroyed in these fights.
That, yeah.
It's an odd choice though, just because he's going to be QSSing Braum passive.
Yeah, and Hemoplague, exactly what you said.
Yeah.
So, not really all that much CC to come out, but just does not want to be affected by any of it.
And I guess
Name, so much more combat ready.
Oh yeah.
And another Zeke's Harbinger purchased by Zero.
Yeah, Zero wants to make sure that Name has as much crit as he can. Of course, no crit in his build just yet. So any crit that he can gather now is good crit.
Certainly is. And Sky, the real only shining light left, and Insect starting to not really care about him.
Yeah, well, here comes the Hurricane. So Name has gone back, picked up his 2-item power spike, 8 stacks on the Rod of Ages here for Korn, and also has the Zhonya's Hourglass. Also Insect with the Abyssal Scepter, not only boosting his own damage, but also that of Korn's as he enters these team fight situations with the Vladimir. And this is one thing that I love about this comp, is the fact that Insect, if he gets down a Hemo Plague, then Korn's able to get a Force Pulse over the top of that. That is so much damage.
Yeah, not to mention the Ren that can come across now. The double attack speed.
Yeah.
Runan Hurricane finished up for the Kalista. And Frozen Heart definitely going to be necessary for the next fight in 5 seconds, but Maokai unfortunately on the wrong side of the rift. So it looks like King going to pick up another.
Yeah, it's a cute little ward, so of course Damu do know that this dragon's going down, but no better dragon secure than a Kalista. And I have a feeling even the power of a Nunu Consume Smite not going to be quite enough.
Especially when you reset it twice, so you get an
Extra load of spears into it. Yeah. That went down from about 1,000. Oh, Fate's Call into the back line as Sky does pop the ultimate. There's the Glacial Fissure across everyone. Look at the Hemo Plague as well, but King not able to get enough damage over the top. Korn able to use his Zhonya's, avoids a bit of the damage, but look at this. The AoE from Dear Satan doing so much. And Huey falls down. That's a 1-for-0.
Yeah, in the end, able to pick up a winning team fight. You thought after that Hemo Plague came through that it was going to be King's team fight, but Mui, the real hero, separating everyone. And they're going to start up the Baron. They have Vayne, they have Nunu. This could be going down nice and early.
Well, Sapling is going to be over the wall here as Name.
Have to get out.
Yeah.
Korn as well as Insect still hanging out. A lot of magic damage to come through in an AoE sense. So they win a team fight. You have to ask the question, just in case they mistime their backs.
It's a very good point. Well, needlessly large rod now for Insect. Also has another Null Magic Mantle.
That's going to be
Mercury's Treads.
Merc Treads coming through.
Unless he wants an Athene's Unholy Grail spawn.
Which he does not.
He doesn't. Well, Korn split pushing on the bottom side. Insect going to do the same on the top side of the map. Is this a bit of a sort of 1-3-1 type comp here, Spawn, or do they really want to be going for more of the team fight?
They want a team fight. It's just that they have so many gold-hungry carries on their lineup that the most efficient way to do that is to send your mobility to one side of the map, you teleport to the other, and then just let your wave clear, because realistically, Name is the wave clear in this team comp with the Hurricane.
Yep.
Sit mid and push everything out. So you understand why they default to this position when there isn't an objective to fight over. Dear Satan looks for Name, doesn't find him.
Yep. Death Ray is going to be used, but Name not going to get tagged one more time. And slippery.
The thing about 3 threat comps is that you just feel that you do more with the farm. So the further they can stay in this time around, if they can grab the objectives like Dragon as they spawn, the better off this time King will be, because Sky, he's probably as strong as he's going to be in this game. Sure, he gets a little bit more tanky, but as we mentioned, he's going to struggle with the split push of Insect sooner or later. He doesn't have the damage to chase him off any of the turrets, and Insect going to ignore him, proxy a wave, continue to farm up. And this time around, it looks like King want to secure vision over the Baron area.
Able to get 2 wards out of here as well. Dear Satan able to put down a pink ward. Name trying to clear that one out, able to do so.
Ooh, kick lands on Mewtwo.
Huey not going to head in just yet. Winter's Bite not going to find the Janet either.
Insect still on the bottom side of the map.
Zero able to clear out that one as well. So lots of vision going down. Name able to dance around, pick up some CS here as well. And Death Ray
Insect going
dodged.
to continue the split push. You can see this time around, King doing a much better job of controlling where the wards are for a teleport. They're still trying to ping them out. They're going on the one near blue buff. That's ages away.
Yeah, Sky making his way in, going the long way around.
The do-si-do.
Yeah, on the tree, but the twisted advance is going to be
got
there.
Name.
Onto Name, immediately deleted by Dear Satan. That's exactly what they wanted.
Name, no flash, didn't have time to respond. Now the siege begins. And with no wave clear up, we said that was Name's job. Might be King giving up an inhibitor turret.
Could potentially be. The inner turret is now under fire by Insect, but Korn trying to get around here. The teleport comes down. Insect able to get in.
So they lose their split push threat. Do not lose the inhib.
Both waves are pushing, though, in favor of King.
And they just knew that everywhere else, King had vision. So decide that the blue buff is where they would like to go. Deny it away from the Kassadin also.
Well, Dear Satan able to pick that one up. That helps his
Sky
mana
is
problems
so
that he had.
important to the team.
Oh, yeah. Sapling over the top, going to spot out King, moving towards the mid lane. In comes Name. King looking to try and start this fight up. Huey in with the safeguard. In goes Korn, gets the slow into AU. They're trying to get out of here. There's a Glacial Fissure to split up the fight.
Get the
He is going to
damage.
be hit. Flash forward from Insect into the pool on top of everyone. Look at the Hemoplague as Name able to pick up the first one. Second kill goes to Korn. AU falls down as the double comes in for the King AD carry, and they're going to go to the Baron.
And as we said, the way Insect plays Vladimir, he doesn't need CC to get on top of people because he always stands at the front of the fight, able to play with danger time and time again. But that was huge. 3-man Hemoplague pulled the Monsoon even more effectively and just got so much damage out, which means Name and Korn could play the cleanup crew duty. King grabbed 2 kills, 3 kills I think it was, and Baron for their trouble.
Well, Insect now going to be going back. We'll see whether he can grab that last Whisper as Yin is clearing up this minion wave on the bottom side of the map. Only about 20 CS between the 280 carries, but with the team comp built around this Vayne, he's got a Zeal and a Blade of the Ruined King and his boots too, in comparison to 3 completed items and full boots. And very close to that
4th dragon
QSS.
up. No teleport available for the Maokai. Gonna go down.
Goes Huey, yeah, 4th dragon. That
This
means
means
6 minutes on the 5th.
36-minute 5th dragon. Baron for a couple of the minutes until then. King looking like they are going to stretch this set to a 5th game.
Yeah, Zero able to take down another ward in the jungle. Name's able to clear out the inner turret on the bottom side of the map. 2 inner turrets still remain, but they look like they're pressuring forward to the inhibitor. Either Storm onto the
Still
turret,
no
but
full rotation. Victor or Insect.
yeah, knocked up, has to use the pull. In
Goodbye,
goes the Glacial
Sky.
Fissure. Sky going to get smacked around. Not going to be enough damage on the Ren.
Victor and Nunu weren't there. They were securing blue buff for Dear Satan for the wave clear that they need. But it means that they have to burn 2 ultimates to keep Sky alive. And now King looking at mid lane.
Yeah, wave going to get cleared out. Baroning up the minions as they head towards this inner turret.
Wow.
Oh, in goes
What
Insect.
the heck?
Has the pull now as well. They take down the turret. Insect able to use the Zonyas, but King just say, no, we're leaving, buddy.
All right.
We're done here.
So I talked about Insect's tendency to play Vladimir very much as a frontliner. Also talked about the fact that he needed Merc Treads. built cooldown boots and died. So interesting shot calling.
Yep, he's 60 CS in the lead. You know, he was going good. That was an odd move.
And this time it is going to be the Black Cleaver out of Lee Sin.
Yeah. Or a Trinity Force.
Oh, he's got Kindle Gem as well.
That'll be a Spirit Visage after the Trinity Force, right? No, probably not. Huey looking to try and get back here. Dear Satan's going to be kicked sideways, but Huey, he's going to be dealt with. Jin going to be able to lock that one down. Korn
This is dangerous.
getting
Korn's
some damage.
dead. This might
Sonya's.
be game. Oh.
Gravity Field's there. Rift Walk able to use to get back, and that may have saved the game here for King.
Name and Korn were so low. That was a really weird play out of the jungler for King. But they will chase them off finally with only the inhib turret going down. Do not Rift Walk on anyone, Korn. You will die.
Well, seems to have taken your advice there, Spawn. 4,500 gold the lead now for King. But with the base broken open, Damu Gaming really realizing they can definitely win a fight here. You were right. Black Cleaver was completed by Huey. And the Void Staff as well for Korn. So 3 items for this Kassadin. And Insec. He's got another needlessly large rod. Looking to go
Probably.
towards the Rabbitops.
Yeah,
Or potentially the Rylai.
but in saying that, yeah, Ryla's is a potential. I really like Luden's Echo on Vladimir this patch.
Okay.
Reason being is they upped the movement speed on it. So now I think 10%, it was 8. Have to double check, but
Yeah, something around there.
definitely up the movement speed. And Vladimir has always been brutally, like, I want to say brutally
Kiteable?
melee. Yeah, brutally kiteable would probably be a good way to put it. So both the Rylai's and the Luden's changes really helped that out. But probably will be the Rylai since he just grabbed the Giant's health.
Well, it is going to be the Kassadin able to pick up the blue buff.
Has a pot as well as Void Staff right now. As we said, 36 minutes thereabout is when Dragon 5 is available. King have done a good job of controlling them early game and a really bad job of controlling them late game. But we'll see whether this is any different. They'll be able to grab the Scuttle Crab whenever they want. Don't want to do it until it is within the fight zone, however. Make sure you have that movement speed for Insect to launch yourself at the carries. What we need to look for as well, that's going to be a Trinity Force on Vayne. Really disagree with Yin's itemization choices right here.
Dear Satan has a Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well. Getting his health up.
That's kind of cool because when he puts down the ultimate, going to be able to slow everyone down to make sure that Yin, he's like a peeling force as well at that stage.
That's a good point.
And we've mentioned time and time again that this team comp is about Vayne putting down all of the damage.
He's picking up a lot of the farm here as well. Static Shiv is, of course, there. He could get somewhere with his damage. Ooh, Sonic Wave didn't land there from Huey.
Insect does half of Yin's health. They're
That's
going.
crazy. What was that, Zero? As the Fate's Call comes down, and he goes back again. As the Hemo Plague's down. That might be AU falling. No, he's not going to just yet. Name's going to finish that one off as Huey. He's going to die for the sins of King, but is it going to be enough? Name still alive in this fight. Korn able to flash around. It's a double kill for Yin, though. Still able to dance around this fight. Flashes out. Oh my goodness, the condemn onto Insect, but eventually he will fall. Korn, the last man standing, and King lose 4 for 3.
And what was that ultimate out of Braum? Zero.
Yeah, I don't know.
Threw it into the trees.
Well, he was trying to knock up a tree. He just got the wrong one, I think, here, Spawn.
And the lost team fight. They will all be back up. The reset can occur, and maybe the wave positioning in the top lane will cost Damu
The dragon.
Dragon. Wow, I can't speak. I just had a brain fade after that fight. But what the heck?
Yeah,
It looked like they were in
Zero
position.
both, my friend.
Name also had one. He flashed past the Maokai to try and output damage. It just didn't work, and now Korn being collapsed on needs to be careful. Dragon 5 is up.
3, 2, 1. King need to get there, but Damu already making their way towards it. Insect does have the teleport. Can get in through the backside. Oh, Korn might be caught. There's the twisted advance on top of the Kassadin. Can he get over the condemns down? Look at that Glacial Fissure. That's the one that they were looking for. And the Hemoplague's down as well. There's the Absolute Zero. AU controlling the area nicely, but Insec zoning everyone out. Muyu's going to die. Insec may have done enough work here as Name's at full health in the back line, getting spears in amongst everyone. Chaos Storm heading around the fight. It is going to be Dear Satan picking up Korn at least as Sky is finally going to go. Twisted advance. No, he's not dead.
Sky is just way too tanky, and everyone keeps diving onto the back line.
Oh, Dragon has been started here.
Meaning
and
it's
Zero
only
and Name
Name throwing spears into the tree, and it's just not enough damage. They drop Dragon 5. This is looking awfully similar to Game 2, Atlas.
It certainly is. Damu Gaming holding on for dear life.
There's an open mid inhibitor. There's a Baron available. Their support players back up, and there's still 10 seconds on the jungler of King.
Oh, Name able to get a little bit of damage across onto Dear Satan, but it's not enough just yet. Right in front of the pink ward, Damu Gaming start off this Baron, and it is melting. The monsoon's down. Insec able to get across here.
He went early.
Yeah, well, the gravity field is down. It's locked up here is the Baron, but Name able to get across at Muyu. He's going to go down. As Vayne is going to be able to pick up Zero. In comes Korn, able to get a Force Pulse across, but look at Yin ripping everyone apart. Name going hero mode. Didn't work. And Huey and Korn now the last men up. And King seem to be falling apart.
Yeah, King once again making an aggressive call on their AD carry. Made pay.
Okay, that wasn't a Trinity Force, by the way. Black Cleaver Vayne.
Black Cleaver Vayne.
And Spawn is completely dumbfounded.
I actually don't mind cooldown on the tumble. I'll take it.
All right. I guess the Rage passive is the best part about a Trinity Force.
Best part about a Trinity Force as well, to the vein. So I like it better than Trinity Force. That's all I'm going to say. Doesn't mean it's still my favorite item, but I'll take it. Beggars can't be choosers at this point. And the double defensive items on Name seem to really have bit him hard this game.
Well, he hasn't got more damage for the last 15 minutes.
Yep.
He's still trying to get through this tree that now has a Thornmail.
Just cannot cut him down. And they're going to siege up. Name gets tagged. Yin won't die.
No, not anymore.
Gives him some tankiness. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Dealing with two mages, diving on his face time and time again, held a very relevant statistic against them.
Also has a bit of that magic resist from QSS.
So finally, Name goes back, picks himself up with a BF sword item. That will help him a lot. The extra movement speed, very... so it's almost never used for range carry, but the added distance you grab with Kalista when you run away and then to begin to hop again means that it's actually an undervalued part of the kit. And wow, this game, 500
value
gold.
brush.
The lead right now for Damu Gaming. Insec hasn't been as effective as he otherwise would have liked to be. Needs that Void Staff.
Oh, Sky clearing up minion waves. He's got the Baron as well to help him out.
Got the teleport as well as a Thornmail.
This is a really big tree, guys.
He is huge, and because he got all the kills, 20 of 20 kill participation.
If Damu Gaming win this game, it's all on the back of Sky. All of their victories he has been playing
He's really
so
the MVP
well.
if they lose.
Good point.
He's had a beast performance. They're looking to go in.
Yeah, Fates calls down here. Name looking to try and get in there. Nice gravity field from
Teleport
Dear Satan.
behind.
Flashes forward into the Chaos Storm. Slows everyone down. Sky able to get in there as well. Absolute Zero not going to do too much as King still able to get the work done. Look at the Hemoplague damage. Korn double kill with the Force Pulse. That gets rid of Dear Satan's damage. Name still getting damage off in this fight. Fighting forward. Finally dead. Yin falls as well. It's almost gonna be the unofficial pentakill for Korn, but no, Insec locks it up in the end. And King Gaming might be able to win this series.
Definitely not off this play. They got some time. 1:45 until the next Dragon 5 is back available. But that is more of the team fight they need. Korn with the double assassination over the wall. It's why you never fight Kassadin's near walls, because it just means nothing to him. And it was a good teleport. Everything looked like it was going right. It was just the offensive use of the flash. Carries need to hold on to their flashes in this game, Atlas. I have no idea what's going on. Name and Dear Satan both like to get in there and mix it up, apparently. And King going to be able to fight in a minute for another dragon.
And AU now has his Zeke's Harbinger completed as well, Spawn. So he's going to be able to give Yin even more damage.
Oh, wow, Nunu, yep. Let's take another look at it. So they retreat as soon as they see the teleport coming in. And a really good knock-up. And it was just because Sky tanked a little bit of the turret. Great Hemo Plague. And this right here is where Korn just ripped people apart. Got back over there. Was just dragging Sky around the turret. And don't get me wrong, Yin was going off.
Ballistic.
With the Nunu in tow, but it just was not enough. In the end, Sky even falls down. But once again, King have to defend their base.
King have to get 5th Dragon. Please, Spawn.
Wow, Insect went a death cap. He has no Void Staff.
Again,
double locket.
And that's an Abyssal Scepter on Sky as well. Their second one. Look at that massive creep wave.
We always talk about the high bases that come through on Maokai, so Abyssal Scepter is certainly a value pickup. Look how quickly Yin runs.
Oh, yeah. That's real fast.
With Janna, with Blood Boil.
With the Zeke's Harbinger. Look at them. These little circles pointing at each other. Well, they're trying to set
Teleport
up this one.
behind.
That time in goes Insect. Able to get the Hemo Plague off on Muni, but Yin doesn't have it. Pull down for Insect. Does have the Zhonya's. Able to use it. Name going to take down Dear Satan. This
But
is
Yin.
the Callista going crazy. Yin so huge in this fight. Name's
He's going to get them all.
King trying to do the work here. Condemn up onto Huey. Yin now trying to chase through, but my goodness, Damu Gaming may have done it.
There's one carry on the team. Dear Satan even has a realize for the utility. And Insect prioritizes the mid laner along with Huey, and Yin just kills everyone.
He didn't lose any health. It was bonkers as Korn standing around with
Needs
zero.
to play hero. 40 seconds. A huge creep wave. 2 tanks. Danmu Gaming are going to eliminate King from the LPL.
There's the flash forward. Korn's going down solo. Zero as well. Yin's going to finish that one off. The snowball of destiny into the fountain. But the first Nexus turret falls. The second soon to follow. And Danmu Gaming, they're going forward in this. And King, they're out. First round of the promotion tournament.
What a best of 5 from Danmu, playing the series of their life. Don't even look phased. All right, there's a grin. We'll take it.
Yin's happy now
And
as
Name is shattered.
Oh my goodness, King. What a rough split. And now back to the LSPL to try and get in for the second split of LPL 2016. It's a rough day to be a King fan, but Danmu Gaming, the B side theoretically in the LSPL, able to get through.
Able to take it to the veteran lineup. These were the members of Starhorn Royal Club and EDG merged onto the team. They took over the King lineup after a disappointing split 1. Now another disappointing split, finishing last, eliminated out of the promotion tournament first time round. 0. Doesn't look like he's the happiest man right now.
He's looking resigned, Spawn. Most certainly is, but I'm excited to see what Danmu Gaming can do, and I'm especially excited
For Sky, what
to
the
see
heck?
what
The
Sky can do. Yeah,
dude's a beast.
100% kill participation, Spawn.
An absolute monster in the top lane. Wow.
Huey not looking happy, but we'll see.
But you got to hand it to the winners.
Exactly.
Danmu Gaming coming up massive
Unbelievable
after a
performance.
horror early game where Name once again was looking to take over. It was just all about that late game scaling, getting the super tank in there. We said that Insect should be able to do the job better. He had some great Hemo Plagues, but that last team fight where they prioritized the Victor over Janna, Nunu, Vayne,
Yeah.
just everything buffing up Yin. And as soon as he didn't die in first combo, fight was over.
Yeah, there was nothing that King could do. And I just love that Yin would go from playing Sivir, getting absolutely demolished by Name's Lucian, and then hop straight onto the hard carry of that comp.
Yeah, definitely.
And takes it to them in the last
but
team
it's a
fight.
team decision, you know, having faith in their AD carry, sending him back into a 2v2 lane. That was off deep wards. Both teams had vision of where it was going to be.
Yeah.
And they just played the team fighting phase, which they're known for, much better.
Incredibly well played. And my goodness, Damu Gaming one step closer towards the LPL. But we still have one more best of 5 series coming up tonight. It's WE Future, and they're going to be taking on Unlimited Potential. Unlimited Potential do not want to leave the LPL. It was their first split last time. They really want to get back in, and we'll see whether they can after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the LPL promotion tournament. Teams trying to get into the LPL for the 2016 spring split. I am Max Alice Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberi. That's never going to get old. I'm just going to do that every single time from now on. I can't believe I left out the wonderfuls the last couple of intros. But we do have unlimited potential taking on Team WE Future. And this Team WE Future lineup took down EDG in a Demacia Cup. I'll have you know.
One game.
Yeah,
They killed the Nexus once. You are exactly correct.
Yeah. See?
They're also the WE third team.
Yeah.
So you have the WE, like the primary roster, of course, which includes favorites such as Spirit and Aluka. And then you had WE Academy, which turned into M3 once they qualified.
Correct.
Now we got WE Future,
My goodness.
just pumping teams through into the LPL.
It's like different dream layers of WE.
It certainly is.
I like
Of
it.
course.
I'm excited.
The trunks of WE.
They
These
might
guys
be able to win an Oscar
came
for
back to beat Freezer and help us against Selbit.
it. I went deep on Inception. You went super deep on Dragon Ball Z. I love this. It's working out quite well. But
But
yeah.
they're actually quite an impressive League of Legends team, so I'm really looking forward to see how they go up against UP. Of course, UP only stumbled at the very end of the LPL
They did.
split, had a chance up until the second last day, I believe, of taking M3's spot, nearly forcing them into this situation. But Dade and friends make playoffs in the 8th position, and we'll see them play tomorrow. But UP have to battle to stay in the LPL.
Yeah, they do. And of course, Punished really finding his own footing throughout the end of the split. Of course, didn't necessarily come up with the victories, but the likes of his Cassidy and his Victor definitely looking great. Long there in the top lane, still looking strong. But Amy in the jungle, this is the guy for me that really has impressed me throughout their bout in the LPL. And we'll see how UP go getting back through. And we do see 39% win rate, not exactly the highest. And Long there in the top lane, more than happy to play sort of the carry-based top laners.
More than happy to play Hecarim.
Oh, yeah.
Just we'll play Hecarim when it's open. Amy in the jungler. You said that this is a guy for you. Very good jungle performance. Very good team fighter is
Oh,
Amy.
yeah. And his Echo is fantastic. Him and MLXG really putting the Echo stats through the roof in the LPL. Punish there, you can see a fair bit of Victor. Oh, yeah.
Also played a good Zed game, I believe, in their last performance.
Well, you can see Sketch.
He had 5 Twitch games in a row.
So
Do
much
not let that
Twitch.
Corky fool you. He plays Twitch at the moment. He plays it well.
They did get relegated, Spawn.
No, actually, for me, UP is the best team in relegations right now. I honestly think
Well,
that...
especially on the back of this guy.
Yeah, back of heart. I was really impressed with how they were able to stand up in the LPL against some of the best teams. Of course, they 2-0'd EDG. You talk about EDG slayers.
Yeah.
UP up there with the best of them. Of course, they only lost 2 2-0s, UP being one of them. And yeah, as I said, they put up a very admirable fight. They swapped out mid laners halfway through the season. And for a young team, the reason that I think that they're just going to perform so well tonight is that LSPL teams generally team fight incredibly well. UP are a fantastic team fighting team.
Oh, yeah.
And they have held on to their LSPL roots, you have to say. If the game goes over 30, 35 minutes, you expect these guys to rise to the top and be able to string together a series of fantastic team fights. But they've also learnt the hard lessons of the LPL around lane swapping, controlling jungle and vision. And behind Amy and Hart, their vision control has started to very much improve.
Well, we are going to go through WE Future now. This is the new team trying to get their way in. Of course, in the top lane, it is going to be 957. And I know it's a confusing name, 957. Interesting, but it is going to be clear. So Old B was actually their jungler, had a few visa issues, was clear actually in that jungle role the last time we saw WE Future. So Old B not going to be there, and Naranja. This is the mid laner that I really, really want to see play because he's a fantastic Orianna and then will play absolutely everything.
Yeah, he certainly does. And you see PentaQ down there in the bottom lane. Big Corky player, self-sufficient AD carry.
Yeah.
Likes to get some range in there as well if he possibly can. And it is going to be Savoki in the bottom lane. So we're expecting down X, but new support player coming in. See if he can pick up some wins.
Yeah, we'll see how they do go. You can see him on your screen right now. Vocal. WE Future really looking to try and
once
make
again,
their
these
mark on this
bigger
series.
organizations have a very big talent pool to
Yeah.
call on. As we said, Old B is a Korean, had some visa issues, clear played throughout the playoff run where they were able to make their way into this promotion tournament. we'll have to see whether they can continue any momentum going up against Unlimited Potential.
And of course, the interesting part about this is the fact that if WE Future win this and WE win their game tomorrow, we're going to have the WE off in this promotion tournament. It's going to be very interesting if it does actually eventuate. But of course, Unlimited Potential, a formidable side. And not someone that not a team actually that I was expecting. That's a big old yawn. Not bad.
Trying to eat the camera.
Or at least his microphone.
And that is a very sleepy. He's like crying. He's so tired.
Did he just wake up? What time is it in China?
Of course, they have sat through 5 games and then 4 games.
That is a good point.
And with nerves running through your body, gets to the point where you're like, I'm amped, and then you're like, now I just want to go to bed.
Yeah, my adrenaline is officially done. I'm going to need one of those big old needles to the chest, if that's okay. But not for everyone here, as you can see. Still some energy in this Unlimited Potential lineup.
Of course, Unlimited Potential, they were formerly a sister team as well before they made it into the LPL.
Yeah.
Vici Gaming Potential.
Yeah.
VGP down there, as we saw them qualify last time round. So we're going to have to see whether...
Punished as well. Trying to just jig himself
He's
up.
literally running on the spot like, come on, man, snap out of it.
Yeah, snap out of it. We've got to get ready for an actual video game here. Come on, Punished. Expect big things from you. He's just been for a jog, this man. So, look. Ready to get onto the Rift for our first game between WE Future and Unlimited Potential. Arguably one of the most difficult rounds, definitely in my opinion, for one of these LSPL teams, because UP, they did look good.
Certainly,
just not quite when it counted.
Certainly did, especially
Why
towards
are you
the
having
end
a
of the
giggle
season.
here,
I'm not.
Spawn?
You're just making me laugh. Stop it right now. We're going to have to see whether UP can create any of that momentum. We just saw one of the LPL teams, the first LPL, of course, RNG secured their spot.
They did.
King fell.
But
last
RNG
game.
secured their spot in a 5-game series.
Yeah, they scraped through.
Young Glory most certainly
Young
playing
Glory,
well.
great team. I'm so surprised every time I see them come back with a similar lineup. I'm like,
Yeah.
how are people not taking these players? But we are into Champion Select.
How are they not poached? Well, Hecarim going to be banned away from 957. Long, pretty unhappily going to be banning that one away as Twisted Fate removed from Punished. Azir from Naranja. I did know how to say that before. Just completely screwed it up there. As Kallista's going to be removed. Pretty standard there on the red side of the Rift. And you are done, aren't you, my
Janna
friend?
joins
My goodness.
Kalista on the bench. Don't want any Vayne Janna lanes running around. Gonna have to see what the last bet is.
It's very true.
As we
Spawn.
also still have King on the top of the screen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's not Damu versus King, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be WE Future versus Unlimited Potential. So we're just trying to keep you on your toes.
Who had a
Make sure you're
Dragon Ball
looking
Z
out
had
for it.
unlimited potential? I want to say it's Trunks versus Gohan. This is great. As we have Elise being hovered.
Yeah,
as
at
a
least being
first
hovered
pickup.
by Long. And it makes sense here for Amy as well.
I
Amy
thought you were going to
just,
say it makes sense that Gohan's unlimited potential.
Unlimited Potential looking a little bit armless. You know, I'm assuming we're talking about the Cell Saga here. The good Gohan before something happened and he was just worthless.
What have you got against the Great Saiyan, man?
I just didn't like it. I feel like there's a good analogy, but I'm just not going
There's
to
a
go
reason
there.
you didn't like it. Goku was supposed to remain dead. Gohan was supposed to be the main character after Cell Saga, but everyone complained, so they brought Goku back. Turned
Once
Gohan
again.
into a sissy.
I like this. You're an analyst not only in League of Legends, but also in Dragon Ball Z. Long is going to eventually lock away that Elise. As Clear hovering a Kha'Zix, and I would love this, man. Mix it up. Please, WE Future.
Elise, very good against Kha'Zix. Spiderling, mean you're not very often isolated.
That's very good
If
point.
I take it seriously.
You often have
Um,
some friends around.
Elise is a really good jungler on the current patch. Does good things against the tanky junglers that like to run Cinderhawk, which is why the buffs have really helped her out. And the Spiderlings just do work as you get higher levels into the end of the game. So happy to see Amy pick that up. Also, I'm waiting for the first Elise top in competitive play. Now
Yeah.
the Spiderlings have been changed, but
Well, at least up in competitive play this patch.
yeah, I'll continue to wait, I'm sure. I'm probably not going to make my dreams come true.
Unlimited Potential could do it for you, though, Spawn. Well, lots of knockups now for WE Future. Braum and Gragas going to be locked away. It's clear.
We already
Back
saw that,
on that champion.
Naranja likes to play the Yasuo, so double knock up this early
That's a very
on
good point.
does open up the Yasuo comp, so UP has to keep that in the back of their mind.
Amy as well does have the Echo available to him if they want to lock that one away.
Also, Braum very good against Twitch. Not often that we get to talk about this interaction, but if he gets the big Unbreakable up, can stop a lot of the rat-a-tat-tat damage, and that will make sure that Sketch not able to put out what he wants in these team fights, if that is the option he goes for. So I like the pick up here, and also allows PentaQ to play something like the Corki to have a lot of mixed damage down there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, true. Hart looking to go onto his famous Thresh. Of course, when UP were really making waves in the LPL, it was off the back of Hart and his plays that he was able to make on the likes of Alistair and the Thresh. Now Punished hovering that one long back to his comfort here as Nara is going to be locked in. A lot of pick potential already in the support and jungle role so far.
Certainly
Amy
is.
and
I
Punished.
love Elise Thresh together. They just got so much lockdown potential. Flay helps you land the Cocoon. It's back up to 1.7 at level 1, so you can max W second. And then from there, it's just going to be up to Hart to land the Death Sentence, land the box, and within that time, Amy should have killed whoever was trapped. So we'll have to see whether this is a continued trend. Do UP run a full pick composition with something like a Cassin in the mid lane that Punish has showed time and time again so much proficiency on? Or will W Future be able to shut them down?
Well, this is the thing, and we got to remember as well the fact that WE Future actually got eliminated by Unlimited Potential
This would be
in the
crazy.
last LSPL playoffs.
This would be, yeah, okay, cool. So I was going to say, taking Cassiopeia and Rumble at the same time means that they're picking both duo lanes when UP haven't shown their mid laner, which means that they should be able to counter pick at least one. Instead, they swap it over to the Kog'Maw. Good flex pick. Fantastic poke.
Yeah.
Champion in the mid lane, but also a really good AD carry on the current patch, especially when you team it up with something like a Braum that can keep him nice and safe throughout the laning phase.
Well, he's going to be able to, and of course, the concussive blow is able to be procced as well by the long range that Kog'Maw can provide. Sketch now considering a Jinx. I'd like him to go back to the Ashe. Just love Sketch playing different picks there on the bottom side of the map.
Especially if they are going to run the pick comp that it looks like they have.
Oh
Now
my
a little
goodness,
bit more
yeah.
of a protect the Sketch comp. Lulu is a really safe mid lane pick right now, guys, by the way. If you are on blue side, you'll see a lot of Lulus picked if mid lane hasn't yet been prioritized. Just does good against some of the control mages, builds up your AD carry,
Neutralizes lanes. Does it spawn?
smashes a lot of lanes actually.
Yeah, well,
Beats
Smoky-
Katarina outright, know that for sure.
Yeah, hit Polymorph pretty good in that matchup.
Also very good against Ari for the exact same reason.
Yeah.
Wild Growth can interrupt one of the dashes, and then Polymorph can tie her down for a much longer time.
Well, Naranja now making up his mind as to what they
Wow,
want to grab. I would
that's-
love that pickup. He is going to be locked in, so Yasuo for Naranja. With all of the magic damage they already had, it does make a bit of sense.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that's brave. Once again, Lulu, really good laner.
Yeah.
Going up against Yasuo, who is not famed for his laning prowess, and we're going to have to see whether Naranja's wind walls are on point, because that is what mitigates all of the damage in the mid lane. Late game will become this split-pushing beast, especially if he goes Godvy's popularized build of Static Shift, Trinity Force, IE for the 100% crit.
Yeah.
Very hard to go with a Trinity Force Yasuo in a 1v1. We'll see whether Naranja can get it done. They have a lot of knockups as well to help in the team fighting situation. And now I am even more excited to see the third WE lineup get onto the Rift. Heard nothing but good things about this sister team. Have all the resources in the world to be successful.
The bottle was lost, but fortunately we did make it through that handshake there from the coaches. As Long versus 957. It's going to be the Nah into the Rumble matchup. And then in the jungle, we do, of course, have Amy taking on Clear as Elise up against this Gragas.
Yeah, and want to see how Amy does with the Elise. WE Future probably very experienced if they've been playing scrimming Spirit side, because he plays an awful lot at the moment, as Lulu takes on Yasuo in the mid lane. And we're going to have Sketch versus PentaQ as Jinx takes on Kog'Maw. The battle of the high-range scaling AD carries. And Heart taking on Savoki in the bottom lane. Thresh versus Braum.
Yeah, and I love this sort of support matchup as well because it's sort of the mixture of engage and disengage in both hands. So a lot of versatility for both lineups here.
Both very good 2v1 supports as well. Roam around the map can get a lot of work done at level 1.
Exactly, but let's waste no more time. Let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into a pause.
Boom.
Yeah. That is a hype killer, isn't it?
Certainly is. But we'll get you onto the Rift as soon as possible. When we sort this out, you can see straight away Yasuo and Rumble both going for Doran's shield starts. So a little bit of defensiveness coming through. I like to check in on what Yasses are going with nowadays.
We'll see whether he does max the E as well, just to make sure that you're not really upset.
Super happy with the Emax.
Yeah, you definitely don't like the Q max, do you, Spawn? It's not necessarily a thing.
Emax is much more versatile. IMO, but that is okay. He can. Once again, these guys, LSPL, LPL teams.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't be giving them advice.
That's a very good point. You're a great player in your own right, though, Spawn. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Sometimes.
Okay.
If I get Elise or Elise in.
Especially Elise on this patch, because I have a feeling a lot of people are actually pretty good at that champion on this particular patch. But, of course, we are now onto the Rift for UP versus WE Future. The first game of this best of 5 series. UP fighting to get back into the LPL. And WEF looking to try and keep WE, the organization's hopes alive, staying in the LPL. Of course, they do still have two options.
M3 no longer of the W3 WE organization. No?
You can only have one.
You can only have one.
So maybe, if none of them make it in, M3 just miraculously becomes WE.
Why would M3 sell them again?
I don't know. Hang on. Hang on. Wait a moment. I think that was a funny joke. But I don't know whether I should be reacting to it.
Duck in Summoner's Rift.
Is there?
Can't you see?
Oh, yeah.
He's putting on a mask.
That's adorable.
Stay there. Look at it. He takes it off.
Aww. That was adorable.
He flew away. You scared him.
Ah,
What a monster.
dang our observers. Should see him right now, actually. Looks
As 2v1
having a
comes
good
through from
rest.
both teams. We mentioned the fact that they would probably look for a lane swap because of the versatility of the supports. Is achieved. Now Sketch and PentaQ going to be like, I didn't want to find you here.
yeah.
Get out of my lane.
Why is there a fish on the land?
Okay, so Amy starting up red buff. Elise, really versatile jungle. You can start wherever the heck you want. One of the few junglers that can even start with Raptors and not get destroyed in the jungle camps. But wouldn't want to ever do that because it's completely useless. But yeah, so what I was going to say is you actually don't have to use a potion on the first camp because red buff gives you all your health back and you pretty much finish full health. As you can see, no potions, full health. Can decide to do whatever the heck you want.
Well, Amy is going to decide to take the Krugs.
Wow.
Clear, looking to try and gank
Barely ganked.
Long already. Yeah, level 2.
Man on a mission.
Well, Long's level 1. Barrel's going to be here as well as the body slam lands it onto Long. So just
Get
making
some
sure.
auto attacks on the way out.
Yeah.
Try and burn that potion nice and early. And Long is going to... Wow.
Oh, Heart
I'll be
moving
quiet.
so aggressively forward.
Yep. So Long going to look to auto attack down 957, but the Doran shield does a lot to mitigate that at the start of the game. So going to struggle in the lane against Rumble, you would feel.
Yeah, Death Sentence not going to find the mark there. As long as he's building rage, trying to get himself back up to health. But of course, Rowan's Blade just to smack himself up there as well.
And now all of a sudden you have an Elise hanging out in the bottom lane, pinging out a ward,
Yep,
making
Amy's
sure
turn.
if 957 shoves this wave in, that he is made to pay.
Yep, Long.
Can of course repel onto the creep right there if he so chooses.
There's the crush forward, lands the wallop as well. Boulder
Amy's
comes in.
in.
He's looking for it, able to get the rappel down. Is the
Gets
Cocoon
the
going to be
slow.
available? There's the red buff. Cocoon lands. Boulder again as well. Look at how well these two are playing together, but it's not quite enough.
Save the flash until the last moment 957. I like that play because he knew he was safe as soon as he was underneath the turret. See that Clear also going back to base is pinged out by Amy. And the versatility of Elise, man. Don't need to take blue because she has relatively low mana cost right now. Wow, Naraja.
Yeah, punished. Definitely utilizing his namesake here.
Nice. Smooth Atlas. I'll give you that one.
Feel like that pun's been done before, Spawn. Savoki taking a bit of damage from Sketch, but Hart really trying to get things happening in this lane, but unable to as of yet. Naranja actually heads back to base, picks up an Avarice Blade very early on, and he's been farming really well. This is something that I always expect out of Yasuo's because they always seem to be able to do it, and
Well,
that's
if you can't
farm in a
farm-
lane against
Yeah.
a ranged opponent.
If you can't farm on Yasuo, you just may as well not play the champion because it's so critical. It's funny. The other Rusty, one of the color commentators, plays a truckload of Yasuo, and he's very famous for going like off fight.
Okay, yeah, Sketch actually getting some damage down onto Savoki here. Hart down to 400 as the flayback onto the Braum. Stand behind me helping out. Hart able to even lock down that cannon creep as well. Clears towards the top side, able to get himself the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, but he's known to go a little bit low in the kill department, but be like, don't worry, I've got a lot of farm, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
As we have some aggression from Braum.
Yep, and
Wow.
then some backing
Presence.
away from Braum. Not bad.
You saw he was holding that pose though.
He was.
He was like, check out these guns.
And we checked him out. We were intimidated.
Sketch was not.
No. Well, look at Sketch's guns. He's got 2 of them. Like actual ones.
If you watch the Jinx film clip, she has pistols as well. Got them everywhere.
My goodness. Don't tell her other guns, as it were. Oh, Descent's going to land onto Savoki here as there are the Flame Trumpets. Nice stand behind me, but the double flay comes in. Hart, only a couple more auto attacks, gets stunned up by the concussive blows. And in here now as well is the Gragas.
Elise also streaming back top. Oh, we're going to see a Runeglaive as well.
Yeah,
Out of
the
Elise.
Antomes at least there. And this UP top lane / bottom
All of a
lane
sudden,
duo
we
situation.
also have a Yasuo heading up.
My goodness,
Things
Naranja.
about to get real. Oh, Amy gives up.
Well, none of the knockups are actually here yet. Of course, level 4s for both Gragas and...
E.
Ah, yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
We should know that. We're the first people that saw the Gragas jungle into Yasuo mid. NACC.
Yeah. Look, just more referring to that the other one. Is Savoki actually going to get aggressed
a lot
on
of
here?
trouble.
Yeah, the Ignite not available because, of course, it's
Gragas
exhaust
has to
there,
show
but
himself.
there's no more mana on Sketch, so no more rockets available for the Jinx. Yeah, you're right. Gragas shows himself. UP now chilling out underneath their turret. Barrel comes down but doesn't find any targets of UP. And
Amy, who was hanging out in the wings for quite some time, has to recall or walk away.
One of the 2. Sketch setting up all of his CS for himself. Hart
Oh.
actually almost lands the death sentence there blindly into the brush. Sketch moving forward as well. PentaQ looking pretty healthy here from the Cogmoth. Still going to have trouble in a 1v2.
And once
Naranja,
again,
yeah.
Naranja farming incredibly well.
It uses a
He's
decent
maxing
windfall.
E as well. Look how much damage it does.
Clearing them minions out spawn. 10 CS in the lead.
With the Avarice Blade, so a little bit more of a ganker path coming through, banker path coming through here. Not ganking at all.
No, you wouldn't. Not going to. Although you do get double the statistics from that particular item, so if it's ever going to be good, it's going to be in the hands of Yasuo as far as, you know, a cost-effective buy. Naranja doing some interesting stuff. That's not actually possible on Yasuo unless you're watching the LPL. Okay, so you can move sideways with your E.
But he's continuing to keep this 10 CS margin. We mentioned that he's quite the Yasuo player. The team set it up on the first round of picks with the Braum Gragas being locked in. And he's done them. Oh, wow. Savoki.
Yeah, Hart going to get discovered. There's the teleport in from Long, though. He almost has his Mega Gnar form as Punished comes around. There's the stand behind me. The knock-up onto Punished as well to stop the engage. But Amy finishes off the kill, and that's first blood for the Elise.
Yeah, and Long holds onto Flash and Ultimate there. Thought he might try and get one down. All of a sudden, Sketch with the BF sword in the top lane, going to knock down a turret, or at least get some damage on it. And Savoki, head in hands, walks back into lane.
And Spawn, had you thought about Yasuo into Elise and how cool that is? Think about how many E's you get with the little spiderlings everywhere. Flash comes out of Pentakill though, that's the big deal. Not really the fact that you get to E a lot with the Elise.
I've never seen anyone E a little spiderling, but I hope I see it now.
Imagine your chase potential would be ridiculous. You just keep Eing on.
They're always on top of it.
That's a good point. Just thought it was cute.
Could be. I haven't seen it yet. I'll tell you when it happens.
Thanks, man. Well, Long building up some rage here on the bottom side. Heat being built up by 957, of course, the captain of this WE future lineup. Whether his Rumble can get going. Of course, 16 CS behind. But Long able to be a bit of a bully on the Gnar. WE Future starting up the Dragon. They are going to be able to take it for free. That is the first 10 minutes exactly.
Static Shiv done at 10 minutes right now.
My
For
God.
Naranja, he's right on the clock when it comes to... Wow.
Oh, there's
good
the
hook.
Descends. Flame Chompers there as well. Going to lock him up forever. There's the last final breath. My goodness, that was super exciting.
That was close. 957 had to drop the equalizer. It might have even gone in their favor. Especially because he has Flash up. Instead, leaves his... No, he's the captain. Leaves his mid laner
in the dust.
in the dust, man.
Not what you want.
Wanted nothing to do with that fight.
Going to be the best bait of the century. Oh, damn. Amy taking so much damage.
Yeah. Runglaive doesn't really give you tanky stats.
Not so many. Clear out the jungle good though, Spawn.
Incredibly quickly. It's one of the reasons that I don't mind it, because it means that you get tank items on Elise. If Amy does go pure tank after this, much quicker. Able to really get it going. It also pulls out the red buff to start that up.
Yeah. You'll be able to take this one down very, very quickly. You mentioned the Runglaive. Not only does it keep you topped up in the jungle, but you're able to clear out very, very quickly. Yeah. Just get back with all that extra spiderling damage. Not bad at all. Naranja might be discovered here by Amy. And that Raptor camp had not respawned.
Yeah, a little bit miscommunication. Should have known that that was still on cooldown.
Yeah, clear new.
But we have Sketch, 10 CS up, and a kill.
There's a stand behind me.
what
Avoids
a
the Winter's
dude.
Bite. My goodness, Sketch playing really well.
So the Dukes coming out of Sketch. Dancing Shoes well and truly on. Savoki, a little bit embarrassed.
Oh, you can't be embarrassed with a huge door like that. Amy actually going aggressive onto Naranja. Fantastic wind wall, avoids the cocoon. Naranja's just wandering behind it. Eventually the cocoon comes in, and man, that was well played.
But two people now here. Punish going to be collapsed on.
There's the explosive cask as well. Punish uses the wild growth, but it's not going to be enough. Almost manages to take the land to safety. The flash body slam, nice play from Hart, but it's not
Potentially
enough.
a third.
Yep, flashes out of the way. Ward over the edge, Clear sees the fact that Hart is safe.
So a 2-for-1 trade in the end coming through for WE Future. UP getting very aggressive in the jungle, but not able to make it work because of the good collapse out of both top laner and jungler. Now they'll try and put some pressure on the mid lane turret.
Naranja 0-2-0, but still most CS on the map. Hart, 957 and Clear looking at each other here in the mid lane, but the tower is going to be the focus, and WE Future take that one down. No, they don't. They just leave. Hart's going to be able to protect it.
Don't want to overstay their welcome. There's a freeze being created in the top lane. Also a freeze in the bottom lane. One is for UP, and the other, as you can see, WE Future down there. They're going to try and shove this one out to make sure that Long doesn't soak up any more CS.
Savoki, see making towards the bottom side. Sketch not going to be able to bully around Pentakill too much.
They've got Elise down there as well, though. That's a very real dive potential right now.
Yeah, Hart with the mobility boots as well. Wants
They're
to
going
try and
for
land
it.
the death sentence.
Got
Oh,
him.
gets it onto Savoki. There's the Flame Chompers as well. There's the minigun from Sketch doing so much work. Amy locks himself
They're
down
gonna
a
go again.
second. There's the repel. Exhaust is down onto Pentakill. Amy might sacrifice himself to the turret. Is going to. 957 going to blow the teleport. Oh, flashes forward. Doesn't land any of the harpoons. Equalizer just because he can now. Heal comes out from Sketch. Forces the flashes. Naranja, another fantastic wind wall. Hart's going to die. There are the Flame Chompers. Oh
Got
my
him.
goodness, on top of it. And Naranja takes down another one.
And Teleport was available for Long that whole time, I believe. Just didn't want to get in there and help his team out. Probably would have forced them to back away. Instead, 2 members go down for 2.
I
And
assume he just wasn't
Naranja,
expecting that dive to be so effective. That last breath was brilliant out of Naranja.
going off. Looked like he turned back, but fires out the tornadoed up Q. Able to nail Sketch.
And of course, if anyone has been watching a lot of the LPL previously, or is a bit of an LPL historian, you may remember Naranja as Orange, former player in the Chinese League. Nice kill lands there from Punished. Oh, Naranja looking to get on top of it here. Does have the tornado. No final breath just yet. It's clear. Gets body slammed through. Wild growth out of Punished.
Yeah, burns the ultimate. And we're actually getting a very offensive Elise build here from Amy. Going the Sorcerer boots. And what looks to be maybe even the Haunting Guys.
I'd love it. If it was, I'm all about it. Loads of damages.
Yeah, I really don't like it.
Why is that Spawn?
So just makes her really squishy. We saw her on that turret dive, couldn't keep herself alive. Because of percent health damage, Pen is a really good stat to have. But cooldown reduction also really important in that regard to get multiple rotations of your spells out. Also, we talk about her pick potential a lot, so Cocoon really key to be able to fire multiple cocoons out during a team fight. So yeah, like horses for courses, Atlas. I just think that tanky Elise has always been superior in competitive play.
Not being able to have an extra tank for your team is very much a good idea. Is Naranja going to be able to use that wind wall, create himself an opportunity to clear out a ward with that sweep that he picked up?
Has got a longsword as well, along with the Murkret. So either going to go for the Blade of the Ruined King or the Sage. Don't know as of yet whether he'll commit to the Trinity Force build. And second Dragon of the game started up. Looks like it might even be completed before they can get in here.
Yeah, right on the clock here for WE Future as well. They just sweep the ward just to make sure it can't see too much. Move it out of the way of repel range, and WE Future lock down the second.
So really good objective control on Long. Didn't stay in the top lane even though we saw Dragon started up. So not able to answer with a trade. Has a big CS advantage, but right now, Rumble in his prime doesn't really care.
No, he's got Leandri's Torment as well as those Sorcerer Shoes. Naranja just dancing around the creep wave.
Ooh.
Destin's not finding it just yet. There's another wind wall just to stop the zap.
Okay, so Naranja definitely has demonstrated that he is a great Yasuo player. Farming very well, as Amy might be caught out here. They know Amy is around.
Yep, Living Artillery gonna kill some Spiderlings at least. There's the Lantern, not to safety though, his Savoki. That's a brilliant Glacial Fissure on top of the Equalizer. The flash over from Pentakill is hard.
Long's
able
got
to get
ulti.
some plays. In go.
Wow.
What the heck? Sketch with massive damage. Look at the knock up and the Gnar from Long as well as Naranja gets caught by the Cocoon. He's still able to dance around, but it's not enough.
And can Long get Pentakill? No, cannot.
Not going to this time, but my God, that's why they had Long farming up, because he was going to be able to set that whole situation in motion.
Yeah, what a Gnar coming out of the Mega Gnar there. That was absolutely massive. And Sketch, the beneficiary, just sat back and went, yeah, I think I'll take these kills now.
I think I'll auto-attack everyone to death, and that Super Mega Death Rocket over about 4 people as well.
Going to be able to grab double turret off the back end of that
do you
fight.
see how much effort he put into taking that turret as well? Little spider globule takes it down, no problem.
So all of a sudden, UP 6,000 gold, even though they've given up the first 2 dragons, have picked up multiple turrets. It's 4-0. You have to think that their game plan much more efficient right now. And it wasn't either of the items I talked about. It was a Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
For Naranja, I'm talking about.
Yeah. Very strange. Strange because, well, I guess it's not because Amy's building so much damage. Probably need to be able to mitigate both the Elise and the Lulu, which is what he's going to be up against, especially if there is any sort of laning situation. We seem to have broken out of that phase for now. By for now, I mean for this game. If Pentakill is going to continue farming. Sketch is going to clean it up as well as it heads towards the turret.
It was actually an Aegis of the Legion picked up, so Amy is going to go for a little bit more tank.
Okay, so just getting the penetration from the boots and opting for...
Then cooldown reduction after that. So this I can get a little bit more behind.
Okay.
Merc Treads would have been nice as well, but can understand the hesitancy too.
Is it the likes of, you know, Starks? No, not Starks. Hey, Locket of the Iron Solari into, say, something like a Frozen Heart?
Yeah, generally what you want to go on at least.
Oh,
Nice. Cocoon.
It's the needle on the Cocoon, able to get in there. There's the last breath, though, as Naranja right under the turret, equalizes down. It's all right. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't get Servoki. He's down so low as the rappel finally comes in. Long right in the back line, does have the Nara available, but he's so far away from everyone. Naranja, no more wind walls. The Zap not going to find him.
And wow, Long is so slow.
Yeah, and Hart, the only one to die. That was weird.
So 1 for nothing in the end. Punish goes super low. Long was a little bit late to that team fight. And he was slow to all heck.
He only has the brown bags, though, Spawn.
Yeah.
He's not that fast anyway.
I think it was a Harpoon that just nailed him on the back end of that. Could not go anywhere in a hurry.
Well, Punish now has 40% CDR and a Luden's Echo. So going to be able to fire out as many spells as he can, charge up that item, kind of like the synergy that's there. Lacks sort of like the utility availability that Lulu has. Sorry about that horrendous run. Chasing down Naranja. Finds himself a pink ward. Punish going to help him out. Naranja backing off. See what he decides to pick up. Pentakill, who silently got himself 4-1 and 0 as a scoreline. Also has that Trinity Force in his back pocket. Longsword as well. Probably
Especially after the nightmare of the early game that happened in WE Future's bottom lane. Able to grab a majority of his team's kills right now.
Looks like Phantom Dancer is the next item for Sketch, as that Cloak of Agility is chilling there. Rocket's now doing a bunch of work clearing out these minions, especially when he's critting so often. Look at that, AoE crits from the Rockets. Not bad to see. And Pentakill goes back, grabs himself Bilgewater Cutlass and the dagger. Blade of the Ruined King, next option for this guy.
In a fantastic position right now is Kog'Maw. Ramping up nice and early in the game. We talk about Trinity Force as a single item power spike. No difference on the Hyper carry. Kog'Maw utilizes the entirety of that item incredibly well. And Dragon going to be up in about a minute's time. This will be number 3 for WE Future. You feel that UP have to fight. Maybe won't have the teleport up in time. See whether Long's able to get down there.
Well, UP also really want those extra 6% stats, because it's getting to the point in the game where they're building up a lot of these sort of flat statistics. Would really like 6% more, because that would be a relatively large number.
Certainly would be. Amy once again has the timer of the red buff. Wants to stay in on top of that.
He's got a whole lot of them this game as well, as Amy is going to be able to lock that one down. Living Artillery not going to get it here for Pentakill as the zap comes down. Amy wins by dodge.
Ooh, good juke.
Yeah, very nice.
Double wall comp. We haven't mentioned it yet from WE Future, but it just means that sieging as teleport is back up. Apparently
It's a double carpet comp as well, Spawn, with the Glacial Fissure and the Equalizer.
Yeah, but I was just going to talk about how hard it is to siege. Normally, Jinx, a terrific sieger, going to struggle against both the Unbreakable and the Yasuo Wind Wall.
Yeah.
Double carpet comp means that, of course,
This situation is
slows
pretty good.
means it's very hard to engage on to the likes of Yasuo, onto the likes of Kog'Maw, who both scale ridiculously well with items. But they have pulled off because they see Long in the mid lane with a lot of Gnar.
There is a lot of Gnar. Flame
We'll
Chompers
grab
are
that
there,
first.
clear. Not going
Clears
to be
in.
able to
This
grab
is
it.
bad.
Yeah, Fox is down as well. There's the Equalizer,
Here goes
splitting
Long.
up the fight with the explosive cast, but a 3-4-man Gnar from Long as he's right in amongst the Glacial Fissures there as well. There's the last breath onto Punished, but Naranja gets exhausted and destroyed. In goes Amy. So much damage on this Elise as he takes down 957. Pentakill, oh, not going to get hit by that zap, but he's gone the wrong way. And Sketch whimsied up.
Some miscommunication out of the UP lineup. It looks like 2 members pinging out Baron, the rest of them chasing down the Void Puppy.
Nah, but UP, they're
gonna grab
they
both.
only need 2 people.
Yeah.
That'll be fine. They actually probably need a few more as Amy's not that tanky at this stage. Long building up his Gnar bar. Punish getting in here. Does have some shields available, but Long buddy, you're going to have
just
to
use
there it
help
is.
pick on the Baron.
Well, look, they're very
There
close
it is.
together. They only need the 3. There's the Hex Drinker popped.
They also
Mark
take
goes
the
down.
maximum. They grab a kill. They take Baron. They take mid lane turret. Obviously understanding the limits so well. What LPL is famous for, taking the maximum after one mistake.
Don't
And
let
we
the
talk-
last series fool you, ladies and gentlemen.
We talk about how well UP team fight, and Lung 2 team fights in a row. 4-man Nas
Oh, yeah.
has been a monster in this game.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. This is his comfort champion. This is what Long made his name on the beginning of his LPL stint. And now that he's a gentleman, it seems to have only gotten better. He's been throwing boulders, throwing houses, and now that he's throwing clocks, things are looking even better.
And you see, beneficiary of all of this is Sketch. Goes back, grabs himself another BF sword. After the Phantom Dancer is done.
Amy has a needlessly large rod as well, going towards the Ryle's Crystal Scepter by the looks of things on this Elise.
Yeah, certainly is
All
the
I saw
case.
from you, Spawn, was a raised eyebrow.
Maybe he's ahead. He can do whatever the heck he wants. I'm done with the Elise dude.
Yeah, I think so too.
He obviously doesn't give a damn what I have to say.
Yeah, it's like he's not listening to you, Spawn. I can't believe it. Well, Living Artillery helping clear out the wave here as UP using this Baron buff to try and siege up. Gonna have to be barrels and ooze from the sky to take down this siege minion. Death Sentence, ooh, hard.
Has been on point this game, by the way.
Narrowly avoids that one. Naranja able to set up a wind wall just to try and buy some respite for WE Future. Barrel down
Once
again.
again, we spoke about it. With the double wall, double carpet comp going to be hard to siege up. And they back very far away because they could spot out the Rumble on a ward. Let Long do his thing. So he's about to pick up a Fromo in the top lane.
Yeah, everyone loves Fromo. Lots of wards to be taken here by Sketch. Minigun pretty handy at that, giving you that extra attack speed.
Once again, wind wall set up.
Able to get past it there with the zap. The rocket's going to be used from Sketch just to try and get any...
Oh, wow.
That Death Sentence threading the needle. That play back into under the turret, as well as Amy's going to take down Savoki for the first kill. Naranja, what the heck did he just get hit by? That was so much damage. As now UP able to turn onto that inner turret. Lung still on the top side, didn't even teleport.
Yeah, so in the end, UP able to take the one team fight. Nah comes out along there, trying to intimidate 957, and Brace will be broken.
Yeah, base will be broken. My monitor almost already broken as well, as Naranja sets up a wind wall, stops the death sentence. There's the equalizer just to create some distance. Nice.
And
Man,
Long's
Hart
still
is
in the
playing
top
so
lane.
well. Flashes forward, does 957. Hart might die. As soon as I say a player's playing well, immediately they die. Long, he's very low to be coming into this team fight now.
Also had no nah.
Yeah.
Naranja going.
There's the repel. Amy's going to get over towards the Grom. Turns back into a lady, and he's going to be safe.
And taking the blue buff.
Is he taking
while
the
this
blue
is all
buff? What
happening.
the
Yeah.
heck? He
You
does
know-
it so fast.
Yeah.
Man, Amy eking out every advantage she can find around Summoner's Rift here, Spawn.
There's also a huge wave mid lane. I can't believe he could resist it. Oh, it took the turret. That means that his mid laner probably wanted it.
Yep. Well, see, look what you've done now. Let the turret fall, says Amy. She wanted to take that one down, but it's 11,000 gold the lead for UP. All seems to have been off the back of that fantastic team fight that they managed to get so much of around that dragon. Dragon, Baron, turret, ace. Not bad stuff. Trinity Force almost completed by Naranja. But nowhere near the Infinity Edge or anything else that might be a little bit more defensive than the Hex Drinker and the Merc Treads.
Yeah, so that's generally why I don't like Hex Drinker as an item on Yasuo. I understand the merits of it definitely when you're playing against what is an incredibly aggressive Elise, as well as Lulu in the mid lane, but just put you a little bit behind the item curve, and it's so important to stay up there, and Naranja definitely has farmed like a beast. Has had some good ultimates in these team fights, but the exhaust from Hart has been on point, and the fact that they just fell a little bit too far behind means that WE Future's mid laner only just finishing his second core item at 30 minutes into the game.
UP hard shoving this bottom lane, using the Lantern to get Sketch even closer to these minions. Naranja heading down here as well as Savoki, and you can see everyone heading around. There's the Dessens. Nice wind wall to stop any damage from Sketch as they're waiting for it to time out. Sketch actually flashes away. There's the flash into the rocket. Sketch gets caught by the last breath. Naranja gets exploded though. The exhaust is there. Wouldn't have zapped if that was me there, Sketch, but he does and dies for it. Amy flashing out of the way of the barrel, doesn't get slowed down. 957 did end up killing Hart. WE Future come out ahead 3-1.
Yeah, able to get the team fight they were looking for, and Long wasn't there. Meant that there was no big Nah play to come. Now going in, this is a 2v4.
They're building the Naba. Amy gets the dragon. In goes Long. Nah's 3 people away. Pentakill, he's going to die. Savoki might be the next option. Flash away. And Long says, Amy, yeah, you can die for this one. And he is going to. 957 picks up the kill.
So a 1-for-1 trade and the dragon, so definitely worthwhile for UP off the back end after it all went horribly wrong. They stall out the additional movement speed, also send a message.
More importantly, Long keeps his Undying run going. Almost 100
We'll get the
CS in the lead
achievement
as
after
well.
this raid.
Oh dear. You're still salty about that. Let's not talk about it. Punished. Going to be able to clear out this mid-wave quite nicely. Does have the Rabbitin's Death Cap. Still looking for the Void Staff next.
Wow, Sketch is going for a defensive item before going for the last Whisper. No armor inside, of course, except for the Frozen Heart just finished up on clear, so a little bit.
Unfortunately for Spawn just there, it was completed at that second.
But yeah, electing to keep himself safe. Recognize that there's plenty of people to hit that don't have armor. Why would he choose clear?
That's a good point. Very good point. That being said, Clear able to still use that aura quite nicely, assuming he stays up close and personal to the Jinx. I have a feeling that Sketch probably wouldn't be in a great place if he was right next to a Gragas, though.
Yeah.
Considering
Baron going to be back available right now.
Yeah, Crit Cloak was the first option for this Infinity Edge that Naranja's grabbed, so a lot of crit available. And Amy just starting off the Baron.
Yeah, they tear through it.
Yeah, Death Sense lands onto Clear, but he probably wants to get closer to the enemy team. Long just using the Baron to charge up the Naba or
It's
attempt
actually
to.
recently been exhausted, so going to take a while. Now he isn't, so he's getting some work done, but Baron regens all his health. Says, why are you hitting me then?
Yeah, now he's just looking at him. And come on, guys. Oh, Pink Ward going to help Long get back even more.
Value Town
Yeah,
for Long
Naba.
right now. They're pinging top lane. Sketch is already up there. People admit this might be a base race, Atlas.
Okay, well, we'll see. The power of Jinx against Kog'Maw and Yasuo. I know who I think would be able to take that one down, but WE Future, they don't have the same idea. So they're going to all head back, and Sketch, he's going to take down an inhibitor.
Sketch is definitely
unless
quicker, by the
anyone
way.
can get here.
With the 2 heavy AP users of Amy. Oh, Naranja nearly dashed into that. There's 2 people wanted to take a lantern, so no one did.
That's gallantry for you, Spawn. I like it. No, no, no. We will both walk. Still 10,000 gold the lead for UP. Long. Naba still charging. He's adorable for now.
No, he's in a great area. When you're level 16 or above, charges up very quickly.
And UP still staying as a
Speed
team.
him up. He's going.
Yeah, in he goes.
And runs back out. Wow, he's super quick.
Look at this Naba, though. They have so much control to UP. Get straight into that Mega Gnar form whenever they like. WE Future need to be very careful.
Can't.
Not
Oh, he
being
took
grouped
damage
up.
off the Baron. He is going to transform.
Yep. Getting over there. There's the crush. Nas everyone into the group, and look at the wallop. Naranja now trying to get the damage off, but there's the wild growth as well. Savoki's going to be the next one dead.
Naranja's still alive.
And he gets back in with the last breath. He's going to die now, but able to get a lot of damage back. Pentakill finally falls. Sketch is alive. 957 is dead as well. A Cathian Surprise did a whole bunch of work, but that's the ace. And Punished and Sketch is still alive.
Yeah, zooming towards the top lane. Finally, Long goes down. Might not actually be able to get as much off this as they hope. 15 seconds until Clear is back available. They need to make sure that they don't give up the Baron in response. And Punish needs to make sure he doesn't die to creeps.
Yep, will have the Whimsy in order to get himself a little bit more speed.
But
There it
right
is.
now, Sketch is, Punished is really low. And there are 4 members back up. This could be the Baron in response.
Might be able to get there. Of course, Punish
Probably
might be
not.
able to
Long
build
has
the home
teleport.
guard.
So, yep, that's okay.
Okay. Okay. No one panic. That was a value body slam onto about 1 billion creeps.
Got no money for it.
No. Naranja really wishes he had some item slots so he could use some of the money in his back pocket. That crit cloak seeming like an inopportune purchase, considering the fact that he would have liked the BF sword. But I guess double value.
If he wanted it that bad, should have sold his shield.
That's a good point. But if you've got a sword, you kind of need a shield. Well, Long able to clear out some vision. Clear doing the same thing. Descends lands onto Savoki. In goes Heart. Flays back. Naranja
Baited
out the wind wall. Yeah, and Long as well. He's building up rage. It's red now. Pentague has to be careful, but Long actually exiting the fight.
Yeah, he takes so much damage right now from Pentague. Guys, very well into this game. Has the Kog'Maw.
Well, Heart able
Not
to get
to be
vision
messed
down.
with right now.
Very true.
And wise choice here, moving away from the Baron area to open up the top lane wave push that's coming through. Wow.
Sketch
Sketch
is
loves
huge.
the fact
Yeah.
that Punish, by the way, is Lulu, because he can't kill the creeps outright. So Sketch every time just gets to follow fire one rocket and take the whole creep wave.
Yeah, and Punish gets to get really annoyed that his Glitter Lance wasn't able to kill the whole wave. Oh, there's the blocking equalizer. Amy actually getting caught out to the side, but Sketch is over the top. Four
Amy
item
gonna go
Jinx
down.
hasn't really done too much in this fight yet, but 957 falls after the death sentence from Heart. And in goes Sketch. There's the two-man now. Super Mega Death Rocket onto two. Naranja now with no wind wall. Punish flashes forward. Not quite able to get the Glitter Lance across everyone just yet, and Long is chasing him. The Whimsy for the speed up as well, and there is the final
gonna die.
breath. Long trying to battle
Oh,
him
no,
out,
he
but
got him.
Hyper is
Yeah,
Fair bit
really
of
good.
damage.
Yep,
Yeah.
so able to get him there. Had the Frozen Mallet, teleport into the base. This is going to be game one for Unlimited Potential. And wow, Lung's Nah was off the charts. Sketch also having a great game on the Jinx. But all in all, this UP lineup still looking like they are a fantastic team fighting squad.
Oh, they most certainly are. They get to that late game stage, able to eke the most out of their team fights. And I was so impressed by that sort of mid-game fight around the Dragon that they just turned into so much. It was from that point that WE Future just looked like they didn't have an opportunity to get back in.
It was the one through the top of the Baron choke that just started Sketch on that path, was able to get the Super Mega Death Rocket across four, the big Gnar onto the wallet. Just a little bit of an overchase of, I believe it was Amy as he was stealing the red buff, and that snowballed into the Dragon fight, which just completely unlocked the game. And Punish is like, see, man, I can play after I just woke up. I'm all good. Give me Lulu.
I have a feeling that it's not just Punished as well. A lot of the UP members actually looking a little bit sleepy. I have a feeling they've probably woken up after that game, though. That was a brilliant performance. And Sketch especially, I mean, able to get so much damage down, but Long just farmed at the beginning. He's like, I'm 40 CS ahead now. I'm feeling like this is an okay lead. Let's kill everyone. And he did so.
Yeah, he had a really impressive performance. And, you know, we mentioned the fact that the team fighting that was going to come out of WE Future would be impressive with the Yasuo, with the double carpet, but UP just able to do it better.
Exactly, and they're up against UP, who are known for doing it better as well. They used it against EDG. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best-of-5 series. So UP will have to do this another couple of times if they're going to get one step further in this tournament. So we are going to have a short break, but Game 2 coming up right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL 2016 promotion tournament for the spring split upcoming next year. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Siberia.
That was the most over-articulated intro we have ever brought to you, by the way. But
there's been a few of them that have been pretty highly articulated as well.
But I
so
like
hope
that
you feel
one
special.
the best. And Gohan, or as I like to call them, UP, just took out Trunks or World Elite Future in the first game of this best of 5.
I love how it's Trunks when he's from the future as well. It's fantastic. Well, you can see UP really excited about their victory as displayed on their faces. And WE Future, he's actually looking like he's ready to get on to the Rift for game number 2. Of course, best of 5 series, only one down is WE Future. Looking like they could potentially be able to get back into this one.
Yeah, they had some moments during
they
that
did.
game, especially Naranja in the mid lane on the Yasuo was farming up an absolute storm. You felt like if he wasn't caught out that one time in the jungle, and that was what started, I guess, the game going in favor. But it's just a lot of little things, like cleaning up some of the team fight execution, making sure that you're not committing on Yasuo when you know Exhaust is up and Heart is a really good Thresh.
Yeah.
Things like that. But definitely signs of strengths as we expected out of the sister team of WE that has all these resources available to them. And this time around, I think that maybe they might just be able to clean up some of the execution.
Yeah, and I really hope that Punished, his neck isn't too sore, as we saw, just beating it for a moment. But look, these teams looking to get back into Champion Select and get things going on. And what do you recommend for WE Future? What do you recommend that they change up in this draft phase?
I actually don't think they changed the draft at all. They played a really smart drafting phase. They opened up the Yasuo comp. They only picked it once they saw the Lulu. They were happy with everything that was on the board. As I said, it's execution from here on in.
Yeah.
You can only draft so well. You still have to play the game of League of Legends. And they left themselves open in the Forest to a really good Ultimate along, who, by the way, didn't go through the game undying, which was good.
That is true.
And
No
also
more
another really good one around the Dragon. They were up in Dragons at that point in the game. It was 2-0. All they had to do was walk towards mid lane and collapse on Long. Instead, they tried to commit for the Dragon. And Long got another 4-man Gnar ultimate that set up the rest of the game.
In fact, Long just played his Gnar game absolutely fantastically, but WE Future once again going to be banding away the Twisted Fate from Punished. Azir leaving the Rift. Is Naranja not going to be able to pick that one up? And UP now on the red side might be forced into the likes of that Kalista ban, something like that. We'll see whether they once again ban away the victor as Twitch is going to leave the Rift from Sketch.
Maybe means Savoki doesn't want to play the Braum. Of course, that is seen as one of the Twitch counters, so we'll have to see if that is something that can come out in this game. And Amy this time bans away the Elise, respecting how strong it is on the current patch. Of course, had a very good game with it game 1.
Yeah, able to make that Runeglaive work as well. Was a little bit squishy for one of the dives, but otherwise just able to clear the jungle so quickly, counter-jungling red buff every single time that it was available.
It's the strength of the Runeglaive at the moment. They took away a lot of the combat effectiveness of it, transferred some of it to clearing the jungle.
Blue side Kalista ban as
And
well.
boy, you fly through it. And Kalista double AD bans thrown at Sketch. And he played Jinx.
Yeah.
Didn't look too phased by it, Atlas.
I'm perplexed as to why they banned Twisted Fate when they could have banned his Ash away as well. And there
Well,
we
that's
are.
because Punish beats people with Twisted Fate.
It certainly does. Kassadin also fantastic, but Victor once again going to hit the bench. Naranja, a couple of bans thrown his way as well.
Yeah, a lot of respect given for the mid laner.
So
But the Brahms, the Rumbles, still available right now. So WA Future do have the pick of the litter. See what they want to go with.
Yeah, it was a very similar ban phase this time around too. It's only the Elise that is really the change up, and the Twitch over the side of WA Future. And Gragas, the considered first pick here for clear, and they lock it away.
Yeah, not even long considered. Just jam in that high priority. Jungler, see what Amy wants to respond with, whether he even picks up a jungle at this stage of the game. Of course, Rek'Sai still available.
now considering the high priority of Heimerdinger versus Aurelia, definitely a difficult decision to make. Decides instead that he just doesn't want to make that choice. Too hard.
Evelynn also available, and without Rek'Sai being locked in the jungle position, opens the ability to take the stealth champion.
Yeah, if he wants to. Could also go towards a different lane, but looking for the jungle pick first, not wanting to let WEF know exactly what the solo lanes are going to be straight away. Braum going to be picked away from Savoki into the hands of Hart. And Amy, there's the Evelynn, the hover one more time. Looks like it will be the Rek'Sai. It's going to be locked in for Amy, so see how he goes.
Double knock-up this time on the side of UP, first time through.
Punished's turn for the Yasuo.
Probably not. Clear also hovering
There's
Alistair
a lot
here.
of knock-ups on both sides, actually.
Everyone gets knocked up. Yasuo ults, 9 people die. Walks
Yeah.
out.
The normal game Yasuo syndrome. Well, Naranja yet to make his decision on what he wants to pick for who. Sivir, of course, definitely an opportunity here for Pentakill, not wanting to go for that hyper carry in the Kog'Maw.
Wouldn't mind Sivir just for a pushing ability. Being able to clear out some of the waves means that picking something like a Yasuo is much more easily executed upon, because you do have the wave clear to be able to deal with it.
Sketch sees the Sivir, thinks Draven could be a fantastic idea here.
Draven is real good against Sivir. Lucian also very good against Sivir. Have to see what he would like to go for. Punished also has the opportunity to blind pick a mid laner. Lulu very good at doing that, as we mentioned last game. And Lucian is something that we've seen an awful lot of around the world, but we're not going to get either. So why talk about it?
Good point. But, you know, Graves does a very similar thing to the Lucian, maybe in a little bit more of a conal vibe. He's cycling between the two now. Punished, pretty sure of the fact that Rumble might be picked for long in the top lane, leaving Punished's pick until last. WEF now need to round out their lineups, and it is going to be Lucian and the Rumble for UP.
So I really expect Punish to go with Lulu now off the back end of those two pickups. A lot of zone control going to be created by Long. They've got a good solo tank in Amy, and Hart also going to get fairly tanky as the game goes on. And it just sets Sketch up to do so much damage. Light Slinger passive, which health picks, is the most obnoxious combo late game
Oh, yeah.
League of Legends has seen. I'm talking 100% dodge Jax does not come close.
I don't know about that. But Naranja thinking about picking away the Lulu.
Would be really smart.
And Pentakill hovering. Okay. Okay, no Insec.
I thought they were going to do the why not have both.
Exactly. I would have liked it.
Lulu, of course, does fine against Rumble in lane.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, Naranja.
They give it up.
Give up the Lulu and they go back towards the Yasuo comp. Of course, now with the Pulverize and the Explosive Cask, it is most definitely an opportunity here. It's Punished. He really wants to play an assassin. You can feel it. He's like, I don't want to be on Glitterlance duty again. Just don't want to be doing it. I have a feeling Zed may not be locked in, but Punished. He wants to do it. He wants it so bad.
Gives them a legitimate split push threat. There's a good 4-man unit already for UP.
They have a lot of magic damage already in the Rumble.
Yep.
Double carpets, which is good.
See whether Punish does go towards something aggressive like his Zed. Fizz would also be a very aggressive pickup. Does well.
Swain, also a fantastic pickup.
Is that Swain?
I think so, yeah. Chinese Swain.
Look like singed. Don't know. No idea. But Fizz, really good counter pick against the Yasuo. Dives through the wind wall. Point blank fishes.
Yeah,
A lot of good things can happen, and it's also an assassin, so Punished is happy, man.
exactly. Finally. He's found a middle ground. His team said, no Zed. That's crazy. But able to pick up the Fizz, and arguably a better pick in my opinion anyway, especially at the current moment. Hasn't had that reset of the ultimate reduced from 1 second to 0.5 seconds as of yet on this patch, I believe. I think that's a 5.15 option.
Yeah, I think it is.
Says Max, not entirely sure. But Naranja once again on the Yasuo. We'll see how he goes against Punished.
LPL really messes with my patch mates, man. I have so much sympathy
I know.
for you.
I know. I just don't know, like, because you try and keep up with how many things have
Yesterday
changed
was
where.
1-3. Today's
Yeah.
1-4. I have no idea what's going on.
He also played a game of League of Legends today, and it was on 1-5. So I don't know who to ban solo queue anymore. It's like, what patch are we on? Which season of LPL are we in? But let's go through the lineups here. It's 9-5-7 on the Hecarim into Lung's turn on the Rumble. See how this one goes. Of course, 9-5-7, the captain of the team, now able to get those home guard teleport ganks in to really start things off. Clear on the Gragas, Amy on the Rek'Sai. A unique jungle matchup. Haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, it's
ever.
actually fallen a little bit out of favor.
Slightly.
As we see Naranja on Yasuo one more time. Punish this time matching fire with fire as opposed to glitter lances. With the Fizz and Pentakill on a little bit more of a support duty, trying to facilitate the Hecarim and the Gragas getting onto the back line with Sivir as Scatch picks up Lucian.
Yeah, Savoki on the Alistair here, as well as Hart is going to be playing the Braum. Lots of knockups towards the bottom side of the map. You can see Hart, he's scheming. He's ready to get amongst it. We'll
The
see whether he can
mastermind.
see whether he can have as much of an impactful performance as he did last time on the Thresh.
Yeah, he had a beautiful game picking Naranja out, making sure the exhausts were on point. Helped his team to the first victory.
Certainly did. Let's get onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for Game 2 between World Elite Future and UP. Unlimited potential.
And a big stack coming out of UP. Might have beaten Savoki there. Did not. So,
Hart didn't have the power of the door to take down that one.
yeah, the chair
Spawn
just
drops his
not
pen
coming up.
in fury.
Heartbroken.
Ah,
Didn't mean it at all. Please stop.
That was a good one. Long. Sorry. Look. Don't give me that look. Okay, deep wards down for WEF. Savoki gonna head back to base.
And once again, the 5-man invade comes over the wall. They know it's there. They hit it twice.
They did. Maybe Hart thought, yeah, no, surely I did get it. No, he didn't.
Just lied. Did you clear the ward? Yeah, did.
Yeah, totally, guys.
Don't stress.
Of course, the one would have appeared when they pressed tab. Everyone knows. Hart walking over another ward.
And lane swap successfully achieved this time from World Elite Future.
Yeah. So looking to try and get Pentakill through the early stage. To the point where he can just delete waves and move on. Not have to deal with any sort of laning situation. Just play non-interactive League of Legends.
Exactly right. Make sure that he's fighting against a wave as opposed to Lucian. You don't like to fight against very often. And it is going to be Hart recalling to probably get vision over the top side of the jungle. Make sure that when Long goes back up there, he doesn't die.
Oh, he might die to the red buff beforehand. Who knows?
Tank up as much as possible so Amy has the safest jungle path.
Not too bad. Going to use that smite. Pick up the extra health from that as well.
A little bit of a quicker jungle. No, it's not.
Ooh,
They
Hart.
went straight to blue. Hart spotted. Oh,
Wonders
Gets
out of the
away.
way. Yep.
close call.
Oh, he's a powerful unit.
Great Hecarim skin.
It's one of my personal favorites as well. I do like headless. Oh, Hart just trying to be a nuisance. Oh, wanted to be able to steal away the little one there. Savoki's coming around. The rest of WEF moving up. See what they can do. Harpoon's coming in. Level 2 achieved by
Very
this
real
Rumble.
dive.
What
Hart's
is he
cut off.
doing? Yeah, Hart trying to get in there. The ward is down.
Needs to hold the creep wave off the turret, you feel.
Pentakill
Hart
actually
still zoned away from Long. They can't join each other.
Minions actually do relevant
Committed
damage at the
onto
moment.
Clear.
Yeah, Long is going to use the flash to get under the inner turret. The exhaust is down. Oh my goodness, that flash was outstanding. And WE Future pick up 2 kills.
And I am completely confused as to what Hart and Long were hoping they would accomplish there.
Probably to kill minions underneath their outer turret in the top lane.
Did not work in the end, Atlas, is my point.
Yeah.
They split up. Always take a friend with you guys. Otherwise, 957 will hoof you back into their
And
team.
they would have learned that in primary school, you know, going to the bathroom. I mean, there is no excuse.
Certainly is not, but that means that 2 kills and 1,200 gold is now the lead. Punish also struggling in this mid lane.
Yeah, Naranja just a fantastic farmer on Yasuo. Punish. Seastone Trident is going to be able to at least help him clear out these minions. Oh, there's a knock-up on a Punished as well. Naranja just dancing around. The fast push is on for WEF. And that's almost a 2,000 gold lead at 4.5 minutes as Naranja, he's getting ganked by Hart. Still level 1. The Ignite is down. Naranja burning now. Uses the flash. There's the knock-up. Goes back in. There's the headbutt pulverized from Savoki. But the stun comes down. Punished.
Oh no,
He's gonna
Savoki in
punish him
trouble
in the
now.
end. There's the knock-up from the Unburrow. My goodness, this Braum passive is doing some work. Playful Trickster, and it's a double kill for Punish.
Okay, so probably the person they really wanted to get WoW as who else died?
Wait, yeah, good point. Hang on.
Long.
Yeah.
Dead again to the Hecarim. Don't know how that happened, but yeah, probably not the person that they wanted to give kills over to here. WE Future.
Just like the meanwhile situation that was going on there.
Merc Treads apparently able to get the better of Long, who was very far pushed up that lane.
Oh, look at that little popcorn chicken just waiting at the very back of the pit. PentaQ not going to kill it. Lots of wards now available for UP on the bottom side jungle. Scats clearing out waves over and over again. So this Lucian,
15 CF, is doing quite nicely.
level 5 to level 3 as well.
Naranja went in.
Oh my goodness, punished. We're going to try and get an Urchin Strike in there as well. There's the knock-up. Man, punished. Long. Having a rough time this game. 7 CS, 0-2-0. Punish doesn't find any damage from the Playful Trickster. He's able to walk out unscathed.
Let's
Here
take
it is.
another look at Long. So Clear was also up there. It was a 2v1 surprise attack, and wow, that damage.
That was silly. Oh my goodness. Chinese client rumble. So weird sounding. Punish trying his best to auto-attack Naranja, who's been silly around these minion waves. There's the Spirit of Dread, 957, bullying Long away, who just teleported into that top lane. 25 CS to 9 now. PentaQ with a huge minion wave shoving through. And Hart trying to create some distance.
Stats has a longsword, which makes me think Brutalizer might
like
be on
it.
the table here. Gives a good amount of mid-game power as Double Jungle continues as a deep freeze reinforced by 957.
I think double jungle is almost necessary here.
300% creep score up right now.
Yeah, that is just silly. Long just wants all the
So
experience
slow
that he
push
can
will
get.
go back in Long's favor. But until that time, there is no way he can approach 2 levels down. Needs to be very careful with how he deals with this situation.
Yeah, Sketch holding this minion wave. WF are going to be able to pick up a pink ward. But UP have the wave exactly where they want it.
Sketch actually took a lot of damage and it will push back, so maybe not completely worth unless they can get a gank down here in the meantime.
Yep. Well, Long heading back to base might be able to get his haunting guys potentially. Starting with the
No
Amp
way.
Tome. No, he's going to get boots. But starting with the Amp Tome seems to have really not really benefited UP all that much. Hart heading straight towards PentaQ right now. The teleport coming in from WEF Sketch. He's exhausted. In goes 957. So much damage, and the displacement from the ultimate easily enough to grab another kill for WEF.
And that is a huge creep wave, and all of a sudden the dive coming through as well.
957 actually tanking up the turret there as well as Hart doesn't get hit by
Good
the
stand
body
behind me.
slam. Yeah, really nice.
give Lung a little bit of time to catch up in some CS, but second turret of the game going to go down for WE Future.
Yep, Lung finally finds himself a creep wave, but 49-20, probably not going to be the greatest feeling here for the Rumble. WEF, exactly right. 2 turrets to nothing. That whole wave dies as well before that is finally taken
And
down.
Hecarim is a beast right now. 202, 50 CS, especially after a lane swap. Has a benefit of having 2 turrets in his favor as well. 957, very much accelerated and has the ignite, so doesn't even get any better for long. The entirety of the game, he's going to live in fear.
Well, has managed to pick up some farm. Naranja continues to shove the mid lane.
And we're going to see the problem with a snowballed comp against Fizz twice in one night. Just Fizz has so much trouble defending sieges against people that can continually push into him. Has mana issues. Has very big melee issues when he wants to clear out minion waves. So Punish needs to make sure that his team doesn't fall any further behind.
Well, clears out that minion wave just fine, of course, on his own in the middle of the lane.
Catching him by anything.
Okay.
Maybe you bought boots.
I think that may have been all he managed to get there.
Long. Is that 3 levels behind? No. Equal
Is
in
it
levels.
equal? Yeah. Held onto that wave for quite some time. 957 did go back to base, grabbed himself a Phage.
I was like, hey, they're a level 9 on the map. He's not that far ahead. He's 10 minutes in. That's bonkers.
Trap shield is going to be used. And the wave's now pushing out. 957 knows that Lung probably going to have to spend some time hanging back. Deep wards for Savoki. Amy's going to take down the Raptor camp.
So shining light right now for UP is their mid laner. Punish needs to be able to get some work done. Sketch not having a horrible game, but Naranja has already broken off into split push duty.
Savoki heading towards the mid lane as 3 versus 2 at the moment in favor of WEF as far as members present.
This is a good move out of UP, recognizing the fact that the mid turret next going to come under siege. Send their wave clear in the form of Lucian. Piercing Light, Culling very good at clearing out the minion waves into that lane. WEF though, they make the right decision. They heavily ward the top side of the jungle. Make sure that 957 is comfortable farming that far upper lane. All of a sudden, Amy has to stay there to reinforce Long, which is not where he wants to be. He wants to be getting all of the action done in the mid lane.
And he's forced to go back here as well. Finally has that haunting guise. Probably would love to have had the Sorcerer's Shoes by this stage for the potential dragon fight number 2. Will be coming up in 3 or so minutes.
He's just so far behind right now.
Sketch is able to clear out this minion wave. So needlessly large rod now for Punished. Does have that cloth armor as well as picking up the boots. Heading towards what was Korn's item build when he did manage to win that game as Fizz. 3rd time around for King. Grabbing what is most likely is on his Hourglass next. Amy actually going in, trying to find the knock-up onto Clear. There's the Winters by Glacial Fissure down as well. He's going to get stunned. And I believe, whoa,
wow,
that ultimate, the last breath comes in. Punish finally takes down Clear. The equalizer's there. Naranja, though, dancing around this fight, is going to fall down, but a double kill already for Punished. Trying to get over the wall. Playful Trickster's going to get him there. Ignite not going to tick down and take out the Fizz, but man, Playful Trickster gets him over the wall. 957.
957. Not impressed by that maneuver. Going in.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Punished. Not going to survive, and
I thought
957
he might
dives
nearly
the
have
turret.
the Playful Trickster back available. Would have nearly been the outplay if he did. But in the end, 957, 4-0-2. Picks up even more kills for himself. And that combo was
Revolting.
really painful.
Yeah, well, it looked like Clear was clearly caught out, but instead gets the 3-man body slam into the massive last breath.
4-man headbutt pole.
Yeah.
From there, it was just all about Naranja, like putting out lots of damage. And then 957 playing cleanup. on what is nearly a Trinity Force Hecarim with Boots 2 and Home Guards at 13 minutes into a game.
That is repugnant. If you're a UP fan.
Pretty
Glorious.
good if you're a
WEF
Gohan fan. Oh no, you hit their trunks. God damn.
Yeah, if you're a Trunks fan. If you like purple hair. Man,
Have I got a team for you?
Yeah.
I should be their marketing manager. I would make him a killing.
Yeah, you really should be. Of course, we're talking about QG, ladies and gentlemen. TNT with his sweet purple hair. Has changed it now. And in his LPL photo, it's still purple.
I wasn't talking about him at all.
Let me have this moment.
Why would you talk about QG?
He has purple hair. Trunks is in his... Don't worry about it. I feel like we've had a disconnect. Zonya's completed for Punished for 1 and 0 for the Fizz. Sheen completed there as well. Infinity Edge now for PentaQ. Narinja one more time, going for those Mercury's Treads by the looks of things.
Stay with a Hex Drinker once again.
Yeah, I might go for it one more time. I guess the only thing to be mitigating this game is concussive blows. That's about it. Maybe doesn't quite need boots as much.
Long
But
caught out.
yeah, 957 does need to be careful. Amy comes around though. There's the Prey Seeker. Not wanting to get too deep on a 957. Able to use that devastating charge, get himself the movement speed, and get him out
Hart
of there.
also heading top lane. Leaving mid for dead. Still got ultimate here.
He's going to find the Winter's Bite. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. 957 gets himself to safety. He's going to be Sketch using that culling to get rid of the minion wave. Oh, Punish. Playful tricks to get him over the wall. But doesn't get him the blue buff.
So they lose blue buff, burn the ultimate, create some space for Long, who's done a good job of catching up in CS.
Yeah.
Not a great job of catching up in kills as of yet. And Dragon falls down. The second one for WE Future. Stranglehold on that objective early game. But once again, they want 957. Not happy with the horse right now. Sending more and more resources up here.
Hart gets in there. There's the exhaust immediately. Glacial Fissure down. There's the double carpet. And Long's going to burn him to death. That's the revenge story. The trade is going to be for the mid lane outer turret, though.
Definitely worth it now. They've got all the pressure on top. Going to be able to trade for that. They get Long a much-needed kill.
That's a shutdown as well. A rampage streak.
Yeah, so 474 gold, I believe, going over to Long. And he's going to be much happier right now.
Yeah, feeling a whole lot better. Might be able to grab those Sorcerer Shoes if he heads back to base. And this wave not in a too worrisome position as either. Yeah, well, Punished and Hart hanging out. Hart looking to try and pick himself up some experience. Leandri's Torment actually already gathered for Long.
Going the most cost-efficient route he possibly can. And they've put an extra couple of minutes on this Trinity Force for 957. What was a pony rampaging out of control has now been pegged back slightly. There still is a 3,000 gold lead right now for WE Future. Cannot stress that highly enough. But UP have slowed the onslaught just a tiny bit. Need to continue because it's only really Punished that's having a good news story right now. Everyone else behind their counterpart.
And Punished is sort of relegated to clearing out this wave bottom lane as well. He's not using
on
his
deal
extra
with
gold.
Yasuo duty.
Precisely. Well, Hart still hanging around, making sure he can use his CC wherever he can get it. And Long just going to answer the push from 957 here towards the top lane.
So Long still absorbing as much farm as he possibly can. He's still not on double pen items. Needs to continue to scale up. And that's so weird to say over Rumble. Wow.
Yeah, 957 coming in with the devastating charge. That's Sheen proc, man.
It's like, where's your friends now, buddy?
Yeah. Oh, Harpoon.
Does
There's a
nothing.
horse in that brush. Yeah, 957 now the one with the friends. The rest of UP are towards the top side of the map, though. Punished did get back down from the bottom lane to help his team out.
The crowd goes wild. Hart recall successfully.
Nice work. Bounces his way up there. Still a 30 CS lead here for 957. 4-1 and 2.
So once again, can't command Long enough. for being able to stay relevant as maybe Clear caught out. No, able to get away.
Yep, wanders lazily out of the enemy jungle.
How dare you call Gragas lazy?
Apologize. Actually a fairly mobile champion.
Yes, surprisingly so.
Yeah, I like it. Amy is going to take down this Raptor camp. 957 has his Trinity Force. He's going back to base.
And Amy, for someone that's jungle has been continually invaded, has done a very good job of farming.
Yeah.
004 also.
Spots out Clear, who's just going to body slam his way over the Baron wall, punished. Now on the bottom side, looking for this outer turret with that Sheen.
And WE
The other
Future
way.
need to be careful here. They're picking out a pink ward. They will be able to take it away. But if they start seeding little objectives over to UP and they can peg back a gold lead, we've seen time and time again how well this team can team fight. Instead, they make the right move in on mid lane. They're going for the
957
dive.
Devastatingly charging through as well. Hart's going to get knocked up.
Oh
Uses
my
the ultimate.
goodness,
There's
he's
a
alive.
glacial fissure for the turnaround. Hart finally dies. UP now trying to get their members in here. Sketch very close to dead as he's going to get chased down and destroyed by Naranja. Long going to get exhausted as well. And it's just one by one. UP members getting obliterated. Punish the last man standing. Does manage to take down PentaQ and escape.
Yeah, so able to get out with his life, but it's 4 for 1. And WE Future clean the house of UP up. Going to be able to take down an inhibitor if they kill the turret.
They do manage to in the end. PentaQ, the only one to die on WEF, and the inhibitor falls as well. So Hart back alive, and man, UP cannot make a mistake like that.
So
5,000 gold to lead.
couple thousand gold more picked up after that. Schmozzle of a team fight, shall we call it, for UP. Really well executed for WEF. Dove the Braum. Got the important summoner spell as well as ultimate out there. Made sure that they were on top of Sketch, who had such a good game one. Has really struggled this game too. And because the team fighters weren't there, the Rumble, the Fizz, they just couldn't get anything else done.
And everyone just filed in one by one. It's the classic situation where you've got 5 members. It doesn't really matter if you get damage down when you're not killing anyone and you're just running in one after the other, getting CC'd and destroyed.
Yeah, it was like when Earth used to get caught out in Captain Planet all the time.
Oh my goodness. Loved Captain Planet, man. Wait, are you talking about Kwame or are you talking about the planet? Kwame was the guy that was controlled the Earth.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Too deep. I was very young when that show was around, Ellis.
so was I.
Double burn.
It was beautifully played. Well, we do have the Lich Bane now completed for Punished, also with the Lucidity boots.
Yeah,
WEF.
Punished in a great spot.
Yeah.
We see Hecarim hanging around in base, looking for the teleport play. There's one right in the middle lane that he could go to. Dragon number 3 up for grabs.
Can head towards the bottom lane as well. The minion wave in a decent position for that. Dragon has been started. Amy pretty tanky. Oh, the knock up on a Punished. Wow, it took a lot of damage. There's Naranja. Now with the Hex Drinker.
Or they can just stay here for another wave. And then, what? There you go.
Yeah, there's Talisman of Ascension. Amy, oh, he's going to be able to tunnel out. It's very close. Winter's Bite does land on a Savoki.
But they realize that it's way too dangerous around this side of the map right now. Someone needs to go back and deal with the mid lane. No, they're still sticking it out. Dragon goes. What goes down from here?
Yeah, well, they're looking to try and figure it out as Naranja hasn't quite found his way in just yet. In fact, the Equalizer was used already. UP still alive. Punish trying to get some work done, but eventually goes down. Naranja, he's also dead. There's the headbutt pole, but no more last breath available. It wasn't used in the fight. And Long, he's cleaned up.
Long having another great team fight. And somehow, UP, with 5,000 gold down, take a desperation team fight. As you said, last breath didn't come out. Just some things going wrong with WEF. Execution once again, Atlas. And UP steal a team fight. I have no idea how they win that.
Yeah, shouldn't have happened at all. And that's a Zhonya's Hourglass now for Long. Arm guard transformed into a Zhonya's off the back of that team fight. Long back in the game. Able to get aggressive on this Rumble. Lots more damage availability as well. Let's see it again.
Yeah, let's take another look. So teleport comes in slightly late. It was a beautiful fish actually onto Clear. Savoki took so much work, and Then this from Punish to able to get one more playful Trickster down onto 3 members. And then just great kiting throughout the choke point. Sketch and Hart
double
playing
knock-up
with
from
that
Amy.
choke point was so impressive. And Long overheating at the perfect moment. Got so much damage done.
Well, Clear looking to try and get amongst it, but didn't get the body slam in there. Pentakill was also well back in their own jungle.
And this is the thing, you look at the team comp that's come out of WE Future and you think, chokes are their friends. Savoki, Naranja, Clear, even 957 want to get in there and all play with the choke points. But that time around,
Oh, Baron, pretty upset.
Hart and Sketch just played it beautifully, kiting
did.
in and out of the blue buff area. Sketch now caught up in item.
Yeah, and WEF, sort of the only thing that's really going for them. A, the inhibitor's down. And B, 3 dragons to 0. Really putting them on the clock for a really nice 5th dragon timer if they can control the area.
Huge bottom minion wave that's being pinged out right now by UP. They don't want to make any rash moves. They also spot out 957. Oh,
Nice win.
gave him the chair. And Amy real strong right now.
Yeah, real tanky. Almost has that Randuin's Omen as his second item here to complement.
That bottom wave is still on the turret.
He's getting ignored. Inhibitor about to come back up. You can see no more super creeps in this wave. Naranja takes down some puppies because he's angry at him. Smacking him with the Steel Tempest. Needs himself a tunnel as
Right
well.
now, Punish has just been more effective than 957 in these team fights.
Yeah.
Able to assassinate key targets, and that's Hecarim's job as well. You know, you look at Hecarim, think Bruiser, but at Trinity Force with Ignite, definitely is an assassin top laner. Just hasn't been able to get on top of Scat.
Well, if UP can layer all of their AoE damage and area damage correctly with, you know, the fish, with Scatch with the piercing light, with the fact that Long can get so much damage down with the Flame Spitter, as well as, of course, the Equalizer.
Yeah, it's just the equalizer fish combo. If they can get that on a knockup from Amy, it's just going to mean great things. And look at Amy, how much he's helped Long out this game. Long goes to clean out the wave against 957. They recognize that he's still incredibly strong on Hecarim. So they send a member over there to keep an eye on him, make sure everything's all right. And Hart, once again, has that exhaust available, going to be able to get it down on a priority target like Naranja, like 957, and just stop all of the damage output.
Yeah, and that's just Sketch and Hart actually able to avoid this inhibitor going down just by themselves. So Amy had gone back to base. Punish was waiting in the wings just to try and deter WEF from making any moves. They don't want to do anything without him on the map. That'd be a dangerous flanking option, standing in the base gate.
Once again, UP just successfully repelled. Looks like blue buff will go over to WE Future. But the game is stalled out for another couple of minutes. Dragon up in a minute. That is where we saw the last major team fight that UP were able to take.
And if Sketch manages to get to a last Whisper by that stage as well, could mean fantastic things for this UP lineup. He is still 400 gold away from it approximately. He really wants to be able to get it if he can. Clearing out this wave is going to help out. It's a big one. Savoki's coming down as well.
Look at Hart. Hart has always been in the right position this game.
Hart has just been, honestly, MVP for UP so far. This particular series. His Thresh was brilliant.
What the heck?
Yeah, good point.
Hart and Punish, definitely the two consistent members. So weird about saying that from Punish, especially with how he started his LPL,
Yeah.
but has really evolved into a key mid laner for this team.
Now Sketch going to be backing. He's got it. Last Whisper now achieved. 30 seconds until the Dragon comes up. The 4th for WEF. The UP
Everyone's
wanting to try
recalled
to
as
fight
well,
back.
so it's not like they're going to be able to burst it down. Hart going back also, maybe needs to watch his timing a little bit.
Yeah, has made it as he people's elbows his way back home. I assume that was the move. It's the only wrestling move that I know.
You must know rock bottom if you know that one. Wow.
Just missed out on it.
Somewhere Nintendo Dex cries. As we have once again some posturing around the dragon area. This one going to fall down incredibly quickly.
Not so much posturing, more just starting it up.
They go
Here's
in.
the teleport from Long. It is going to be locked down, so fourth Dragon
Wow,
for
they're in
WEF,
the-
but they're starting the fight. Long trying to get his Flame Spitter across these members, but look at 957 right in the back. Sketch can't do anything at all. UP lose the AD carry already. Punished, getting melted. The equalizers there. Long able to use the Zhonya's up as well, but man, this is going badly for UP. As Amy and Long, the last men standing, and Amy's back in base.
Yeah, that might actually be game nearly 20 seconds. It will mean at least Baron. That's what the call is for. Amy needs to get down there for the potential of a miracle steal. But everything just went wrong. It looked like they didn't want to pull the trigger on any of their ultimates. And 957 this time able to delete Sketch off the map.
Yeah, just ran up to him and said, I ain't leaving. And he was dead. Amy trying to kill 957. 957 able to take down the inhibitor as the Baron gets destroyed as well. So Inhib and Baron, UP, well and truly back on the back foot.
Certainly are. Punish wasn't able to get the amount of work done that team fight that was required of him. Even PentaQ, 4-2-14, having a terrific game.
4-2-10 even. It was 4-2-14. That would be too many kills.
Would be. 4 more than is on the map.
Yeah. But kill participation at 14 for both the AD carry and the support here for WEF. Both of them having
And the
a
jungle.
highly involved game. Yeah, and the jungle. Long waiting around. Once again, UP dealing with these super creeps. Now Baroned up super creeps, which is tough. Tart coming over, giving the door to this minion wave. UP hanging on for dear life. Having to do with 957 now split pushing as well as Naranja. You can see just confusing everyone, even the minions.
Yeah, and 1-3-1s are so hard to deal with,
Especially
when you
Baron.
have Baron up creeps. You can see they're going to commit on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Clear trying to get out here as Hart. He's making his way through, but Naranja so fast. The rage passive of that Trinity Force, meaning that he moves so quickly. 957 wasting no time getting through this inner turret. Now able to get onto the inhibitor
They
as
have
well.
one more chance. They don't pull the trigger on it. They need to go deal with 957.
It's down to half health. Thankfully, the minion wave comes
pinging
up
it
here
back
for
in.
UP.
957 will get the second turret on this wave if they don't send someone back.
Yeah. Oh, Hart looking for the flank play. But WEF, they just back away. They know that they can do this. No teleport for long. Inhibitor turret falls down, and 957's going to grab the second inhibitor for WEF.
Which will probably mean third inhibitor as well, Atlas. It's just too hard to defend against both.
Well, of course, you can see 4 members of WEF moving towards this bottom lane, and they're playing this out so incredibly well.
Long can't fight 957 by himself. Has to back off.
I don't think that this UP lineup can fight 957 with about 3 of them, to be honest. Almost has the Frozen Heart completed as well. Are defending this bottom lane inhibitor turret for now, but now it's Nexus turrets that are under fire with the Baron buff. And Super Creep streaming in the mid lane. WF just biding their time.
Certainly are. They have a good vision ward over that wall. Making sure that they have complete sight of UP. Hart wants in.
Yeah, nice unbreakable from Hart. Does have the ultimate still available, is going to use it there as Naranja gets exhausted, punished, headbutted out of the fight. Oh, no one to be found with the tornado. Chum the waters. He's going to eat Savoki for now, but there's the ultimate. Avoiding so much of it. Oh, the last breath doesn't get in there, and Naranja picks up the kill under punish. Now, Sketch still alive, but in comes the horse as he just eats the Lucian for dinner. Amy going to be going down as well. Not quite yet. There he goes. And it's a double kill for 957. And the game for WE Future, they even it out. We now find ourselves in a best of 3 scenario.
Yeah, so WEF able to grab game 2. UP drop a map. And that was much better execution, you have to say, except for one dragon fight where they kind of fumbled it a little bit. WEF playing the 1-3-1, making sure 957 after a fantastic start was on a roll. And UP have to look back at level 1 and think, why the heck did we send 2 people top?
Well, and all off the back of that in the end. His poor player pretty happy with how things just went. Able to get things done on that Alistair most definitely. And yeah, that level 1 play just seemed to be everything there for
Savoki's
WEF.
4-man headbutt pole, by the way,
yeah.
that allowed all those kills to go across the 957 was beautiful to watch.
Just ridiculous.
And you can see when they're on the same page operating in these team fights, they look like a really impressive team.
Yeah, and it's exactly UP's playstyle as well, except that game, they were just able to accelerate it through and just do it better than UP possibly could. And Naranja, this Yasuo, man, I mean, it didn't work in the first game, but he still played well. The next game, farming up a Storm, able to get that Trinity Force, everything working out here for the Yasuo player in the mid lane for WEF. And I want them to ban it. I want to see what else he can do.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's bannable, especially if Punish can play that way in the games. I think that really wasn't the issue. This time around, it was definitely the Hecarim.
Yeah.
And even in the bottom lane down there, Savoki had a really good game on Alistair. So that's where I would look if they're going to change it up.
Well, we'll see whether they can, but we are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, it's going to be Game 3 between WEF and UP. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. to English broadcast of the Chinese LPL 2016 promotion tournament. I am Max Alexander, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're ready to get into Game 3 between WEF and Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, Game 3 coming up. WEF able to hit back.
Yeah.
1 to Trunks. It's 1-all in this
my
epic
goodness.
battle.
They're charging their abilities right now.
They certainly are. We are about to get back into Champion Select, and that was a really poor early game execution from UP, biting them huge, but great capitalization out of WE Future. They got a lot of their golden resources onto 957. He was able to, with Hecarim, play that assassin role in a couple of the team fights. You have to think that UP will try and shore that up.
Yeah, 957 on your screen right now. You can see, listening to the coach, trying to get in there. And, of course, that Hecarim was a fantastic pickup for WEF, and we'll see whether that gets banned away in the next game, whether UP have a way of dealing with it.
Yeah, and they picked away the Rumble, which was interesting
Yeah.
to me.
Because that wasn't exactly what WEF won with last time around.
No, it certainly was not, because they lost that game.
That's true, but it wasn't what was good. Come on, man. Hecarim first ban, though, so that makes a bit of sense. Twisted Fate going to hit the bench as well. Punish never going to get that one during this particular series, according to WEF's ban priority. Yasuo is going to get a ban as well, so Naranja does have to try something else as he gets onto the Rift. And one more ban to come, couple more bans, sorry, to come through from WEF. Still taking some time thinking about their second.
So they've seen Naranja's Yasuo twice. I thought they dealt with it well both times, but not wanting to risk it, just a little bit too much of a threat on the Rift, so understandably banning it away.
957, interestingly enough, was famous for his Morgana top.
Is famous for his Morgana top.
Yes, but hasn't played it this series, so I was using the past tense for that particular reason. But actually played a little bit in the bottom lane. So Voki, not always there, of course, did actually have a completely different support player for a while as well, Spawn, that you alluded to earlier on. But once again, Azir going to be banned away. Naranja. Victor actually banned away from WEF. So interestingly enough, UP actually banned the Victor and the Azir last time. This time, the Victor going to have to be banned away from WEF, so Punish
All
can't
the
play.
control mage's gone.
Yeah. Once again, Amy going to grab the Elise.
Was a power pick for Game 1. We'll have it again in Game 3.
957 thinking about what he wants to take away. Whether he wants to pick up something for himself. Grab a support and jungle, perhaps. See whether they can leave their options open. Leah looking to hop away from the Gragas.
Had a good game too on Gragas. But maybe looking for a little bit more skirmish potential in the early game of Rek'Sai.
Yeah. So Braum being hovered. Lulu once again actually going to get locked in here. So Naranja going to blind pick his mid lane. Or Savoki. No, he's not, because Braum's been locked in. So it could be a top laner. 957, of course, we alluded to the Morgana. Support-based is the Lulu as well. Can be played in the top lane. So we'll see whether it's a flex pick here.
Would like to see Hart go back to the Thresh this game.
Oh, yeah.
See if he's able to, once again, have a huge impact throughout laning phase. Also allows the pick potential of Amy to very much come into effect.
When punished. Looking at the Jace. I'd actually really like Jace here as well with the resurgence of Elise.
Yeah, no, I'd prefer Ahri. Really, if you're going to
More
go
pick?
Elise, just commit to the pick. Ahri's a good team fighter. There's some pick champions that really excel in team fighting as well. Elise being one of them because she can dance around, repel, execute people. Thresh, another one because he has a flay in the box. Ahri has all of that true damage that comes back across with the orb. But
And the safety of the Spirit Rush.
yeah, will
as
not be
well.
the case. Long will once again go back to the Gnar, which he had a great game 1 on.
Really glad he made that decision, but the answer from 957 looks to be the Nautilus in the top lane, wanting to be a brick wall that Lung may not be able to get through. A lot of extra wave clear as well on top of that champion.
Also 3 supports right now. So
Yeah.
no idea where anyone's going. Could be a support Lulu and mid.
And does this mean
Nautilus
that
and a top
Pentakill...
Braum.
Yeah, does Pentakill have to play a hyper carry now? Are they going to be lacking damage?
Not necessarily. You can play something like Illusion and be completely fine. But does need to be AD, so it can't be something like a Corki, you feel, coming into the lineup.
Yeah. Well, see what they do decide to go with. Now UP, up to them to round out their lineup. Sketch needs to grab his champion Punished as well with an option. You can see Sketch on your screen right now.
Twitch is available.
That is true. Was banned away last time.
Ash also up.
In fact, every 80 carry apart from Callista up here for Sketch if he wants it. And if we're talking about picks, I mean, Twitch can do it with his submarine maneuvers, with his ambush.
Certainly can. Able to get in there, mix it
Oh
up.
my goodness, they are going all in for that particular option with this Morgana pick.
Anish is going to be playing Ahri in the mid lane.
Thank goodness. I don't know. Doinby does it well. Don't get me wrong, on the side of QG, but we've seen it just backfire so hard. And Sketch has picked up the Cogmore, denied it from Pentakill. He had a decent performance on it in game 1. Now I'm going to be taking the Jinx side of that particular matchup.
Yeah, so swapping AD carries from game number 1. A lot of pick flavor in UP's lineup with the Ahri, Thresh, and Elise. A little bit more protect the AD carry coming out of WE Future with 3 supports to get behind Pentakill's Jinx.
One going to be doing it more often than the others.
It's going to be getting in front of it.
Nice. Ability's called Stand Behind Me, man. Oh, okay, good point. Well, I thought it was funny. Just fell pretty flat on the desk here. It's sad. Oh well.
Now it's funny.
Yeah, 3 seconds to go. That's how I do it, man. Beat it to death. Pentakill. He's going to be taking the Jinx. So they wait for the whole clock to run out. And then eventually they get there as Savoki does have the Braum. And it is going to be Naranja with that Lulu in the mid lane. And the brick wall of 957's Nautilus up there on the top. And we'll see whether Lung can have another fantastic performance on the Gnar. See whether that is going to be what has really carried UP through. Because you have to say, last game, the Rumble didn't look great out of Lung there on the top side.
Had one really good team fight where he was able to get it going, but time and time again, they were just late to the party. Really hurt UP as they were trying to crawl their way back into that game. Landing phase was a Shamozzle.
Love your use of Shamozzle there.
And I want to see what Long builds on this Gnar as he goes up against 957's Nautilus. Does he go for the aggressive route, something like a Black Cleaver, try and put pressure down on what is an okay laner, but he can break his shield, takes a lot of damage. Or will he just build tank? In this matchup, as Long takes on 957, will be Gnar versus Nautilus.
Yep, so Long seeing if he can have a repeat performance of game 1. See whether it happens here as Amy up against Clear, the Elise once again, but this time taking on the Rek'Sai of Clear. Clear finally mixing it up, not going back to the Gragas. And Punished, going to be picking up the Ahri into Naranja's Lulu, the equalizer of lanes. We'll see how the Lulu goes glitterlancing things up. Sketch is going to take his hyperscaling Cogmore into the hyperscaling Jinx of Pentakill. And Hart, the scheming man himself, against Savoki's Braum.
He looks like the mastermind there. I feel we should just call him the mastermind.
Does this mean that Braum in this series has had a 0% win rate? And almost 100% first round pick rate as well?
Does. Interesting. He did the maths.
I did. Cool. Well, let's get onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for UP versus WEF. Game 3. Of course, we do have a makeshift best of 3 series starting right now as both teams are even.
And the Ducks are back.
Oh, there he is. Oh, it's adorable. He's hiding under another duck. Is that what he's doing?
He is.
They're doing some pixel sharing right now. I love it. It's my favorite part of the game. Don't scare him. Okay, managed to get a ward there. Cool. I could have sworn that he'd scare him away.
碾碎他们。
Naranja as well. You can see I actually haven't concentrated on anything else happening around the rift, but so far, no deep wards.
5-point defense coming through.
Yeah, we can just look at ducks. It's fine. Oh, see, we've even got pings onto the ducks. Look at it.
Don't think that was it.
That was exactly what it was.
Lane swap coming through from both the duo lanes, heading into the top side of the map. Are pinging where the wards are. This means that Na versus Nautilus.
全
Nautilus a
军
very
出击
good 2v1
See you
laner.
later, duck.
Thank goodness.
Well, look, nothing happened. We could concentrate on the duck. It's fine.
Pings everywhere, man.
Yeah. Trying to figure out what's going on. Of course, no deep wards down. So, of course, no one really has much of an idea about where anybody else is going. Sketch heading towards the top side, just wandering through. Notices that Pentacu's here. Death Sentence. Oh, my goodness. Heart. Just getting his iron. Getting his iron. Just wasn't in there yet. We'll see how this laning phase goes. Of course, a little bit upside down. UP has made it work before. Of course, Heart's Thresh is fantastic. See whether he'll have a repeat performance on the champion this time around. And how it goes. Nautilus versus Nara on the bottom side. How does this work as this laning phase progresses, Spawn?
So it's really about how much work Na can get done at the earlier parts of the game. Can whittle through Nautilus, get him lower, make sure that he's burning lots of mana to push out the wave. Works out fairly well, but if he's not able to do that, Naut gets to the point where he can just shove waves with his E time and time again. And if you stand in the creep wave, it does a lot of damage to you, so have to be careful if you are long. Make sure you're harassing when you have your windows, but not taking any of the counter harass out of Naut.
Yeah, and if he uses his Riptide, don't walk away from him, because then you'll get hit by it three times in a row.
Yeah.
And it'd suck.
Take a deep breath, cop it,
Yeah. Deal with it.
lay down some hurt.
Yeah, then move on. Move. That's the spatless warning. That's clear. Cheeky ward over the wall there. Defend his red buff. But was spotted doing so here by UP's clever ward on the Krug. Amy coming around as well, looking to try and once
they're
again.
going for the invade. Clear going to get low on this. Doesn't have smite either. Amy has repel. They force him off.
Yeah, Clear with a really intelligent ward that he managed to get down there though, so not going to actually die to this. The collapse is
Braum
coming
and
through.
Jinx on their way.
Successfully reset the red buff though, so taking a bit of time away from Clear. Mid laners back in battle in their lane.
And they're looking to see whether they can catch someone out. As Savoki is coming back to lane. Does walk the safe way.
smart.
Very smart. And we're just going to have a reset lane.
Yeah. Well, Clear walking over a ward.
Oh, they're going in behind.
There's a lot of
Clear gets the edge of the Tremor Sense. They're going to commit onto Cogmore. Sketch needs to run. Run,
boy.
Cogmore.
Well, Zap is going to hit a minion point blank. There's the knock-up onto Sketch, though. Oh, doesn't get the stun
All
just
the
yet. Unbreakable
creeps.
comes in. There's the teleport coming from both of our top laners. Lung gets in there, but he's very low. Amy gets exhausted on top of Pentacu's. Going to go down.
Gonna
That's
get
going to
the
be
double.
first blood. It's a double kill. Savoki falls as well. My goodness, everyone on
4 for
WEF
1.
is going to be dead. Fantastic Cocoon. 957 is able to get out. There's a nice shield from Naranja. That's a 3 for 1, all in favor of UP this time.
Yeah, what a fight for UP, and it's because WEF committed inside a creep wave. I'll say it again, Atlas. At this point in the game, I'd rather have a creep wave than a jungler because they just do so much damn damage, and they just make the whole of WEF pay.
And it was all about that ring around the rosy positional play here by both Hart and Amy, making sure that they could get into the lane exactly when they needed to. Very, very patient. It's almost like a game of chess there, as, you know, Savoki made the right move of moving past the turret. Well played there by UP in the end, as Hart just casually wanders away from that zap.
Just picking up experience in the brush. We'll ward and back away now.
You can see now Long 1, 1, and 2. Did fall down. The only death here for UP, but 100% kill participation at this point. Spectre's Cowl already built up. able to deal with 957's damage.
And they're going to sneak Amy into the brush. The wave is pushing back. You can see more caster creeps. Spidey's senses going berserk for Savoki because he's put down a couple of wards in the river and one in the brush. Right now, Amy, who still is yet to shop, chilling out in the top lane.
Yep. Let's see whether he's going to actually find anything. Day 7 still in the brush.
This leeching experience.
It's getting dark. Well, Scatch level 5 does have the Phage built up. Avarice Blade actually, so Pentacute conceding the lane.
Wow.
In goes Amy on the Lantern Ride. There's the Q. Oh my, how did that Cocoon land? As now it's going to be UP trying to take down Savoki, but he just didn't decide on the target as Punish comes in. Might be the double kill as there's the Orb of Deception. Over the top, Amy just uses the Repel and UP another couple of kills.
What a play out of the support of UP. Heart going nuts in this game. Gets a flash double play. Lantern takes Amy on the journey with him. And all of a sudden, the Nightmare start has been reversed. It's 5-1. Clear will get a red buff for his trouble. Maybe even not. It's taking quite some time. And there's already a Roomglaive Elise heading towards him.
He's able to take it down. Might deny that camp as well. We'll see whether he does. But you can see Amy doesn't care about his jungle. That's not what he's about. He wants to head towards that bottom lane, try and take down 957.
Yeah, the love of the 3 kills.
Yeah, well, nah. He's available. Taking on now for Long. Nice coat. Long, looking good. Gets that level 7 as well before 957. But Amy, not going to find his way in, understands he's only level 5. Would like to keep farming out some creeps. Filing deal with that little Cinderling as well. So Amy might try and counter juggle the enemy red buff, but does get a little bit of his own back as Clear took his.
Yeah, he's 100% going to counter jungle the red buff at this stage of the game. He's just so huge, there's no point not to. As Savoki might have been caught by Heart. Nails him.
Fantastic
Lantern up.
descent.
Wow.
There's the Lantern in. Amy comes through. Scatch is going to come in. They're going to donate the kill over to the Kog'Maw. Another day in the office for UP this game.
And there is a reason that people love watching Heart play League of Legends. 006. His Thresh has been off the chain. And now again in the mid lane.
Looking to try and catch up to Naranja. They're going to get there too. There's another Death Sentence. Uses the Cleanse to get out of it though. Immediately flashes. But of course, you'll trade a Death Sentence cooldown for a couple of Summoner spells.
Double Summoner spells. And Heart has just been absolutely everywhere, prioritizing the Moby Boots over that Sightstone. Red buff will be counter jungled away now by Amy. We already talked about the merits of having a Roomglaive on your jungler this patch. It is so quick at farming. Yeah, trying to take a...
Well, he could barely take down the red buff in time. This Dragon...
Going to take a while.
Yeah. 957 though, he's going to come through. Dredge lined
Three
up.
members top yet again. They will pick up the turret in response as WE Future back away.
Yep, 3,000 gold the lead for UP. They're only
getting
going to
a dragon against the flow is definitely a good thing because you feel as soon as this turret's down, they're going to swap back and look to control the bottom side of the map. So credit to WE for being able to stop the bleeding at this stage of the game. In fact, they swap back without taking the turret. Happy to leave everything up and consolidate their lead. No, not swapping at all.
Scatch just going to hang out. Does have a
He
Sapphire
was
crystal
recalling when
as
I
well
was
as
talking
that
about it.
fade. Yes, no, he
promise,
was.
guys.
Lots of spinny blue up there in the top lane, no doubt. Catalyst completed for 957. Probably the Righteous Glory, but I would like to see a Rod of Ages. Scales a lot with AP, of course, does 957. Not great ratios, but lots of abilities that do it. Now WEF in the bottom side. No dragon to attempt to grab, but they at least get to avoid Heart.
So
Well,
with
they
the,
don't, but yeah.
with the Glacial Shroud, as well as the Hex Drinker picked up. Not the Glacial Shroud, sorry. The
Spectre's Cow?
Spectre's Cow.
That's the guy. the hood.
With the hood as well as
In
well.
comes Long. That's, oh man.
First
Every
one.
time he throws one out, I expect it's going to land. But WF are going to clear out the pink ward.
Cool, so because of the Spectre's Cowl and the Hex Drinker,
Yeah.
they've swapped the AD carry into the Nars lane to just mitigate some of those defensive items that would have made 957's life miserable. So good swap back here after they controlled the Dragon buff. Now they just need to stop losing so many members on the Rift.
Yeah, 6-1 in kills. Amy going to sneak his way towards the top side. Actually, not sneak, just going to wander.
Punish also going to meander up there.
Just zoning these WF members away from the outer turret. First turret of the game looks to be going down towards UP. This is one of the things that an Elise was fantastic at. You got a ranged auto attack. Means you can siege down
Wander
their
into
turrets.
lanes, siege them down. You see that they had punished in the wings just in case things are hard.
Yeah,
Doesn't
Moby
throw it
bootsing.
out.
Is Moby Boots a verb? Can be, can't it?
Anything's a verb when you say it.
Thank goodness. Moby
Martially
bootsing into the mid
poising,
lane.
Moby bootsing into the mid lane.
Yeah, I like
What
it.
was the other one you had that was...
Relentlessly pursuing. I like that one.
That one actually works.
Depends. You can use it defensively. It doesn't quite work that way at all. Spirit rushing. Kind of works too. Well, Hart, once again, Moby bootsing, death sentencing. Couldn't find anything. Clear. Knocks up and takes down this Rift Scuttler. Claire. That's actually Clear. With a J.
It's silent.
Yeah. I believe it kind of is. I get it right. That's why we've been calling him Clear this whole time. Otherwise, we would be saying CJ Lear.
Which sounds weird.
Does. Don't like it. Like it Clear more. I feel like people with Clear in their name should be jungling.
We have the swap back, recognizing all the defensive stats.
And you
This
may
is
notice
Wolf
that
Spirit.
things may have calmed down just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. It's because...
It's not us, it's them.
Yeah. The players have stopped doing things on Summoner's Rift,
It's
unfortunately.
because UP is just so strong, they're zoning everyone away from the structures. They don't have to fight because there's no way WE Future are going to accept that fight. They're just looking to zone them away. But gank is coming through into the top lane. That's Clear.
There's the depth charge. Long getting knocked up from everything. Manages to get the bounce over. Boomerang for the slow as well. Hyper could potentially proc, and Long's going to be safe.
But
Naranja
mid lane turret
traded it.
will fall down. Blue buff secured by Punished. Now they're sending potentially a third member up into the top lane. Really nicely done from WE Future yet again to consolidate the map on the area that there is no Runeglaive Elise.
Yeah, able to get something back for what is a pretty tricky situation. Long potentially getting dived here as there's the multiple knockups. Headstrinker is there, but Clear's going to lock it down.
That's a couple of games in a row Lung has stayed under turrets that he had no business being under.
Demanding the presence of the jungler spawn so that you
that what
can
it
take
is?
the bottom lane. Not sure. I'm just looking for excuses for him. His Nah has
That's
been pretty
Naranja
good.
now going to get dove.
Yeah, cute little... No, I'm not going to find it. Neither does the Cocoon. They go in anywhere because they've just got enough damage, irrespective of the
Wild
CC.
growth.
And look at the Spiderlings tanking it up for Amy. Not bad at all. Savoki, in the meantime, going to go down to about 200 health. Forced to go back. Does have the shield from the turret. And Clear taking down some puppies in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, so far UP just own the map. Apart from Long's misadventures in the top lane, we
Yeah.
refuse to speak of it this time.
Apart from the fact that we just spoke of them then.
Scatch, Trinity Force, Athene's Unholy Grail already picked up by Punish. They'll have even more gold after knocking down 2 more turrets.
Punish has
37
got
seconds.
so much gold in his back pocket, I betcha. $2,400 slash gold. He's going to spend it all as well. So Needlessly Large Rod and the Sorcerer's Shoes completed. 120 CS for Long, so he may have died a couple of times. Of course, all of the deaths for UP. Man, he's a theater. 1, 2, and 2, but pretty tanky, and he's got so much farm to his name. Rod of Ages was the completed item for 957. too.
Yeah, I thought it would be. It's very worthwhile on the current patch to grab it, as we have 3 members collapsing on the top lane. Lung gonna die again.
Yeah, Flash Dredgeline did come in. Nice Nah just to get both of them out of there, but Glacial Fissure not going to find it. Depth Charge is, because
Goodbye,
you can't
Lung.
dodge that thing.
Oh, 2 members coming up. They might be able to fight this.
Yeah, Cocoon's there. Clear takes a lot of damage. Nice exhaust onto Amy, who uses the repel to get himself to safety. Flashes out as well.
Punish got the ultimate.
Yeah, he's looking to try and find a charm onto someone, but loses half
Heart's
of his health.
here as
Now
well.
Heart, everyone coming in. As there goes the Cocoon, and Savoki, Wild Growth,
They
not
can
enough.
keep going.
Yeah,
Heart's got Moby Boots. They will kick in.
Spirit Rush.
Oh, I thought he was going to flash that wall.
No more charges.
Flash. Sure he does.
Oh, the Spirit Rush, mate. Sketch just going to start off the Dragon by himself. Not bad at all. So, as it stands, 8-3 in those kills. 3,000 gold the lead. A little bit more here for UP, taking down their first Dragon with the little Jurassic Cogmore there from the bottom side of the map. Even with the Rift Scuttler as well, the greedy boy. And BF Sword and Pickaxe, plus the Avarice Blade for Pentacue. In comparison to the completed Trinity Force and the Zerka's Greaves, is Cogmore doing a whole bunch of work at this point in the game.
Certainly is. Punished also rolling. You have to say that the mid laner been playing terrifically. Amy, 3-0 on 5. Wow. Involved
100%.
100%. Once again, probably going for a Rylaz. This time a little bit earlier on, though.
Bit accelerated. Did he actually build a side stone last time as well?
Yeah, I believe so. No, actually he didn't, I don't think. Got the locket. Maybe. I like Sidestone.
Yeah, so do I.
At least especially. Pick. You need vision if you're going to play it.
Well, still lots of magic damage from WE Future.
They are collapsing on this bottom lane. Talking about pick.
Yeah, there's a Cocoon. Death Sentence doesn't land, but Amy in a bunch of
Got
trouble.
stunned
Yeah, got caught. Super Mega Death Rocket, not quite enough. 300 health left on the Spider.
Punish might have been caught as well around the side, although is it Punish that's caught? Yes, it is.
Who's catching who, Spawn? I don't quite know. 4,000 gold now the lead. As all this is happening, Long just hanging out in the top lane.
Not going to teleport in. Amy and Punish way too low. They had to recall, so turret will fall. WE Future keep the gold within touching distance.
Yeah, clawing it back. That's clear. Wandering.
You took the
towards-
last red buff.
Yeah, you know that it's not there. Silly Rek'Sai. Clear going to keep swimming. Blue buff available for WEF, so let's see whether Naranja is going to head towards that particular point. Pick that one up for himself. There's Hex Drinker actually in the back pocket of Clear here, so he wants to have a little bit more offensive power. You think that makes sense in this comp with a lot of sort of more utility-based champions?
Yeah, definitely think that he needs to move towards an offensive option. I would have really preferred it
Black Cleaver.
to be, yeah, the Phage at the start of the game. Just dips into the Cinderhulk a little bit more than what a Hex Drinker will.
Yep.
And you can just sit on something like a Cal if you're scared of Amy and Punish, but once again, we'll respect the LPL and LSPL players a lot more than myself.
And Amy, though, is going to be helping out steal away a blue buff this time, so not so much red focus. Now going to be the blue.
Right, it does look like WE Future shoving hard in that top lane, looking to see if they can grab themselves some objectives cross map.
Yeah, Hart is at least going to get there for the experience as that one crashes into the turret. Just lanterns in his Nara as well.
His now, huh?
Yeah. His team's Nara. I don't know whether it's necessarily an ownership thing, but
Yeah, well, he made it an ownership thing.
sorry, I'm getting possessive on behalf of Hart. Oh, tunnel going to be destroyed, but Clear still makes it over there somehow. Punish comes in, misses the charm. Hart just hanging out in his box, still feeling okay. Now the Spirit Rush going to come in. The Unbreakable's down. Flame Chomper's going to be found on Lung as he gets in. Hyper's charging up. Lung trying to get back into that Gnar form. Glacial Fissure doesn't do too much of anything. The WEF are able to disengage.
Yeah, successful disengage from the WEF lineup. Naranja still on repelling Cogmore duty. Successfully repelled.
The Cogmore split push.
Devastating.
Yeah, something that we often talk about. Powerful situation. 3,000 gold. Gold separates these teams, though, and something we were talking about, you know, UP were building a lead. They were cultivating that particular situation, but now
The brakes have been firmly planted.
yeah,
You know, we've got a scaling composition coming through on WEF's lineup. They've got the Jinx. They've got 3 support champions around
man.
her.
Clear getting keen, looking for the more of Malmortius.
Yeah, the cow build.
Yeah, I like it. You're getting down low.
I really
Some
don't.
damage. No? You don't like
No.
it? Maybe you should just build it into a Hydra.
I would take Hydra over more right now.
I love Hydra. Champion. Flash out here from Naranja. 3 flashes from Punished and misses another charm. I mean, of course, the Spirit Rush. UP's mid laner unable to complete that one, but they do get the flash out of the Lulu. UP now is 5 members strong here in the mid lane. Naranja now his job to clear out all of the minions.
The thing about Lulu is it takes double Little Ants to do so, so it will be difficult. You can see doesn't quite chunk them out. Hart misses another death sentence.
Oh, there's the Naba. Completed now, Long able to join in this siege now with huge CC potential.
Punch took a lot of damage on the back end.
Boulder lands onto Savoki, but that is all the Gnar with the Mega variety. UP can be allowed.
Oh, looking for the pick.
Didn't get it. No flash expended. UP now collapsing on the Dragon. 5 seconds until that one's up. Rift Scuttler is going to be there. Amy, of course, just an auto attack into death. Clear finds his way in. There's the Cocoon as Amy still has the Repel. Glacial Fissure there. They use everything on the jungler as Punished. Gets exhausted, but now chilling out outside the fight. Fantastically done so far from UP, as it is going to be Clear going down first. Wow, the damage from this squad as Sketch flashing forward. PentaQ with the heal, but it's not going to be enough as Living Artillery's there. The boulder goes over the
Long
top.
flashes the wall,
Yeah.
throws a clock, misses everything. Sketch cleans up.
It's the thought that counts, Spawn.
The moral support clock.
Exactly.
And Baron now being pinged out for UP.
That's what time it is, Long. It's time for Baron. Not time for flashing over walls and missing clocks onto already dead Jinxes. UP are going to be able to pick this one up. Living Artillery helping out as well. They do have some low health bars.
They
Amy
do,
looking
and
to
they're not
charge
doing
up
it
some
real
Spider
quick.
Links. No.
Is going to fall down.
Eventually. Trying to juggle this as best they can. He is going to fall. Empowered Recall is going to get him back to base. And UP now with the Baron and a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, WEF look for the Consolation Dragon. Will be in sight though. Heart's already there, hanging out.
Just chilling. By the look, Sketch going to wander pretty quickly towards this dragon area. Death Sentence may actually get hard.
The snipe.
This dragon.
They're doing it really slow. They can fight this again if they so choose.
If there are wards, Hart. Oh, went for the Death Sentence steal. It's an optimistic one at best, but we've seen it happen before.
Certainly have. I honestly think that was a fight situation.
Yeah, Long over from the back of this one. Does have the Gnar back up. Savoki's in here as well. Hyper's going to proc. Already down to below half as he gets slowed by the Boomerang. Long is a monster.
Now he is.
Yeah, now he's a monster. Got it, sorry. A little bit late.
Early.
Amy, that's the one. My goodness, things are going wrong, guys.
Destroyed.
Sketch moving up the lane. Nice bones.
And now bottom turret under siege. I have no idea. Find me a new play-by-play.
Okay, well, 5 men strong. Pushing towards this inhibitor turret as well. Living Artillery just going to be scouting out the way. A lot of extra poke damage now available to UP. We'll see whether they can grab the pick that this team comp is so good at getting, and we've seen so far this series. Volatile Spiderling, blocked by 957. And UP just look to have a better idea of how to win this game at this point.
Not give up a huge early game advantage. Instead, take one for yourself. Once again, Transform comes through from Long. Looking very threatening. still have one minion, couple minion waves left of Baron buff that they'll stick around for. Not really expecting them to break the base because there is some good wave clear here.
Half health now on this turret. Amy's going to get stunned up, uses the repel, but he's very, very low. Look at the knockups onto the UP members as Sketch still untouched in the backline. Can he finish this one off as Pentakill and Narinja still in the backline doing some work, but Sketch now at the double as the two tankiest members
got
down.
him.
Look at the charm under clear, immediately flashes. We are going to be safe for now. Long about to have Mega Nut one more time.
So this will be the last creep wave. Can they break the base? Wave clear still here. Long
Twisted
about
tree
to
line
transform. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, looking for it. Doesn't get the nod. Doesn't pull the trigger early either. As everyone does manage to get out. UP trying to take down
They
the
need to back
inhibitor.
out.
Sketch.
Teleport is available in 4 seconds.
There's the charm. Punish.
Got him.
Tries to get back in. Sketch grabs it for his third
Teleport
kill.
coming
Engage.
down.
Yeah, very, very deep from 957 as he's launching his way in here. Charm doesn't find it. Long trying to keep him busy. Then bounces on top of Punish. Nice game of leapfrog here from UP. As Sketch just lists lazily out of the way of the zap, but I don't know whether it'll be enough trying to turn it around onto Pentakill. Sketch is
Savoki.
huge. Savoki's going to die as well as Long's going to pick it up. And WEF just didn't realize that they had so much damage to deal with on this UP squad.
And Naranja's
No mana
Hard.
hard in here. Death sentence. There's the slowdown as he just
Not even
wants
death
the
sentence.
play. And Sketch, once again, the clock is dodged by death.
Sketch is... He's a monster.
He is a little monster. With not very much skill.
7-0-9. What a game out of the AD carry.
It's another fantastic game for Sketch as well. I mean, his Jinx in the first game was fantastic. Charm lands here from Punish. 957
Look
takes a lot
at
of
the
damage.
pick.
What the heck are these hooks doing? His heart's going to die, but that was an interesting
Amy
interaction, if
also
anything.
gonna try and join him.
Yep. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't find anyone as Amy. That's not your base gate. Pentakill going to get excited off it. Yep, Zap not going to find Punished all long as he
Come
bounces
on, you've
away.
seen this story, Savoki, one too many times. Stop
Yeah.
chasing.
Teleport into the inner turret on the top lane, and Long says thank you very much for this small bit of respite because I wanted all of these creeps. I don't know whether he said all of that. He may have just said I'm going top lane.
I don't even think he would have said that. I just think he would have done it.
No one else has teleport.
And Hexdrinker build up for Kog'Maw here. Sketch respecting some of the magic damage coming out of both 957 and Naranja. Also the fact that Jinx, with the help picks, doing a large percent of magic damage.
Makes some sense. I don't know whether... Wouldn't a QSS be like a better idea?
I actually think Hexdrinker is
I guess you can't really QSS much out of that lineup, can you?
Yeah, I think it's really one of the undervalued AD items.
Okay.
Bruisers love it, but AD carries don't seem to like it very much, and
Still very cost effective.
don't know why. It is very cost efficient.
More about Mortius. How do you see that one as far as cost efficiency is concerned?
Depends how much health you have.
Good point. Well, how much health you haven't?
Yes,
More important.
more to the point.
Well, UP now pressuring the mid lane, of course. Super Creeps heading up the bottom lane. 10,000 gold now, almost exactly the lead. 40 seconds on the Dragon. UP with complete control of that area. WE.
Duo in the top lane right now for WEF. They need to get back
Yeah.
relatively quickly. Also stalking out 957.
Sketch actually getting delivered the blue buff, making sure he has as many living artilleries as possible. Nice ward from WEF, spots UP heading towards the mid. Full death sentence from Hart, narrowly avoided. WEF.
And here we go. Siege again underway.
Yeah, no Baron this time, but Sketch, via Arcane Barrage, already takes more than half of the health of that turret. The charm lands onto Savoki.
Goodbye.
What the heck? Sketch with the last auto attack. So much damage.
Now Long with the transform. About to come in.
Living artillery. It's a game of dancing. WEF. They will resume League of Legends, but for now, DDR.
They go in.
Yeah, in goes Long. Does have the Mega Gnar now as well.
zones him off the turret. That'll be a second inhib down.
Descent's not going to find it.
Heart firing warning shots. And maybe Baron now on the table for unlimited potential.
Yeah. Randuin's was completed as opposed to the Riley's Crystal Scepter, which I'm upset about. You're probably happy
I'm
with.
so happy about it.
Yeah, good. At least someone is. There's the dredge line. It is going to land. 957 flashes out, though, because he doesn't really want this fight. Punish has to deal with Clear, but Sketch now, look at the auto attacks. That's 2 onto Savoki. As in goes Punish, just destroys Clear. Now the Unbreakable looks pretty breakable as the Death Sentence lands onto Naranja. No mana. The Gnar into the wall as Pentakill, he's got no mana either. Just wants to be minigunning someone, and he chases after Amy. Some people just really hate Spiders, Spawn.
No Super Mega Death Rocket. No Wild Growth.
Because they all had no mana. Because there was no blue buffs.
And no blue buff. Surrender Vote comes through.
UP
take the game 3 and their second win.
Yeah, second win. 2-1 now in this best of 5 series in favor of our current LPL roster of unlimited potential. Looking like they might do it again, Spawn, here against WE Future.
Yeah, certainly the more experienced team coming into this game and showing it right now with some good adjustments. They made some critical errors game 2 in the early game. Fix that. 4-man team fight, 4v4 team fight early on definitely went in their favor.
And I like what they fixed was don't die at the very beginning of the game, because that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that kind of puts you behind.
Yeah.
Especially when you give them auto Hecarim.
You see, it's really easy when you have, that one thing that's pretty obvious that went wrong. Okay, don't die in the early game. We got this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still potentially have 2 more games tonight. We'll see whether WE Future can pull it back against UP right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're in for Game 4, I think, between UP and WE Future. WE Future looking to try and get back into the series, tie things up, and bring us to a Game 5.
Yeah, Gohan had a much stronger early game, so he goes up 2. Trunks still falling a little bit behind, but if anything we know about Trunks, it's that he will come back as an adult at some stage during this show. So,
My goodness, and they're going to perform some weird fusion thing where both teams are going to dance together?
don't say that, please.
Come on, isn't that going to happen?
Well, probably, because what's going to happen is that I'm not going to say that. I was going to say King's going to buy one of them.
Oh,
and then
right,
force the other 2 teams together.
Yeah, and they're going to merge, and then it's going to be Gotenks, and it's going to be beautiful.
I would love that. Gotenks Gaming, I would nearly buy them. But in all seriousness, WE, once again, had a good drafting phase, something different. A lot of supports behind a Jinx trying to get her going. But it just didn't work out. And the reason it didn't work out was because of the 4v4 in the top lane at the start of that game, where Heart went off tap, completely berserk.
Yeah, and look, I just really like the fact that, you know, the scaling sort of get behind the Jinx type composition just doesn't work so well against the mid-game style of a pick composition. Like, it works really, really well. And UP, they had the right idea moving into that game on how to sort of shut it down.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, once they got the kills onto Heart, onto Amy, they started roaming around as a unit, burning summoner spells everywhere. That opened the map up for Ari all of a sudden. 3 Spirit Rushes, the charm coming through.
Yeah.
No summoner spells to deal with it, and they just time and time again crush team fights. And we are into Champion Select, guys, for this Game 4. UP are up 2. They'll be on the red side. WE Future on the blue side. They have 1 shot left. Need to win 2 in a row if they want to continue the dream and become the 3rd WE organization this year to burst into the LPL. Of course, WE didn't really burst in there. They were just kind of there the whole time. But their academy did, and now maybe the future will too.
Yeah, the next WE lineup to barely make it into the playoffs.
Wow. No.
Or to not.
They didn't this time.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff.
Spirit is crying somewhere because of you. Read out the bads.
Okay, well, Twisted Fate, Nah, and Elise going to be banned away by WE Future. More different things going to have to be tried by UP, but Hecarim and Yasuo so far are the bans for this
UP's
unlimited potential
they
side.
stole our 3rd ban. We ban Elise on the red side.
What was our last one? Oh, Azir, that'll do. Well, Narinja, we can finally see that victor, as it's going to be immediately locked away. And Amy, oh, imagine if they grabbed Braum and Nidalee right now. That'd be kind of cool.
It definitely would be. Braum, of course, great counter to poke. Jin Jiao being hovered right now would be something different.
Kalista made it all the way through. WE
Kalista Braum.
Future didn't see it. Kalista Braum going to be locked in. Heart going to be picking that one up. 0% win rate so far. The man with a door or a chair. Or a shield. Hasn't been able to get too much happening just yet. But clear. Now with
No
his...
matter what he carries, he
I
still
know.
loses.
I know. Grab something else this time hard. Well, Narinja now hovering the Thresh for Savoki.
And I'm really surprised that Heart is going away from Thresh.
Yeah.
Games 1 and 3 just looked phenomenal for Heart. Game 2, Long had a hard time. Not really going to blame that on him.
No.
But
Well,
Thresh
you can, because he did get sort of just wandered towards an outer turret when he definitely
That's
had no
true,
right
and he's
doing
just
it.
shot caller. I am blaming you, Heart.
Yeah, that was silly.
And Naranja grabs Thresh for Savoki this time around.
Yeah. So, well, of course, the Thresh into the Braum definitely worked well for Heart. Sketch, considering Tom Kench. I would love that right now. Spawn's giving me an incredibly weird look.
That's how Tom Kench looks.
All right, you're putting on a Tom Kench face. All right, I liked it.
Can't believe you missed that.
Yeah, I apologize. You're just not that good at looking like a fish, unfortunately, Spawn.
You take that back, sir.
Punished, hovering the Lulu, wanting to neutralize the lane against Victor. Try and fight wave clear with wave clear as well. Sketch is going to lock away Amy's Gragas. Has shown some fantastic performances on it in the LPL. See whether it's going to happen yet again. Now
And this-
PentaQ and Savoki, up to them.
allows Long to once again go towards that. No, Nara's banned, so it does not.
Hecker, no. That's
Also
banned too.
banned. So Long going to have to show us something different here.
Fizz top.
Would
Well.
like it. Probably going to be Rumble.
Yeah, I have a feeling Rumble could be an opportunity here. A lot of magic damage. Relying on Sketch there to get all of the physical work done. And PentaQ looking at the Vayne. Try and take it to Sketch. Of course, that was exactly the decision that knocked King out of their opportunity to get back into the LPL.
Picking Callista.
Picking Callista into Vayne, yeah. Well, actually picking Callista and then having it Vayne'd. The Callista pick was in Vayne, basically. Spawn is what I'm trying to say.
God.
You walked me into that, like, on a leash.
7 hours of puns. Still going strong.
Thank goodness.
Atlas, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, God. Okay, Hart. Hovering the Aurelia. Long looking to try and stay on something that can make plays. Unlike a Scion.
Sion makes plays, man.
Yeah, I guess.
Ask Aluka about it.
Oh, I'd love to ask Luca about it. But as predicted, looking like
I would be
Rumble
so
could be an
mad if we got
opportunity.
an Aurelia Scion hover and then get stuck with Rumble.
Things were looking so exciting.
Galaxy, annoying skin.
Yeah, I admit he does have a pretty
Especially when
high-pitched voice.
Rumble in the
locked
jungle
in.
exists. I feel cheated. But
Yeah.
it is locked in.
One can only hope for Rose of Pineapples spawn.
Yes.
See whether it does happen here as we are counting down 45 seconds until we are loading onto the Rift. Long, look, it didn't work with the Rumble last time, but maybe this time he won't be caught in an outer turret against 4 people.
And very similar lineup that King played, if my memory serves me correctly. Actually, not similar at all. They both have Callista, though. And 957 has the opportunity in this game with a little bit of a lack of damage to get beefy and see if he can be the front line that WE Future need going into this. They've got some good persistent damage in Vayne and Victor, so it's really about elongating the team fights, making sure they're going for an incredibly long amount of time. I would expect a cooldown reduction build to come out of Victor for that reason. Maybe even a later game Lich Bane.
Yeah.
To just make sure that he's dishing out continual punishment. But we will go through the lineup, guys. 957 on the Maokai up against Long's Rumble that we've seen already once tonight. Needs to have a better performance this time around if they're going to make it work. And clear on Rek'Sai going up against Amy's Gragas. And if anyone knows how to play against Rek'Sai, I feel it might be Amy. He's played a heck of a lot of it this split.
He certainly has. And of course, the Gragas Rek'Sai matchup, one of those that we have, I guess, seen a couple of times. But I'm interested to see this Victor at work. It's been banned away so consistently, now finally unleashed. As Vayne into Callista there, you just saw on your screen. And Savoki taking the Thresh this time against the scheming Heart on the Braum.
I've said Mastermind like 3 times, and you're sticking with scheming.
I like scheming. Because he has that sort of malevolent look in his eye. Well, we'll see whether it's malevolent as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for WE Future versus UP. Game number 4. WE Future looking to try and tie this one up. And our former LPL team looking to try and get themselves one step closer into re-entering the LPL for 2016.
Once again, we see a 5-point defense and a deep ward going down into the top lane from UP. Oh,
First
Vayne.
CS onto Vayne. And the Vindicator Vayne skin as well. I really like that one.
Do you?
Slightly smaller than a lot of the other skins.
Yeah, the other one? What's
She's
the
extraordinarily tall otherwise, though.
red one? What's the red one?
Oh, Pigeon Head. She's got like a nest on her head.
I don't think it's called Pigeon Head, but
It's
she's
not,
tall.
but it looks very tall.
Pigeon Head Vayne.
Yeah.
Twitter, please, skin me. I want it.
It's just an Azir sitting on top of Vayne. Not entirely sure. We are going to have a short pause, though, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be resumed basically immediately here. Just making sure we have everything sorted out. As you can see, players on your screen ready to get back into the game. get this action happening. Of course, tensions are high so far in the LPL studio. They're looking to try and round out this series of UP, and WE Future looking to try and extend tonight as long as possible.
Yeah, and I think that with the pick band they've put together, if they can get elongated team fights, stay on equal footing, scale into that later game, make sure PentaQ can have a good performance on a late game carry, they really have a shot to take it to UP here. UP playing the Gragas a little bit more of a tank jungle. You've seen Amy tonight had good success on the pick champions. Has played a lot of tank junglers in the past. We'll have to see whether Hart can move Braum's win streak a little bit.
No, 100%. He needs to move it as far away from where it was as he possibly can. He's sitting at 0 for this series.
Yeah, but he's not going to make it 100%.
No, he's not. He's going to have
make
to
it
move it a
25.
long way, though.
25's not that far.
Well, if you're talking about, you know, multiplicative growth, it's fairly infinite at this stage. Hello.
Twice you've done math on me tonight.
Yep, nailed it. PentaQ, though, made it to lane first. Sketch and Hart did manage to take down the Gromp, though, so with a little bit more experience in their back pocket, they will make it to level 2 a little bit faster. Long as well made it to level 2.
Not as quick as 957, who just has to drop saplings.
Yeah.
I feel that's a little bit of an unfair trade.
Long has to burn down chickens. Makes it more difficult. Teleports to the lane, though. 957 with a massive
Also doesn't
lead.
have to burn teleport 957 because he just dropped 3, took the little ones. And that is what the lead will be. 3 little chickens. Quack, quack, no, stuff.
Oh, I really like the attempt. Long wishes he had have got one of those.
Whiffed all 3.
That was not fun. Farming on Rumble, though.
Real easy.
No, it's not.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah, Rumble players. And oh, he went the Rumble in the jungle skin.
He did. Now can't last hit anything.
I don't even care which way this game goes. Long is a real winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Playing the best skin you can possibly play. Winter's Bite lands on the Spokey.
It's not even that it's the best skin. It's just not Super Galaxy Death skin.
Super Galaxy Crazy Sound skin. Is the tree going to get burned down? Ignores the pain. Smashes through it.
Sometimes you just got to man up.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, there he is.
Look, now he's got his rhythm.
Yeah, he's turning himself quiet. Last hitting like a boss.
Yeah.
5 CS behind.
That's what I was talking about. You got every one of those creeps.
Mm-hmm.
Proving me right.
There it is. Beautiful.
Flame Spitter has really predictable ticks on it, so that's why it generally... Oh, 957 goes aggressive. Might be caught out a little bit here. So Amy didn't want him at all.
No. Wanders back. Long able to hold this wave off the turret this time around. Burn down some creeps there as well.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is Flame Spitter actually has a really predictable tick, which means that CSing under turret should be quite easy with enough practice on the Rumble. And Amy once again visiting top lane. Was spotted out this time by a ward. Will clear the pink.
Nice. Extra 30 gold there for Amy. Clearing out the vision here as well for the Tree Man. So, 957.
Blue buff's still available.
Yeah, Amy going to have a look at it.
Amy's like, what the heck?
Why did
How
I get
you
so
get
lucky?
there? Clear apparently doesn't care. Doesn't have a mana bar, of course, so it doesn't really affect him.
I'm not too bothered by it, but
Amy will grab another.
is that 3 buff? That is the 3 buff start, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. So, Clear, waiting to gank this bottom lane.
in.
He's going to get the Unburrow under Hart. The flash away from the Death Sentence is there. Door down onto
Oh,
Savoki.
Savoki needs to be careful.
Very careful. One more. That's going to be the stun
That's
as
the
Hart
kill.
is in trouble. Yeah, there it is. Braum manages to pick it up. Hart now at
And
about
now
200
Clear
health.
as well.
So much trouble. Turns it around actually to Sketch. Trying to get it down onto PentaQ.
Wow,
In goes
Hart,
Hart.
what
the heck? That was silly, but Sketch. See whether he can get the kill back now onto Clear, who turns it back around.
He missed
Oh,
the
there's the
pierce.
flash forward, the Pierce. Is he going to be able to get the Ren? No, he's not. This World Elite Future pick themselves up 2 for 1.
An interesting flash out of Hard in the end means it will be a 2-for-1 trade. First Blood went over to support Jungler, and AD grab it on the other side of the rift.
That was odd, Spawn.
Yeah, I'm still pretty perplexed by it myself, Atlas.
Yeah. Well, 957 up here in the top lane.
12 CS lead.
Yeah.
Went back, grabbed the second ring. 3 away from having a handful. But means that he will have fantastic sustain and some good damage in the top lane.
Good early tankiness as well. You can see his health bar pretty large at this point. 12 CS in the lead is... Man, Rumble on like this client, he's got a really high-pitched voice.
I actually don't mind.
China client Rumble.
Yeah.
It's like it's just Rumble, but a few years ago.
Yeah.
He's going to get flayed back away from this pink board. Not going to deter him for now. He's a big manly Braum.
He's the
He ain't
Braum
no
that
scared of
could.
no one. Yep.
Oh no. He's
Spots
thwarted
the
though. A big creep wave will make this a very hard gank for Amy to pull off.
Yeah. UP, still shoving.
Almost impossible either side, so he backs away.
That'll do it. Pink ward in this little rush, but UP going to start up the dragon. Hasn't been seen just yet. Sketch's Sentinel just drifts by casually. I believe now Sketch is in vision. He is.
But also has quite a few spears in him.
Yeah, lots of sticks to be pulled from this one. Oh my goodness, down to 11 health. Hart going to stand behind Amy.
But
Getting
did lose a lot of
sentenced.
health, so Hart going to have to return to base. That means the freeze will be reinforced right now.
Oh, not quite enough with that death ray from Naranja.
And Long probably dead.
Yeah, it does have the flash. He's going to get at least underneath the turret. There's the equalizer
Wow.
back clear, taking so much damage, Long with the turnaround.
Yeah, you generally don't want to dive a Rumble, and if you do, you send the Maokai in.
Yeah,
Long able to get a lot of work done.
and that 20 CS gap is now meaning absolutely nothing. It's going to be equalized to about 15, or exactly 15. Of course, that extra kill of 300 gold, approximately that much is worth. So, not bad from Long, able to turn that one around. This is what happens, you know, when you don't die in the first 3 minutes of the game.
So, lesson once again reinforced by Professor Atlas. Thank you very much, sir. I had almost forgotten.
I'm just really confident in this particular one, okay?
You feel like you're onto a winner?
Yeah, you got this.
Challenger players everywhere hate him. This one's secret to gain Elo.
Don't die 3 minutes in. If only I'd learnt it sooner. Punish those. Shoved out his mid wave. Looking to get some roaming happening. Krog's going to be taken on the bottom side of the map by PentaQ and Savoki. They are going to get back to lane now. Punish just going to be milling about for a while, waiting for that wave to crash again in the mid lane. Prey Seeker not going to find any prey.
Oh,
As
Hart gave him the
comes in.
chair.
Yeah, there's the Glacial Fissure. What the heck? Not a lot of people were around, but Hart sending a message. We want to win this game.
Burnt the ultimate, though. The flash, I mean.
That's a good point. Ult for flash. Probably a good trade.
Really good trade. Now we have Gragas coming into the bottom lane. Amy
Yeah,
looking
Wanders
for
over
some
reward.
action. Hart streaming ahead once again with those Moby boots, and they zone them off at 6-7 CS.
Yeah, Hart just runs pretty quick. Look at him.
Oh.
Got this door. There's the condemn into the wall. PentaQ half health though. Does need to be careful. Hart actually decides to keep tanking up this turret. Fates calls there though, of course. And Savoki. There's the equalizer as, my goodness, Long comes down. But 957 able to pick up Sketch. PentaQ still alive.
Long got some
And
heat.
there's the passive of
Doesn't
Vayne being
matter.
so important. Double kill now for 957. Naranja's down here. Punished, nowhere to be seen.
And the one thing we said is that if PentaQ has an okay game and 957 gets incredibly tanky, they are in with a very good shot of winning this one. World Elite Future. And with 2 kills and 20 CS, 957 definitely on the way to objective #1 as Naranja.
Yeah, the Ignite's down. Naranja Down to about 100 health after that one wears off. Punish just sending a message with that one. Clear finds his way in. Amy in so much trouble. Red buff's ticking down.
Right,
Sketch makes his way in. Clear's going to fall for it, but it's a double kill for the Rek'Sai before all is finished. The Wild Growth comes in. Sketch gets Twisted advanced on, and my God, the damage from PentaQ and 957. Way too much for this UP squad to deal with. Naranja just flashes underneath the turret. Chaos Storm going to finish off the kill with a Q.
Yeah, and in the end, a disaster for UP. After not dying in the first 3 minutes, it looks like they still might struggle with this game.
I need to rethink my strategy, Spawn. Oh, my goodness.
And just some great play out of their top line, laner, 957, who's now gone back and picked up a Righteous Glory, so turning all of his success into a team fighting item. Blade of the Ruined King also done now for PentaQ. 2-0 on 4, having a great early game. Actually, just put it across the board. Even their jungler, Clear, Warrior, and Hex Drinker this time around.
I actually want to call World Elite Future the Hex Drinkers, just because they buy it so often, and so many of their players. They've got an analyst that just must love the item. Makes a bit of sense. Warrior enchantment, though. Very interesting.
I like it. You're going to go Hex Drinker, get Warrior.
Yeah. Well, you want to do heaps of damage here as well. You can see that Q doing some work. Some munches on it there with the E.
Hate it.
Q just farming out underneath this turret. You can see Blade of the Ruined King completed for the Vayne. Not quite finished yet.
All right, so let's
Sketch.
take a look at the win conditions for each team.
Okay.
So you've got Long up here on Rumble against what is going to be a super tank. So right now, UP, after taking a great first dragon, need to make sure that they continue to accelerate that win condition. The problem is that the super tank is already getting to the point where he's able to engage any team fight he wants. As soon as he has those boots too, most likely the Merc trades coming through, going to be able to run onto the carries, tie down Sketch, and make his life hell. So what that means is that Punished, Heart, Amy, everyone needs to be focused on peeling. And it's just going to allow the front line of PentaQ and the back line of PentaQ and Naraja to chunk through what is already a pretty squishy unit, which is why as soon as you see two consistent damage threats and you don't have the super tanks to go with them with the high base stats, it's always hard to win late game team fights. So gonna have to see whether UP can continue to get the dragon and make sure that they execute on dragon number 5 at around the 30-minute mark.
Punish with the death ray, actually getting very aggressive. Nice work with the extra glitter lance there, winning the trade for Punish. Board now going to be cleared by Clear potentially, but doesn't want to push his luck as Amy's coming in hard as well.
So they really want this dragon. You can see Long doesn't have the teleport available, so he just hoofs it down with the boots one. It means that WE Future will grab the first turret of the game in the top lane, but hopefully for UP they will be able to grab this next dragon. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, just
they're
off
in a lot of trouble.
957 Punished has to use the Wild Growth on himself already. Chaos Storm is down. 957 so huge. Sketch has to deal with him. He gets caught up in the gravity field. Dragon does go to Amy, but that's about the only good news story here for Unlimited Potential. Condemn into the wall. Long tries to turn it around, but that's just because he knew he was dead. There's the Void Rush from Clear. Explosive cast just because Amy wants to throw some barrels around.
He wants to execute.
He's potentially going to here. No worries.
So will execute. They lose a turret and 2 members for a dragon. Also might lose mid lane now. And as I said, it's just all because 957 is way too big. He's diving time and time again onto Sketch, who should be outputting all this damage with the help picks and the like, but just cannot get anything going. And it just leaves PentaQ on the back end of every team fight to output so much damage.
Sort of unseen as well, because 957 is making himself such a target. As Long, he's teleported in. PentaQ has to try and tumble, but he can't get over the equalizer. Long trying to do what he can, get silenced, and that is him dead. 2 kills back for UP.
Yeah, really nicely played. Long deep teleport in behind the members. Able to pick that up, and there was nothing really on the map for them to fight over, so good use of that teleport means that they'll grab back 2 kills, and Sketch 3, 4, and 1. having an alright game, we'll be able to knock down a turret as well, equal up that objective, and all of a sudden UP back within touching distance.
Yeah, only about 3.5 thousand gold. Punished. I'm going to grab some Glitter Lancers over the top of this World Elite Future lineup. Naranja first, of course. Amy towards the top side. The rest of WE Future closing in on the jungle.
So aggressive.
He is.
Rexer. 2 levels up on Amy. Has been able to farm up an absolute storm. Beating the Trailblazer Gragas in farm. Quite impressive.
Yeah, that being said, Rek'Sai, she's a pretty good farmer herself. Not going to take much away from her there. Punish Little Lancing these waves over and over again. Yeah, this is probably okay for UP. The fact that the game slowed down just a bit. Not as many objectives.
I actually think UP need the game to speed up a little bit. They need to make sure that when they get towards the 5th dragon, that is a very meaningful objective and they can continue to fight over it. I think the longer this game goes at a slow, steady pace, the more it will suit the LSPL team. I really think that tempo League of Legends is something you only learn playing at the highest level. When teams are accelerating the pace and keeping... Wow.
Well, Clear is going to be able to pick that one up. Amy dies. Chaos Storm comes in and...
As I said, slow and steady. If they can just move around, get good vision, continue to pick you off, it's going to suit the LSPL team. And they're better late game. The later this game goes, the more WE Future are going to find success in team fights.
Well, 957, you can see that Flame Spitter did no damage. As the Spectre's Cow's there. In fact, each tick might be healing him, considering that Spectre's Cow. Punished, making some pretty shiny sounds at the moment.
He is real shiny.
Yeah.
It looks like another turret going to fall in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
WE Future going up 2-1. About 5,000 gold at this point.
And UP looking like they're milling about without much idea of what they can do in response. Punish just waiting on top of a ward. Pinging out 957. He's going to take so much killing. It would be ridiculous. 2.5 thousand health now as well. 18 minutes in. Defending the middle outer turret here are UP. Sketch just wants to grab himself his Hurricane. Now has the recurve bow. 3, 4, and 1. So a lot of the kills actually on top of the Kalista and the Rumble. So things going well for UP as far as kill distribution. That is what we can talk about.
Yeah, but there's a huge discrepancy. Like, if we check out the gold between... Savoki goes in on Scat. Got him.
Ooh. Flash out of the way.
Yeah, the
waiting as
gold between the junglers right now would be massive. You have a look at Clear. He hasn't gone back and shopped in quite some time. He's 4 kills, 2 assists, and 30 creeps up on Amy.
He has no boots. He's going to back now.
He's going to back now. I want to know what he buys. Like, Mayfair.
3,000. Yeah, that's a lot of gold. Got a lot of options now. Aegis of the Legion. It's going to be completed, as well as the boots. See what else he grabs at the same time. Almost can afford a Kindred Gem at the same time, I think.
No, I don't think he has
Oh,
that.
Sidestone. Does he want that?
Wow.
Locket of the Iron Solari. Got it. Cool. All right.
So outright lockets and boots picked up for the jungler. All of a sudden, Rumble does even less damage in these team fights.
And he was already doing not a whole lot. Although that was against 957, and I don't think anyone would do a lot against him. So successful siege with a short-range AD carry is clear. He flashes into the knock-up. Punish gets destroyed. And look at 957 right in amongst this fight. You can see Amy. He's going to get condemned against the wall. Sketch dies is basically an afterthought in this one. And Naranja getting on top of everyone. And Long's dead. Double kill now for the victor. That is a 1 for 4.
That, yeah, 1 for 4. Nearly an ace with Amy just living. And we talked about the fact that they needed to get in a position to take 5 dragons with their Rumble. Not going to happen today. All of a sudden, 10,000 gold the lead. WE Future looking to buy back, make it 2-2. Don't opt to take their first dragon of the game. I think that might be a little bit of a mistake. But right now, who cares? 10,000 gold. Go back, pick up whatever you want. They're a major item every position ahead.
Yeah, and they just also understand that they have a fantastic comp to deal with whatever UP is going to throw at them. So, look, you can keep getting dragons. WE Future probably going to be able to win within the next 12 minutes anyway. They're knocking on the door of UP. Trying to clear this one out, grab vision around this dragon. Of course, haven't lost an inhibitor turret just yet, as Death Sentence does not find Amy. He's going to body slam his way over the wall. There's a door for 957. Harpoon's doing next to nothing to this tree. WE Future going back, picked up some extra items. Headed back towards the dragon. Death Sentence lands onto Long. Dragon falls.
3 members just loans them away completely. They're going in.
There's the flash twisted advances. Sketch able to get a bit of damage in. Not going to actually find it onto 957, who takes a lantern out. There's going to be Lung falling. 35 minutes on him before he's back up again, but it's still only one for UP. And honestly, losing one member probably a good news story here. They can hold on to this turret.
Yeah, once again, team fight just not what UP are looking for. The Maokai is way too tanky. Flash twisted advance into the middle of everyone, soaks up all of the damage, and they kill Long in the meantime. And this is what we said, long team fights that just keep going. Always going to be in the favor of the super tanks because they can just absorb much more threat. There's not really much UP can do in response.
Yeah, Naranja, sorry. 4-0 and 4 now. Bit of a CS advantage in his back pocket as well. Does have the upgraded Hex Core a couple of times, as well as that Abyssal Scepter and the makings of what looks like a Rabadon's Death Cap. Oh, Penticube. Moving forward. Passive helping him out as far as that movement speed is concerned. But UP now have to all back away.
10,000 gold at only 23 minutes in. 2-1 to Dragons, 1-4 in turrets. Everywhere you look, WE starting to climb ahead in this game. And you just don't know what Unlimited Potential can do. They've got, I guess, a scaling AD carry with Lulu. That's always a good news story. Amy will eventually get tanky on the Gragas, just not at the same rate, and is nearly half the CS of what Clear has in the current game. It's just so much of an uphill battle right now if UP want to be able to win anything. As we said, teleport coming in.
Yeah,
Teleport
of Ascension is down. Stand behind me from Hart just to try and escape if he can. Chaos Storm going to follow him through. He's moving pretty quick. We'll see whether he can do anything. 957 able to use that, but Sketch gets him out with the Fates Call, and they even get a blue buff.
Yeah, so they use teleport and a couple of ultimates there to see if they can make the pick on Hart. They obviously want to try and close this game out as quickly as possible and move on to number 5. Now posturing around the Baron area. Need to be careful. If there's one thing that UP do, it is a massive amount of AoE magic damage in Baroned up situations.
If Baron gets some sort of damage down himself, he is going to shred away some of that magic resistance at the same time. So this might be an opportunity for them to nullify all of the magic resist already built up. Oh, Harpoon's doing next to nothing. It's a tree immune to fire spawn. What do we do?
Freeze it.
Yeah, I don't know. Need to go back to some sort of Captain Planet analogy, I think.
I'm over that one. I like the Trunks go home one better.
Yeah, actually, I thought that was pretty better too.
But the game has slowed down. As we said, WE Future, they feel they've got the late game regardless, so they're not in a rush to win this one right now. Will pull the trigger when they have to, but it's still another 3 minutes until Dragon is available. You feel with how badly the team fights have been going in that area, UP will just look to trade maybe top turret to grab any form of gold, because now they're 11,000 behind.
They're just getting
Things
further
just getting
and further
worse.
behind. Yeah, exactly. Not a whole lot UP can do. They are going to clear a pink ward around the Baron.
30 gold.
Oh, yes. Pulling it back, boys. 11,000 almost exactly here as the Void rushing Rek'Sai. Hanging out on
Even
the
the
bottom
shine
side.
noise seems to have gone out and punished a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost sounding melancholy at this point.
Yeah. So this is the reason I don't mind a little bit of AD built up on Rek'Sai. Participates in the split pushing a little bit more efficiently. You see Chunks out the waves with the Q.
Yeah, real fast.
Going to be able to get some good things done on that side of the map, and because teleport not available, remember it was burnt by Clear. Rek'Sai, the best choice they have is split pusher, although not very many tunnels on that side of the map makes it difficult to get around.
Yeah, not going to be able to get quite up there just yet.
Maybe looking for an engage here, Hart. Posturing aggressively, decides against it, backs away.
Now Long heads towards the bottom side just to answer what Clear's doing. He's going to hop in a tunnel and get himself back towards his team. UP are at least able... What the heck was Rumble saying just then? That was ridiculous. But he's going to be able to clear out the wave, beat himself a turret. Keep trying to find some farm here. When the WE Future tank is at 3-0-10, you kind of know that you haven't won a team fight yet.
Definitely has been a long time since Unlimited Potential were able to get anything on this map. The WE Future, just slow and steady, 40 seconds until the next Dragon's up. As we said, the reason the game's in a lull is they're not in any rush. They don't necessarily siege incredibly well. They've got a Vayne, short range. Also have a short range AP carry in the mid lane. And Naranja's Victor, so they're just happy to play the patient game.
And slowly but surely
the
they're getting
objective.
further and further ahead.
Well, it doesn't even get to that point. Like, as soon as 957 has one more item, he just has the health to be able to dive. Then you can siege as bad as you want. He's just going to get under the turret, tank up all the damage as he has every team fight as well as the turret, be able to clear house. As we said, 5th Dragon, that was the objective that UP were looking for. Number 2 goes down for WE Future right now, and that objective gone.
Yeah, equalized completely. 957 even gets himself a red buff. Can't get over to Long, of course doesn't know what's going on there. Sketch unable to grab himself the red. Amy's going to be able to at least take away the Raptor camp.
Yeah, so Sketch needs another 2 items. If he gets a QSS, he needs a 3rd as well. Probably needs Bloodthirster as well as the last Whisper finished up before he's in any position to fight right now.
Or even then. At point 5, 1,
Look
and
at the
7.
gold
though. Yeah,
differentials. It's
ridiculous.
5,000 gold between the junglers right now. That is amazing. When you consider that there's only 6,500 gold on Amy, and there's 5,000 more gold.
And he's still sitting on 2.5k. Clear has been eating minions like you would not believe. And it's not close to the same as Long.
Clear's the highest on the map.
No, CS.
He's the highest gold on the map.
Yeah. He's close to Long CS and he's a top laner. Just ridiculous. So Rek'Sai's having a pretty good time.
Sitting on 3,000 gold, so a lot of it not worthwhile right now.
Yeah.
As soon as this back is completed, you'll be a lot stronger.
Hopefully, he grabs a Trinity Force. Probably won't. It's a Randuin's Omen. From a Ruby Crystal, which is a pretty decent buy.
Grabs a longsword as well.
I might get my wish in the end.
Maybe a Black Cleaver coming through there.
Black Cleaver, it makes sense.
If he wants to keep up split pushing, Hydra also. Possibility.
True. We'll see. Could even just go for a last Whisper. But waves to be cleared here for UP.
They go in, teleport behind.
Used. Yeah, in goes 957. Straight on top of Sketch. Ventral Maelstrom means that no damage comes down. Sketch didn't last any time at all, as Amy was right next to PentaQ, but he just wants to get out at this point. PentaQ picks up that kill, and WEF, that's what they were waiting for.
Yeah, that'll be the game. There is no way UP will come back into this. 13,000 gold, 30 minutes in. Clear having a field day. 957, completely unkillable. And this is what we said. If they get the super tank and just get on top of Sketch, this has been the problem with Kalista. There's just nothing the entire lineup of UP can do to peel.
And you can't
957 every time. Just got on top.
You can't get away from a Twisted Advance as well. Sketch can dance around all he wants with his martial poise, but you can't dance away from a targeted CC. So Sketch, almost every single time, isn't going to be able to stop that Twisted Advance from coming. Might be able to at least stop the snare with the QSS.
Got the knock-up to follow, all the damage mitigation on top of it. Why Maokai has always been a top priority pick. First as a jungler, now as a top laner. 4-0-12. What a game out of 957 to keep WE Futures hopes alive of making it into the playoffs. Setting up a date with their sister team.
Yeah, potentially, depending on how World Elite do tomorrow. Savoki hanging out here with PentaQ in the top lane. Scatch and Heart still around.
Scatch can't even kill creeps anymore.
No. Well, yeah, Baron up creeps. Pretty tough. That is not a very scary sentence either. UP down 15,000 gold. 32 minutes into the game.
Once again, the jungler, Clear, just in the bottom lane, happy to farm up a Storm.
188 now. He's 4-3 and 12 this game. Very similar score to 957. Has died a couple of times though. Void Staff now completed as well as the Rabadon's Death Cap for Naranja as well. So inner turret, sorry, falls down.
Oh,
Getting ahead of
Long's
himself.
losing
Oh goodness.
the 1v1 as well.
Essence doesn't find it. Looking to door someone, but at this point, not doing too much. There it is. USS now complete. So Scatch has that item. And a Last Whisper.
Clear just runs into the jungle. Takes a camp. Comes back into lane full health. They're going to start the fight on the top half of the map. Actually, no, they decide against it.
On
They
the
can
Ranger's
see
in the
two
mid as
other
well.
people. They just let another inhibitor fall.
Well, that's an inner turret.
18,000 gold.
It's getting so close to 20k.
I think this is the highest gold lead I've ever seen at 32 minutes in. Happy to be told otherwise, guys. Let us know, but 18,000 gold at 33 minutes. Definitely seems quite large.
Certainly does. Baron up creep still heading towards the base of UP. WEF, you're right. I mean, they're more than happy just to stand around, not take any risks. that are
It's getting to the
unnecessary.
point of the game where you just dive a turret.
Come on,
That
guys.
man on the screen, quite tanky, not Penta, but the other one.
Naranja has Perfect Hex Core, Rabadon's Death Cap, Void Staff, Abyssal Scepter, and Boots 2 with Distortion against an Fiend's hat and a stick. They are so incredibly far ahead.
Oh, Clear in.
Yep, there's the...
And it was the Tiamat as well.
Branduans.
Wow.
Yep. That's almost a 6-item Rek'Sai. Just got to complete that more. And the Hydra.
Racing his mid laner to 6 items right now. And he's AD carry player.
Yeah. PentaQ. See what he grabs next item. I'd like to see an Infinity Edge. Mercurial Scimitar, that's all the defensive item you need.
Well, there's just no damage to kill him on the other lineup. See, Void Staff going to be the next purchase right now for Long.
But Punish, he's on the Lulu. I mean, he wants to be building up massive amounts of AP, creating a huge Kalista.
Has got the Void Staff right now.
Yeah.
Does a little bit of work. 0-2-0. Just hasn't been able to get involved in anything as Punished. Even missed out on the majority of the deaths of his team.
I was going to say, he at least had a couple of those. Fine. But man, 957 now. The bottom side of the map, clearing out the minions.
And you feel they need to pull the trigger. Like, they're playing this incredibly slow. Do not get me wrong, they have a scaling composition.
Yeah.
But now it's just playing with your food, guys. My dad always yelled at me for doing that.
You got to watch out for Papa Tiberi. He might come at you, World Elite Future. Gotta be very careful.
Amy being sped up. Long wants 957.
Yep. He's got a Void Staff now. What Spirit Visage. There's the Twisted Advance. 957 actually taking a fair bit of damage here from Long at this stage.
Yeah,
There's the right
there's the
Explorer.
rest of his team.
Yep, in they go. Amy going to get the, oh my goodness, the explosive cast, the equalizer's down.
What the heck?
PentaQ, he's going to be the first one to die. Naranja is going to finish off Long, but the damage might actually be completed. Naranja's dead. It's 2 kills for UP in favor of 2 that have already come in, but Clear, he's a legitimate 3rd threat in this comp.
God damn that
And he
damage.
can tank the turret forever. Hexdrink is there, maybe not forever, as Savoki so low. Amy wants a body slam, is going to be able to pick up the kill. As Hart
Oh,
now
Clear.
is looking to try and finish it off.
Get him, Hart.
957 at full health
So that was the best it possibly could have gone.
for UP.
At a 19,000 gold deficit, UP hold on. Trade 4 for 3 if you don't mind, Atlas. And they're still fighting this guys yet.
Yep. Hart as well.
Secure the
Single-handedly
base.
holding off the inhibitor push.
Oh, last hitting very well.
Look
Oh,
at that.
missed one.
Oh, the laser is really annoying to deal with. When do you get training on laser last hitting, Spawn? No one does. You're always frustrated
Oh.
at that point.
And look at this. Up on the top rope. Hart takes a bow to that performance. But in all seriousness, that team fight was ridiculous. I think 957 was actually surprised about the amount of damage that came out of Long. And then a fantastic equalizer meant that they had to run through all of the damage to get back on the inhibitor.
Not to mention the explosive cask pushing PentaQ under the turret and him getting immediately
And that is a
removed.
6-item Rek'Sai. Beats the rest of his team. Baron has been started up. Long in prime position. Punish looking for the flank.
Yeah,
Hart's
UP.
gone in.
There's 957 as well. Ventral Maelstrom across the
Equalizer.
whole team. Equalizes their Sketch. Wild growth on
PentaQ.
top of him. He's trying to stay alive in this fight. 957, not a whole lot of damage. And Sketch now able to use some of his lifesteal to get through. Punished as well now here. But UP, try as they might, they just don't have that extra 21,000 gold that WEF have in their back pockets.
They're able to get PentaQ. There is something there. They surrender in the end. A rough 40-minute endeavor there for UP, but WE Future in an anticlimactic victory, able to take game 4.
Yeah, and UP don't give them the satisfaction of destroying the Nexus
Then
themselves.
psychological warfare
Oh,
that
yeah.
ensured there.
See, you didn't even win yet. We just decided to lose. Just to try and keep that momentum going.
And Professor Atlas's tips for gaining Elo not
Yeah.
coming through this time for UP.
Oh, not quite. Of course, you still do need to avoid dying at 3 minutes, but you do also want to avoid being down by 20,000 gold. They're my 2 things.
And that's a crushing game there for UP. They need to really find something to fight
Yeah.
back in the next game.
Well, it's the last one, Spawn. It's a best of 5 series, 2 equal on both sides. UP and WEF looking to try and close this one out. And we'll see who'll take it after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL 2016 promotion tournament for the spring split. I am Max Atlas Anderson, I think, and this is Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're heading into Game 5 between World Elite Future and, of course, Unlimited Potential. UP dropping in that game, and they were down by a massive margin.
21k gold. In the end.
Pretty huge.
But they still didn't get their Nexus destroyed, Atlas. The moral victory coming through in the end.
Exactly. Able to surrender it out before actually losing the map.
And WA Future looking decisive at times.
What? There was nothing to... They had 20,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, but
they hadn't taken an inhibitor yet.
Their game plan was to just do nothing. To outscale.
Well, they nailed it.
To outscale. And they did.
They most certainly did.
They weren't taking any risks, dude.
Yep.
I guarantee they weren't scared at losing that game at all.
No. Well, they certainly didn't. The surrender did come through for UP, so of course, success.
2-2, Trunks versus Gohan. Trunks strikes back. The final round.
Oh my goodness.
Say what you will.
I have a feeling
But this has been one for the ages. Not even Dragon Balls will bring them back after this.
Gohan's going to have to call forth his father's help. The spirit of Goku going to have to help UP pull through here.
Trunks had a way cooler father.
Vegeta?
Vegeta is a badass, man.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I found his voice annoying. Admittedly, I probably
Kakarot.
should have been watching the Japanese version. You know, is watching dubbed. That isn't the cool way of doing it. Ari's going to be the final ban for WE Future.
We just missed the first 5.
Yep, because they're still the same. But UP thinking about taking away the victor first. Punished
No
first time
Elise.
he's going to see it. And Callista Elise for WE Future.
Really surprised that UP didn't pick Elise then. Must have thought that Clear didn't play it because they banned it on the blue side last time around WE Future. Didn't want to give up Elise and the Victor. Punish going to have Victor. Champion he's seen a lot of play on.
And the Maokai, sort of the classic pick into the Callista, especially.
Yeah, you cannot give
957.
Maokai Elise. That would just be a nightmare waiting to happen. Amy going back to most played as well.
Yeah.
Seems like a much more serious lineup coming through this time around from UP. See whether they can get it done.
Savoki taking away Heart's Thresh, though. Thinking about it, at least. There's Naranja still yet to make up his mind on what he wants to grab. Possibly 957's champion for the top lane. Save Naranja's pick for last. Riven would be an interesting one.
That would be great. I would really enjoy a Riven pick right now. We're not going to get it.
No. Nautilus the consideration. So another super tank here for 957 on the top side of the map to try and answer long.
The Rat is available.
Ooh, could it happen? And the Echo has been ignored this entire time. Is this sort of a product of 5.14?
Potentially. I honestly think that you're either an Echo player right now or you're not. He's not incredibly OP unless you really are one of those Echo players like Kakao, MLXG, that loves to fly around the Rift on him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the other tank junglers just have a little bit more earlier presence than what Echo does. And Sketch looking at the Rat.
Yeah,
And
was
Hart.
banned away. At
Alistair
points. Yeah.
would be a very nice pickup to round out their lineup. A lot of control, 3 knockups.
And a lot of consistent damage with the Twitch there. But Sketch actually considering a Graves now. A whole bunch of different things. Well, we'll see what he decides to lock in. It's WF thinking about their final pick. But I'm looking over at this World Elite Future squad and Elise, Callista, Thresh as well.
Big potential.
Yeah, powerful, powerful
They
stuff.
go for a late game scaling Cogmore.
Yeah, and the Alistair is going to be locked in here for Hart. We've seen Hart play some fantastic games on the Alistair, and wow.
That would be interesting.
It would certainly be interesting.
So this time we can break down the UP lineup. They've got the big front line, the 2 consistent damage sources, the ability to hyper scale into the late game, against what is a pick comp, in a sense, with the Thresh, the Elise. So you're going to have to watch from WE Future whether they can set up zones of vision, try and deny as much as possible and catch Sketch or Punished out. Whereas on the other side of the Rift, Long, Amy, and Hart need to create this impregnable wall. Make sure they're tanking up all the spears, catching all that CC, and then just allowing the artillery cannon that is Kog'Maw to go nuts. And it is going to be a mid-rise.
Unless it's going to be a Doinby special with the mid-Nautilus.
It will not be. It will be a mid-rise.
Okay.
Into Punished Victor. Mid-range Mage versus mid-range Mage. And if anything, Rise should be able to dish out a fair amount of damage at the level 9 mark and see if he can get ahead of Punished. Who also has a little bit of upfront burst himself.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we certainly learned that in the previous game.
But if they ever catch one person,
yeah,
they're dead.
And with a targeted snare, like the Rune Prison, you have to think catching one person, probably fairly probable.
Certainly is, especially when you take into consideration the way Thresh's kit works, being able to flay someone back whilst landing Naraja in, create all of that CC potential. So a pick comp versus a team fight comp. UP going back to their roots. WE Future trying something new. Let's go through the lineup. Long back on Maokai. 957 has the Nautilus.
They're going to be playing it this time. In the jungle, it is going to be Amy on the Rex side this time. Clear going to be taking the Elise. Of course, we've only seen this matchup in the reverse thus far. We'll see how Clear does on the Elise this time around. Punished against Naranja. Naranja, of course, known for playing basically everything. And he's going to be hopping on the mid-rise this time. Sketch on the Kog'Maw against PentaQ on the Kalista.
And this is what I'm excited about. Hart is on Alistar for a game that counts. Savoki takes away the Thresh to complete that bottom lane. Kalista Thresh always been very strong.
Oh, yeah.
But if anyone can stop them, you feel it will be Hart's Alistar.
That is very, very true. And, of course, the late game power, and especially sort of the nice battle curve that you have with a Kog'Maw, the fact that he can build that Trinity Force so strong as far as being relevant in most points of the game.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we talk about the scaling potential of a Kog'Maw, but he's really strong at Trinity Force, really strong at Bork. He's just got such a smooth curve.
Well, we'll see whether it works this game as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Unlimited Potential versus WE Future. Game number 5. It all comes down to this. WEF actually grouping up as 5, moving towards the bottom lane.
And maybe a sneak attack coming through nice and early. They're going to come out of the fog of war at Kog'Maw. Sketch.
Yeah, there's the ghost popped already. Naranja looking to try and grab the Rune Prison. He does! There's the death sentence and Sketch. He is so dead. Value a Cathian surprise, might I add, but not going to be much. And first blood already goes to WE Future.
Yeah, chooses to not burn the flash. Instead, just goes down. Both summoner spells available. Good early move out of WE Future. You know, this game 5, throwing everything on the line, going for the risky invade, and it pays off. Fading into Alistar, always scary.
Oh, yeah. Naranja as well. He's gone back, picks himself up the Sapphire Crystal. Extra mana, extra damage for the Rise. It's Clear now looking to start at the enemy red buff.
Ooh, invade staying here.
Interesting stuff.
He's going to be forced off here. This is not a great move. They haven't warded that entrance, I don't think. They see the duo lane top. They're going to come around, catch both of them out. Sketch sees them. It's a Cocoon Elise. 3 members here.
Yeah, there's the gravity field. Look at the stun onto both members. The knock-up comes in from Amy with the Unburrow.
Punish gets one.
Is going to grab
I
that.
can flash pole.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice Rune Prison to stop that, but equalized already by UP. Now we're into the laning phase.
You see Thresh coming back down with the Kalista, so they wanted the standard lanes. That's a long walk, so they don't even get the level advantage. All of a sudden, not much more equal than you thought when Punish first got caught out.
Yeah, precisely. The only thing that's really different now is the fact that WE Future did manage to go back and buy
In
with
fact,
their Rise.
when you look at the fact that Nautilus, Rise, and Elise have all used summoner spells, early game in UP's favor. How the heck did that happen?
I'm not entirely sure. But Clear is going to be able to pick up his own red buff. Probably not going to be going towards a 3 buff. Especially considering Amy hasn't yet taken down his red buff yet.
Yeah, they're checking the blue. Amy wanted to make sure that they weren't going for the double sneak. Is not the case.
Not happening this time. Level 2 was achieved by both teams in the bottom lane.
And a lot of respect by Sketch and Hart here into the Kalista Thresh lane. Of course, Soul Linked is just such a brutal auto attack, especially when it's the empowered Flay. So just making sure that the wave's pushing into them, giving up some early CS to fight another day.
Voidoo's couple of auto attacks there as well with the Bio-Arcane Barrage. Nice damage back there from Sketch. Triumphant Roar is helping out this UP squad. Is Amy able to take down his own red buff finally?
Gonna struggle with it a little bit. Has got the smite for a big heal at the end.
Turret finally going to start smacking on these creeps. Give UP an ability to farm out if they can. Not bad at all.
Get all of them bar one. 5 CS, not too bad, as once again Clear in the bottom lane. Looking for something. Nice deep ward.
Amy moves around the Sentinel, is able to clear it out.
Thought Dragon was going to get Scuttle Crab. I was like, what happens then? And after what was an intense invade coming into the start of this game, CS leads in WE Future's favor, but going to have to see whether they can contain that with all the wave clear that will come out of the Victor and the scaling out of Kog'Maw.
Yeah, 12 CS the lead now for Naranja, who has his Ghost back off cooldown and the Tear in his back pocket as well. Punished. Just does have the improved Hex Core, so he's going to at least be able to clear out waves a lot faster than the Rise. That's about all he can hang his hat on.
Misses 3 CS in a row. Wow.
Yeah, there's the flash.
That's a lot of creeps.
Yeah, in goes WE Future. There's the knock up as well. Headbutt back onto Savoki. Descends onto Sketch, but I have a feeling that he's okay with it. Clear's going to fall down. Savoki now as well. Another minion wave. Voidoo's is enough to do it.
That was like 30 creeps that they just decided to fight, and Teleport also came through from Long. They're going to go for a dive here. In fact, the Rise is on the back end. They might grab even more than they expect out of this.
Yeah, Amy's in as well. Naranja flashed over to get underneath the turret. Oh, 957 in as well. Makes it a 3v4.
All of a sudden,
turret.
that creep score that we're talking about in the mid lane, though, gone because of the fact that Punish stayed at home, shoved the wave out.
And Amy now looking for the return of the Rise. He is going to go the long way
Return of
around.
the Rise. That sounds like a great movie.
Yeah, Star Wars movie or something.
They're going for it. Naranja going to get dove.
Yeah, Hart looking for the headbutt pole. There's the gravity field. Locks him up. Clears there. He's just going to take down the Raptor camp, though. Understands that his mid lane is dead. Actually, no. Does repel in, but just watches his friend die.
Amy also died, though.
Yeah, that's
Tanked
true.
up the turret one too many times.
One or two too many times. But Death Ray comes through, and it's a 1-0-1 victor in the end.
Long able to pick up that kill. Second kill going over to Naranja. So Rise will be relatively strong as this game progresses. You can see a 14 CS lead in the bottom lane, but 1 kill and a couple assists going to be sitting pretty on Kog'Maw, who has the beginnings of his Trinity Force in that making in the Phage. Red buff invade though once again.
Yeah, Savoki's here. These Krogs are going to be taken down in full vision of WE Future. Hart comes down, trying to get some vision on this dragon. Sentinel's going to spot the cow. Cow going to bat it to death. Punish as well. Going to take away this blue buff, so...
It gives a lot of control of the mid lane to Punish. Having the blue buff against just Tears and making it of Catalyst. The shove going to be quite easy at this stage of the game. See whether he goes back and picks himself up. Yeah, another evolution of the Hex Core. So we'll trade incredibly effectively in melee range. It's hard, running real quick.
Yeah, as he generally does. Moby Boots already completed for the cow. And W Future still with so much control of this bottom lane. UP, even though they have the extra kill and the couple of assists onto the Kog'Maw.
It's just the strength of the lane. All it's done is accelerated Kog'Maw slightly, so they definitely are happy with how it started off. But you can never take away the strength of what is a Thresh Kalista lane. So just giving it the respect it deserves and making sure that they're playing nice and safely.
Well, he's working out thus far. Clear. He's going to be able to take down this Raptor camp, steal it away. Amy going to do exactly the same thing on the other side of the rift. And both of them leaving a popcorn chicken to be taken when their respective jungler gets back. Punish, this is certainly what he has in advantage over Ryze, and that's the wave clear.
Certainly is, and you see Clear looking for a dive in the bottom lane. Sketch will go back. Not happy with how this is going so far. They're being zoned completely off the wave because of the positioning of the jungler. Not able to get anything going right now is Alistair Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Sketch actually went and picked up a Sapphire Crystal and boots, so no extra combat effectiveness at all in the bottom lane. He headed back there, grabs a bunch of consumables as well, though, so might be able to get to a point where he can fight a little bit more.
Deep freeze coming out of the wave. As long as they don't fight in it this time, it will mean good things for the Kalista Thresh.
That's a good point.
Cannon Creep falls.
Well, level 6 is hit by both the AD carries. Savoki still waiting for his. Clear, just taking down his Gromp now as Naranja has been farming under turret quite a lot.
Certainly has. Expect to be shoved in quite frequently from a Victor. That certainly has been the case, as Punish now disappearing to try and take some side camps as well. But you can just see that this lane is not having any fun. They're going in again.
Yeah, Voidooz is there. There's the death sentence onto Hart, who just blows the Unbreakable Will. 3-man pulverizes. In comes Amy. There are some Ren stacks onto Sketch, and there's the depth charge. Pops the Kog'Maw. Does 957. Cathian Surprise, almost enough damage, but the heal was in there enough time.
I wonder why they didn't stay under the turret. Punish is on his way.
Headbutt gets Naranja out. As
they can teleport.
Yeah. In comes Long, as Punished actually going to get turned on here. Just turns up in that fight a little bit too quickly. Long wasn't quite in there. Now wants to Twisted Advance onto Savoki. They will pick up the support. Box is down.
Mid laner right now.
Yeah, zoning them out. Naranja able to use the ultimate to run a little bit quicker away from this
I really question UP not staying under the turret there. There was some flashing health bars. Heart goes in.
Yeah, there's the flash pulverize as well. PentaQ, he's going to get taken down. The blue buff now probably going to be the focus from UP.
So it's a 2 for 3 in the end. UP able to hit back quite hard. We'll be able to pick up an objective off the back end as well in the form of that dragon. But Punished came in, did not use flash, did not use ultimate or any abilities, and they were still able to trade rather effectively just because of how well Hart played it. But on the other end, you got to hand it over to 957, the Nautilus flying in, recognizing that he teleported to a turret, so he had it available first up.
Yep, nice little living artillery.
Good things.
25 gold here for Sketch, taking that dragon. But he didn't get any items after dying underneath that turret. See Punished able to shove once again. Nice use of the Spell Flux there from Naranja in order to try and clear out this minion wave as effectively as possible. Punished is looking to take away, I believe, that Raptor? No, he's not.
Amy would AFK.
Yeah.
No way I would let my jungler take the big Raptor. My mid laner.
Well, Naranja gets himself a shield there from the passive. Now starting to be able to clear out quite nicely. Almost to that Rod of Ages stage. He's actually going to head back to base. And possibly grab that item now as well. It is going to be a Cinder Hulk Elise. So, different option here. We'll see whether he goes for any of that magic penetration that you talk about. 957 just hit level 8. And Long's already level 9.
quite a big creep wave there. Long also got a fair bit of work done on that top lane turret so far. Repetitively shoving in. See this time around, 957 opting for a tanky build, not for that roller.
Yeah, not going to be grabbing it this time around. Titan's Wrath is going to be broken. Nice arcane smash there from Long. Take a bit of damage off, but no one's going to be killing anyone in this top lane. 20 CS the lead though for Long. He's done quite well this lane so far. No Warrior Enchantment Rex dies for Amy, as he does have the Cinderhulk completed as well as the Sightstone. And very even on the farm of these junglers, but 3-1 and 3 puts Amy quite far ahead as far as gold is concerned at this point.
Yeah, able to clean up the back end of that fight. And wow, Pentacute once again frozen this lane. Sketch is not having fun.
No, he's not. Although, at this point, only about 15 CS behind.
Oh, he's doing fine. He's just stressed as all heck about it. You can see by the way he's moving. He's like, I hate this lane.
Well, it's not exactly one of the most fun lanes to be in. Blister Thresh is a decent one.
They're
Oh,
going
Fates calls
again.
in. Oh, doesn't get the knock up on the Sketch, but does find the play. There's the exhaust, but Savoki, he's going to get taken down. Doesn't even take the land.
Pentacute gone as well.
Yeah, he's dead. Double kill now for the Cogmore. Might be playing a little bit further forward this time as Clear didn't take the lantern, didn't get in there at all, didn't land a cocoon.
Oh, hard. Just
So
missed the head,
close.
but the pulverized. Now they might be getting aggressed on. Rek'Sai was coming around for the dive, decides against it because he doesn't know what the heck he's playing with.
Yeah, what's my team doing?
He's like, what are the jungler doing?
Yeah.
It's so confusing.
It's very confusing.
Also turned Kiwi somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how that worked. Liked it. 10 CS the lead though for
Miranda
the
going to get dove again, it looks like.
Well, Amy able to take down the puppy camp. Or at least one of them.
Not worth.
Yeah, wouldn't say so. Right, Twisted advance onto 957. Long just
Long is-
battling for the fun of it.
If nothing else, persistent with this battle in the top lane.
Yeah.
Of course, he has a catalyst, so he gets mana back. That helps him out a fair bit.
Yeah, as far as this war of attrition, as far as that is concerned, he's winning. And
Trinity Force done now for Sketch. He would be much happier to trade right now,
oh yeah.
especially because he's carrying Amy around in his back pocket.
Well, there's Living Artillery's now flying through for Sketch. We'll see whether he's going to go aggressive like you say. Fate's Call back up now.
I think he's going to play nice and passive, try and bait out one more engage from Savoki.
But Long's going to take the top outer turret. That's going to be the first of the game here in favor of UP.
It's a 3,000 gold lead.
Sort of out of nowhere.
And WE Future, they picked up first blood. You're going to remember onto their Rise mid lane. He's 2-1-1. Kept up in farm very nicely as a Rise into Victor. Something that a lot of mages struggle with. Just hasn't been able to impact the rest of the map. And you have to say, Amy right now, 8 of 8 kill participation, having an absolutely monstrous performance.
Yeah, Rek'Sai really seems to be doing some work.
Looking for a dive here in the bottom lane. Teleports are available from both. Here comes the
Yeah.
Maokai. No, cancels, and they just shove them off the turret.
Not going to be able to pick this one up if they want to. Lantern's going to discover that there's no one in that brush. So everyone's going to head away, but Clear and Naranja doing some work here in the mid lane. Spotted by the ward are UP as they make their way in. Deathray's going to clear everything out, but the flash over the top, not going to find it. There is Punish, just gets bursted down. Brilliant flash from Clear is going to stop that knock up and everything working out. There's the Twisted advance. Long able to use it, the Vengeful Maelstrom to at least negate some of the damage, but WEF now at least grouped up, doing great things. Sketch gets caught by the death sentence and the knock up from the depth charge. Amy trying to help him. The
kiting
heal's
back.
there. Able to kite at least a little bit now as Heart's going to get caught. Does have the Unbreakable Will. Living Artillery doesn't find anyone on the way out.
That is twice Punish has died without using an ability. Fantastic flash from Clear. Able to cocoon him up and start that fight. The pick that WE Future were looking for. UP, once again, a little bit late in their rotation. Some good kiting out of Sketch meant that not anything else was lost. He felt that that was on the knife edge of that team fight.
Yeah, Naranja didn't have any mana, so 957 had to use his teleport to get in, clear out that minion wave, otherwise they may have lost the turret. Death Ray from Punish is going to clear out the minion wave. 1, 2, and 1 now for the Victor, almost with his Abyssal Scepter, which is going to help him out against the short range Rise. CS lead though for Naranja.
After the first one, I would have nearly been tempted to buy the second ring, let alone how the next couple have gone. Punished is just getting destroyed in these skirmishes. Savoki wants in.
Yeah, Dredgeline not going to find too much here as Hart doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. Exhaust onto Amy, who tries to tunnel out but doesn't make it. PentaQ going to be able to pick up the first kill in this fight. Chaos Storm running around but not doing a whole lot of damage. Hart able to get the Pulverize and the headbutt back. He dies for it, but UP now able to use their Kog'Maw. Gets death sentenced, might be in trouble now. Naranja, one last hit. The Kog'Maw picks it up. Living Artillery comes down, and wow!
Long left sketch to the dogs there.
Yeah, it is going to be a Cathian surprise that finishes off the Spider Lady. Flash from Long, going to be used at the very end to save his own skin. But there's the Dredgeline. He's going to get caught up by the staggering blows.
And pick up a kill.
Yeah, and Savoki's going to die. So Long is
And he's
pretty
gonna get another
powerful
one.
right now. Might be able to kill 957. He's got no mana. That's a double kill.
Casual for Long there as he turns it around. What the heck? The top laner for UP. So turns out leaving Sketch to die was the right decision because now he has a lot of gold. And what happened?
I think that is
Sap
called
magic.
a 5-for-4 trade.
Sap Magic coming up as the MVP in that. Just needed the
my
couple of
goodness.
extra abilities. 5-3-3 now the score for Kog'Maw. 3-0-6 for Long. And Punish got some abilities down that fight. Saw that it did quite a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, still Flash on the Kog'Maw, Flash on the Victor as well. Now Unbreakable Will is up for Hart. So, UP looking like
Sketch's
they're in a
positioning
decent
this
position.
fight, these fights, by the way, has been fantastic. Apart from now where he's standing in the AoE of Amy, which is just a little bit unnecessary.
Slightly. Amy's going to be able to lock down the Dragon, though.
Yeah,
That's
turret
2
will
for
fall.
UP. Yeah, nice trade. Extra global gold for WE Future. That is their first of the game. Unlocks a bit more of the map as well. Blue buff is available for UP if they want to grab it. Red buff, same token, is available for WE Future. Sketch just split pushing on the bottom side. PentaQ going to come and clear that one up. Blade of the Ruined King now done. Does have a dagger heading towards what is most likely that Hurricane.
I would really like to see a static shift this game, and I don't often say that about Callistus. Just that he's going to be dealing with Long. There's no doubt about it. And we know that Static Shiv is a much better single target item for Callista than what Runarn's Hurricane is. So we'll see whether he makes the adaptation or whether he goes for the AoE build still, even with this huge Maokai.
Yeah. Well, Naranja running forward, PentaQ waiting towards the back. This inner turret might be under fire now as WE Future.
Teleport
All
available
members in
for
the
Long.
mid lane.
There's a lot of wards behind them. The collapse is possible.
The thing is, one Death Ray probably going to be enough to clear out at least the back line of minions. Yeah, as long as he can hit them all.
Oh, that's too hard.
Oh,
Hart.
there's the headbutt pulverizes. Chaos Storm comes down, and that is just too easy for UP. Punish locks down the kill. Hart just
pinging
right
out
place,
Baron.
right time. It is going to be a Kog'Maw, who has a lot of damage onto Baron with that Bioarcane Barrage. Ward needs to be cleared by UP.
Won't be. Amy has one available.
Righteous Glory comes in. They're looking for Savoki, but it explodes without finding anyone just yet. Hart,
Amy, press your sweeper.
please. Yep, there it is.
Oh, that was a pink ward.
Yeah, I'll put it down eventually. Volatile Spiderling onto Sketch. Doesn't do too much damage there because this is a full tank Elise.
So they burn the teleport, get a pick, but nothing gained in the end. It's only 21 minutes in. So it would have been a difficult Baron, but definitely could have put a little bit more pressure on it if they had have used a sweeper.
Yeah.
Big CS wave bottom that Sketch will go gobble up.
After grabbing himself a red buff. Distortion enchantment on Heart's boots as well. Really prioritizing the extra mobility that flash will
Actually,
give him.
Sketch doesn't take the bottom CS wave. It's going to be Amy.
Interesting. just making sure that they can keep the team
Making
grouped.
sure that they get this Locket of the Iron Solari
The locket.
very quickly. Sorry, I can only remember the name of that item when I do the accent.
Can you imagine it's Joe Miller saying it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
I
he'd
like it.
love that accent.
He'd say that
item.
Yeah, that item's name all the time. Beautiful stuff. That's why I like to say as it stands. Bit of an homage. But 3,400 gold. Now the lead for UP. 3 turrets to 1 as well. The whole outer ring have now fallen, opening up the map for unlimited potential just a little bit.
Frozen Heart on the way for long. That's going to make Pentacu's life miserable, especially because he has decided to be rebellious and go with the Runarn's Hurricane build.
Yeah. Not listening to you, Spawn. I just like the fact that a Frozen Heart is effectively a slow under Callisto.
Certainly has affects how quickly she can move around as Punish, looking to get aggressive. Heart also with the Distortion Boots means that his flash is available. Going to look to see whether he can start something up. As soon as they see 957 on the bottom lane, they might start up this Baron. They do.
And they have. So long. He's going to start it. See,
They're going to
Roki
peel off.
making his way in clear. Does have a lot of
No,
Baron
they don't.
execution ability.
They keep going.
Yeah, UP heading back towards it. It's only down to about half health. They're not doing it that quickly. Long able to tank it for a while,
But they're
though.
not losing much health.
Yeah.
As long as, like, I can tank this, guys. I can do it. Just keep using abilities.
Yeah. And they're going to. Volatile Spiderling. They're going to back off one more time. WWE Future just playing with them at the moment, knowing that 957's able to split push. Does have the teleport
But it's
available
only
as
an
well.
outer turret. Not really a big deal right now. Sure, it's a little bit of gold, but if Hart can get over that wall,
Yeah,
it'll be a
find
good
his
team
way
fight.
in. Doesn't get there. Living Artillery clearing out this mid wave. UP now turning their sights to grabbing some turrets.
Now 957 has to be dealt with. He's moving towards the tier 2, and that is a big deal. Long as looking for a flank of some variety, he's caught.
He's going in.
The rest of the team's coming, though.
Yeah, lots of damage down actually already onto this Callista as Heart's actually able to
find
get
Naranja.
Naranja right into the team. Uses his Seraphs, but they move on. There's the flash from Pentaque. Chaos Storm going to follow everyone down, but
Teleport was used from 957. All of a sudden, that machine gun mage in the mid lane is dead. And UP start up the Baron one more time.
yeah, 5v4 situation now in favor of UP. Lantern comes over. WWE Future looking to try and stop this Baron
Good
attempt.
luck winning this team fight. Punished is low on mana, but that is only thing you've got in your favor.
Yep, 957 looking to come through. Depth charge already down, and of course no one else on World Elite Future actually responding to this engage.
Another
They're just
flash
preventing the
burn.
Baron.
This is great. They prevent the Baron, but all of a sudden UP have every key summoner spell out, and there is third dragon available in 5 seconds. They'll pick up the major buffs, clear out top lane, get Lunga recall, and then go fight. And all of a sudden, this will be much easier to execute because Sketch has his flash, Punish has flash and cleanse, and no one on the side of WWE Future has theirs available.
Yep, no, apart from Savoki, who just got his back then. And if Sketch decides to head back to base as well, he is going to be able to grab that Blade of the Ruined King and start off towards what could be a Last Whisper as his next item. I personally don't like it. I'd like him to grab a Phantom Dancer, but that's just me. 957 is going to take down this pink ward here, so at least WWE Future able to get some vision control back around the Baron area.
But as I said, next objective definitely not going to be the Baron. It will be Dragon number 3, which extra movement speed on Hard is a great thing at this stage of the game.
And Long, and everyone, really. More than happy to be able to move faster here.
Long has teleport available. You can see a ward behind them. That's why they're coming from this side. The one in the river brush will be a great flanking position. We'll see if he goes for it. Actually goes in the pit.
Yeah, it is going to be the Ren that takes it down, though.
Really didn't like that teleport positioning. You saw how durable Long was last time. You see both those wards there would have been much better to go on to.
Baron's getting furiously pinged by WWE Future. Oh, the
Wow.
flash, the flayback onto Long, who's saying, I'm happy to fight you. That's absolutely fine. Punished a long way away, though. That's the Twisted Advance actually used on Savoki. Doesn't have it to get Pentakill out of this fight. Sketch off to the side, but the dredge line lands. Death charge there
Doesn't
as well.
matter.
Savoki flashes over 957. He's going to die. Blade of the Ruined King going to be used and punished with a double kill
All of a
already.
sudden, Naranja going nuts.
Yeah, trying to anyway. Knockback comes in. He's just too short range. And UP, they juggle the aggro beautifully. And it's Clear and Pentakill, the last man standing.
Sketch once again with fantastic positioning. Flashes back into the brush, making sure he's in fog of war. Amy going to go back ult into the Baron pit. And this should be Baron secured for UP.
Potentially here, of course. They could be the Miracle Steal with the repel over the wall. But Sketch now with a bunch more damage. See whether this Cogmore is able to lock this one down. Clear. Going to be discovered. Ward heads over there. With the Death Rays coming in as well.
They'll
There's
just
the
stop.
repel. He decides not to go in.
Yeah, they just stopped damage. It was like 3,000 from done. They will be able to pick this up. Question is there a team fight that WEF are looking for? No, just the exhaust burnt there from Heart, and they'll live to fight another day. UP grab Baron.
Yeah, nice exhaust from Heart there, making sure that there can't be any cheeky runs into a kill. Pentakill.
And
has
this
to give
is
that one up.
2 games in a row we've said this. When you've got a hyperscaling AD carry that does percentage health and a consistent damage mid laner like Victor versus what is a mid-game carry in Kalista, it always benefits you if the fights go later and longer. And you can see Long right now, he's just soaking up all the damage. 957, he's a tanky dude. He's got Frozen Heart, he's got the Banshee's Veil, he's looking for what will be a Thorn Mail right now. But because of the fact that there's percentage health damage coming out of Sketch, he's just putting in work time and time again. And you can tell, Pentakill just can't do the same thing to Long.
No, and Long's able to defend the rest of his team as well with that Vengeful Maelstrom. The AoE damage reduction, such a big deal for Maokai. It was what
Especially-
957 used so efficiently last time.
Yeah, especially with the Rise on the lineup. You mentioned the fact that he's medium range mage. As soon as the Vengeful Maelstrom's down, Rise is going to be in it and probably hitting the people in there with him. It just means that no damage comes through.
No.
He was so close last fight, Naranja. Was dishing out so much work, but in the end just fell short because of Long and his great positioning. And now UP is sieging up mid lane with what is a very long-range Cogmore.
Well, the Smite was used just to get rid of that Siege minion, but another one coming in. Sketch, lots of damage on this turret. That is going to melt. So Inner falling down.
Top lane.
Yep, UP looking to rotate around, get the easy turrets first. 8,000 gold the lead. This unlimited potential squad looking to try and find their way back into the LPL. The final game.
And this
the
is a
fifth
problem
game.
with picks comps against all tanks. There's 2 targets you want to hit. Punish
Well, that
or
was too easy.
Sketch. But they're just way too hard to get to. Behind Amy, behind Hart, behind Long, who are all massive at this stage of the game.
Well, Amy uses the Void Rush, gets down towards the bottom side, and that turret doesn't take any damage at all.
But I guess the one saving grace of a pick comp
Yep.
is you can always get picks.
That's true. Unless there's no one waiting around on their own.
Sorry, unless the enemy team is 100% of the time grouped up, there is always the potential that you get the one pick at 50 minutes in.
I apologize, everyone. Calicaster currently dying. He will be back. But yeah, of course, there is always that chance that you can use the likes of the Cocoon, the Depth Charge, and the Rune Prison. If you find anyone, turn it into a 4v5 situation. And a lot of the time in the late game, that can be a make or break situation.
I have returned, as Tom Kent
Welcome
would
back.
say.
Thank you.
And yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, if you get the pick onto Punished or Sketch, especially after the 40-minute mark, it becomes a one-threat comp. And we've seen time and time again that one-threat comps just aren't effective in League of Legends. So there is always that hope that if WE Future can stall out, their base still has yet to be broken.
Yeah.
Get another item, maybe some penetration onto their Rise, as well as Pentakill's Kalista, then they can just get the miracle pick. Ward up a brush. Fnatic made a killing off it for years.
They certainly did. They at least started a thing.
Yeah, and just make sure that they're the team that start the play. But right now, it looks like everyone is using the buddy system. And UP trying to break the base.
Well, Long just going for the split push style. 957 with a decent shield, what with the turret and as well as the Titan's Wrath. Twisted advance.
Tickles.
957 doesn't do too much at all. Nice ward is going to spot
Ooh,
everyone
Long
out.
hooked up under turret.
Yeah, it doesn't take any damage whatsoever. They do stave off the siege for now.
Dragon number 3 available, of course. Last one and went over to WE Future. Stalled that win condition. UP looking to see if they can get in.
WE Future actually moving forward here. Punish using the
Ooh,
gravity
that
field.
was very close to hitting Punish there. Savoki looking for the pick that we're talking about, Atlas.
Yeah. Well, Pink Ward's in there. Sketch able to eat the ward that was put down.
You can tell this game on a knife's edge right now. UP, 9,000 gold in the lead. Very much in the driver's seat. Have all the cards in their hand. They're going in.
Yep, there's the Righteous Glory down. 957 making himself a huge
Wow.
wall. There's the Locket of the Iron Solari, but Savoking once again not going to find the death sentence in Sketch. He's running out of mana. The WE Future are running out of health bars.
Yeah, and W doesn't cost any mana, so Sketch doesn't really mind. You see the flank coming through from Lung, and they give it up.
Yep, inner turret is going to fall down, so every inner after that Baron is going to be taken.
Dragon 3 now going to be started up. Blue buff stolen away. And you feel like Baron in a minute 30 will be the next real fight. And UP, in what has been an incredible 5-game series, looking to close it out against the LSPL team. Of course, they were here not 3 months ago, Atlas.
Exactly.
And they don't want to go back.
They certainly don't. And UP, they knew that they could do this. They've done it before. They've taken down WE Future's hopes. But don't think they were expecting it to be this difficult. Now exactly 10,000 gold is the lead for UP. Third Dragon, the extra movement speed now available for the squad.
And you know, after, what, 5 games, 4 games, and now 5 games, it really speaks to what the LPL is doing for Chinese League of Legends.
Oh yeah,
The
LSPL.
depth of the scene is incredible. You have teams in the LSPL that are arguably as good as the 7th and 8th position teams in the LPL at any given time. And
Wow.
they just look so good at the moment. UP looking to just hold on in this best of 5. Still is not over. WE Future giving them a real run in this final game. And we'll see if they're able to get the miracle play they're looking for.
Exactly, of course. RNG able to take down first team here in a 5-game series. Then it was, of course, Danmu Gaming knocking King from the LPL.
Yeah, knocking Name, Insect, Zero, Corn, and Huey out of the LPL. That is a resume bumper if I have ever seen one.
Taking down world finalists.
Taking down the second best AD carry in Chinese League of Legends. Of course, Wei Zhao probably going to take number 1, but Name cannot be too far behind him. Actually, he can still be a fair bit behind him. But Name's really good.
He is
what I'm
really
trying to
good.
say.
They had one game where he showed that he's really good. Most certainly did.
Yeah, that game performance was great.
That was ridiculous. Go back and watch it if you didn't see it, guys.
Yeah, Yin's going to have nightmares about that for years.
Oh, yeah. Turned around and played a fantastic game of Vayne afterwards, though.
Oh,
so
certainly did. He proved himself in game
yeah.
4.
certainly credit given where it's due there. But UP, they've got their tree in the bottom lane, split pushing it out. They've set up around the Baron. Hart looking to be that engaged monster that he is on this cow. Haven't cleared all the vision just yet. Waterloo Future know that this Baron hasn't been started.
Both top laners back in base. Actually, no, that is a mid laner. Sorry, used to Rise being the top position.
Oh, long.
Long looking for that deep teleport. You see one at red buff. He's pinging it out.
He's on his way. Hasn't pressed the button yet, but he's told his team that he is. Sentinel.
Really the only ward he can go to.
Oh, no one's there just yet. WE Future just decided that they want to move down the mid lane.
There's nothing really on the bottom side of the map to go to.
As the flanking
There's a ward
play,
in the
teleport comes in. Long looking for it. He's going to have the home guard.
Who's he
Gets into
going
the
on?
back lane. Wants to find Pentacuba. Gets slowed down Once again, going to use it onto 957 this time. Sketch unable to get auto attacks off as Clear is actually zoning him out. Yeah, Panicu. He's going to die from long. Don't know how they managed to do it without Sketch there as the depth charge is on him, but he's able to get over the wall. Oh my goodness, Clear, he's in amongst it, but look at Sketch's damage. Face of the mountain shield as well. 957 now, he's going to fall down. It's going to be the ace, and it's going to be clean here for unlimited potential.
And all of a sudden, they're pinging the base, punished with a triple kill. That is exactly how PentaQ died. One ultimate after Lung's combo, and he was just gone. Sketch with, once again, some really good positioning. Had that Zeke's Harbinger on him as well from Heart, just dishing out mass damage with the extra crit.
And look at that cow as well, man. 0-1-19. Heart has had a great game thus far.
Alistair's freakishly good. That'll be the base broken. Maybe Baron started up. No, they will have to recall. Don't want to give it away. Actually, with a big bottom wave, they might just go for it.
Yeah, they may actually lose another turret on the side of WE Future if they decide to go for this Baron. Of course, it's been started already by Amy. Tanking it up.
They have to pull the trigger. Teleport coming in.
13,000
UP
gold.
can do this. They're going to try.
Going for it. Few key cooldowns. Still not yet up, but it is going to be taken. Baron
They're
now
all
achieved
trapped
the
in
UP.
the pit.
Yeah, PentaQ still trying to get the right position. Heart doesn't. Oh, he's got the Unbreakable Will. Wants to find his way in depth charge onto Sketch, but he's got great positioning one more time. Oh my goodness, Death Sentence didn't find him.
Wow.
And Long, they're trying to deal
They're
with this
just
Maokai,
too
but he's
far
so big. Amy doesn't
Misses
quite
the
get the
unbar.
knock up, but PentaQ
What
now.
the heck?
Whoa!
That Q.
Bending the twisted advance is Long. Death Sentence gets...
Amy will not be denied, Atlas.
Not this time.
But that will probably be game.
The rest of the
Certainly
team's
going to
heading
be
towards the
Clear.
base.
Trying to defend what is 4 members of UP as they look to kick WE Future out of the LSPL promotion tournament.
Yep, Savoki. The chase is still on. Death Sentence lands. The Nexus at half health. And UP, after a marathon game, are able to take down the Nexus in Game 5 against WE Future. And look.
Relief. I think that's
Yeah.
a good word to use.
It's been a long day for these players.
Certainly has, and wow, what a team for game by WE Future as well. Cannot take anything away from these guys. UP.
That man on your screen, 957, he played his heart out this series.
Yeah, took a 2-0 victory over EDG. They're one of 2 teams to do it this split.
Yeah.
And they were pushed to 5 games by a very good WE lineup.
Massive plays here.
That's with Clear as their jungler as well. Old B, remember, visa issues, stuck in Korea.
Yeah.
Arguably playing with a sub. As you can see, Punish is exhausted. He's like, what the heck was that?
Yep. I didn't even use my summoner spells half the time. I was too tired to press F. Just couldn't do it. Guys, but, man, congratulations to UP. Able to make it through to the next round. And they will be facing off against whoever wins in tomorrow's match.
WE versus Newbie.
Yeah,
Should be a good one.
And Newbie also looking like pretty fantastic roster. I believe Raphael on that squad.
Certainly is.
Yeah, former energy pacemaker mid laner coming over from Korea. So, look, we'll see how that one works. But that is going to be it for us. On behalf of myself and Spawn, and of course, Pastry Time and Rusty from the first Best of 5 series, and our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.